Chapter 1. Beep, 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 beep. Combat Power Index. 990 points. Is this the 2.0 version of the Combat Power Detector? It exhibits greater precision than the first generation, and its functionalities have been significantly enhanced. In order to conceal my full strength in the future, I must exert more mental energy to suppress the fluctuations of my aura. Control over Ki must progress further. As he toyed with the Combat Power Detector in his hand, Talot familiarized himself with its new features while also examining the improvements made in this upgraded version. As a transmigrator, he was well acquainted with such devices. Transmigrator? Indeed, Talot was not a native of this world, but had crossed over from another realm. It had been 5 years since then. He still vividly recalled that day 5 years ago. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, upon learning of the passing of the beloved Akira Toriyama, he sought to commemorate his youth by rewatching the Dragon Ball series. From the original series to Dragon Ball Z, then to Dragon Ball Super, and finally to Dragon Ball GT, he indulged in numerous films and spin-offs along the way. Although he watched at accelerated speeds of 2 to 3 times, focusing on the highlights, after a marathon of a day and night, his already fragile body succumbed to exhaustion. His vision faded to black, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself reborn in this world as a newborn Saiyan. From fear to excitement, from excitement to unease, and eventually from confusion to a sense of helplessness, he gradually adapted to his new identity as time passed. He considered himself fortunate he was born with a combat power of 200 points, surpassing the threshold for a superior warrior. Thus, from the outset, his status was elevated above that of lower-class warriors, sparing him from being dispatched to low-tier planets to fend for himself like a discarded failure. In the 5 years since his transmigration, aside from the first year spent in a nurturing pod lost in thought and slumber, Talot embarked on various modes of training once he emerged from the pod in the second year. He fervently gathered all available information about the current era and gradually began to strengthen himself according to a self-devised plan. Though his youthful body remained small and fragile, the Saiyan physique was exceptionally robust, far surpassing that of ordinary races. Indeed, when comparing his former body to this one, the disparity was staggering. Naturally, this was the sensation imparted to Talot by the inherent strength of being a Saiyan in this life. Setting aside the discussion of power, even in terms of physical development, by the time Talot turned 1 year old, he was already comparable in size to 3-year-old children from his previous life. As for whether he could withstand the burden of rigorous training, only through personal experience did Talot comprehend why Gohan was so formidable at the tender age of 4, and why Trunks and Goten were so impressive in their youth. It defied conventional logic, it was beyond imagination. In summary, during his years on Planet Vegeta, Talot grew accustomed to the life of a Saiyan and laid a solid foundation for his training through his unique methods. His combat power had risen from 200 points to an impressive 990 points. Notably, Talot had become adept at Ki training without any formal instruction. Although he was not particularly skilled, he had managed to control his own power and sense a small range of auras, which was no small feat. It was precisely because he could manage his Ki from the outset that his rapid rise in combat power went unnoticed over the years. Had this been known to others, he would have undoubtedly attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. After reflecting for a moment, he allowed his aura to diminish until the detector's combat power reading stabilized at 350 points, at which point he ceased suppressing his aura and stowed the device away. As for why he chose to suppress it to this level, it was because he was born with a combat power of 200 points. As his body continued to grow, being a Saiyan meant he had a natural inclination for battle. Even without training, his combat power would gradually increase. Like his peers, who were superior warriors with combat power ranging from 2 to 300 points, their rate of improvement was roughly 30 to 50 points per year. At 5 years old, achieving a combat power of 350 points would neither mark him as a genius nor a failure. This was a deliberate choice by Talot. Being an adult and a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in this world. Maintaining a low profile was the key to survival. Otherwise, take Raditz, who also had a birth power of merely 200 points at this point. His combat power had already reached 500 points. Such a rate of improvement was exceedingly rare within the entire race. It showcased remarkable talent, leading him to become a member of the prince's entourage. While some might consider this fortunate or an honor, in reality, it was akin to being shackled. However, it must be acknowledged that Raditz was by no means inept. He demonstrated talent comparable to elite warriors by the age of 5. Talot could hardly fathom how, in the original story, Raditz had only a combat power of 1500 when he invaded Earth. A clear case of plot contrivance. Previously, Talot had thought Raditz merely boasted only after arriving in this world. Did he realize that Raditz was quite diligent, at least appearing to work harder than he did in enhancing his strength? Snapping back to reality, Talot stood atop a hillside, gazing down to survey the entire cityscape. What was referred to as a city was, in fact, a mere township. In the distance loomed a grand fortress, the royal city of the Saiyan race, constructed in recent years with the assistance of extraterrestrial technology. As a superior warrior, he was technically qualified to reside within the royal city. However, since both of his parents were lower-class warriors and had long since passed away, Talot, like the vast majority of lower-class Saiyans, lived outside the royal city. He could only gain entry into the ranks of superior warriors by earning sufficient merit. Of course, for Talot, this was of little concern. The classifications of lower, upper, and elite warriors were merely measures of innate advantages. Innate talent was indeed important, but one could not overlook the significance of acquired effort. Possessing ample innate potential without diligent development would ultimately render one insignificant. Take Vegeta from the original story. Despite seemingly spending over 2 decades invading planets throughout the universe, his narrow perspective stunted his growth, limiting his power to a mere 18,000 points. For Talot, living outside the royal city was actually advantageous, for it afforded him freedom and a lack of constraints. 5 years had passed, and time was running short. Regrettably, his combat power had yet to break the 1,000-point barrier. As he descended the hillside, Talot contemplated silently within himself. In the past, while watching animated series, reading comics and novels, he believed that as long as he reincarnated as a Saiyan and worked hard enough, his power would surely soar. Yet, when faced with reality, he discovered just how harsh it could be. The enhancement of strength was not solely dependent on effort, and combat power was not something one could simply elevate at will. Reflecting on those fanfiction tales where characters boasted combat powers exceeding billions or even trillions, he dismissed them as utter nonsense. Combat power was not something that could be effortlessly increased. Despite being a seasoned Dragon Ball aficionado, with a comprehensive understanding of the original plot and the future of this world, and even being aware of various means of enhancement, embarking on the path of cultivation and strength was an entirely different matter. Talot found himself occasionally envying those transmigrators in novels. These individuals entered the Dragon Ball universe, often starting as candidates for gods of destruction or as apprentice angels, with some even casually interacting with the Omni King. Even if they lacked such fortunate circumstances, the majority of transmigrators came equipped with systems featuring functions like daily sign-ins or combat power that increased by 1 point per second, and so forth. They effortlessly soared in power, instantly dominating everything around them. In contrast, when it came to him, there was naught but empty hands. Reality had taught Talot a valuable lesson. Not all transmigrators experienced meteoric rises to glory. For someone like him, the only path available was one of diligent effort and steady development. To console himself, he thought, at least he had reincarnated as a Saiyan, rather than some other race. Otherwise, even if he leveraged various methods to surpass fellow warriors early on, in the later stages, it would still be the era of Saiyans. Regardless of how exceptional one's talent or higher realm might be, they would ultimately falter against a Saiyan's transformation. Once a Saiyan transformed, nothing in this world could outshine their brilliance. Taking a moment to calm himself, Talot resolved not to dwell on such thoughts any longer. For him, contentment was already a significant achievement. He was not one to reach for unattainable heights. 5 years. No, to be precise, It was less than 4 years. While his power might seem insignificant compared to those boasting billions, he was certainly not a failure. The power that surged from 200 points to an impressive 990 points could even rival the stars, and the strength acquired through diligent training left Talot feeling both astonished and humbled. Next, I must carefully contemplate how to leave Planet Vegeta in a manner that is both prudent and strategic. According to the information brought by Raditz a few days ago, Vegeta is soon to embark on a campaign with his elite team to conquer higher-tier planets. As he pondered deeply, Talot's thoughts drifted back to the impending crisis. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, within the next 6 months to a year, Planet Vegeta would face annihilation at the hands of Frieza. Consequently, the vast majority of Saiyans would be eradicated, leaving only a scant few to serve as playthings for Frieza. In light of this life-threatening predicament, Talot had once mused that had he been a lower-tier warrior, he would have been relegated to the most inferior of pawns, dispatched to the lowest-strength planets for invasion. If that were the case, he would not be burdened by the anxiety that now consumed him. Nevertheless, every situation has its merits. Consider the countless lower-tier warrior infants dispatched by the Saiyans each year. How many of them manage to survive? Those fortunate enough to resemble Kakarot are blessed solely by the halo of being protagonists. Regardless, given the current state of affairs, he must devise alternative strategies to navigate this crisis. With his current strength, confronting Frieza directly was out of the question after all. He could scarcely contend with even Frieza's soldiers. This is not mere alarmism. It is a reality born from personal experience. Ever since Frieza usurped the position of King Cold and rebranded the army as the Frieza Force, Planet Vegeta has become a focal point of scrutiny, with Frieza deploying numerous elite soldiers to garrison the planet. While ostensibly for the purpose of assisting the Saiyans in managing planetary affairs, the true intention is to monitor the Saiyans' every move, serving as a form of intimidation. Among these warriors, the weakest possess combat power exceeding several hundred, with stronger ones surpassing 1,000, and some even boasting thousands of points of power. Thus, it is not merely Talot who would struggle against them. Even fully grown Saiyans might find themselves outmatched. Even if they meet the power threshold, strength is not solely determined by numerical value. It encompasses combat experience, skill, and overall capability. His thoughts drifted once more. At that moment, a peculiar sensation of energy caught Talot's attention, causing him to halt in his tracks, as if he had encountered some formidable adversary, his hairs standing on end. What is this sensation? Talot's heart raced with a sense of foreboding. Having trained in Ki, particularly in a direction that may have gone awry, he found his instinct for danger increasingly acute. His body trembled involuntarily. This feeling had only arisen in the presence of Frieza and Dodoria before. Talot quickly shifted his gaze toward the distant royal city. Is Frieza returning? No, that's not right. I cannot sense Frieza's malevolent aura, nor that of Dodoria or the elite commanders like Zabon. Despite the overwhelming sense of unease, he could detect no presence, and the battle power detector offered no clues. The terror of the unknown was especially daunting. In an instant, Talot's breathing quickened and his heartbeat raced. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable sensation of suffocation. There was no doubt this was not a mere illusion. Who could instill such a feeling in me? Wait a moment. Could it be? An exclamation mark suddenly erupted in his mind, swiftly followed by the appearance of two figures, the god of destruction and the angel. Yes, it must be. Otherwise, how could I possibly be unaware of their presence? Only the divine essence eludes my perception. Moreover, it exudes an undeniable aura of intimidation. Talot gasped in astonishment. Memories of the original storyline surged forth in his mind, before the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza. It was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, who came to Planet Vegeta to dine, wasn't it? Although the depiction in the original work was merely a fleeting moment, as a time traveler, he possessed an intimate understanding of various information. Since his arrival in this world, Talot had been preoccupied with escaping the planet before Frieza annihilated it, yet he had overlooked the fundamental reason for this catastrophe. Frieza was indeed the culprit, But the true cause behind the destruction of Planet Vegeta was his receipt of orders from the god of destruction, Beerus. This prompted him to act without hesitation, not only to eliminate the threat posed by the Saiyans, but also to demonstrate his loyalty to Beerus. If I were to reassess the timeline, it would likely be less than 2 months before Frieza makes his move. Growing increasingly anxious, Talot quickened his pace toward his home. He needed to ascertain one crucial matter. When would Bardock return? The countdown to the planet's destruction began with Bardock's return from his invasion of the Cereal Planet. It is worth mentioning that for all these years, he had thrived under the care of Bardock and Jain, allowing him to grow up without a care. Especially Jain, who treated him with the affection of a biological son. Even better than she treated Raditz, as Bardock and Jain often expressed, they considered him as close as their own siblings. Within the palace at the heart of the royal city, on the throne that represented the highest authority among the Saiyans, sat a gaunt, purple-skinned being devoid of hair, leisurely basking in comfort. This being was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. To his left stood a man clad in distinctive attire, wielding a staff. His expression one of calm assurance. He was the angel. At this moment, a profoundly tragic scene unfolded. Beneath the throne, Beerus had one foot planted firmly on King Vegeta's head, mercilessly grinding it down. Confronted with such humiliation, King Vegeta knelt, trembling in fear. Not only did he dare not resist, but he also acquiesced to Beerus's actions. The countenance that once radiated authority was now consumed by cold sweat and terror. He could never have fathomed that the legendary god of destruction would descend upon Planet Vegeta. In his current state of panic, he was deeply afraid that a moment's displeasure from his divine visitor could lead to his obliteration. Fortunately, he had refrained from any reckless actions from the outset and had extended the highest form of hospitality befitting a Saiyan to his guest. Otherwise, he could only imagine his fate. Yet, even so, he had failed to appease this deity. Instead, the unsatisfactory meal led Beerus to mock him, demanding that he procure the finest pillow in the universe. King Vegeta dared not retort, nor could he oppose. He could only command his subordinates to prepare it. Thus, the current predicament came to pass. King Vegeta, are you mocking me? The finest pillow in the universe is certainly not this trash. Beerus's sardonic expression betrayed a ruthless disdain for mere insects. As he exerted a slight pressure with his foot, King Vegeta's head sank lower, nearly touching the ground. Please, spare me. O great god of destruction, I shall command my servants to fetch the finest pillow in the universe. King Vegeta's voice quivered with desperation at this moment. His only desire was to survive. The dignity of the Saiyan king meant nothing if his life was forfeit. Such cowardice, such pitifulness. If other Saiyans were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly find it inconceivable. Yet at this very moment, one individual bore witness to this spectacle, initially incredulous, only to be overtaken by a surge of fury. He was none other than Vegeta, who had come here to discuss the expedition of planets with his father. Stop it at once. In an emotional outburst, even at the tender age of 5, Vegeta exuded a formidable presence as he charged towards Beerus. His courage was commendable, yet Beerus merely cast a casual glance in his direction, rendering the young prince disoriented and causing him to stumble forward and fall at a mere few thousand points of battle power. How could they possibly compare to the supreme god of destruction of the 7th universe? The so-called king of the Saiyans was truly a coward, eclipsed even by the bravery of a mere child. Losing interest in the farce, Beerus rose from his throne, disdain dripping from his words. As he spoke, he casually stepped down, causing King Vegeta's head to collide violently with the ground, embedding it within. This terrifying force instantly rendered him unconscious. What a laughable notion, this so-called warrior race of Saiyans. Such a pathetic planet, that Beerus wished to linger not a moment longer. He was utterly indifferent to the consequences of his actions for him. Sparing Planet Vegeta from outright destruction was already a show of gratitude for King Vegeta's lackluster hospitality. As you command, Lord Beerus, was replied, his demeanor unchanged throughout. However, just before their departure, he cast a long, meaningful glance at the fallen King Vegeta, as if glimpsing a future laden with significance. After a considerable time had passed following their exit, the prostrate King Vegeta gradually regained his senses, confirming that the two had departed. He hastened to his father's side to ascertain his condition, but he knew not who they were, only that their strength was beyond their capacity to resist. The god of destruction, Beerus, imparted the first lesson of life to the young Vegeta, teaching him that despite being a prince of the Saiyan race, in reality, he was nothing at all. Of course, this memory would soon be buried deep within the consciousness of the young Vegeta. For in the 20 years to come, he would become nothing more than a plaything for Frieza's amusement. Outside the royal city, in a bustling town, Talot hastened back with utmost urgency. Had he been aware of the events transpiring within the palace, his heart would surely be heavy with sorrow, for, as he had anticipated, the unfolding events mirrored precisely the narrative he had come to know. Along the way, Talot greeted familiar faces in the streets. Ultimately arriving at the home of Bardock and Jain, Talot's own residence was adjacent, making their homes practically inseparable. Upon entering, Talot beheld Jain, engrossed in slicing a beast. So focused was she that she failed to notice his arrival. "I am back, Aunt Jain." Startled, Jain turned at the sound, a smile illuminating her face upon recognizing Talot. "Little Talot, you're home so early today?" Jain teased, playfully pinching his cheek. As a female Saiyan, particularly one who had recently given birth, Jain was not required to partake in missions like other Saiyans. This leniency was afforded by Bardock's status, allowing her to fulfill a supportive role rather than engage in combat. Talot, accustomed to her playful antics since childhood, found himself unable to resist her teasing. He could only endure until she had her fill before he could escape. "Aunt Jain, I'm already 5 years old. You can't pinch my face anymore." Talot protested, cupping his cheek where she had pinched him, a habitual complaint escaping his lips. "Oh, so our little Talot is growing up and beginning to disdain Aunt Jain, is he?" Jain feigned a sorrowful expression, her tone laced with exaggerated grievance. An outsider, this scene might appear as a playful exchange between mother and son. However, for Talot, Jain was not merely a maternal figure. She was akin to a mother to him. From Jain, Talot felt the maternal love that had been absent in his previous life. After their playful banter, Talot shifted the conversation to more serious matters. "Aunt Jain, I remember you mentioned that Uncle Bardock would be returning soon. Do you know the exact day?" "Let me think. The last communication indicated it would be around these days. That if all goes well, I believe Bardock should be home by tomorrow or the day after." Janae extended a slender index finger to rest thoughtfully against her chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Will he be back the day after tomorrow? So soon?" Talot was taken aback, completely caught off guard by this unexpected news. He had assumed there would be a few more days for him to gather his thoughts, never anticipating that the moment had already arrived. If this was merely the prelude to the unfolding narrative, then he must take action without delay. Noticing Talot's perplexed expression, Janae, feeling somewhat at a loss, inquired, "Little Talot, do you have something you wish for Bardock to assist you with?" Upon hearing Janae's counter-question, Talot suddenly realized he had overreacted. He hastily waved his hand and steadied his emotions, responding, "No, it's nothing. I was just surprised to hear that Uncle Bardock is returning so soon. I thought it would take several more days to—" "Oh, I see. I thought your little mind was conjuring up something peculiar again," Janae remarked nonchalantly. Talot was indeed unique, a fact she had recognized since childhood. Generally, among the Saiyans, anyone with sufficient battle power would strive to ascend the ranks. Take her eldest son, Raditz, for instance. He had always sought to distinguish himself, resulting in his infrequent visits now that he had become a prince's attendant, hardly returning more than 2 or 3 times a month. Talot, however, exhibited greater maturity and intellect, qualities that set him apart from his peers. Janae often found herself comparing Talot with other children. Despite all undergoing the genetic memory inheritance process, the disparity was striking. While there were indeed some low-key lower-class warriors like Talot, none possessed such remarkable intelligence. Moreover, Talot was an upper-class warrior, an entirely combat-oriented Saiyan. "And Janae, please continue with your tasks that I shall go check on Kakarot," Talot said, eager to escape the conversation with Janae, fearing that prolonged interaction might reveal his inner turmoil. Upon seeing Janae nod, Talot swiftly entered the inner room. As Talot disappeared from view, a flicker of confusion crossed Janae's eyes. For some reason, although Talot had not exhibited any particularly odd behavior, she felt that today he seemed somewhat strange, Perhaps it was merely her overthinking, or perhaps this child was indeed growing up. As Janae pondered, she resumed her busy tasks. Upon entering the inner room, Talot's gaze was immediately drawn to the incubation chamber in the corner. The child within appeared to have grown considerably, even if his combat power at birth was merely 2. Yet his physique was unlike that of any ordinary human child. "We meet again, Kakarot. Though regrettably, you are still asleep," he murmured softly, stepping closer for a better view. Each visit filled him with a sense of awe. It was unavoidable. After all, this child was extraordinary. He was the protagonist of the original tale. Reborn into the Dragon Ball universe, it was unfathomable to think that a mere 6-month-old infant, belonging to the lowest warrior class, would not only revive the legend of the Super Saiyan, but also ascend to become one of the universe's mightiest warriors. Memories surged forth, particularly that unforgettable line, when Kakarot transforms into a Super Saiyan. All other anime pale in comparison. In his previous life, it had been mere fiction, but for Talot, it was now reality. After a lengthy moment of reflection, Talot retrieved his power scouter. Although he already knew Kakarot's power level, having previously measured it with an older model, he still adjusted the new scouter to ascertain Kakarot's current strength. Beep, 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 beep. Power level 2. Just as before, there was no change. It remained at a mere 2. The difference this time was that the scouter indicated danger levels and some basic information. Of course, these data points were not particularly significant. Soon, you shall be sent to Earth. Commencing your own journey, Talot thought silently to himself that, in truth, regarding Kakarot, he felt no need to ponder excessively, for he was already well aware of the story's progression. As long as he refrained from intervening, everything would remain unchanged. His future was assuredly bright. At the very least, he would grow up carefree, gradually making friends and seeking out the Dragon Balls, all while continuously learning and evolving, compared to Raditz, Vegeta, Nappa, and others who managed to survive under Frieza's tyranny. Talot had no doubt that Kakarot would lead the most comfortable life. At times, he found himself envious, even wishing to trade places. Yet, as days passed, he began to cultivate his own thoughts. Speaking to Kakarot within the incubation chamber, Talot paid no mind to whether the infant could hear or comprehend him. After uttering this thought, Talot turned away without a hint of reluctance and headed for the door. As he stepped outside, Talot did not leave immediately, but engaged in further conversation with Janae before bidding farewell and returning to his own home. The 2 neighboring houses were not large. Talot's abode, though modest, contained all the essentials for him. It was just right. Living alone, he required little space, as long as nothing was lacking. That instinctual sense of dread had finally dissipated entirely, suggesting that those 2 entities must have departed Planet Vegeta. Talot exhaled in relief, then refocused his attention on the present. Contemplating deities of destruction or angels was beyond his capacity. Once Bardock returned, he would be able to ascertain the extent of the story's progression. Leaning against his bed, Talot fell into contemplation once more. In reality, he could only theorize based on the narrative he was familiar with as a time traveler. He understood that at this juncture, multiple timelines could diverge. Analyzing further, one could argue there were 2 distinct timelines. The first timeline was rooted in the original Dragon Ball Z setting, wherein Bardock undertook a mission to invade planet Kanasa and was ambushed by its inhabitants, temporarily gaining the ability to foresee the future. This foresight gradually revealed Frieza's intentions against the Saiyans, culminating in the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The second timeline, established later, was that of Dragon Ball Minus. This alteration could be viewed as an entirely different story unfolding in a parallel universe, where Bardock and other Saiyans invaded Planet Cyril, learning of Frieza's plans to target their kind, thus enabling Kakarot's early departure. Talot was increasingly convinced that the world he inhabited closely resembled the timeline of the original Dragon Ball Z. Kakarot had only just been born 6 months prior, while Vegeta, Raditz, and he were all 5 years old. With the current year being age 737. In the Minus timeline, Kakarot would have been 3 years old in age 737, arriving on Earth at the same age, not accounting for the time taken by the spaceship to travel from Planet Vegeta to Earth. To be fair, Talot's understanding of the Dragon Ball era's narrative was limited to the fragmentary descriptions in the original work. devoid of precise figures. Therefore, to uncover the entirety of the story, he must experience this history firsthand. This was precisely why Talot awaited Bardock's return, to understand the nature of Bardock's current mission and the objectives of the next one, enabling him to make informed judgments. One thing was certain. At the very least, the god of destruction and the angels had only just departed Planet Vegeta. Even if they were to seek out Frieza next, the annihilation of Planet Vegeta would not occur in the immediate future. Furthermore, prior to the planet's destruction, Frieza had specifically summoned all Saiyans engaged in battle to ensure the complete eradication of both planet and people in one fell swoop. For now, he chose to set aside these thoughts. The more he contemplated, the more convoluted it became. Instead, he would focus on how to depart Planet Vegeta smoothly, in this contemporary world. The narrative is, to put it plainly, far more complex than Talot had originally comprehended. He has been diligently discerning an accurate timeline, all in pursuit of seizing every possible advantage, for he is a traveler from another realm, which remains his greatest asset. It is truly vexing. If only I possessed a cheat. There would be no need for such mental exertion. As a traveler, it is indeed a source of embarrassment. Although the Saiyan bloodline is a formidable advantage in its own right, time for development is fleeting. Were it not for this constraint, on Earth, the pathways to power would be manifold. If one were to effectively harness the fortuitous opportunities presented by the original narrative, he is convinced he could swiftly grow in strength. While he cannot oversee Bardock directly, it would be best if he could depart Planet Vegeta accompanied by Aunt Jine. He murmurs to himself, one must not be ungrateful. This notion has long been at the forefront of Talot's mind. Otherwise, had it been his own initiative, he could have left Planet Vegeta on 1 or 2 occasions half a year. In the original tale, Jine met her demise due to Bardock's indecisiveness. In truth, even with her meager combat power, Jine would not have raised suspicion if she had left Planet Vegeta alongside Kakarot. Furthermore, the original text contains similar instances. Paragus brazenly coerced a companion into stealing a spaceship to search for his exiled son. Broly that, of course, there are many intricacies involved, but it must be acknowledged that once one reaches foreign soil, severing ties renders one's fate unknown, and no one would genuinely seek you out. Moreover, one possesses no absolute value. Over the years, Talot has been training while also studying the intricacies of spaceship operation and functionality. This is to ensure that once he fully comprehends these mechanisms, he can sever any pursuit after departing Planet Vegeta. Time passed gradually. After contemplating various methods, Talot diligently continued his cultivation of energy. It must be said that this round of training has afforded him significant enhancement. His combat power has undoubtedly surpassed the threshold of 1,000 points. He nearly lost control of his energy, almost revealing his newfound strength. Whether it is due to an impending crisis or the amplified pressure sensed from the god of destruction and the angel remains uncertain. In any case, it is the confluence of various factors that has led to the awakening of his potential. As night fell, Talot instinctively visited Jine for dinner, engaging in conversation for quite some time. That night marked one of the rare occasions of insomnia for Talot. Although he has been troubled by the looming threat of planetary destruction, it had yet to manifest, thus he would not overly fret to the point of sleeplessness. Moreover, he has always maintained a habit of exercise, training daily, so when the time came, he would simply collapse into slumber by noon the next day. Having endured a night of sleeplessness, it was only at the faintest hint of dawn that Talot finally succumbed to sleep. He awoke at this late hour, feeling somewhat fatigued, and, after splashing water on his face, he became fully alert. Indeed, one cannot harbor excessively heavy burdens. Otherwise, even with immense strength and mental fortitude, one will ultimately be affected. After engaging in some light activities within his quarters to ease his muscles, he then released his energy perception to acclimate to the progress brought about by his recent breakthrough. Suddenly, an immense aura was detected by Talot, leaving him momentarily stunned. Bardock's energy. Has he returned? He exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had been informed of the precise timing by Jine, the sudden awareness of this energy upon waking was still unexpected. I truly am not sensitive enough. How dull I am to notice such a tremendous aura only now, he sighed, recognizing the inadequacy of his own strength. In an instant, he felt a sense of living in comfort and ease. At that moment, within Bardock's abode, the returned Bardock had already partaken of Jain's culinary creations and was conversing, seeking to understand the recent happenings at home. Subsequently, under Jain's guidance, he entered the room to behold his youngest son. "Kakarot, has this little rascal still not awakened after 6 months?" he murmured, fiddling with the battle power detector. Beep, 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 beep. Combat power index. 2 points at IT appears to indeed be a mere 2 points. And it has not changed since birth. A hint of disappointment tinged Bardock's words. His eldest son, Raditz, being an elite warrior, barely crossed the threshold, but boasted a combat power of at least 200 points. Yet this younger son possesses only 2 points, falling short even of the lowest tier auxiliary Saiyans. While he, as a lower tier warrior, understands that a newborn's combat power does not predetermine a Saiyan's future prowess. Kakarot has yet to inspire hope for greatness. "Bardock, though Kakarot's combat power is indeed low, he remains our son. You must not harm him," Jain interjected, fearing Bardock might act rashly as a mother, even with her son's lack of strength. It mattered little to her. In fact, it was precisely Kakarot's frailty that intensified her protective instincts. "What are you implying? I am not the kind of cold-hearted person who would harm my own child." "Jain," Bardock replied, casting a glance at his wife. Simultaneously, he inwardly lamented. Following this mission, his worries had only deepened. Kakarot's weakness may not necessarily be a misfortune. At the very least, he would not attract attention. Even if he did, his combat power of merely 2 points would lead to him being overlooked. In recent years, his pressures have mounted, with many voices rising within the clan. Consequently, his son Raditz has been positioned beside Prince Vegeta by King Vegeta. A seeming honor that is, in truth, a means of using his son as leverage as a lower-tier warrior. Even if Bardock's combat power has reached impressive heights, he cannot defy the king's orders, despite his discontent and personal emotions. Resistance equates to rebellion. Thus, even as King Vegeta commands Raditz to remain at the prince's side, he has no choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, his son has demonstrated some merit, although his power pales in comparison to elite warriors or superior fighters. He has shown sufficient talent to avoid being scorned by those who consider themselves superior. The Saiyan race is one that values strength above all. If one's power is formidable, then one wields considerable influence. The hierarchy among Saiyans classifies them into upper, middle, and lower tiers. One must continuously grow stronger to ascend and garner recognition, possibly even attain superiority. Bardock has fought fiercely over the years to enhance his strength, all in pursuit of possessing the power to truly command his destiny. That he holds firm beliefs, and reality has proven that if he is strong enough, even elite warriors must yield to him. The vast majority of upper-tier and elite warriors would dare only to gossip behind his back. Who would dare confront him directly? Through sheer determination, he has earned the respect of King Vegeta, compelling the king to take him seriously. After scrutinizing Kakarot for a considerable time, Bardock and Jain eventually exited the room. Their brief separation had only served to deepen their bond. Just as they were conversing, Talot, having donned his attire and hastily consumed some jerky, arrived at their doorstep. Their gazes met, and both bore smiles. Bardock, in particular, radiated warmth and approachability. It must be said, this is the charm of a protagonist. Talot still recalls the instant he first laid eyes on Bardock, an involuntary fondness blossoming within him, as it did for Janit. In truth, one might argue that Bardock and Jain are akin to the protagonists of this era. "Uncle Bardock, you are back!" Talot exclaimed. "Indeed, little Talot, you have grown quite a bit," Bardock replied. As Bardock approached Talot, he casually adjusted his power level scouter. Beep, 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 the device chimed, indicating a power level of 350. Not bad, he praised, after half a year apart. Your combat power has not only surpassed 300, but has reached an impressive 350. Bardock scrutinized the figures displayed on the scouter. Although this reading fell short of Raditz's level from the previous year, it was commendable for Talot to achieve 350 without any external training or combat experience. At his age, what had his own combat power been? Among the elite warriors, he had merely been average, yet within the lower ranks, he had been quite remarkable. is worth noting that many Saiyans would find it challenging to attain such a power level in their lifetime. Unbeknownst to Bardock, Talot's current combat power had already exceeded 1,000. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly have been astonished, for such innate talent far surpassed any Saiyan in history, leaving even elite warriors in the dust. However, if there were to be a comparison, one individual stood out. The present-day Vegeta, boasting a power level of 3,000, that from an initial power of 2,000 at birth, he had increased it by 1,000 in just 5 years. A feat made possible by the ample resources at his disposal. Were Talot in Vegeta's position, he too could achieve, if not more, then certainly equivalent gains. Uncle Bardock, you flatter me. This level of strength is nothing remarkable. Talot replied modestly. Curiously, he added, surely your power must be greater than it was 6 months ago, right? I can sense the overwhelming aura you emit. With that, Talot activated his own scouter to measure Bardock's power level. As anticipated, Bardock's power had indeed surpassed the monumental threshold of 10,000, reaching 10,500. Truly impressive, Uncle Bardock. 10,500. Few elite warriors could match such a figure, Talot remarked with genuine admiration. Elite warriors? Humph. A mere collection of superficial incompetence. Bardock scoffed, displaying a palpable disdain for the term. Choosing not to delve deeper into the topic, he shifted the conversation, stating, you arrived just in time. I have matters to discuss with you. He turned to Jain, saying, Raditz should return tonight. Please prepare extra food, as I wish to have a private conversation with young Talot. Raditz is coming back. Splendid. It has been over half a year since our family last gathered. Jain exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she exited to prepare. Talot remained silent, waiting until Bardock beckoned him. Come, young Talot. All right, Talot nodded, eager for this moment of private discourse, as it would grant him insights into the situation at hand. Before long, the two found themselves in another room. Bardock took the lead in the conversation, informing Talot that, at 5 years old, he was now required to venture out and engage in battles on other planets. In accordance with the Saiyan custom of protecting elite warriors until the age of 5, this was the fate of a warrior, the destiny of Saiyan. The very moniker of warrior race was partially derived from this reality. Uncle Bardock, please speak freely. In my heart, you have always been my elder, Talot urged, maintaining his humble demeanor, eager to hear Bardock's plans for him. I sincerely hope you can accompany Raditz and join Prince Vegeta on his campaign. This would not only ensure your safety, but also allow you to earn considerable merit, Bardock proposed, catching Talot by surprise with this suggestion. He had not anticipated such an arrangement. Talot had indeed considered it before. And even Raditz had extended an invitation. Uncle Bardock, if I decline, are there alternative arrangements? Talot inquired, refraining from a direct answer. Bardock seemed to have anticipated this, a knowing smile gracing his lips that I knew you would refuse. This opportunity to train alongside Prince Vegeta is a dream for all Saiyans. Yet, any person of sound mind would recognize that those with lesser power would merely serve as cannon fodder. Indeed, his son may also face that fate, but due to his connection to Bardock, King Vegeta would ensure his safety. Bardock's initial plan was for Talot to join them, resolving a dilemma that had burdened him for some time. However, if you prefer not to follow the prince into battle, I can assist you in applying to independently conquer a mid-level planet, Bardock continued, carefully observing Talot's reaction. Given your current power level, it should pose little difficulty. As Bardock concluded, he felt increasingly satisfied with Talot's demeanor. His calm, composed nature and his unpretentious attitude were commendable traits. Had Talot not been so mature for his age, Bardock would scarcely believe that a 5-year-old could possess such steadiness. Take your time to ponder this. When I embark on my next mission, simply let me know your decision. That I understand, Uncle Bardock, but I believe I won't be joining the prince's entourage, Talot replied, fully aware of Bardock's concern for him. Recognizing Talot's inclination, Bardock had already laid out an alternative path for him. Talot nodded slightly, aware that Bardock had anticipated this response. However, despite Talot's decision, Bardock would not rush to finalize it. There was ample time, and as he had said, there was no need for haste. As the topic shifted, Bardock suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, upon my return, I heard some troubling news that it seems a band of invaders assaulted the royal palace yesterday, resulting in numerous guards being slain. Are you aware of this incident? Upon hearing this, Talot paused momentarily before shaking his head, feigning ignorance to, "Yes, that's so." He responded, though inwardly he had already formed a clear hypothesis. His intuition had not failed him. It must have been the handiwork of the god of destruction, Beerus. Unbeknownst to Talot, Beerus had not killed anyone nor caused any destruction the day prior. The slain guards were those who may have witnessed King Vegeta's humiliation. To preserve the king's dignity, King Vegeta had executed all warriors on duty that day. Better to execute 1,000 innocents than to allow one guilty party to escape. It was evident that few were privy to this information, likely suppressed to avoid panic. And among the fallen were elite warriors boasting power levels as high as 5,000 to Bardock's side, his expression growing more serious. The Saiyan royal palace had been invaded by an unknown enemy. Easily dispatching elite guards with power levels of 5,000.1 could only imagine how formidable the enemy was. Moreover, the lack of drawn attention suggested that the enemy had swiftly annihilated all opposing warriors. Bardock considered the possibility that Frieza had begun covert actions against the Saiyans. This was intel he had stumbled upon during his recent mission. However, it remained unverified, and now, in light of the current situation, it was the only conclusion he could draw. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Talot, observing Bardock's troubled expression, inquired, "Uncle Bardock, are you pondering something?" "No, merely finding it all quite perplexing. Tomorrow, I will request an audience with King Vegeta. Perhaps I may uncover the truth behind this matter," Bardock replied. On the path of Bardock, it seemed that in an effort to alleviate Talot's concerns, he chose to smile and casually shift the conversation to other topics. Talot, in turn, refrained from probing too deeply. Even if he had guessed certain things, he could not voice them openly. Seizing this opportunity, Talot began to inquire about Bardock's recent mission and whether any intriguing incidents had transpired during that time. This had always been Talot's habit, prompting Bardock to naturally recount the details of his mission. As it happened, the task was not particularly challenging. However, a few minor complications arose along the way. Bardock's strength had also seen a breakthrough on the Serial Star, resulting in a combat power that exceeded 10,000 points. Accompanied by Bardock's narrative, he shared the overarching events of the mission, though only in broad strokes, devoid of extraneous details. Nevertheless, Talot gleaned the information he sought. Undoubtedly, the experiences Bardock described on Serial Star astonished Talot. The narrative from the Dragon Ball saga had unfolded in reality. This was utterly unexpected, for he had long since classified this timeline as the Z timeline. Yet, it was perplexing. If that were the case, Kakarot should be 3 years old. However, Kakarot was merely 6 months old. When would Uncle Bardock embark on another mission after returning this time? Talot endeavored to stabilize his emotions and inquired further. Clearly, Bardock was concealing certain matters, not wishing for Talot to be entangled in them. True to his character, Bardock approached every task with utmost caution. Though sometimes indecisive, he always sought clarity before arriving at a conclusion. "You rascal, are you worried that your time is running short?" Thus entertaining some mischievous thoughts, Bardock chuckled. In response, Talot felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "What mischievous thoughts?" I merely asked out of curiosity. Moreover, if I were to conquer a planet, I would like to know how much time I have left to prepare. Bardock nodded, revealing no secrets, while others cannot be informed. "I suppose it is permissible to share with you, but do not let it slip outside our conversation. I hastily returned upon receiving a decree from King Vegeta. A highly valuable planet has been discovered on the front lines. However, due to the scarcity of high combat power personnel, I am required to lead my troops on this mission. The planet is named Kanasha, and its inhabitants, the Kanashans, possess formidable strength. Otherwise, I had initially planned to take you along for this mission. For your safety, little Talot, it would be more prudent for you to remain on a mid to low level planet. As for the departure date, I must meet with King Vegeta tomorrow to finalize it. At most, it should not exceed half a month's time." Bardock elaborated on the details. The prospect of departing for Kanasha in just half a month invigorated Talot, as it dawned on him that the real Dragon Ball world he inhabited intertwined all the events from the original narrative. Upon recalculating the timeline, he estimated that the impending crisis of planetary destruction loomed in approximately 2 to 3 months. Although the distance to Kanasha remained uncertain, it likely was not far, reflecting on Bardock's experiences in the original tale. Including the time taken to conquer Kanasha, Talot recognized that he must depart before Bardock's next mission. Furthermore, he was certain that in the coming days, Bardock would arrange for Kakarot to be sent to Earth. No wonder Bardock had approached him regarding the mission. It was to ensure his avoidance of this impending turmoil. Bardock must have learned of Frieza's plans against the Saiyans, though he remained unaware that Frieza's intentions had initially been merely speculative. He had no desire to annihilate the entire race in one fell swoop. However, he subsequently received orders from the god of destruction, Beerus, to obliterate Planet Vegeta and the entire Saiyan civilization. Talot pondered inwardly. Then I shall take my leave, Uncle Bardock. After conversing with Bardock for quite some time and acquiring all the information he sought, Talot bid farewell. Remember to come for dinner early tonight. Bardock did not utter another word as he watched Talot depart. As Talot left, Bardock's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the chamber where Kakarot's incubation pod resided, his thoughts growing increasingly solemn. Earlier, he had deliberately avoided certain topics, only sharing inconsequential details of the mission with Talot. Yet, only he understood that a great storm was about to engulf Planet Vegeta, and the Saiyan race could be obliterated by a single misstep. In this world, could such coincidences truly exist? Perhaps I am overthinking. Bardock murmured. Although that fellow Elec seems somewhat unreliable, the intelligence he provided, coupled with the recent attack at the palace, led Bardock to connect the dots, suspecting Frieza's covert machinations against the Saiyans. After much contemplation, Bardock reached a decision. Regardless of the veracity of the information from the Zeta organization, he must take precautions that, if it were true, he needed to make all necessary arrangements beforehand, at the very least. He should ensure Kakarot and Tarot's safety if it turned out to be false. He could retrieve the two children later. The back and forth would incur no significant loss, merely consuming some time, as for Raditz. He was slated to depart with the prince's team in a few days, so Bardock need not worry about him. Could it be that King Vegeta has received some reliable intelligence? Bardock wondered. Suspecting that the king had ordered Prince Vegeta to lead a team to conquer a planet at such a critical juncture. Previously unconsidered, this now seemed to carry the intent of protecting Prince Vegeta from the impending storm. Departing from Bardock's home, Talot no longer wavered as he had before. Upon returning home, he meticulously began calculating everything he would need to leave Planet Vegeta at this critical juncture. His lack of power left him with no choice but to go with the flow. In this world, only by wielding sufficient strength could one pursue their desires. Access to a large spaceship was beyond his reach, but as an upper-level warrior, securing a medium-sized spaceship through Bardock's connections should not pose a problem. With this foundation, he could carry away a substantial amount of supplies. Most crucially, he needed to acquire healing elixirs and potions. It would be ideal to obtain some raw materials as well. With raw materials for research, he could ensure an endless supply in the future, as Talot muttered to himself. His previously chaotic thoughts crystallized into a comprehensive plan. Perhaps I could also procure some cultivation seeds. Their combat power is around 200 points, and they are entirely obedient to their cultivator, making them the most loyal of subordinates. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Talot found himself revisiting matters that had previously occupied his contemplation. However, the device in question was not something that all elite warriors could readily obtain. Only the most distinguished among them possessed the privilege to utilize it. Yet his inability to acquire it did not preclude others from doing so. Bardock should have a means to secure it, and perhaps even Raditz could leverage his current status to obtain it in the original narrative. Raditz was indeed a failure, but the present Raditz seemed to enjoy a rather illustrious standing. It must be said, having a father with a battle power exceeding 10,000 made it nearly impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Moreover, as an upper-class warrior, his rank naturally elevated him further. Talot had even overheard some flattering remarks directed at Raditz, such as, if his father, a lower-class warrior, possesses such formidable strength, Raditz is sure to surpass Bardock in the future. Surpassing Bardock, Raditz harbored such aspirations. Had the Saiyans not faced the cataclysm of extinction, allowing him to develop gradually, perhaps it could have been feasible. Alas, in the original tale, after the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he was left without guidance and ultimately became a mere shadow of his potential. It was not until 20 years later that his combat power reached a mere 1,500 points, a stark contrast to his father's peak performance, which was nearly tenfold that figure. Time slipped away. And over an hour had passed. After meticulously sifting through all necessary items, Talot's thoughts shifted to other considerations. Most crucially, there was the matter of how to take Aunt Johnny with him. Speaking of which, with his status as an upper-class warrior, he had the authority to summon several lower-class warriors to assist him during missions. However, therein lay the conundrum. He was still just a child. Furthermore, this endeavor involved independently conquering a medium-sized planet. And given the associated difficulties, it was uncertain whether he could secure any allocations. If all else failed, he would have to enlist Bardock's assistance to plead his case. Aunt Johnny, upon learning of his desire for her companionship, would likely not refuse him, he mumbled to himself, reflecting that Aunt Johnny was most concerned about Kakarot. Yet, once Kakarot was sent away, she would be unencumbered. At that point, she could accompany him and perhaps even visit Earth, a prospect she would undoubtedly find irresistible. Regrettably, it was exceedingly difficult to persuade Bardock. It was inconceivable that he would leave, especially in light of the looming threat of the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Once he became aware of it, he would undoubtedly stay to confront the formidable enemies. Even if he revealed his identity as a time traveler and divulged all that he knew, it could backfire spectacularly. Moreover, it was entirely possible that revealing such an identity would lead Bardock to eliminate him. After all, without his reincarnation, the original body belonged to his brother's son. Without question, Talot would be branded an invader. Never mind, he thought, if it came to that, he could always venture to Earth or seek out Namek, and wish for Bardock's resurrection using the Dragon Balls. He continued to ponder his strategies. That it was indisputable that Bardock could not be taken along. Ultimately, it boiled down to his own insufficient strength. Were he powerful enough, surpassing Bardock, he could simply incapacitate him and carry him away. In that case, he would not need to deliberate so extensively. If he wished to leave, no one on Planet Vegeta could stop him. The harsh reality was that Frieza, with a battle power of 530,000, required no transformation. A casual energy blast from him could obliterate Planet Vegeta. If the Saiyans were aware of Frieza's combat power, they would likely abandon any thoughts of rebellion. Regaining his composure, Talot inhaled deeply and sat cross-legged on his bed. After a breakthrough in his training yesterday, he sensed Bardock's energy today. Following an exchange and a period of introspection, he seemed to have gained new insights regarding the mastery of energy. Thus, without realizing it, the afternoon slipped away. As night descended, Talot concluded his cultivation of energy. He should have achieved some advancements in power, particularly in the application of energy. Gradually rising from his bed, Talot concentrated his energy into the palm of his hand. The pure white aura, under his mental command, could morph into any shape. While this level of energy lacked destructive capability, it nonetheless demonstrated his current mastery over his own aura. He could not claim complete control, yet the insights gained over the past 2 days had significantly improved his understanding of energy. As his proficiency with energy became increasingly adept, his body appeared to remember the sensation automatically, circulating energy within him, strengthening his physique, meridians, and even his internal organs. Having completed his self-reflection, Talot began to trace circular motions with his hands, reminiscent of the cultivation techniques seen in martial arts or fantasy realms. Remarkably, this did indeed have a slight effect. After such movements, he could feel the flow of his energy. It was as if his aura, previously stagnant, had transformed into a vibrant stream, now in motion. Without doubt, his strength seemed to have intensified after breaking through his previous limitations. His battle power should have reached 1,100 points, if not higher. A desire to ascertain the extent of his battle power arose within him. Talot activated his battle power detector, cautiously restraining his aura within a certain range to prevent any leakage. Ultimately, the detector revealed his current battle power, 1150 points. It appeared that he was on the right path. Achieving such a substantial breakthrough in just 2 days was remarkable. Previously, it would have taken several months. Indeed, the greater the pressure, the greater the progress. As a Saiyan, he was naturally capable of growing stronger under duress, becoming more formidable in the face of challenges. After his introspection, Talot once again subdued his aura, this time not to 350 points. But to 360 points, as he matured and encountered more experiences, his strength would naturally rise. Even though the difference between 350 and 360 points was minimal, gradual, incremental improvements felt more organic than a sudden leap, which would yield a more profound impact. Suddenly, he detected the presence of Aunt Johnny that a foreign energy approached, instinctively capturing his attention. This automatic awareness, while previously achievable, seemed clearer now, following his enhanced control over his energy. Talot casually extended his energy perception, and within moments he sensed Raditz's aura. He had returned. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Little Talot, it's time to eat. Upon hearing the call, Talot promptly opened the door, maintaining a smile as he said, My apologies, Aunt Johnny, that I didn't sleep well last night and was resting, completely unaware of how late it had grown. I suspected you were asleep. Aunt Johnny replied, nodding at Talot before teasingly adding, It seems you were really looking forward to Bardock's return last night. Little Talot has grown and developed his own thoughts. This remark made Talot feel slightly embarrassed. I have no such concerns. You are overthinking it, Aunt Johnny. In response, Aunt Johnny chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling, and said, All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. By the way, Raditz has returned, and it's been quite a while since you two last saw each other. He's very curious about how much her battle power has increased. With her husband and eldest son back, this family reunion was something she had long anticipated. As for Talot, he held a place in her heart akin to that of a son. They were indeed family. Is that so? I'm quite curious myself about how much Raditz's battle power has increased during his time with Prince Vegeta's team. The last time we met, I recall it was already at 500 points. Talot replied casually. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they made their way to the next room. I could tea that moment. Raditz was circling around Kakarot's incubation pod, scrutinizing his younger brother. Of course, this was not his first encounter. But having been away for 2 to 3 months, he noted that Kakarot still appeared as small as ever. Kakarot, when will you grow up? Your battle power remains the same as before, still only 2 points. Raditz murmured to himself, feeling a twinge of disappointment as an elder brother. Yet, this feeling dissipated quickly. After all, as the older sibling, even if he was a higher-ranked warrior, familial bonds prevailed. His younger brother would always remain his dear brother. If his brother was weak, it was no great concern. He could simply become a supportive Saiyan. With him, as an older brother, providing shelter from the storms of life was sufficient. This moment. Raditz was vastly different from the Raditz of later years, and the present. With a harmonious family, his small heart brimmed with a profound sense of responsibility, a lesson imparted by Bardock. Grow quickly, Kakarot, no matter what happens in the future. Your brother will always protect you. Raditz's words seemed to carry a certain magic. For a brief moment, Kakarot, nestled in the incubation chamber, seemed to hear him. His tiny frame shook slightly before he suddenly opened his eyes. Their gazes met, and Raditz shouted in excitement, drawing in others who had heard him speak. Bardock and Jain were thoroughly pleased with Raditz's demeanor. Their joy heightened when Kakarot opened his eyes. Talot, however, was somewhat taken aback by Raditz's words. Yet he did not display any surprise outwardly. He merely chuckled inwardly, noting that Raditz exuded a sense of a righteous older brother protecting the weak. The contrast between his childhood and adulthood suggested that the future Raditz had grown up in a twisted environment that warped his psyche. As Kakarot closed his eyes again to sleep, the others gradually exited the room, to the dining table. Bardock sat at the head, marveling at his son. It seems that being in the company of Prince Vegeta has contributed significantly to your growth. Raditz, his initial concerns had vanished. He had feared that his son might be influenced by those so-called elite warriors, leading him to become arrogant and misguided. Kakarot is my brother. Isn't that how it should be? Dad, Raditz replied succinctly, his sincerity evident. Bardock nodded, and Jain beamed with happiness. There was a considerable gap between the brothers, yet thankfully, there was no sense of disdain from the older sibling towards the younger. You truly surprised me. I expected you to become quite self-important, Talot remarked, unable to hold back his thoughts. This comment irked Raditz. As if you were some great adult. Must I conform to your expectations? Before Talot could respond, Bardock and Jain burst into laughter. Not in mockery, but rather finding Raditz's response endearing. Simultaneously, they chuckled at Talot, who had always exhibited a maturity beyond his years, making it easy for them to perceive him as normal. It was only when Raditz reminded them that they realized how Talot, at just 5 years old, was behaving almost like an adult, teasing Raditz, giving off a vibe of a small child with an old soul. The laughter transformed the atmosphere entirely. Talot seemed to grasp something, joining in the laughter, and Raditz was equally affected. For a time, their joyous sounds filled the air. After the meal, Jain took charge of the cleanup while Bardock went to bathe, leaving Raditz and Talot gazing at each other. "Let me see what your battle power is now, Talot." Previously, with their parents present, Raditz had not been in a hurry to find out, but now, with dinner concluded, he was eager to gauge Talot's strength, thinking it a good opportunity to stretch his muscles. "I'm quite curious about your battle power as well." Although Talot could likely estimate Ratitz's power by sensing his energy, the accuracy remained questionable. The two activated their scouters, as the beeping sound rang out. 2 numbers soon appeared on their respective screens. Raditz felt a surge of joy as Talot's battle power began to increase. "I told you, you were born with a power level similar to mine, so you wouldn't fall behind. Now you've finally caught up. However, you still have a long way to go compared to me. You must work harder." Ratitz's slightly self-satisfied remark evoked a unique emotional response in Talot. Undeniably, while Raditz was somewhat arrogant, his words and thoughts reflected genuine concern for his family. This made Talot feel a tinge of embarrassment. They were not truly family, yet Raditz undeniably cared for him. In contrast, Talot had been heavily influenced by the original storyline, never contemplating whether to take Raditz along, thus beginning to alter the narrative. Lost in thought, Talot suddenly came to his senses. "I'm different from you," just as Uncle Bardock said. "Even though we are both elite warriors, you have your path to tread, and I have mine." Talot succinctly stated his decision. Shifting the topic, "Your battle power has reached 550 points. You must have undergone considerable training these past few months. It's all right. I'm not the only one following Prince Vegeta. If I don't strive to showcase exceptional talent, I will inevitably be looked down upon." Ratitz's candid words revealed that his life was not as easy as it seemed. However, he should also be enjoying it, as his limited perspective led him to believe that Saiyans must pledge allegiance to their king. Prince Vegeta was the future king, and Ratitz's current ambition was to become his right-hand man. Striving to grow stronger is commendable, but never waver from your original intentions. You are surrounded by elites, and you should understand this. Talot pondered for a moment before offering this caution. Any wise being often wavers in their youth. Even adults can change due to their environment and various factors. "Do I need you to tell me?" "Of course I know." Raditz retorted. "So, how about a spar? I won't bully you. I'll match your battle power for a little post-dinner exercise." Raditz appeared confident and lacked ulterior motives. "A spar? I'm indifferent." Talot did not refuse. He had always trained alone, occasionally simulating opponents in his imagination, but real combat opportunities were scarce. After all, he lived in a realm of lower-ranked warriors who dared not challenge him. Moreover, being a child, adults would not engage him in battle. "Then let us go. It's not possible to let loose here." Raditz chuckled, rising with enthusiasm. Talot nodded, following closely behind. The two exchanged words with Jain, and after receiving her approval, they stepped outside to an open area. The number of Saiyans was limited. Although nearly 2,000 lower-ranked warriors resided in the vicinity, this number was still sparse for the vast expanse of land. "Come on, Talot. Feel free to attack," Raditz declared, hands on his hips, showing no intention of defense or aggression. He genuinely believed their power disparity was so great that he didn't need to take it seriously. Indeed, the difference between 360 and 550 battle power was substantial. In this hierarchy of strength, even a difference of 30 or 50 points could easily determine the victor. But you should be careful. Talot exhibited no hesitation, wielding his power at the 360-point threshold. In this battle, he was indifferent to the outcome, merely seeking to gauge his combat prowess and physical reflexes against Raditz, even if it required him to concede defeat or feign a loss. He was unperturbed. With a bold charge, Talot transformed into multiple afterimages, effortlessly traversing the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye. A powerful punch swung toward Raditz. Faced with such swift aggression, Raditz remained composed, deftly raising his hand to deflect Talot's fist. Immediately thereafter, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Talot. The attack was blocked, prompting Talot to unleash a counterstrike with his other fist. A resounding thud echoed as their small fists collided, initiating a test of strength between Raditz and Talot. Not bad at all. The strength isn't insignificant. Yet it pales in comparison to mine. Raditz's grin carried an unmistakably mischievous undertone. Talot had long grown accustomed to his demeanor. Oh, really? The essence of battle transcends mere strength. Without any intent to unleash greater power, Talot utilized Raditz's force to retreat and seek an opportunity. Observing this, Raditz launched a barrage of violent punches and kicks. The intensity of the assault momentarily left Talot feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. Fortunately, he was not merely wasting time. Even in the absence of practical combat experience, he possessed a lifetime of memories and the rich insights that came from imaginative combat meditation. The onslaught continued, punctuated by a series of thuds as fists and feet collided. The battlefield shifted continuously. The situation appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. Without question, Talot, wielding only 360 points of combat power, was being relentlessly pursued by Raditz, who boasted a formidable 550 points. Just as he seemed cornered, Talot seized a critical moment to turn the tide. Engaging in genuine combat allowed him to reflect on his past training and the application of various techniques. Retaining the effective while discarding the unnecessary, as the battle deepened, Talot found himself engulfed in a state of blissful oblivion. Although he was primarily defending against Raditz's attacks, he began to appreciate the thrill of combat. No wonder Saiyans are such battle maniacs. The act of fighting ignites their blood, fueling a desire to grow stronger and experience the exhilaration that comes with wielding greater power. You managed to withstand all this. It seems you're not just wasting time. You've been training, haven't you? Raditz maintained his offensive, speaking with a tone of provocation. He had assumed that revealing his strength would suffice to defeat Talot, only to discover that Talot remained undefeated. Of course, I haven't been idly wasting time. Watch this move. That a smirk curled at the corner of Talot's mouth as his body transformed into afterimages, swiftly surrounding Raditz. Shadow Fist. This was not the original Turtle School's Shadow Fist. Merely a semblance of it. Talot, having comprehended and refined this technique, had cultivated it into an effect akin to a hyperspeed shadow clone. Raditz, momentarily taken aback by the speed of Talot's technique, found himself unable to discern the location of his true self. So, this is a technique you developed for survival. Merely evading does not make one a qualified warrior. Raditz's eyes darted about, searching for a flaw. Talot's voice echoed in his ears, obscuring his sense of direction. Any technique's effectiveness lies in its application. My move serves more than just evasion and defense. A trivial skill. Since I cannot find your true form, I shall first eliminate all these afterimages you've created. Raditz's decisive action earned Talot's respect. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, swiftly obliterating the numerous afterimages Talot had conjured. Found you. Although several afterimages remained, Raditz appeared to have pinpointed Talot. Little did he know, this was merely a deliberate ruse crafted by Talot. As Raditz's fist shattered one of the afterimages, it seemed as though all had vanished, yet he felt no tangible impact. Not good. Sensing something amiss, Raditz instinctively looked up. Take this. A flying kick descended from above. Raditz raised his hand to block it, but was still sent flying by the immense force, tumbling over 10 meters before regaining his balance through a series of backflips, utilizing the speed of descent to amplify power. You've got a sharp mind, I must admit. Raditz shook his pained arm, his tone laced with criticism. Most would bristle at such remarks, yet Talot remained unfazed. Having concealed his true strength, he maintained his composure regardless of Raditz's words. Thus, I reiterate that combat is not solely about strength, Talot replied nonchalantly. Then his aura shifted dramatically, surging forth like a tiger unleashed, charging at Raditz. Inspired by Talot's ferocity, Raditz felt an overwhelming surge of competitive spirit. Driven by his desire to win, he unleashed even greater power. Their battle escalated to an intense climax, growing ever more fierce. Unbeknownst to them, their clash had drawn a gathering of spectators, each offering their commentary. Among them was a strikingly graceful girl named Selari, who, like Talot and Raditz, was 5 years old. However, With a combat power of merely 100 points, she was classified as a lower-tier warrior. Fortunately, due to this limited power, she was not dispatched as a disposable asset to conquer planets. Instead, she grew up alongside her parents. Her relationship with Talot could be described as childhood sweethearts, though Talot, having been reborn as an adult, showed little interest. Raditz is truly insufferable, returning only to flaunt his strength and bully my big brother Talot. Cellari harbored a deep-seated dislike for Raditz, stemming from his perpetual air of superiority throughout their childhood, which became even more pronounced after aligning with Prince Vegeta. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Bardock had concluded his bath and hastily emerged to observe the skirmish, even though such childlike battles held little intrigue for a warrior of his caliber. This was a confrontation between his son and his nephew Talot. This boy has even managed to surprise me. With just 360 points of combat power, he can exhibit such capabilities. Bardock couldn't help but marvel. His admiration for Talot was mingled with curiosity about how he had grown stronger and mastered his abilities to such an extent. Although Raditz was indeed more powerful in a true battle of equals, he would likely fall short against Talot. Raditz, how could you be so reckless? You know you hold a 200-point advantage, yet show no mercy. Johnny voiced her concerns. Humph. Overreaching often leads to downfall. While Raditz has matured considerably, his understanding of combat remains evidently lacking, especially when compared to Talot. Bardock remarked with a hint of melancholy. While he held Raditz's strength in high regard, he found his approach to combat highly unwise. Only foolish elite warriors would employ such tactics, obsessively pursuing overwhelming strength to crush their adversaries. Johnny, intrigued, turned to Bardock. Are you suggesting that Raditz might lose to Talot? It appears that Talot is nearly outmatched. I did not claim that Raditz would lose. Rather, he could win with far greater ease and simplicity. Yet his relentless assault, even if victorious, signifies a loss in a broader sense. To triumph over an opponent with lesser combat power, one must employ a higher level of skill, and the toll it takes is considerable. In a life-or-death scenario, Raditz would find himself with no escape, as a warrior forged through trials and tribulations. Bardock had a clear understanding of Raditz's shortcomings. Johnny continued to observe the battle, though her combat power of 600 points hindered her from fully grasping Bardock's perspective. However, she also knew that her husband could not be wrong. The battle had concluded. Under Talot's deliberate control, he subtly conceded defeat to Raditz. Learning in combat, adapting during the fray, and identifying his own flaws to enhance himself, all were part of his strategy. Once his objective was achieved, and ensuring that he remained undetected, Talot's loss in this encounter was neither shameful nor indicative of weakness. After all, he had engaged Raditz for quite some time with a combat power of 360. On the surface, it appeared that had he not exhausted his energy, he might not have lost so swiftly. Although Raditz emerged victorious, his triumph was not as satisfying as he had anticipated. He had genuinely not expected Talot to endure under his assault for such a duration. Others may have been oblivious, but he recognized that he had exerted 80% of his strength, equating to a combat power exceeding 450. Had Talot managed to withstand further, Raditz would have been compelled to unleash his full might. Next time, he resolved, he would not allow the fight to be so arduous. He must devise a quicker method to vanquish his opponent. With such thoughts, it was evident that Raditz possessed considerable intellect, quite contrary to his portrayal in the original narrative as foolish. During the combat, he also discerned his own shortcomings, understanding that the battle need not have been so grueling, yet Talot's tactics had prolonged it significantly. Of course, he remained unaware that throughout the encounter, Talot had merely been toying with him, using the experience to familiarize himself with his own power and enhance his practical skills. Had Talot unleashed his full strength, he could have easily dispatched Raditz with a single blow. As the duel concluded, numerous Saiyans in the audience began to voice their admiration. Although the majority were lower-class warriors, there were also two elite fighters present. Regardless of their focus on either Raditz or Talot's performances, all were filled with awe, some even extolling them to the heavens. Naturally, this was influenced by Bardock's presence. After all, Bardock was Raditz's father and Talot's uncle. This lower-class warrior, whose combat power had soared to over 10,000 within a few short years, had become a legend in the eyes of all lower-class fighters. It said that dignity must be earned through one's own efforts. Bardock had commanded respect from elite warriors through sheer strength. However, Bardock despised such flattery, well aware of the internal strife among the Saiyans. The elite warriors and even the elite fighters were overly consumed by the pursuit of fame and fortune, often becoming selfish individuals, some of whom would resort to underhanded tactics against their comrades. In contrast, the lower-class warriors largely retained their humanity. Even if most were relatively weak, they still possessed individuality. Bardock had no desire to curry favor with the powerful and would not voluntarily frequent high-end venues. Thus, those elite warriors would often deride him behind his back, branding him a mere lower-class warrior. Despite his strength, he could not escape the stigma of being considered lowly. Under Bardock's gentle admonitions, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Raditz and Talot also distanced themselves from the onlookers and approached Bardock. "Are you all right, Brother Talot?" Sairari took the opportunity to jog over, her concerned demeanor rendering Talot somewhat bashful. "But I'm fine. I'm merely exhausted some energy." Talot replied. This young girl, typically quite proud, rarely displayed such overt concern. Yet this display was genuine. Sairari was truly worried for his safety. To this, Jain was accustomed, and Bardock recognized that Sairari had always shared a close bond with Talot since childhood. Thus, he paid little heed, merely reflecting on how much the girl had grown over the past half-year. Now boasting a combat power of 180, Sairari maintained a basic friendliness towards Bardock and Jain. Yet she directed her ire solely at Raditz, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing him. This discontent left Raditz somewhat displeased, and he retorted, "Hey, I didn't truly go all out. Is it necessary to be so hostile? This was merely a post-meal exercise." "Humph. You did it on purpose. Who doesn't know you've been learning alongside Prince Vegeta, with so many elites instructing you? Had Brother Talot been afforded the same resources, he certainly wouldn't have lost to you." Sairari boldly shot back, showing no fear towards Raditz. Her demeanor, though quite unreasonable, led Talot to refrain from interjecting, as Sairari was merely defending his honor, even if Talot believed it unnecessary. After all, he had concealed his true strength. Raditz felt a surge of anger, his face reddening as he exclaimed, "My strength is a result of my own training. Do you think merely being by the prince's side grants you benefits for free?" Sairari's words ignited a flame within him. Undoubtedly, having his efforts invalidated was profoundly disheartening for Raditz. After all, he was still young. Despite his maturity, he remained a mere 5-year-old child. Yet, Sairari continued to cast him disdainful glances. Clearly believing Raditz was merely trying to showcase himself by defeating Talot, Jain, wishing to defend her son, found herself at a loss for words, as Sairari was someone she had watched grow up. Bardock subtly shook his head at Jain, signaling that he perceived this as a beneficial situation. He could see that his son was harboring some negative emotions, and this confrontation offered an opportunity for release. Moreover, he hoped that his son could experience more, thereby gaining greater understanding. Being misunderstood, targeted, and distrusted, sometimes such experiences were not entirely negative. Only through these trials could a person grow, ultimately learning to withstand all manner of gossip and slander. He had undergone similar experiences. "You brat, Talot, tell me, did I truly try to kill you? Did I use my full strength?" Raditz's fury reached its peak as he pressed on. Talot, feeling awkward for a moment, reached out and grasped Sairari's wrist, saying, "Sairari, you've misunderstood. Raditz and I were merely sparring. He didn't use his full power against me. Otherwise, I would have lost this battle from the outset." Upon hearing Talot's words, Raditz felt somewhat relieved. Sairari absorbed this information, but continued to regard Raditz with hostility, a sentiment rooted in their long-standing rivalry. Raditz wished to protest further, but Jain could no longer hold her tongue. However, she wisely chose not to defend Raditz directly. Instead, she simply grasped Raditz's ear, saying, "Isn't it true that when you were younger, you would always bully Sairari, thinking yourself clever? It's no wonder she dislikes you so much." "Ouch, ouch, Mom. Let go. You haven't ripped my ear off," Raditz pleaded, on the verge of tears as he begged for mercy. Bardock sighed, finally speaking up. "All right, it was merely a light sparring match. Raditz won, but in a sense. Talot did not lose either. Therefore, Sairari, you needn't be so hard on Raditz. You are both still young and lack understanding. When you grow older and look back on this, you will realize that many disputes are ultimately meaningless. Engaging in playful quarrels is quite normal, but one must learn to let go. Bardock's words carried the weight of a mentor's guidance, and they indeed proved effective. Not only did they help Talot gain insight into more profound truths, but they also softened Sarari's animosity towards Raditz. Of course, changing her feelings wouldn't happen overnight, as girls tend to hold grudges. Talot, too, felt a sense of helplessness, for he understood Sarari all too well. Though merely 5 years old, she possesses an extraordinary level of maturity. In the dead of night, Talot has returned home, lying in bed as he continues to contemplate the intricacies of life. Following his battle with Raditz, he has garnered considerable insights. While some minor incidents occurred, they ultimately prove inconsequential. Reflecting on Bardock's words directed at him and Raditz, Talot comprehends that even if he can engage in battles beyond his level, making it challenging for Raditz to contend with him, it is merely a matter of taking advantage of the situation. Should they face each other again, Raditz would undoubtedly be able to swiftly identify his weaknesses. Unless he revises his tactics, Raditz would defeat him even more rapidly, expending less effort in the process. In summary, there are numerous areas in which he must improve. His combat experience must be accumulated gradually through personal effort and practical breakthroughs. Unexpectedly, Talot learns that Bardock intends to instruct him and Raditz in combat techniques over the next few days. This would have been inconceivable in the past. Even though Raditz had sought Bardock's guidance previously, Bardock had consistently declined. The sudden initiative taken by Bardock leads Talot to believe that he is aware of an impending storm, prompting him to decisively teach them to enhance their self-preservation skills. He even includes Sarari in this endeavor. Although they grew up together, Bardock's directness surprises Talot. Does he truly think that he would take a liking to this little girl? While Sarari is indeed attractive, she possesses a certain assertiveness that does not appeal to him, and he harbors no interest in younger girls. Talot feels a sense of despair. Sarari's affection for him is apparent to anyone with discerning eyes. Frankly, Talot has contemplated this matter on numerous occasions. He is reluctant to forge deep emotional ties or become entangled with too many individuals, knowing that he cannot save everyone. Over the past few days, he has thought about this little girl, yet he remains uncertain whether his plans are viable. Overthinking serves no purpose. As Bardock guides them in their training during these days, he resolves to gradually put his plans into action. After uttering this thought, Talot continues to meditate for a while before drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Talot rises, brimming with vitality. After a brief wash, he steps outside to find Sarari waiting for him. It seems that Bardock's promise to instruct them has filled her with excitement. After all, Bardock's stature and strength command immense respect among all lower-ranking warriors. Sarari shares a belief in her own potential for growth. Among lower-ranking warriors of her age, she is considered exceptional. As a female, she could easily fulfill supportive roles within the Saiyan ranks, yet her strong-willed nature prevents her from doing so. This is part of the reason why Talot perceives her as domineering. Of course, this assertiveness may stem from the tragic loss of her parents during a mission the previous year. Soon after, Raditz emerges from his home, still appearing somewhat groggy from sleep. The three exchange greetings, though Raditz and Sarari remain relatively quiet. Upon entering the house, they find that Jain has prepared an abundance of food. Saiyans are known for their hearty appetites, requiring substantial meals at every sitting. After breakfast, Bardock leads the trio to a small hill outside the city. In 2 hours, I must accompany Raditz to the royal palace. Thus, our time today is limited, and I can only teach you some basic methods of power control and breathing techniques. With Bardock's words, he initiates his distinctive teaching mode. It must be said that it is effective. However, the entire 2-hour session only covers rudimentary power control techniques and physical movement, coupled with the rhythm of breathing during physical activity. For Raditz and Sarari, this knowledge is invaluable. Yet for Talot, who has already cultivated his ki to a certain level, it is merely a brief session from which he can swiftly grasp the concepts. This illustrates why the original narrative places such emphasis on the mastery of ki. Achieving a certain level in this area accelerates the learning of anything else. Although in later times, during the Dragon Ball Super era, the training methods for divine power have overshadowed those of ki, it must be acknowledged that ki training will never become obsolete. Once one attains a sufficiently high level, it can rival even the methods for cultivating divine power. After parting ways with Bardock and Raditz, Talot and Saiyan do not return home, but instead remain to continue their training. Consequently, it becomes Talot's responsibility to instruct Saiyan. It is rather absurd, yet it unfolds this way. As Talot easily masters the concepts while Saiyan struggles to grasp the fundamentals. With Talot's assistance, Saiyan ultimately begins to comprehend the teachings imparted by Bardock. Unbeknownst to Talot, it is often his unintentional actions that capture the heart of the young girl. In the royal city within the royal palace, Bardock meets with King Vegeta alone after parting ways with Raditz. This meeting, aside from Bardock and King Vegeta, remains shrouded in secrecy, even though Bardock is a lower-ranking warrior. King Vegeta bestows upon him a degree of respect and importance. After exchanging trivial pleasantries, the conversation shifts to the Frieza Corps and Bardock's recent mission on planet Cyril. Bardock holds little back, revealing his heartfelt sentiments. Upon learning the details, King Vegeta is consumed with rage, yet feels helpless. Ultimately, he must suppress his fury and subsequently assigns Bardock a new mission. During this upcoming mission to Planet Vegeta, you must be particularly vigilant regarding Frieza's urgent interest in this planet, that we Saiyans shall not remain subservient to Frieza any longer. For years, we have fought on his behalf, only to be met with treachery. King Vegeta declares, Bardock, once you complete this mission, I will secretly summon all upper-ranking warriors and elite fighters. Once you have taken control of Planet Vegeta, I shall present Frieza with a grand gift. King Vegeta's ambitions become evident. He has long coveted the throne of the Cosmic Emperor. Indeed, King Vegeta, in half a month, no, in 10 days I shall set forth, ensuring the swift conquest of Planet Vegeta, Bardock assures him. King Vegeta nods solemnly, then adds, rest assured about your son. I have made all necessary arrangements. In a week, I plan to send Vegeta to lead a squad to invade Planet Ramp. Your son will receive the best protection. Planet Ramp, understood, Bardock replies, without protest or rebuttal. King Vegeta perceives Bardock's mindset, but refrains from elaborating on unnecessary matters. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Use this time to spend quality moments with your wife and children. I have heard that your younger son's battle power is merely 2. Do not dwell on it too much. Employing both kindness and authority, King Vegeta demonstrates his adeptness. Yes, I take my leave, Bardock responds. Bowing respectfully before exiting the royal palace, he observes Bardock's departure, ultimately disappearing from view. King Vegeta's expression darkens ominously. The nature of human hearts is most inscrutable. Bardock harbors sufficient respect and loyalty towards King Vegeta. Yet the latter still perceives Bardock as a potential threat. In his eyes, Bardock, in a certain sense, jeopardizes his status. The mere fact that lower-ranking warriors revere him as a legend challenges King Vegeta's authority. Bardock remains unaware that his efforts to excel have inadvertently led to the perception of his achievements as overshadowing those of his superior. Of course, the primary reason remains that Bardock is merely a lower-ranking warrior. In King Vegeta's mind, and indeed in the minds of all elite upper ranks, a lower-ranking warrior is just that, a being to be dispatched and toyed with at will. Once Frieza has been dealt with, and I ascend to the throne of the Cosmic Emperor, the time for true reckoning will arrive. That a glint of murderous intent flashes in King Vegeta's eyes, quickly masked. Were it not for Bardock's considerable strength and his remaining utility, the situation might have taken a different turn. Otherwise, he would never permit his subordinates to find themselves in uncontrollable circumstances. Upon exiting the palace, Bardock did not return immediately. Rather, he began to search for Raditz's whereabouts within the palace. The following days grew increasingly urgent, as he was set to depart in 10 days, and Raditz was to embark on a campaign alongside Prince Vegeta in just 7 days. Thus, in the days to come, Bardock would need to impart knowledge daily. Moreover, there were certain matters he needed to discuss privately with Raditz, preferably without even Chi-Chi being privy to them. After wandering for a considerable time, Bardock finally located Raditz in the outer training grounds of the palace, where he also encountered Vegeta, a subordinate. Even with a battle power exceeding 10,000, Bardock still respectfully addressed him as Your Highness. The others present were completely disregarded by Bardock. Firstly, He possessed sufficient strength to look down upon these superior and elite warriors. Secondly, he held them in disdain, even though his son would soon be under their command. However, since Prince Vegeta had assured him of Raditz's safety, these individuals would undoubtedly refrain from any misconduct, should they dare to act recklessly. Bardock would not hesitate to make them pay. This was the oppressive force that came with power. After escorting Raditz away from the palace, the next few days were spent as Bardock effectively secured a leave of absence for Raditz for Vegeta. Otherwise, as Prince Vegeta's personal guard, Raditz would be required to remain by the prince's side nearly all the time, save for occasional moments that Bardock's request would not be denied by Vegeta, of course, since Raditz had just proactively requested a few days off. Vegeta did not give it much thought to him. It made little difference whether Raditz was by his side or not. Initially, he had found it perplexing that his father would assign a peer with merely a battle power of a few hundred to accompany him. It was only later that he gradually comprehended his father's intentions. Although Vegeta was only 5 years old, his intellect was far beyond that of ordinary beings. As a prince, he had to consider various factors. Not merely his status, but more critically, the level of battle power. It was inevitable for him to have a high opinion of himself. Yet he also possessed self-awareness. Watching Bardock and Raditz depart, a glimmer of an unusual light shone in Vegeta's eyes. One not suited for his age, as his expression turned serious. Unable to contain himself, one of his sycophants spoke up, instigating, "Your Highness, you should not show any kindness to that Bardock fellow. He has become increasingly arrogant, relying on his battle power. Indeed, Prince Vegeta, just now, he did not even regard you." As the two elite warriors with a battle power of 3,000 spoke, Vegeta's gaze sharpened. However, it was not directed at the departing Bardock, but rather at the two beside him. "If you have the ability, do not gossip behind my back. Such behavior only serves to make me think you are utterly useless." With those words, Vegeta turned and strode towards the Grand Palace. His battle power had long surpassed 3,000, so even without his princely status, he could stand firm against these two. The two elite warriors turned pale, their faces etched with displeasure at Vegeta's cold sarcasm. It must be said that Vegeta exhibited greater magnanimity and discernment than King Vegeta himself. When comparing Bardock to the useless fools around him, he leaned favorably towards Bardock, for he was a lowly warrior who had grown stronger through sheer effort. Strictly speaking, as a low-class Saiyan warrior, Bardock was the only one Vegeta had remembered since childhood. Even in the latter part of the original timeline, Vegeta would recall Bardock. Wandering through the bustling streets of the royal city, Bardock and Raditz observed the surrounding architecture and diverse extraterrestrial beings while conversing. According to King Vegeta, in 7 days, I will be embarking on the expedition to Planet Rampu alongside the prince. Raditz exclaimed in delight after hearing Bardock's words. For him, this day had been long anticipated. He remained unaware that this expedition would mark the beginning of his tragic life. In 7 days, you will join the prince's elite forces a few days after your departure. I too will be executing a new mission. Raditz, you are my son, and as my son, you will bear a burden far greater than that of an ordinary Saiyan. During your time beside the prince, I trust you have come to understand just how ruthless our Saiyan clan can be. In truth, this is the case for every race, survival of the fittest. Bardock rarely engaged in heartfelt admonitions, yet in this moment, he felt compelled to impart some profound truths to his son. Perhaps there was some instinct guiding him. Or perhaps Bardock had long wished to share these insights with Raditz, but he had previously lacked the time, or Raditz was simply too young to comprehend. "Father, today you seem different," Raditz remarked, momentarily taken aback. Unable to articulate his confusion regarding his father's demeanor, Bardock chuckled lightly and ruffled Raditz's hair, saying, "It is indeed strange, isn't it? Some things I tell you now may not make sense, but in time, you will understand. You will grow and carve out your own path." Raditz, in his innocence, nodded in agreement. Bardock continued to converse with him, something that had never occurred since Raditz's birth, for the first time. Father and son shared such an extensive dialogue. When Bardock finally concluded his discourse, he left Raditz with a single statement. "If I am no longer here, then please take care of your mother, your brother, and Talot." Raditz readily accepted Bardock's final request. It must be said that without having faced hardship, Without experiencing setbacks, and without confronting harsh trials, the straightforward and self-assured Raditz remained oblivious to the challenges that lay ahead. In his youthful exuberance, he believed himself invincible, convinced he would become the pillar of his family, thus willingly shouldering the responsibility. Bardock was pleased with his son's response, yet he did not impose undue expectations. For now, as long as Raditz embodied the spirit Bardock wished to see, the future could only be entrusted to time. Having experienced countless ups and downs throughout his life, Bardock was well aware that people could change. Frankly speaking, had Bardock known how events would unfold in the future, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of melancholy, for everything would transpire as he had envisioned. No, it would be even more brutal than he could imagine. Before he knew it, afternoon descended upon them. Having procured a considerable amount of supplies within the royal city, they had lost track of time. During this period, Bardock also encountered members of his team. Although they were unaware of when or where their next mission would take place, they had grown accustomed to following Bardock's lead. Thus, having returned just yesterday, they were already preparing the essentials for their next expedition. Bardock and Raditz returned home, where Talot and Saiyan had also arrived. After discussing their training progress, Bardock was taken aback by the talents displayed by Talot and Saiyan at the same time. This revelation left Raditz, who had yet to commence formal training, feeling somewhat disheartened, prompting him to run off and practice on his own. Well done, but the fundamentals I have taught you require time to solidify. Do not become overly arrogant just because you feel you have mastered them. To prevent Talot and Saiyan from developing a sense of pride, Bardock issued a warning. They would inevitably face the battlefield, and excessive pride could lead them astray, making them believe they were formidable when, in reality, they were not. Rest assured, Uncle Bardock. Understood, I will strive even harder. Uncle Bardock, Talot, and Saiyan responded in unison. Having received the assurances he sought, Bardock proceeded to outline the upcoming arrangements that in the following 7 days. From dawn until dusk, he would dedicate all his time to teaching them how to become stronger. He would even use practical combat scenarios to instruct them on the art of true fighting. Not just Saiyan, but Talot was equally eager. After all, in terms of strength, even if Bardock was not the strongest among the Saiyan clan, he was certainly among the elite. The outcome of a contest against someone with a battle power exceeding 10,000 was all but predictable. However, there is no doubt that the enhancements derived from practical experience will be far more significant for them. Having determined the training matters, Talot did not take into account Celery's presence and directly inquired about Bardock's experiences at the royal palace. After all, Celery had already been drawn into this small collective. In the following days, they would spend most of their time together, leaving no room for concealment. Moreover, even if Celery were to learn some details, it would not pose any harm. The exchanges between him and Bardock consisted merely of non-confidential matters. If there were anything sensitive, Bardock would certainly not divulge it to Talot, just as he had concealed the most significant incident from his encounter on Cyril Star, the scheme of Frieza against the Saiyans. So, has it been confirmed that Raditz and Prince Vegeta will set forth for Planet Rampu in 7 days, and that Uncle Bardock will embark on his mission to Kanasha Star in 10 days? Talot could not help but speak up. The pace was too swift. Had it not been for the grim possibilities he had contemplated over the past 2 days, he would have felt anxious. Therefore, do you harbor any regrets now, young Talot? Bardock asked with a chuckle. Observing Talot's demeanor, in response, Talot shook his head vigorously and gave a sheepish smile. Having made a decision, I shall not regret it. However, there are numerous considerations to ponder. If I were to invade a medium-sized planet alone, although it may seem straightforward, it is by no means simple. What other bizarre ideas are you concocting? Speak them aloud. Bardock was well aware of the implications behind Talot's words. Despite the perception that the Saiyan warriors are merely brawny with simple minds, this is not entirely accurate. Many Saiyans possess high intelligence. Typically, they do not dwell on matters that can be resolved through strength. Upon hearing this, Talot genuinely laughed. Truly, you are remarkable, Uncle Bardock. I have said nothing, and yet you discern my thoughts. Bardock shook his head in resignation. Even after more than 6 months apart, he was familiar with Talot's character. Nearby, Celery felt a tremor within her heart, her mind fixated on 2 words. Expedition. Everyone was preparing to embark, and, as a lower-class warrior, Although she had reached the age of 5 and could join the main force on missions, she lacked the agency to choose her own future. The proud and self-respecting little girl unconsciously lowered her head. Her small fists clenched tightly. Talot, sitting beside Celery, immediately noticed her unusual demeanor. Sighing inwardly, he turned to Bardock. "Uncle Bardock, I know you've already made arrangements for me. However, I wish to take 2 individuals with me on the expedition. What do you think?" This tentative inquiry also served as a means to gauge Bardock's true plans for him. Upon hearing this, Celery lifted her head, her eyes silently asking Talot if he intended to bring her along. "You wish to take Celery, do you not? As a higher-class warrior, you indeed have 3 slots available. Provided that the other party is a lower-class warrior and consents to your summons, they may join your team. However, you must remember one thing. In terms of merit points, conquering a medium-sized planet yields only between 10,000 to 100,000 points. Should you choose to take subordinates with you, you will need to pay at least 10% of the merit points for each. Furthermore, if any lower-class warrior dies in your team, you will incur a double deduction of merit points." That Bardock's response only solidified Talot's resolve. "Then it is settled. I am not overly concerned with merit points. Moreover, if I do not take Celery along, and she refuses to engage in logistical work or join another team, her chances of survival may diminish significantly," Talot remarked with a smile. While these words seemed lighthearted, Bardock perceived Talot's remarkable character. For Saiyans, merit points symbolize honor and are essential currency for survival. Clearly, in Talot's perspective, human lives hold greater significance than merit points. "You rascal. In that case, I shall refrain from further objections. Over the next few days, I will accompany you to complete the application, and I will also lend you some merit points to purchase a medium-sized spaceship. When you return after completing your mission, do remember to repay me double," Bardock said with a grin. "Double? Uncle Bardock, that seems rather exorbitant," Talot replied, half amused and half exasperated. "Time flowed like a river, never to return. In the span of 7 days, Talot, Raditz, and Celery underwent rigorous training under Bardock, resulting in not only substantial improvements in their abilities, but also a broader perspective and mindset. Of course, for Talot, his enhancement lay more in combat techniques than in sheer fighting power, as he had consciously kept his energy levels below 400 from the outset. The apparent increase merely involved liberating some of his concealed fighting prowess, allowing Bardock to witness his growth. As Talot would say, it was a matter of going with the flow. Notably, Celery's talent shone through under Bardock's training. In a short span, her combat power surged from 180 to 240, equating to an astonishing daily increase of approximately 10 points. An exceptionally rapid pace. Raditz's advancement mirrored Talot's, not much greater, rising from 550 to 580 points. Yet, despite the modest seeming increase of 30 points, achieving such a gain in just 7 days was already quite remarkable. Like the Bardock's residence, it was now noon, and everyone sat around the table, enjoying the meal prepared by Jain. Unlike the previous days, the atmosphere felt rather somber as Raditz was about to depart for the royal palace to report for duty. Farewells are often tinged with reluctance. However, for the Saiyans, such separations had become routine over the past 1 or 2 decades. It was akin to ordinary people in Talot's past life needing to leave home for work. The only distinction this time was that it marked Raditz's first genuine departure from Planet Vegeta for a mission. In other words, it was his first real venture into the unknown, amplifying the family's concerns. "When we meet again, you must become stronger, Talot. Upon my return, I will undoubtedly be more powerful, and then we shall engage in a proper match." Just before leaving, Raditz made sure to express his anticipation for the future, which stirred deeper feelings within Talot. The crucial aspect was that if the narrative were to unfold as per the original storyline, and had Talot not traversed time, he would have left Planet Vegeta without a chance of return or perished on that soon-to-be conquered medium-sized planet, rendering future encounters impossible. However, Talot had crossed over and replaced the original protagonist. Everything has changed. Talot firmly believed he would survive. Yet, when they next meet, he could not ascertain when that would be. Unless he took the initiative to reach out, he would have to wait for the original plot to unfold. Encountering Raditz when he reached Earth, this period would span a full 20 years. "All right, when we meet again, let us engage in a true battle." Raditz, After responding to a remark from Raditz, Talot extended his well wishes to him as well. With a wave of farewell, Raditz bid adieu to Jain, and of course to Cellari, who remained indifferent towards him. Although their week-long interaction had eased tensions considerably, the chasm from their childhood was deeply entrenched and could not be bridged in just a few fleeting days. I hope you could be different under my reminder, growing stronger. Unlike in the original narrative, Talot mused silently as he watched Raditz's retreating figure. Turning around, he caught sight of Jain's reluctant expression, yet he refrained from offering her words of comfort. Some matters must be slowly accepted and adapted to, and soon he would inevitably depart Planet Vegeta with deity that juncture. The emotional upheaval resulting from the planet's destruction would be most intense. Time passed, and after the silhouettes of Raditz and Bardock faded from view, the few individuals returned home. Jain displayed a commendable capacity for acceptance, quickly regaining her composure and busily attending to her tasks. Talot and Cellari, reassured by her well-being, ventured to the nearby market to procure supplies. During their recent moments of respite, Bardock had already procured a medium-sized spaceship for him and had lent him 10,000 merit points as preparation. Though not an exorbitant sum, it was far from insignificant. Despite Bardock's insistence on being repaid double in the future, it was undeniably a gesture of concern. Those 10,000 merit points equated to approximately 1 million in Talot's previous world. One can imagine how extraordinary it would be for an ordinary individual to suddenly receive such a substantial amount. Merit points were not easily obtained. Conquering a low-tier planet alone would yield only between 1,000 and 10,000 points, depending largely on the planet's value. Most lower-ranking warriors, lacking leadership, could only collaborate in small groups, targeting low-tier planets for extended periods. The points earned upon conquest would then be divided among them. Thus, to put it simply, the majority of lower-ranking warriors were impoverished, with those possessing thousands or tens of thousands of merit points considered affluent. Individuals like Bardock were the epitome of wealth among the rich. For him, spending 100,000 merit points on a medium-sized spaceship would merely cause a slight discomfort. To draw an analogy, Bardock was akin to a billionaire in Talot's previous world, purchasing a luxury sports car worth several million. Brother Talot, is it truly necessary to prepare so many supplies? Cellari remarked, astonished by Talot's relentless procurement of materials. In her view, they were merely embarking on a mission, even if the duration might be prolonged. Talot's preparations had already exceeded expectations. Just the food alone could sustain them for an entire year. While the medium-sized spaceship was not massive, it was certainly spacious enough to accommodate their provisions, as if he were preparing for a long-term campaign. Rest assured, we shall have use for it, and besides you, I intend to bring another person along, Talot replied with a smile. Another person? Cellari's expression shifted, her mind racing with speculation. Talot nodded, finally revealing his future intentions. At that time, I hope Aunt Jain can assist us in our journey to Planet Aian. Aunt Jain? But what about Kakarot if she joins us? Cellari exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Jain's name. Thus, it remains uncertain for now. Let us discuss it the day before departure. Please do not mention it to Aunt Jain just yet, Talot advised, opting not to delve deeper into the conversation to avoid unforeseen complications. Cellari, slightly bewildered by Talot's words, remained curious without suspicion. The two continued to meander through the market, purchasing anything Talot deemed necessary. To be candid, their expenditures over the past few days had been considerable, leaving him with only a few hundred merit points. However, for Talot, it was imperative to spend everything before leaving Planet Vegeta. Otherwise, those points would merely become meaningless figures that, in truth, had it not been for the purchase of 5 cultivation seeds and various healing liquids, he would not have spent so much. The opportunity to acquire the cultivation seeds stemmed from an incident a few days prior when Bardock had taken him to the royal city to purchase a spaceship and register for a mission. There, they fortuitously encountered some of Bardock's team members. Consequently, Bardock took Talot to a tavern for leisure at the encouragement of those individuals. It was within that tavern that Talot inadvertently witnessed an elite warrior covertly exchanging cultivation seeds for merit points. Seizing the opportunity, he procured 5 seeds at an equivalent price. Thus, Talot discovered that Saiyans were engaged in such clandestine transactions. The tavern appeared to serve as a hub for such dealings. This experience imparted a valuable lesson to Talot. Subsequently, Bardock reprimanded him, emphasizing the importance of discretion regarding wealth. Talot understood the lesson, but upon seeing something he desired within reach and possessing the means to obtain it, he had not deliberated extensively. Ultimately, it was his youth and relative weakness that led him to act without caution at his age. Spending several thousand merit points without concealing his identity was perilous. As Bardock had remarked, should someone with ill intentions take notice, his life could be in jeopardy. Fortunately, Bardock's presence had facilitated a smooth transaction. As for Bardock's reaction to Talot's acquisition of the cultivation seeds, he did not probe further, perhaps viewing the matter as inconsequential. In fact, Talot had mused that he could have easily acquired these seeds without spending merit points, simply by asking Bardock for assistance. Reflecting on this impulsive decision, Talot acknowledged that he had nearly put himself in jeopardy due to his naivety. Aside from the cultivation seeds, he also sought special medicines and healing liquids. These were relatively easy to procure, primarily requiring the expenditure of merit points. Under Bardock's guidance, Talot made several transactions at reputable shops. Of course, he used his own merit points, as Bardock refrained from covering any further expenses for him. It seemed Bardock was conveying through his actions that he had already provided sufficient support. And how Talot fared from that point onward was up to him. After wandering around the market extensively with Selari, Talot temporarily parted ways with her. The little girl was quite clingy, and having her around hindered Talot from accomplishing many tasks. Without her incessant presence, he swiftly returned home to assess the time. His initial plan had been to seek out Aunt Jine during the afternoon while Bardock was away, to gauge her willingness to accompany him on a mission, thereby enticing her to leave Planet Vegeta. However, upon entering the house, he discovered Kakarot had emerged from the incubation chamber, prompting Talot to momentarily abandon this scheme. The timing was indeed unsuitable, with Kakarot present. He could hardly bring him along on a mission. Even if Talot consented, he would likely face refusal when attempting to register. Secretly taking both mother and son aboard the spaceship was a possibility. Yet the consequences of being discovered would be serious. After nearly an afternoon spent beside Jine and Kakarot, Talot pondered the implications of Kakarot being the central character in their story. Thus, in the presence of Kakarot, Talot experienced an inexplicable stirring within himself, leading to a rather peculiar notion. When he would eventually encounter Kakarot again, he could boast with ease. For instance, upon reuniting with Kakarot, he might casually remark, "Kakarot, I once held you as a child. Back then, you were so frail that all you could do was weep." As night fell, Bardock returned from the royal city quite late. Ideally, he should have bid farewell to Raditz in the evening. It was only upon seeing the small single-pod spaceship that Bardock had brought back that Talot realized the narrative had officially progressed. The events that transpired within the Dragon Ball universe were unfolding right before his eyes. As an observer, he was permitted by Bardock to witness the farewell to Kakarot. Jine was utterly heartbroken, yet she felt powerless, for this was Bardock's arrangement. He would not deceive her nor conjure falsehoods. After the trio had seen Kakarot off, they did not return home immediately, but instead gazed into the starry sky, lost in thought. After a considerable time, Bardock finally broke the silence. "Little Talot, there were many things I could not share with you before. But now the time has come for you to know." Upon hearing this, Talot adopted a serious expression, no longer feigning ignorance. "Uncle Bardock, having listened to your conversation with Aunt Jine, I believe I have surmised that Frieza intends to take action against us Saiyans. Correct? That must be why you returned so decisively. Not only to send off Raditz and Kakarot, but also to ensure my safety." As his words lingered, Talot locked eyes with Bardock. The wisdom in Bardock's gaze filled him with admiration. "You, my boy, are indeed clever. Now, it remains only for you. I shall grant you 2 days to make all necessary preparations. IT should not pose a problem. Should it? Before I depart, take your Selari and leave Planet Vegeta." Bardock's tone was grave, leaving no room for Talot to argue. Jine, feeling Bardock's excessive worry, interjected, "Must we truly be so cautious, Bardock? Even if what you say is true." But Bardock interrupted her, "Trust me, Jine. Moreover, I have made a decision. You shall leave Planet Vegeta alongside Talot, thereby avoiding this impending turmoil. If nothing occurs, that would be splendid. However, should an unimaginable calamity arise, We shall be grateful for our foresight. That Bardock's fervent declarations left both Jain and Talot astonished. Jain was shocked that Bardock would allow her to accompany Talot. An inexplicable sense of panic enveloped her mind, causing her breath to quicken and become labored. Talot was equally taken aback, not expecting Bardock to make such a decision without his input. If Aunt Jain departs with me, what about you, Uncle Bardock? Talot inhaled deeply, contemplating whether altering the course of events might allow Bardock to refrain from returning to Planet Vegeta after his mission on Kanasha. Yet Talot understood this was implausible. Otherwise, the original tale would lack the legendary heroics of a lone warrior standing against insurmountable odds. Bardock's sense of duty was too profound. In moments concerning the survival of his race, would he truly cower in fear? Do not worry about me. Remember, my battle power exceeds 10,000. Even King Vegeta would find it challenging to defeat me. Bardock chuckled at a battle power greater than 10,000. Indeed, it seemed formidable. Yet the true adversary was not King Vegeta, nor any other Saiyan. Talot found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. Perhaps Bardock genuinely believed in his own strength, possessing a capacity to avert disaster. Reality, however, was ruthlessly stark. The moment Frieza revealed his battle power to be 530,000 before transforming, the universe bore witness to the terror embodied in this cosmic tyrant. Talot silently lamented within. In truth, during his previous life, the first time he encountered Dragon Ball and learned of such staggering disparities in power, he was rendered speechless. This was merely the onset of fear. That time, he thought Frieza's 530,000 was enough to defy fate. Yet, as the narrative unfolded on Namek, the ultimate battle power reached a staggering 12 million, completely overturning previous worldviews. In the face of 530,000, what significance did a power exceeding 10,000 hold? And before 12 million, what was 530,000? Due to Bardock's resolute and unyielding stance, Jain and Talot had no choice but to acquiesce. Talot could comprehend Jain's understanding that her husband was acting to protect her. Still, she yearned to contribute, unwilling to watch her husband confront an impending crisis alone. Bardock's rationale was simple and utterly persuasive. Their presence would only serve as a burden to him. With a firm decision made to depart in 2 days, the trio resumed their appreciation of the beautiful night sky. The nights on Planet Vegeta were breathtaking, adorned with countless stars. Naturally, Saiyans typically refrained from enjoying the night scenery, for the sight of a full moon, illuminated by Beerus' overwhelming light waves exceeding 17 million units, would trigger their transformation into great apes. Although the moon on Planet Vegeta only emitted such intense waves a few days each year, most Saiyans, aware of their inability to control this transformation, would restrain themselves from nighttime activities. However, for certain Saiyans, such transformations could indeed be controlled, Bardock and Talot among them. As the original story suggested, high-ranking warriors could maintain their consciousness while transformed. In reality, many lower-ranking warriors could achieve this as well. But they belonged to a rare group endowed with exceptional talent. Jain prayed for Raditz and Kakarot's maiden voyage through the cosmos to be smooth. This was her way of finding solace. As a mother of lesser power, it was all she could do. Rest assured, Raditz will undoubtedly return safely. Once the storm has passed, I shall personally go to retrieve Kakarot, Bardock assured, wrapping an arm around Jain's shoulder. At that moment, Talot felt somewhat like an extraneous third wheel. However, he did not shy away, as they had shared intimate moments before. Unless engaged in certain activities, he would simply choose to remove himself from their presence. The scene shifted to the vastness of space. This moment, the elite Saiyan team had already departed the vicinity of Planet Vegeta's small star system aboard their spaceship in a mere half-day. They had traversed considerable distance from Planet Vegeta. Such was the remarkable speed of spaceships in this era. In decades to come, this speed would become even more astonishing, particularly with Bulma and her father Beerus modifications. The spaceship's velocity would reach levels beyond description. Inside the spaceship, a multitude of Saiyans gathered in the cockpit, each admiring the cosmic splendor. 3 elite warriors piloted the vessel, while Raditz and 2 younger elite warriors flanked Vegeta on either side. Beside Vegeta stood another elite warrior, none other than his loyal bodyguard, Nappa, However, unlike the nap of the original tale, this version was still quite young and not yet bald. In an hour, we shall initiate hyperspeed travel. Approximately 1 month from now, we will arrive at Planet Ramp. There is no time constraint in the orders given by King Vegeta, so this mission could be treated as a leisurely excursion, with us ensuring your safety and eliminating any threats. Nappa reported to Vegeta that in the original story, he was depicted as simple-minded and somewhat dim-witted, yet in reality, he was quite clever, adept at flattering Vegeta. Vegeta responded with a simple acknowledgement, showing little concern. For him, this operation held no worries whatsoever. As he departed from Planet Vegeta, his father, King Vegeta, had reassured him that it was merely a straightforward exercise. Perhaps it was due to Vegeta's extraordinary innate abilities, as his battle power had already surpassed 3,000, a remarkably high figure among elite warriors. With such formidable strength, even though Planet Rampu was classified as a superior planet, what challenges could possibly arise? Thus, even without his princely status and at the tender age of 5, Vegeta could still be regarded as the undeniable powerhouse of the team. The only other individual whose combat prowess exceeded 3,000 or 4,000 was the elite warrior Broccoli, boasting a battle power of 5,000, making him the strongest among the current mission's participants. As for Nappa, his strength was merely on par with that of Vegeta at present. In fact, apart from his towering and robust physique, he fell short in other aspects compared to Vegeta. With only an hour remaining before the initiation of hyperspace travel, Raditz and the 2 younger elite warriors watched the cosmic scenery outside with heightened seriousness. For them, this marked their first journey beyond Planet Vegeta into the vastness of space. Gazing through the transparent protective layer, the cosmos appeared dark, and at such speeds, little beauty could be discerned. Yet for those experiencing this for the first time, a thrill of excitement welled within them. Encountering new phenomena and witnessing a broader universe ignited a sense of anticipation that captivated their very essence. In this moment, they remained blissfully unaware that Planet Rampu was no ordinary superior planet. This invasion would indeed witness the demise of comrades, particularly for the 2 younger elite warriors whose battle powers barely reached a few hundred. If the narrative were to remain unchanged, their fates would be sealed on Planet Rampu. Such sensations were truly wondrous. Raditz could not help but exclaim, echoing the sentiments of the other Saiyans. Even Vegeta cast a glance in his direction. In endless abyss. Was it? That description resonated quite aptly. Talot, who might he be? Vegeta inquired. Raditz, upon hearing this, perked up. Your Highness, Talot is an elite warrior born in the same period as myself, and has always resided next door to my family. Is that so? Vegeta nodded in understanding. He did not delve deeper in the matter, instead leaning back in his seat aboard the spaceship, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Observing this, Raditz had intended to offer some words of encouragement, but seeing Vegeta's disinterest, he refrained. As Vegeta's spacecraft departed from the star system, in the opposite direction, a solitary round spaceship hastily made its way toward the Milky Way. Without a doubt, this vessel belonged to Kakarot. Equipped with life support systems, it posed no threat to the safety of the merely 6-month-old Kakarot, even during prolonged travel. The fated child of this world, Kakarot, upon reaching Earth, would usher in a new era. No, that is not quite right. It was from the moment he left Planet Vegeta that the narrative began to unfold, in the vast expanse of the universe, amidst unknown galaxies and star domains. A planet erupted without warning. The explosion radiated brilliance akin to blooming fireworks, dazzling in its intensity. Amidst the flames of the detonation, 2 figures gradually emerged. The god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. They traversed the cosmic void, impervious to the vacuum of space and its myriad harsh conditions. This was the god of destruction. This was the angel, and undoubtedly, the planet that had exploded was a casualty of Beerus's wrath. How utterly repulsive to think that such refuse could be deemed cuisine. Infuriating. I cannot believe that even the most basic of appetites could not be satisfied before my slumber. It is infuriating, Beerus grumbled, holding a slender steel toothpick as he idly picked his teeth, voicing his dissatisfaction. This was somewhat inevitable, for Lord Beerus had existed for an exceedingly long time, and he had nearly sampled all renowned delicacies in the universe. Whis chuckled, then promptly shifted the topic, suggesting that perhaps upon Lord Beerus's next awakening, many planets would have developed new culinary delights, though a few decades may seem brief for a civilization that cherishes life. It could yield countless miracles. As Whis spoke, Beerus appeared unfazed. He had heard this sentiment from Whis countless times before, each time filled with expectation, only to be met with disappointment. Forget it. I can hardly be bothered to seek out better food. Continuing this pursuit would merely squander time, Beerus muttered to himself. Then, shall we return to the god of destruction realm? Lord Beerus? Whis maintained his cheerful demeanor, awaiting Beerus's response. Not just yet, before we head back. I need to find that Frieza fellow. You mentioned he has been increasingly unruly of late, Beerus yawned, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Whis discerned the underlying implication in Beerus's words and chuckled. Ho ho ho. It seems Lord Beerus not only does not view Frieza's antics as troublesome, but rather considers him quite fitting to become the true agent of destruction. What do you mean by that? Caught off guard, Beerus shot a sidelong glance at Whis, as if questioning how he had deduced this. Whis responded with a grin. If Lord Beerus did not harbor such thoughts, he would have remarked that Frieza's behavior was too erratic and that he should be dealt with before returning to slumber. Receiving the answer, Beerus's expression grew serious. You are partially correct. Visiting him is also a means to keep him in check. After all, it was my single word that elevated this insect to its current status as the Emperor of the Universe. Emperor of the Universe? It is truly astonishing that this insect dares to claim such a title. His father, King Cold, merely referred to himself as the overlord of the galaxy. That Beerus's words sounded like a defense. Unwilling to acknowledge that Whis had entirely seen through his thoughts. Are you not concerned, Lord Beerus, that Frieza, upon receiving your command, may become even more unrestrained? That is of little consequence. With his capabilities, causing chaos merely amounts to the destruction of a few more planets. At worst, I will just annihilate him upon awakening, Beerus replied, stretching lazily, displaying indifference. Very well, as long as Lord Beerus has made up his mind. Whis nodded. In truth, he was entirely unconcerned to owe them. Frieza was merely one individual, possessing but a modicum of power. Beerus said, what could he truly accomplish? Let us set forth then. Whis. Beerus placed his hand on Whis's shoulder. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Whis was already prepared, having pinpointed Frieza's current location. With a resonant hum, accompanied by a surge of wondrous and potent energy, a radiant spectrum enveloped the two. In an instant, they transformed into a brilliant beam of rainbow light, traversing through space at an unimaginable speed, vanishing from this cosmic expanse. Simultaneously, in a distant corner of the universe, a colossal spaceship belonging to the Frieza Force was in transit. This was the flagship of the Frieza Force, a vessel exclusively belonging to Frieza himself. Inside the command room, the diminutive Frieza sat in his unique infant carriage, holding a wine glass as the crimson liquid swirled within, animated by the motion of his wrist. Flanking him were two newly promoted elite warriors, their battle powers exceeding 15,000. Currently, they are elite warriors, second only to Zabon and Dodoria. They've been instructed by Frieza to remain by his side until Zabon and Dodoria return from their mission. The efficiency of those Saiyan monkeys is truly remarkable. Once again, they have helped this king conquer thousands of planets and reported numerous valuable ones. If it weren't for that unfounded legend, I might actually be reluctant to take action against them. Nevertheless, it is still too early to eradicate the Saiyan race. Once this mission concludes, I shall reward them properly on Planet Vegeta. Ho ho ho. Frieza's sinister laughter filled the air with an unsettling charm. Even his closest subordinates felt a chill run down their spines. To be near him was akin to walking alongside a tiger. His temper was unpredictable, and his brutality was notorious. He would kill at the slightest provocation. If given the choice, they would prefer to undertake missions rather than remain in Frieza's presence. Perpetually on edge, of course, such thoughts could only remain unspoken. Voicing them would spell their doom. The atmosphere within the cockpit was eerily silent, for no one dared to engage Frieza in conversation. This was precisely what he detested. Indeed, with Zabon and Dodoria gone. He found himself devoid of anyone to share his joy with. Frieza sighed aloud, a simple remark that sent his already trembling subordinates into a cold sweat. This invisible intimidation was lethal before they could respond. Two figures materialized without warning, devoid of any indication or disturbance, and no one noticed, not even Frieza himself. The god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, had silently appeared behind him. "Ah, it seems your days have been quite delightful." "Frieza," Beerus remarked casually, observing the ostentatious display before him as he nonchalantly dug at his ear, his tone laced with mockery. The moment that familiar voice echoed, the smile on Frieza's face vanished. Simultaneously, all eyes in the cockpit turned toward the newcomers. Fear was inevitable. Who were they, and how did they arrive? The audacity of their words was tantamount to courting death. This could even implicate them. Upon witnessing Beerus and Whis, Frieza's pupils constricted, a shudder coursed through him, and the buried dread surged to the surface. That in the next instant, he performed an unimaginable act, one that shattered the worldviews of all present. That he swiftly leapt from his seat, sank to his knees, and prostrated himself before Beerus. For anyone, this would be an absurdity beyond the realm of dreams. This was the fearsome Frieza, the Emperor of the Cosmos. "Lord Beerus, please forgive my lack of proper greeting," he stammered, his head bowed low, his voice quaking as cold sweat poured down his face. He had no inkling of how they had entered his spaceship without a trace, but his fear of the god of destruction was ingrained from their first encounter, a memory that would haunt him for a lifetime. Such power could annihilate him with a mere glance. Beerus remained silent, his hands clasped behind his back as he strolled within the confines of the spacecraft. The oppressive silence heightened Frieza's anxiety. He was uncertain of Beerus's purpose for this visit to alleviate the tension. Frieza glanced at his still-dazed subordinates. No words were necessary. All were petrified by Frieza's gaze. Two senior warriors quickly grasped Frieza's intent and knelt before Beerus in recognition. "We pay our respects to the god of destruction." X-21 must acknowledge that reaching the rank of senior warrior and earning Frieza's favor was no simple feat. These were not fools devoid of intellect. "You have indeed gathered two commendable subordinates, Frieza," Beerus remarked, amusement creeping into his voice, laden with an undeniable aura of authority. Frieza suppressed his trepidation and, swallowing hard, slowly lifted his gaze to Beerus, inquiring, "Lord Beerus, you flatter me. May I ask what you require of me during your visit? Please, command me." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Beerus stepped closer, while Whis maintained his position by the side. "I have heard that you have become quite self-assured over the years, even proclaiming yourself the Emperor of the Universe. TSK, you are rather clever, leveraging my name for your own gain. Although I am displeased, I must admit you are indeed suited to be my temporary agent." Beerus continued, "I have come to see you for two reasons. First, my slumber is approaching, and I require a suitable proxy for the next several decades. Second, there are numerous planets in the universe that require destruction, and you ought to know what to do." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Frieza was taken aback, his fear dissipating to be replaced by unrestrained elation. His intelligence was undeniable. He had feared that Beerus would come to chastise him for exploiting the god of destruction's name. Instead, it appeared that Beerus was granting him authority. This meant that during Beerus's slumber, he would effectively be the god of destruction. The title of god of destruction was the highest authority in the universe. Before such power, all others were mere insects, an agent. He would not only command the universe, but would be beyond reproach. In other words, sanction destruction. What an honor it was for a wretch like him to earn Lord Beerus's favor. "Rest assured, during your slumber, I shall not disappoint you." Frieza's tone shifted, filled with eagerness and fervor. "Excellent. Since you possess such resolve, I shall observe your performance. However, I must caution you not to abuse this power. Should I awaken and find you have overstepped your bounds, I shall destroy you." Beerus's eyes narrowed, a blend of benevolence and menace, conveying that even as an agent, Frieza must tread carefully. Understanding Beerus's message, Frieza immediately pledged, "I understand. Please rest assured, Lord Beerus, upon your awakening, I shall create a universe that will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction." At this moment, it was merely a time for expressing loyalty. For him, this was his opportunity to dominate the universe. Beerus did not delve deeper, nor concern himself with Frieza's plans, as long as he did not obliterate the planets during Beerus's slumber. All would be well. By the way, I have heard that you have been investigating a certain legend surrounding the Saiyans, particularly the so-called Super Saiyan, correct? Are you considering taking action against their race? Suddenly, Beerus shifted the topic, causing Frieza's heart to race with foreboding. He sensed an ominous premonition. Few were aware of his plans against the Saiyans. Yet the god of destruction, Beerus, was evidently privy to this knowledge. In an instant, Frieza felt a chill creep up his spine, his scalp prickling. Was Beerus warning him? This was the true reflection of Frieza's inner turmoil. There was no doubt. His clarity was a message that he was aware of every action Frieza took. With no option to remain silent, Frieza could only confess, "Yes, may I inquire, Lord Beerus, how should I deal with those Saiyans?" Uncertain of Beerus's intentions, Frieza sought to discern his stance. If the god of destruction wished for their survival, then he could not act against them, at most applying pressure. However, should Beerus also desire the eradication of the Saiyan race, then his plan would be expedited. That would align perfectly with his intentions. I recently visited Planet Vegeta and witnessed the so-called warrior race, the Saiyans. In truth, they are merely a group of simple-minded brutes, lacking both strength and sophistication. Their existence is nothing but a joke. Since you have already taken action, I entrust the Saiyan race to you. There is no need for their continued existence, nor for Planet Vegeta to remain. As Beerus spoke, a profound purple light flickered in his eyes. The divine pressure accompanying his words was released just a fraction, rendering Frieza unable to dare draw a breath, his body trembling instinctively. "Rest assured, Lord Beerus, I understand what is required of me," Frieza replied, forcing himself to suppress the tumultuous excitement within, feigning an air of seriousness. Although he felt a palpable fear of the god of destruction, Beerus, he now found himself as Beerus's agent, which implied they were allies. Deep down, he was overwhelmed with an indescribable joy. The very least, Beerus intended to eliminate the Saiyans, aligning with his original plans. Furthermore, Beerus was even more terrifying than he had anticipated, ready to annihilate Planet Vegeta at the slightest provocation. "Excellent. In that case, you shall perform your duties as my agent from now on," Beerus declared. His divine might retracted, and he turned to Whis, stating, "The task is complete. We may return now." Whis, "Very well, Lord Beerus," Whis replied with a faint smile as he raised his angelic staff. The power of the angels transformed into a dazzling spectrum of rainbow light that enveloped the two. Before long, the light dissipated, and the pair vanished from the spacecraft as if they had never been there. With their departure, the sense of dread that had gripped both Frieza's body and soul finally dissipated. "Agent of destruction, from this day forth, I, Frieza, shall reign supreme over the universe by decree. No one, regardless of who they are, shall usurp this position from me." With a sudden burst of exuberance, Frieza erupted into raucous laughter. The two elite warriors nearby exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding creeping into their minds. The worldview had been irrevocably altered today, and they now understood that such formidable beings existed in this universe. The god of destruction, Beerus, even their Lord Frieza, had to grovel before him. Surely, he wouldn't resort to killing us, would he? Even if Lord Frieza sought to silence us, I and Solace cannot possibly be on his list of targets. Given our battle power of 15,000, we are among the elite. The two consoled themselves with such thoughts, lost in fantasy. However, their ominous premonitions soon came to fruition. "Indeed, you are my loyal subordinates, so much so that even the god of destruction, Lord Beerus, has praised you. Alas, it is a pity." Frieza suddenly turned, his crimson eyes flashing with intense malice. Decai and Solace were immediately engulfed by fear, their expressions shifting dramatically. Being astute, they instinctively began to plead for mercy. Fully aware of Frieza's intentions, if they failed to grasp this, they would never have ascended to their current positions. "Lord Frieza? No, please. Lord Frieza, spare us. We saw nothing just now." They gasped in desperate struggle. Why resist? It could be said that they were acutely aware of the chasm in strength between them. It seems you were quite perceptive. Even before I could voice my intentions, you knew I was going to eliminate you to silence you. It appears you truly understand my innermost thoughts, Frieza remarked, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. This cat-and-mouse game amused him endlessly. Dekai and Solace seemed to think they had narrowly escaped calamity. Yet, in the next instant, two beams of energy shot forth unannounced from Frieza's eyes, piercing through the hearts of both men in a mere 0.01 seconds. Warriors with a battle power of 15,000 were thus ruthlessly slain by Frieza. I did not mind my subordinates attempting to fathom my thoughts. However, if such understanding comes with a sliver of hope for survival, then such subordinates hold no value for me. Fools who cannot discern the situation. Indeed, it is only Sabo and Dodoria who truly comprehend me. With that, Frieza cast his gaze upon the other personnel aboard the spacecraft. I could see that moment. All present swallowed hard in terror. They were unfortunate witnesses to Frieza's obsequiousness toward Beerus. And thus, all were doomed. Blood splattered, staining the cockpit crimson, severed limbs and entrails littering the floor, a foul stench wafting through the air. The scene was grotesquely bloody and merciless. Yet for Frieza, such horrors were commonplace, only heightening his sanguinary cravings. Since even the god of destruction, Beerus, had issued the command, it was imperative that he hasten the eradication of the Saiyan race. Before that, however, he planned to extract one final measure of value from the Saiyans. With that thought, Frieza reclined once more into his infantile pod, his demeanor cold and detached, as if all prior actions were of no concern to him. Only when his subordinates sensed an unusual atmosphere did anyone dare to enter. Upon witnessing the scene within the cockpit, even seasoned warriors could not suppress their gasps of horror. Shock, fear, and disbelief enveloped them. Yet, Frieza would not grant them ample time to react, for he needed to communicate with his trusted subordinates. After a brief cleanup by his underlings, the personnel in the cockpit were replaced, and Frieza connected with Dodoria and Sabo, who were executing their tasks. The plan to obliterate Planet Vegeta was officially set into motion. However, before proceeding, Frieza required a more detailed and comprehensive strategy, at the very least. He aimed to annihilate all Saiyans in one swift blow, rendering the legends impossible, while simultaneously fulfilling the destructive mandate of Beerus. The scene shifted back to Planet Vegeta. The night deepened, and by midnight, Talot, Bardock, and Jain finally returned home. It could be said that they had spent a sleepless night, with none of them feeling the slightest inclination to rest. The changes had come too swiftly. Raditz had departed first, followed closely by the farewell of Kakarot. Then, 2 days later, Talot and Celery would leave Planet Vegeta, with Jain. Bardock's considerations were indeed thorough, why taking Jain with him and drawing the primary attention. He could deftly evade the gaze of many. After all, who would concern themselves with a child possessing a power level of 400 accompanied by 2 subordinate warriors with power levels barely in the hundreds? Embarking on a campaign of conquest. This also prompted Talot to recall a forgotten memory from the original narrative. Jain had indeed expressed to Bardock that if they were worried about Frieza's intentions toward the Saiyan race, they could simply take Kakarot and flee Planet Vegeta. However, Bardock had outright declared this to be impossible. Given their battle powers, should they attempt to escape from Planet Vegeta, Frieza's forces would undoubtedly discover them. And even King Vegeta would take notice at that point. They would surely face pursuit, if not outright extermination. A new day dawned. Talot pondered what Bardock and Jain might have discussed the previous night. Talking to himself, he prepared some food to satiate his hunger, while continuing to contemplate the details of their plan. Bardock's thoughts were indeed meticulous, yet certain risks remained. Even if they successfully departed Planet Vegeta, Talot would still need to meticulously craft an illusion that they had perished en route, severing any possibility of detection or monitoring. The years spent researching and mastering various technological knowledge had not been in vain. At least now, the battle power detector he possessed had successfully dismantled its positioning and recording modules under his operation, rendering it impervious to external surveillance and tracking. Although there was a significant disparity between the battle power detector and the spacecraft. Talot was already well acquainted with the workings of a medium-sized spacecraft, possessing a complete set of schematics that, in simpler terms, during his spare moments over the past few days, Talot had located and marked the locations of the positioning and monitoring modules. As long as they were dismantled or destroyed, It would not only ensure the spacecraft's normal navigation, but also create a data feedback indicating the spacecraft destruction. Perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, even if he and Aunt Jine were connected to Bardock, it was unlikely they would truly be pursued. Even if King Vegeta harbored apprehensions about Bardock, Raditz was already firmly under his control. Having lived for many years in a stifling atmosphere on the merciless planet Vegeta, one is perpetually burdened with the anxiety of various lurking dangers, leading to incessant overthinking that to analyze from another perspective. There are numerous Saiyans who embark on daily missions and return, including 2 5-year-old children and a subordinate warrior, whose combined combat power scarcely exceeds 1,000 points. Who would take notice of such a triviality? It is essential to recognize that a capable lower-ranking warrior typically possesses combat power in the hundreds, if not thousands. Many exceptional lower-ranking warriors boast powers of 1 to 2,000, akin to those in Bardock's team, each wielding formidable strength. Speaking of this, one cannot overlook the disdainful labels of waste and coward that were once attributed to Raditz upon his introduction in the original narrative, reflecting on the early characterizations by Toriyama. Raditz's portrayal was indeed lackluster, positioning him among the weakest of warriors. Upon arriving on Planet Vegeta, Talot came to realize that a combat power of 1,500 could only be deemed somewhat exceptional among lower-ranking warriors. Without the later, more comprehensive character development provided by Toriyama, who could have imagined that Raditz was essentially nurtured to ineptitude? The so-called inability to experience true bloodshed while shadowing Vegeta and Nappa stunted his growth. Even when opportunities for battle arose, they often devolved into mere slaughters of the weak by the strong, leaving no chance for Raditz to showcase his abilities. Setting aside these musings, Talot composed himself, donned his attire, and stepped outside that a few days prior he had finalized all necessary preparations, and now he needed to check the docking area of the spaceship for any remaining essentials. Simultaneously, he sought to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Upon exiting, Talot spotted Sealer waiting for him outside. Due to their shared training regimen in recent days, she had taken to arriving early each morning. Even after training concluded, she would habitually seek him out. Seizing the opportunity, Talot informed her of their impending departure in 2 days. Sealer responded with unbridled excitement. Her innocent enthusiasm focused solely on the prospect of embarking on a cosmic journey to witness new worlds. Talot, wishing to alleviate any undue pressure, refrained from divulging too many details. The duo proceeded to the docking area of the spaceship, where, following identity verification, they entered the vessel, simultaneously checking supplies and reacquainting themselves with the interior. Time passed, and suddenly, shouts echoed from outside the spaceship. Bardock and Jine had arrived. Bardock had taken the initiative to prepare their supplies in advance, sparing them the hassle on the day of departure. Although Jine had not executed missions in quite some time, she was no stranger to the endeavor. After all, she had once invaded other planets herself, but as time passed and her combat prowess waned, she ultimately remained on Planet Vegeta to fulfill logistical duties at Bardock's insistence. Naturally, her earlier pregnancies, first with Raditz and later with Kakarot, played a significant role in her decision. After a brief tour of the spaceship, laughter and conversation ensued as they exited. It was also at this moment that Talot realized Bardock had already planned for Jine to accompany him when he procured the medium-sized spaceship. No wonder everything has gone so smoothly. You seem to have anticipated more than I did. Moreover, Talot pondered that Bardock must have observed his recent actions, choosing to remain silent. That Bardock's astuteness truly shone through. A testament to his remarkable intelligence. It is no surprise that he is regarded as a protagonist of his in a parallel universe. He had even fortuitously traversed time due to the explosion of Planet Vegeta, arriving on planet long before it was renamed by the Saiyans. Not only did he fulfill the legendary transformation into a Super Saiyan, but he also vanquished an ancestor of Frieza, the cosmic pirate Zild. Contemplating this, Talot could not help but shake his head that if such events had indeed transpired, would it even be possible to summon him back with the Dragon Balls? While the concept of time travel seems far-fetched, if he, as a being from another world, could reincarnate in this realm as a Saiyan, what else might be deemed impossible? Sensing Talot's shift in demeanor, Bardock glanced up, their eyes meeting. Startled, Talot shook off his reverie. "What's the matter, little Talot?" Bardock teased, unaware of Talot's thoughts. "Nothing, just feeling a surge of emotions, unsure of what the future holds," Talot replied, both intentionally and unintentionally. His words prompted Jine to share in the weight of unspoken thoughts. Each of them held their own contemplations, yet none possessed the ability to discern the thoughts of others. Leaving only speculation, there's no need to overthink it. The future will reveal itself through genuine experiences, Bardock asserted. Following this statement, the previously quiet atmosphere shifted once more. Talot nodded, opting not to engage further. Jine chose instead to place her trust in Bardock. Sealer, being still quite young, despite her maturity in certain aspects, struggled to grasp the subtleties of the situation. Time swiftly elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Although it seemed brief for Talot and Jine, it felt prolonged, as both had struggled to find rest. In contrast, Sealer appeared to have conserved her energy, completely unaffected by the tension. After gathering at home, Talot, Sealer, and Jine boarded the spaceship under Bardock's farewell. As dawn had barely broken, few took notice of their departure. "Remember, as long as I do not initiate contact, you must not respond." Bardock's final admonition served to remind them that even though they were leaving Planet Vegeta, absolute safety was not guaranteed at Aian parting. Talot refrained from disclosing his intentions to Bardock. Having made this choice, he resolved to act without hesitation, striving to eliminate any potential threats before considering other matters. The spaceship soared through the cosmos, departing Planet Vegeta and ushering in Talot's long-awaited era. And no longer would he be subjected to threats and constraints, nor would he need to conceal his true capabilities in fear. In simple terms, the sky is vast, allowing birds to soar freely, and the ocean is wide, granting fish the liberty to leap. From this moment forward, he could pursue any endeavor his heart desired, and most crucially, after leaving Planet Vegeta, he possessed no fewer than 10 methods to enhance his strength. Naturally, at this juncture, he chose not to share this information with Jine or Sealer. For now, Planet Vegeta remained unscathed by Frieza's destruction. The time for revelations would come when that day arrived. Rising from the pilot's seat, Talot stretched, appearing decidedly fatigued. The tension he had felt prior to departure, fraught with worries of unforeseen complications, began to dissipate now that they were safely en route. Yet, it remained premature to declare genuine safety. So rest would have to wait. Gazing back at the colossal Planet Vegeta from the cosmos, Talot marveled at the scene, incomparable to anything witnessed in animated series or comics. Even the imagery depicted in science fiction films paled in comparison. It had been 7 or 8 years since he last set foot on Planet Vegeta, and it remained as breathtaking as ever. It has been many years since such a spectacle was witnessed. And after a prolonged absence from the cosmos, Jine's heart, once tranquil, was suddenly filled with a sense of unease. As she uttered the word beautiful, a tremor was evident in her voice, a subtle attempt to mask her emotional turmoil. Perhaps Jine had grown too accustomed to her serene and comfortable life, and the thought of drifting through the universe once more left her feeling unanchored. In truth, no one could fathom the depths of her feelings. Only Jine herself understood that her sense of emptiness was not solely due to this. Rather, it was as if an inexplicable sensation had taken root within her, leading her to believe that her farewell to Bardock would mark their final encounter. Dear Jine, you could view this mission as a cosmic journey. After all, you have toiled for so many years. Consider it a well-deserved holiday, Talot jested, diverting the conversation. Since his arrival in this world, he had observed that Jine, while seemingly engaged in straightforward logistical tasks, was, in fact, perpetually busy. Each day, she bore a share of responsibilities while also caring for others. Put it simply, she worked tirelessly throughout the year. While this may be the norm for Saiyans, such a lifestyle could impose significant psychological strains on any sentient being. Upon hearing Talot's words, Jine smiled. In that case, I shall count myself fortunate to bask in the light of your presence. Little Talot, I hope the data regarding Aian planet aligns with what has been said. It is indeed a splendid celestial body. The more beautiful a planet, the more susceptible it is to invasion. Talot interjected, unable to contain himself. The Aian planet, targeted for invasion, was over twice the size of Vegeta, though its gravitational force was comparable. The indigenous inhabitants had yet to develop a technological civilization, yet the pressures of their primitive existence endowed them with formidable combat prowess. In simple terms, devoid of technological support, all endeavors had to rely solely on their physical strength. Thus, in their quest for survival and propagation, the Aian people were not only of considerable stature, but their average combat power ranged from 100 to 300 points. Moreover, other life forms on Aian planet were also of considerable size. Upon first learning of the situation on Aian, Talot's immediate thought was to apply his prior knowledge to ascertain that this planet existed in a prehistoric era, perhaps even predating the known prehistoric times. Thus, it could nurture many colossal species. This was akin to the era on Earth in Talot's previous life, when gigantic creatures like dinosaurs once ruled. Indeed, such creatures were prevalent in this world as well. On Vegeta, they were referred to as terror beasts and regarded as sustenance. Talot, how long will our cosmic voyage take to reach Aian planet? Celery inquired at that moment. Previously captivated by the beauty of Vegeta, she now found herself staring at a myriad of stars, unable to see anything else. Cosmic travel was inherently monotonous. Only at the outset did it evoke a sense of anticipation and novelty. Under the speed of a medium-sized spacecraft, it would take approximately 2 months to arrive. After responding to Celery, Talot returned to the control panel, deftly operating the spacecraft, with holographic projections displaying all relevant data. Aian planet was not far from Vegeta, though this distance was only trivial when considering the advanced technology of their spacecraft. In contrast, it was indeed much farther than the planet Ramp, which Raditz and the others intended to invade. Thus, Talot mused that by the time they reached Aian, Raditz and the others might have completed their invasion task. According to the original narrative, the successful completion of their invasion would signify the annihilation of Vegeta at the hands of Frieza, disguised as a catastrophic meteor strike. However, he pondered whether the storyline would unfold differently, given the intertwining of 2 timelines. Why dwell on such thoughts? I am no longer bound by any constraints. Once the hyperspeed mode is activated, I will dismantle those surveillance modules in a few days and overhaul the spacecraft system to sever all communication links. On Vegeta, as Bardock watched the spacecraft carrying Talot, Celery, and NEI vanish from sight, and the power level detector ceased to signal, he exhaled a sigh of relief, as if the weight of the world had lifted from his shoulders. Given the combat capabilities of Aian planet, your safety will not be compromised. I entrust Celery and NEI to you, Talot. With your intelligence, caring for them will pose no issue. I hope this storm passes swiftly. Once I ascertain that no significant events unfold here, I shall seek you out. After uttering these words, Bardock turned to leave the this moment. Talot had departed Vegeta with NEI and Celery. Liberated from any lingering concerns, he could now act without reservation on planet Kanasha. This mission was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Even King Vegeta had instructed him to thoroughly investigate Frieza's intentions. Was there truly some unspeakable secret lurking on Kanasha? With only a day remaining, he needed to prepare adequately. Burying his thoughts, Bardock headed toward his home. As dawn broke, the sun rose, and the majority of the populace began to stir. Upon seeing Bardock, they greeted him warmly. For the Saiyans in this region, who did not recognize Bardock, who did not hold him in high regard, he was the epitome of a low-class warrior and the mightiest among them. Before long, Bardock returned home, took some time to organize his gear, and then departed without a hint of nostalgia. This home, in a sense, was a home, yet in another sense, it was not him. A home existed where family resided. A house devoid of family was merely a shelter, just as he was about to set off to the royal capital in search of his comrades. An inexplicable feeling caused Bardock to furrow his brow. He scanned his surroundings, finally honing in on a shadowy corner that he scrutinized for some time. His instincts warned him that someone might be observing him. Oddly, if his intuition were correct, the power level detector should have registered something. Was this merely a figment of his imagination, or had the mental strain of recent days rendered him overly sensitive? He murmured to himself before unleashing his energy and soaring into the sky toward the royal capital. Just as Bardock departed from the very shadowy corner he had been observing, a figure clad in specialized combat attire emerged. That was close. I almost got caught. Bardock truly lives up to his reputation as a warrior with a power level of 10,000. His combat instincts are remarkably sharp. Thankfully, I brought a signal jammer. Otherwise, being discovered earlier would have been troublesome. No time for sentiment now. I must report the situation of Bardock's family to the king. In the next instant, this Saiyan darted away at great speed toward the royal palace. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the capital, King Vegeta sat upon his throne, listening intently as an elite warrior reported recent intelligence. Essentially, Frieza, fearing the legendary Super Saiyan of their race, had resolved to target the Saiyans. There were even credible reports suggesting that Frieza had commanded his subordinates to covertly assemble, intending to descend upon Vegeta planet in the near future. Just as I suspected, Frieza believes himself the emperor of the universe, controlling everything, yet he dreads the legendary powers of our Saiyan race. How laughable. He thinks he has me cornered, but in truth, I have long been preparing to confront him. King Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, a hint of pride accompanying his final words. The fear of the Super Saiyan by the Cosmic Emperor only served to affirm that the Saiyans should indeed reign supreme in the universe. As elite warriors began to return, it was evident that in no time, at least 80% of them would be back. King Vegeta felt a surge of joy. Excellent. If Frieza intends to come and oppress us, then I shall ensure he remains here permanently. By uniting the strength of all elite warriors, Frieza is but a trifling adversary. Even if his combat power reaches 100,000, and even with King Cole by his side, we can still bring him down. As the words fell, it became evident just how conceited King Vegeta was that he remained blissfully unaware of the naivety of his thoughts. I could see that moment. The grand doors of the palace were thrust open once more, causing a palpable shift in the atmosphere within the hall. Not only did King Vegeta feel this change, but the elite warrior accompanying him also adopted a grave expression. King Vegeta signaled to the warrior with a glance, and the latter promptly vanished from the grand hall. Turning to face the newcomer, King Vegeta straightened his posture, his eyes filled with an authoritative glare as he proclaimed, "Arita, your haste in seeking an audience with me suggests you bear significant news." The visitor was none other than the superior warrior tasked with monitoring Bardock and his family's movements. "My King, the latest intelligence confirms your suspicions. Bardock has indeed sent his wife and children away from Planet Vegeta. He has now arrived at the royal city, presumably to seek out his subordinates." Upon hearing this, King Vegeta offered a slight nod. He was indifferent to Bardock's decision to send his family away, considering them merely low-ranking warriors with scant combat prowess. Especially Bardock's youngest son, whose battle power barely reached 2. It appeared Bardock possessed some sense, as he had no intention of fleeing with his family in tow. His arrival in the royal city to find his subordinates likely indicated preparations to invade planet Kinesa. After a brief analysis, King Vegeta inhaled deeply, leaning back in his throne, and declared, "There is no need for further surveillance. You may take your leave at once, my king." The superior warrior, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, swiftly exited the grand hall. This task had been a mere trap, and he was oblivious to King Vegeta's true intentions. As Arita departed, King Vegeta turned his gaze to another corner. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. He inquired whether there had been any reports about the planets where Bardock's family had gone, followed by questions regarding a particular matter. After receiving the necessary updates, he dismissed the individual and fell into deep contemplation, leaving him alone in the vast emptiness of the hall, which felt profoundly lonely. Could the legendary Super Saiyan truly be that young boy? King Vegeta's emotions were tumultuous. In recent times, rumors surrounding the legend had proliferated, prompting him to engage in profound introspection, reflecting on the past. He recalled how his son Vegeta was born with a battle power of 2,000, shattering and establishing the highest record for a Saiyan's birth. He once believed his son would embody the legend. At least Vegeta's potential seemed unparalleled among the Saiyans. However, contrary to his expectations, just as he thought his son might realize the prophecy, an even more formidable newborn emerged, surpassing Vegeta with an astonishing battle power of 10,000. Throughout the history of the Saiyan race, how many beings had ever achieved such power? Even among the elite, even as King Vegeta himself, how much battle power did he possess? Vegeta fell short by a staggering 8,000 points. He felt a deep sense of injustice for his son. Thus, he resolved to cast the child away to a desolate planet, leaving him to fend for himself. Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan. Even if the legend were true, it should be the royal bloodline of myself and Vegeta that fulfills it. Rising from his seat, King Vegeta's aura erupted, shaking the very foundations of the hall. In his mind, it would be best if that child had already perished, along with the traitor Paragus. According to the information he possessed, there was little hope for either Paragus or Broly to survive. The hall once again fell silent, and King Vegeta continued to sit upon his throne, seemingly gathering strength. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment on Planet Vampa, two Saiyans, one large and one small, were struggling to gather food amidst the harsh climate. They were none other than Paragus and Broly. Having arrived on this planet, they were stranded due to their spacecraft's damage, unable to escape or communicate with the outside world. Thus, they could only scrape by and survive in this inhospitable environment. Broly fared relatively well. His needs were few, and he lacked a concrete understanding of many things. However, for Paragus, even after just a few years, the situation had become nearly unbearable. Not yet 30, he had already begun to sport numerous gray hairs. A testament to the toll this ordeal had taken on his psyche, he had regretted coming here to find his son more than once. Yet, whenever such thoughts surfaced, he quickly quashed them, for he firmly believed his son was the finest Saiyan. Born with a battle power of 10,000, he had once held the conviction that his son was the legendary Super Saiyan, destined to appear only once in a millennium. He moved supplies while making his way to their concealed cave. He noted that this year's planetary storm was more ferocious than ever before. "Hurry, Broly, this is our last trip. I hope this storm passes swiftly," Paragus urged. Though he was an adult, he was no match for Broly's strength. Broly acknowledged his father's words and redoubled his efforts. After a considerable time, they finally dragged several enormous barrels into a hidden underground cavern, the only place where they could somewhat shield themselves from the onslaught of the fierce winds. With their formidable strength, they could, in a sense, obliterate planets. Yet the storms generated by the planet's movement produced winds strong enough to shred everything in their path, and even they could not endure it for long. In simple terms, any object, no matter how robust, would be shattered by such relentless forces, explaining the barren, cratered surface of the planet. This was not even the most terrifying aspect. What was truly fearsome was that this climate manifested once every 12 months, lasting approximately 4 to 6 months. "Let us take a break, Broly, that I'll handle the rest from here," Paragus said, still showing concern for Broly, for despite his prowess, he was still just a child. Gathering supplies, transporting them, and now organizing them. Without the storm's fury, this task was relatively easy for Paragus. After all, he possessed a battle power exceeding 3,000 in the cosmos. A spacecraft hurtled through the void at a terrifying speed, heading toward a specific destination. This spacecraft was undoubtedly Raditz. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Inside the spacecraft, a tense situation unfolded, with the departure time having elapsed. Talot began to take action. "Are you certain about this, young Talot? If you destroy it, not only will we lose the ability to detect our surroundings, but without communication, we'll be unable to send a distress signal should we find ourselves in peril." In the cockpit, watching Talot dismantle the power level detector and using tiny tools to damage the circuit board, Jine was somewhat anxious. After all, the power level detector had become an essential tool, relied upon by all its users. Losing its primary functions would be akin to most users losing their eyesight. To put it more simply, it was like a smartphone suddenly becoming inoperative. Not only would one be unable to make calls, but one would also lose location tracking and internet access. Such a device would only be useful for occasional calculations and data recording. And Jine, I mentioned this before, this is also what Uncle Bardock instructed. There are many things he hasn't told you, fearing it would cause you distress. Now that we have been 10 days away from Planet Vegeta, we are at a relatively safe distance. Thus, I must begin to implement the plans agreed upon with Uncle Bardock, Talot explained, continuing his work in the past few days, especially as he prepared to execute his plans. Talot had framed all his actions as Bardock's arrangements. Everything was directed by Uncle Bardock, so it was not his concern. He was merely ensuring safety and following orders. However, this was rather reckless. Without a communicator, how could Bardock reach them? Janae found herself torn between the desire to intervene and the inability to do so. She held a firm belief that Talot would not deceive her. Since it was Bardock's suggestion, it was imperative to follow through with it. Rest assured, Aunt Janae, the module for receiving messages will remain intact. It is merely our inability to communicate back or be located, Talot assured her. This statement served primarily to placate Janae, as in reality, they could only receive messages akin to mass broadcasts. After all, the location module had been dismantled, leaving the detector in a state of paradoxical existence. While it could not actively pinpoint their location, its serial number remained on the host registry. This was the very aspect that had astonished Talot upon his initial understanding of the technology. Logically, it should not be this way, yet it was. Very well, but do exercise caution, Janae responded, calming down at last. In less than half an hour, Talot had successfully modified Janae's combat power detector. Once she confirmed that the other functionalities remained unaffected, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, and Janae, there is no need for such anxiety. Even if it were to break, it would not matter. Once I complete all the modifications, I will teach you and Saiyan a method to control your aura and strength. After mastering it, not only can you enhance your own power, but you will also be able to sense others' auras, determining their strength and whether they pose a threat. Talot's words left Janae astonished once more as he continued to work on Saiyan's combat power detector. Little Talot, where did you acquire such skills? Not only can you modify detectors, but you also possess such abilities. Bardock cannot do this, Janae inquired. Talot nodded. There was no longer a need for concealment or secrecy. He demonstrated his aura control ability. In truth, I have always hidden my strength. Now I shall reveal it entirely. And Janae, you may check my current combat power value with the detector. Upon hearing Talot's words and sensing the sudden shift in his aura, Janae was taken aback, then activated the combat power detector. Beep, 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 beep. The device chimed, displaying a combat power index of 1,200 points. Janae's astonishment deepened, leaving her speechless. 1,200 points? Is this the method you spoke of for controlling aura and strength? Can you even deceive the detector? Does Bardock know? Janae bombarded him with questions, for a Saiyan who was entirely unfamiliar with such matters. This capability seemed utterly unfathomable. Even if one could control the intensity of their power, the combat power detector could still measure their true values, as it could with other beings. Yet Talot had managed to conceal it entirely. Bardock is unaware of this. I must apologize to you for deceiving you all along. Furthermore, I have been aware for some time that Frieza might target our Saiyan race. I even know that King Vegeta has been monitoring us. Thus, I have concealed my training and my true strength. As he spoke, Talot dared not look at Janae, seemingly engrossed in disassembling the combat power detector, though his heart was in turmoil. This had been a long-buried concern, and seizing this opportunity to express it felt liberating. Janae was momentarily stunned by his revelation. She had never anticipated Talot's thoughts to be so mature, so profoundly aware, in contrast to her ignorance. The 5-year-old Talot bore the weight of an adult, much like Bardock, shouldering everything. After a prolonged silence, neither Talot nor Janae spoke, and the atmosphere grew profoundly quiet, just as Talot resolved to say something further. He suddenly felt the warmth emanating from Janae's body as she embraced him from behind. The sensation was both warm and familiar, yet distinct from their previous embraces. Talot, Aunt Janae always thought you were still a child. Now I realize how much you have endured. I should have recognized it sooner. So you need not bear it alone. I believe Bardock sensed this too, which is why he entrusted me to follow your lead. Janae's tender words soothed Talot's previously anxious heart. Bardock had indeed noticed such intricate details and had communicated his desire for her to heed Talot's guidance. How could he have missed the signs? Talot inhaled deeply, reflecting on all. Janae held Talot close for a long time. You need not bear such burdens alone. Any pressure you feel can be shared with Aunt Genie in my eyes. You are just like Raditz and Kakarot, both my sons. Her heartfelt declaration made Talot's body tremble slightly. In both past and present, Janae had provided him with ample maternal love that I understand, and now I must share some things with you. And Janae, once I finish modifying the combat power detector, I still need to upgrade some equipment on the spaceship. Only then will we be truly safe. With his heart unburdened, Talot felt no further hesitation. Janae remained by Talot's side, her face radiating love and joy, feeling as though their relationship had taken a significant step forward. Time passed, and within less than 2 hours, Talot skillfully completed the modifications on Sai's and several spare combat power detectors. After confirming that the detection functions were intact, Sai emerged from the resting quarters, yawning and rubbing her eyes. Brother Talot, and Janae, have you not rested? Once the novelty of interstellar travel wore off, the remaining days were filled with monotony. Aside from eating and sleeping, their activities were restricted to simple training within the confines of the spaceship. Entertainment options were nearly non-existent. Well, there were some, as Talot had created a few simple games based on his past memories, such as cards and board games that you've become increasingly lethargic these last 2 days, Sai. You slept nearly 20 hours, Talot teased. Upon realizing how long she had slept and being playfully chided by Talot, Sai's cheeks flushed. I just didn't rest well beforehand, so I was drowsy, humph. Is that so? Of course. All right. Sai's a girl. Talot, you ought to be more considerate. Janae interjected, alleviating Sai's embarrassment. Sai approached the workbench and noticed a pile of parts and fragments. Along with the combat power detector, her face filled with suspicion. Brother Talot, did you disassemble the combat power detector? Upon hearing this, Talot nodded and explained the situation to Sai, though he refrained from elaborating too much. Merely mentioning it was for ensuring safety and avoiding surveillance. What Talot did not anticipate was that his seemingly simple words would amplify Sai's affection for him. Janae, observing Sai's unabashed proximity to Talot, couldn't help but smile. Reflecting on her past with Bardock, she recalled how she had made significant efforts to draw close to him, ultimately melting the heart of a man who had known little of love. In Janae's eyes, Talot was exceptional and intelligent, yet she believed he was even more naive in matters of the heart than Bardock had been. So, Brother Talot's true combat power is indeed 1,200 points. How impressive! Sai's eyes sparkled with admiration. In the face of such praise, Talot remained humble, fully aware of his own limitations. In truth, I am not that remarkable. I merely progressed swiftly after learning the method of aura cultivation. Talot attributed his achievements to the mastery of energy, why voicing the suppressed thoughts within him. He experienced a transformation in his interactions with Janae and Sai, no longer hesitating or leaving his words unfinished as he once did. Freed from the burdens of concealment and fear that had previously weighed him down, he found a renewed sense of ease. After modifying the combat power detector, Talot proceeded to enhance the spacecraft. The engineering challenges were considerable, yet with the aid of blueprints, he had already marked the locations of the modules, allowing him to swiftly eliminate potential hazards. Ultimately, he reset the spacecraft systems, erasing all records. During this process, an internal self-check nearly faltered due to missing modules, startling Talot with a surge of panic reminiscent of impending death. However, he realized that he was not particularly familiar with the sensation of death. In that fleeting moment of blankness and cold sweat, it felt as if he were on the brink of demise. Having completed these tasks, Talot truly felt liberated for the first time. Subsequently, he began to explain essential details to Janae and Sai, naturally leading to the topic of energy cultivation. After all, he had already resolved to teach them. Had it not been for the extraordinary nature of his earlier teachings, which could attract undue attention and danger, he would have imparted this knowledge to Bardock much earlier. Over the years, his inclination to remain low-key had deterred him from taking risks, but now liberated from the shackles of his past, he felt unrestrained. In teaching them the method of energy cultivation, Talot adopted the technique used by Son Gohan in the later arcs of the original story, when he instructed Biddy and Son Goten. His own successful mastery of energy was also a result of this method. It must be noted that Son Gohan was a genius, capable of devising such techniques, possibly influenced by his training under Piccolo. Reflecting on the early stages of the original story, it was evident that true mastery of energy began with Son Goku's ascent to the divine realm. Prior to that, the martial artists on Earth had undergone considerable trials and gained insights, even managing to unleash energy attacks, but these were merely effective utilizations of their inherent power. Thus, the cultivation journey for Janae and Sai commenced, unbeknownst to them how transformative this practice would be for their futures. As an observer and participant, Talot also embarked on his own cultivation journey. Over the past 10 days, he had consistently practiced energy cultivation, resulting in an increase in combat power from 1170 to 1200 points. Indeed, under Bardock's rigorous training, Talot's strength had significantly improved. However, the actual combat power index had only risen by 20 points in these 10 days. A 30-point increase might seem modest, yet it brought immense joy to Talot. For once he set foot on the path of cultivation, even the slightest progress signified advancement. With the enhancement of his own strength, Talot became acutely aware of a critical truth. If he neglected his training and failed to stabilize his power, even if his combat power reached certain thresholds, a lack of exercise would lead to a decline. The numerical values were ever-changing. Furthermore, after experiencing several major breakthroughs in combat power, Talot understood that unless there were transformative insights or sudden epiphanies, any breakthroughs achieved through slight loosening of boundaries would yield minimal enhancements. Yes, for engaging in other forms of cultivation, Talot found himself limited to energy practice, as the confines of the medium-sized spacecraft left little room for vigorous exercise. Even for a single individual, the space felt cramped, let alone with 3 people that he had considered installing gravity devices within the spacecraft, which would allow for basic gravity training. Under increased gravity, even simple exercises like push-ups or sit-ups could yield significant benefits. Unfortunately, despite his intentions, it remained unfeasible. People in this era, while aspiring to strengthen themselves and maintain peak condition, primarily relied on the innate powers bestowed by their genetic heritage. Even if scientists could develop gravity devices, they had yet to conceive of their application in cultivation. In summary, the era and perspectives had vastly changed. Talot now aimed to instill the concept of strengthening through cultivation in Janae and Sai, enabling them to grow more formidable. Although in terms of strength, Janae and Sai would undoubtedly be invincible on Earth, they still had much room for growth. At the very least, they needed the capability to protect themselves. Beyond that, Talot would not impose further demands. Time passed, day by day. Amid the protracted journey through the cosmos, new goals and activities emerged, alleviating the tedium for Janae and Sai. They could have easily entered a state of dormancy. Yet Talot chose not to do so. If they were to sleep, he would be left alone. Typically, most Saiyans traveled in single-person spacecraft, spending their cosmic voyages in slumber. One moment of closed eyes, and upon reopening them, regardless of the duration in between, felt like a mere blink as the energy cultivation progressed. On the 3rd day, Janae was the first to sense the presence of energy and successfully directed her own energy within a certain range. Sai, lagging behind Janae, perhaps due to age or differences in strength, struggled more. Janae possessed a combat power of 600 points, while Sai's shortcomings were more pronounced. She mistook comprehension for a necessity to exert force, focusing solely on techniques of power exertion, which kept her slightly behind. Ultimately, on the 5th day, with Talot's meticulous guidance, Sai finally perceived the tangible existence of energy and managed to achieve basic control. Was it slow? Not at all. In fact, it was remarkably impressive. After all, one cannot compare the present era with the past. The rapid responsiveness and ability to exert even basic control that Janae and Sai demonstrated was entirely attributed to their pure intentions and the inherent strength of Saiyans, which allowed them to utilize their power effectively. Following their cultivation of energy, their strength visibly increased, and their capabilities far surpassed their previous selves. Naturally, in combat, they became even stronger, though the confined space limited their ability to spar. At least now, they could easily regulate their combat power levels. With minimal instruction, Janae and Sai could lower their combat power to below 100 points. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed since their departure from Planet Vegeta, in the Dasa star system. The planet Aian orbited as the 6th massive planet around a scorching star. Apart from Aian, this small star system contained 11 other planets revolving around the same sun. However, aside from Aian, which supported life, the other planets, despite having atmospheres, were lifeless. In the vast expanse of the universe, a rapid beam of light shot forth from the distant galaxy, shattering the calm. Upon reaching the outer atmosphere of Aian, The beam halted, revealing the shape of the spacecraft, which soon pierced through the planet's atmosphere, landing on this immense primordial world. Undoubtedly, this spacecraft was the medium-sized vessel carrying Talot, Saiyan, and Janae. After 2 months of travel, they had finally arrived at their destination safely. The ship opted for a landing on a flat-topped mountain, and as the hatch opened, Talot, Janae, and Saiyan exited in succession. The sensation of solid ground beneath their feet was exhilarating. They were finally free from the confines of the cramped space. Once outside, Saiyan stretched her body, releasing the pent-up discomfort accumulated during their time aboard the spacecraft, feeling an overwhelming urge to unleash her energy. The air was fresh, and the climate was warm. This planet was even more primitive than Talot had imagined, or perhaps their landing site was fortuitously situated within the heart of a primordial forest. Jine had previously accompanied her comrades in the conquest of numerous planets. Hence she immediately began to pay attention to various factors. According to the information available, the Aian planet should possess a similar environment. With no technological advancement and no environmental pollution, the lush vegetation and the unexpectedly large sizes of the species on Aian planet were indeed astonishing. Talot responded to Jine's remarks, marveling at the wonders of Aian planet. It must be said that even with prior knowledge of the intelligence, witnessing it firsthand was truly breathtaking. To the naked eye, no animals were visible. However, the towering trees and the incredibly dense underbrush made it all too easy for an ordinary person to become lost. Unable to find their way out, put it simply, it was as if a normal person had entered the realm of giants. The aura perception expanded, and under Talot's sensitivity, the surrounding area spanning hundreds of miles was laid bare. Countless life forces flooded into his awareness, each unique and previously unfelt. It appeared that Aian planet was even more perilous than he had anticipated. The data provided in the intelligence reports might be flawed, as the combat power of the most dangerous species undoubtedly exceeded 400 to 500 points. Among the various auras he sensed, several were already at the threshold of 500 points, with one particularly potent presence located 300 miles to the northwest, likely exceeding 600 or 700 points in combat power. Speaking to himself, Talot also conveyed this information to Jine and Celery, ensuring they were aware that their arrival on this planet did not guarantee absolute safety. Indeed, they possessed sufficient strength to survive on this planet, but with their current power, conquering it seemed nearly impossible. Unless the full moon arrived, triggering a transformation into a giant ape, they would have only a brief window for effective invasion. Even though the giant ape transformation could be sustained for a considerable duration, given the size of this planet, even a month of continuous transformation might fall short. The manpower was too limited. No wonder there were no time restrictions on invading this planet. Even if Talot's combat power had reached 1,300 points after a period of training, it would still take at least a year to traverse every corner of the planet. However, even if he could explore the entire planet, conquering Aian planet would remain an unattainable goal. Put it plainly, with his solitary strength, unless his power dramatically increased in the coming time, reaching several thousand points within a year. It would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate any resistance on this planet. Such high combat power, and in such numbers, suggested that Aian planet was not merely an ordinary mid-level planet, but rather could be classified at the lower end of a high-level planet. Although Jine had also cultivated her aura and could sense the general situation, she still habitually relied on a combat power detector for exploration. She observed the precise data displayed on the detector. Beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. "I fear there are those who wish for our demise," she exclaimed. Talot speculated. When Uncle Bardock registered me, he did not disclose the source of this planet's intelligence. Jine's expression changed at his words. "Are you suggesting that Bardock was deceived?" Talot nodded and replied, "If Uncle Bardock merely intended to train me, there would be no need to conceal such information. The only one capable of orchestrating this would be the king of our Saiyan clan." Talot mused. "Do you mean that King Vegeta secretly altered the intelligence of this planet and then conveyed it to Bardock through others, intending for us to perish here? But why? We, as lower-class warriors, have always been loyal to King Vegeta," Jine countered, perplexed that it's about power and authority. "Uncle Bardock is extraordinarily powerful, with a combat power surpassing 10. 0.000 points. Bardock's reputation has grown over the years. King Vegeta must see him as a threat to his position, just as Frieza perceives us Saiyans as a threat and seeks to take action against us. Talot explained, King Vegeta is utterly intolerant. Anyone who poses a threat will be eliminated, regardless of who they are. Talot recalled a fan comic from his previous life, where King Vegeta had a son named Reg who was born with a combat power of 50,000 points. Fearing for his own position, King Vegeta had exiled Reg to another planet early on. Of course, this was merely a fanfiction story. Whether it occurred in this world remained unknown to Talot. However, it highlighted King Vegeta's narrow-mindedness. Talot, do you think it's possible that you are overthinking this? Raditz is still accompanying Prince Vegeta in battle, and Bardock has never defied King Vegeta's orders. Jine remarked, displaying her intelligence in truth, Talot had contemplated this possibility as well. He even hoped he was overreacting. Yet, some matters were indeed chilling upon deeper reflection. Let us hope that that's the case in any event. We are at least not under surveillance at this moment, Talot affirmed. Based on Talot's confirmation, at least a month and a half ago, any feedback regarding the spacecraft would have indicated missing. In the vastness of space, being missing implied that the spacecraft had been destroyed. After securely concealing the spacecraft, they had activated robust defensive mechanisms. Unless subjected to an extraordinarily powerful external force, the spacecraft would not be easily damaged. Talot had often lamented how, despite the advanced alien technology and the formidable Frieza force, they could not even produce a space capsule. It was worth noting that by this point in time, universal capsules had begun to gain popularity on Earth in 10 years. They would be utilized across various industries. Let us go. All functions are now activated. Should any exceptionally powerful energy fluctuations arise within a 10-kilometer radius, we will receive immediate alerts, Talot declared to Jine and Celery as he led the way. Having departed from Planet Vegeta and arrived on this new planet, they were under absolute freedom. Thus, regardless of the danger level of this planet, they must actively explore it. If they continued to hesitate and cower now, all their preparations over the years would be in vain. Perhaps I should stay behind. There's only one spacecraft. If it were to be damaged, we would be trapped on this planet. Jine voiced her excessive concerns. While her worries were not unfounded, they were indeed Talot's greatest fear as well. However, she was being overly tense at this moment. The primary issue was that the danger level of Oyun planet far exceeded their expectations. It's alright. This time is merely a close-range scout. The range will not exceed 1,000 kilometers. When we conduct a long-range exploration next time, I will use my ability to create clones, allowing the clone to remain here to protect the spacecraft, Talot assured. The ability to create clones was the only solution Talot could conceive. There was no need to employ it now, as they were merely going out for a brief excursion. Even if anomalies arose near the spacecraft, they could return in time to AS for the clone ability. It was quite similar to the four-way fist technique. No, not quite. It was more akin to the magical clones used by Piccolo in later stages, with Talot's current strength and his mastery of this technique. Creating a clone would require him to divide at least 1/3 of his power. He could certainly allocate less, but if he divided too little, the clone's combat power would not be comparable to his full strength. Regarding the duration of the clone's existence, as long as it wasn't engaged in full combat, it could be sustained for a considerable length of time. When asked why not use the seed of the cultivator, it wasn't that Talot didn't wish to. Rather, Bardock had warned him that while this entity would obey the commands of its planter, it was inherently violent, without sufficient strength to suppress them. The cultivators could turn against their master. Thus, not all Saiyans employed cultivators. Only those with combat power exceeding 2,000 to 3,000 points would dare utilize them recklessly. Of course, Talot did not doubt his ability to defeat the cultivators. However, as Bardock stated, if he needed to engage in battle to subdue them, once he departed, the cultivators could potentially escape. Additionally, they posed an absolute threat to Celery and Jine. Nevertheless, the inability to use or control them now did not preclude future possibilities. At the very least, possessing such an entity provided a measure of power, as its combat power could reach 1,200 points. How impressive! Brother Talot, you can create clones too. I want to learn, Celery exclaimed, captivated by Talot mention of the cloning technique. A profound curiosity for all things novel permeates our being, that in due time, I shall impart further knowledge upon you, Talot remarked with a grin. For now, however, you must continue to hone your mastery of ki. Once your combat prowess surpasses 500 points, I shall unveil more skills to you. Without hesitation, Cellari assented, scarcely contemplating when she might achieve such a formidable strength that, in truth, she teetered on the brink of a breakthrough. With her current combat power reaching 290 points, with a deeper understanding of ki, she would undoubtedly surpass 300 points. An increase of 50 points in merely a month and a half may seem modest. Yet it is, in fact, quite commendable. At only 5 years of age, Cellari had progressed solely through Tarot's verbal guidance in ki cultivation. Now, in this vast expanse, enhancing her combat abilities would prove even simpler. As for Janae, her ascension had been even more remarkable, boasting a formidable 700 points of combat power. No small feat when compared to Talot, of course. Tarot's own advancement was fraught with greater challenges, as he occupied a higher echelon of strength, rendering further progress all the more arduous. With their apprehensions dispelled, the trio soared through the skies utilizing the Saiyan flight technique. The exhilaration of traversing the heavens afforded them a profound sense of liberation. After 2 months of cosmic travel, their negative emotions had dissipated entirely. They flew unencumbered, free from worries. In fact, an idea began to germinate in Tarot's mind. With their current prowess, they could very well remain on this planet for a lifetime, establishing themselves as its undisputed sovereigns. Talot brother, Janae aunt, look, there are countless colossal beasts over there, Cellari exclaimed, having spotted something mid-flight. Following her gaze, Talot and Janae beheld a breathtaking spectacle. In the distance, an untold number of massive creatures engaged in a ferocious battle for reasons unknown. Each beast towered in size, the smallest measuring several meters. Are they fighting over territory, or are they vying for something else? Janae mused curiously. The scene was undoubtedly gruesome. However, as a Saiyan who had invaded other planets, Janae was only slightly taken aback. Though she had not participated in such brutality, she had witnessed far more savage spectacles. The law of survival, where the weak are devoured by the strong, applies universally to all realms of life. Observing Janae, who remained unfazed and even intrigued, Talot could not help but reflect. In stark contrast, Cellari cowered in trepidation behind him, their disparities laid bare. Thus, even Janae, in a certain sense, could not be deemed a virtuous being. To distill it simply, this world harbors no absolute notions of good or evil. It merely depends on whether a goal aligns with one's perception of morality. Talot. Janae was kin, hence she was classified as good. Yet to the invaders, to the victims, she represented undeniable evil. Saiyans are merciless, bloodthirsty, and indiscriminately lethal. Hence, the words spoken by the protagonist, Son Goku, when confronting Frieza, reverberated throughout the universe. It was the indiscriminate slaughter by Saiyans that led to their extinction. The world is indeed a cruel place. It is now evident that they are situated deep within a primitive forest. The presence of numerous massive beasts renders this locale unsuitable for the residents of Aian planet. Analyzing the information at hand, Talot articulated, as of now, we know nothing of the Aian people. Their reluctance to contest with these beasts for survival indicates that these creatures pose a greater threat than the Aian inhabitants. All prior intelligence can be dismissed. We must rely on our own efforts to uncover the truth. While we cannot yet ascertain whether the Aian people are as the reports suggest, the absence of any encounters after traversing such a vast distance leads to two possibilities. Either this forest, or indeed this continent, is devoid of Aian inhabitants, or the Aian people, much like us Saiyans, dwell in a secluded area of the planet, with other regions firmly under the dominion of these colossal beasts. Talot concluded that he began to comprehend why the invasion mission mandated the eradication of all species deemed a threat, rather than solely targeting the Aian people. The true challenge lies with these formidable beasts. Janae nodded in agreement, adding from her perspective, perhaps our limited observations have skewed our understanding. Flying high above at great speed, we may have overlooked areas cloaked in dense forest that even our scanners cannot fully survey. It is also plausible that venturing further could lead us to the forest's edge, revealing a world vastly different from this one. Talot acknowledged Janae's insight, setting aside the issues concerning the Aian people. I find myself intrigued by the nature of this place. Janae Ant, Cellari, do exercise caution. I intend to approach and investigate, he asserted. There must be a reason behind the chaotic slaughter of these massive beasts. In this primitive realm, the only conceivable motivations for such conflict would be territorial disputes or clashes between factions. However, the diversity of the beasts involved suggested a lack of a dominant leader, thus leading to the possibility, as Janae had speculated, that they might be fighting over something of value. Talot, perhaps you should refrain from taking such risks. To encounter such turmoil upon arrival at this planet is troubling. Janae instinctively cautioned, fear not. Even if these beasts possess combat power, ranging from 200 to 300 points, they pose no threat to me. Besides, do not forget, my combat prowess stands at a staggering 1,300 points. Though these beasts are colossal, their combat abilities are relatively insignificant in comparison to my OWAS. He spoke. Tara prepared to take action, but Cellari, standing nearby, seemed to have noticed something. Talot, brother, Janae Ant, look over there. That enormous serpent and the monstrous creature beside it. There's an unusual tree. Cellari's exclamation drew the attention of Talot and Janae towards an entirely different scene. They had been so engrossed in the battle before them that they had overlooked the area littered with corpses. Amidst the gruesome pile of mangled bodies, 100-meter-long white serpent and a colossal beast several dozen meters in size had just dispatched 2 approaching creatures. Not far from them stood a tree, modest in size, yet untouched by the carnage surrounding it. Could it be that those 2 beasts are guarding this tree? Talot pondered. The tree bore some peculiar crimson fruits, radiating a luminous aura under the sunlight. Could these be rare treasures, celestial fruits? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. The vastness of the world contains countless wonders, and whatever could incite such a fierce competition among the beasts must surely be extraordinary. It was likely the fruits on this tree that had instigated this brutal conflict. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Talot propelled himself forward. Janae, unable to voice her concerns in time, found Cellari huddled close beside her. Uttering a warning, "Be careful, Talot, brother." As Talot descended from the heights, his proximity to the tree grew, and his thoughts intensified. Possessing an intricate understanding of the Dragon Ball universe, he realized how little he truly knew of this world. Despite his familiarity with Earth and Planet Vegeta, he was still oblivious to any matters beyond the original narrative. Ultimately, he had only scratched the surface of comprehension regarding this realm. The fruits indeed exuded an aura of intrigue, irresistibly beckoning him closer, as if his very essence craved to consume them. Upon reaching the tree's apex, he beheld the crimson fruits absorbing the surrounding life essence, thereby nourishing themselves and swelling in size. Were it not for the absence of any detectable energy signatures, he might have suspected the tree to possess sentience, its siphoning life energy. Are you orchestrating these beasts' conflict to sustain yourself? Or perhaps the allure of your fruits compels them to vie for your favor? With suspicion lingering in his heart, Talot continued to approach that moment. A vague memory surfaced in his mind. The spirit tree. Though this tree paled in comparison to the magnificent spirit tree, being almost insignificant, its resemblance was undeniable. Both absorbed life energy. However, while the spirit tree drew nourishment from an entire planet, this tree merely siphoned the life energy of these colossal beasts. If it were akin to the spirit fruit, then perhaps this blood-red fruit could also enhance one's power. Talot's heart began to race with excitement. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be a treasure found. However, caution was still warranted as he drew nearer. Just as Talot focused all his attention on the blood-red fruit, 2 thunderous roars suddenly erupted, the immense sound generating a whirlwind that forced Talot to halt his advance. Had he finally been discovered, having previously overlooked him due to the smallness of his target? He murmured softly, glancing at the giant serpent and the fearsome beast. While the combat power detector automatically assessed their combat indices, giant serpent, 390 points, fearsome beast, 380 points, With combat power below 400 points, aside from their imposing size and intimidation, they posed no threat to him whatsoever. At that moment, the scene was exceedingly horrifying. Talot, merely a 5-year-old child, standing around 1.30 meters, appeared as insignificant as an ant before the giant serpent and the fearsome beast. Logically, Talot should have felt fear. Yet, instead of terror, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Perhaps it was the inherent warrior gene of the Saiyans that rendered him devoid of any fear, but of course, this alone was insufficient. The confidence stemming from his own combat power of 1,300 points bolstered his resolve. Roar! Awo! The deafening roars resonated, the winds stirred by their cries, seemingly capable of toppling everything in their path. Yet for Talot, it merely provided a refreshing breeze, devoid of lethal intent. Oh, you not realize how foul your breath is? He pinched his nose, considering it the utmost affront. Indeed, such colossal creatures, akin to prehistoric beasts, wield their fangs as one of their primary weapons during combat, primarily feasting on raw flesh. Hence, it was no surprise that the exhaled gases from their mouths reeked, their entire bodies exuding an indescribable stench. Faced with Talot's unmoving stance, the giant serpent was evidently taken aback by the fact that such a minuscule creature, almost invisible to its eyes, could stand firm. Without hesitation, it swung its massive tail down upon him. Talot, the wide tail overshadowed his diminutive frame, casting a vast shadow. However, this intimidating attack lacked any real power and was markedly slow. Talot did not attempt to counter it. Instead, he deftly turned aside, evading the tail's assault. Meanwhile, witnessing Talot evade the giant serpent attack, the fearsome beast was equally astonished. Yet it did not hesitate. It lunged forward, intending to crush Talot with its bite. But it was not so simple. This time, Talot did not evade. He raised his hand, one hand pressed against the upper fangs of the fearsome beast, while his feet stood firmly on its lower fangs. No matter how hard it exerted itself, it could not budge Talot in the slightest. It appeared that size did not necessarily equate to strength capable of overwhelming him. With a mere observation, Talot lifted his other hand, concentrating to form a brilliant energy orb. Boom! The energy orb was unleashed, striking directly into the throat of the fearsome beast. In an instant, the beast's eyes widened, its body convulsing in immense agony, thrashing violently as it roared incessantly. Ultimately, as Talot freed himself from the beast's gaping maw, boom! A violent explosion erupted within the fearsome beast's body. The massive creature, measuring dozens of meters, was obliterated, its body disintegrating into a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. The scene was too bloody to describe. Beside him, the giant serpent stared with wide, round eyes, with the death of the fearsome beast. It became increasingly vigilant. Talot faced it, bracing for its assault. Originally, he had no intention of engaging them. However, since they had initiated the attack with lethal intent, they must be prepared for the consequences of their actions. In the harsh rule of the natural world, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Roar! The blood-soaked roar resounded once more as the giant serpent launched another offensive. Yet, it was more cunning than the fearsome beast. Recognizing that Talot was formidable, it coiled its massive body around Talot, ultimately sweeping its tail in a horizontal strike towards him. The brutal assault, despite the serpent's intelligence, was still primitive. This marked the second attempt. If it refused to retreat, it would face the wrath of his fist. Talot concentrated his power into his right fist. As the giant tail approached, he unleashed his punch. Bang! The terrifying force did not merely deflect the tail. It shattered it completely, reducing it to a mass of blood and flesh scattered in the air. The giant serpent howled in anguish, its enormous body rolling amidst the pile of corpses, now missing a portion of its tail. As it threatened to collide with the blood-red fruit tree, Talot acted swiftly, unleashing an energy wave that extinguished the life of the giant serpent, with the deaths of both the giant serpent and the fearsome beast. The intense stench of blood was absorbed by the blood-red fruit tree, creating an exceedingly eerie scene. Meanwhile, with the absence of the giant serpent and the fearsome beast, other colossal beasts, driven by greed, rushed in without hesitation, abandoning their previous skirmishes. This revelation left Talot astonished. If his assumptions were correct, the giant serpent and the fearsome beast had served as guardians of the fruit tree, and they were on the brink of devouring the fruit when he intervened, thereby eliminating the deterrent for the other beasts. Making the simplest conjecture, Talot wasted no time in descending before the fruit tree. The 20-meter-tall tree was indeed impressive, yet it appeared diminutive compared to other trees. Suspended before the blood-red fruit, Talot steadied his body and resolutely maintained his will, resisting the primal urge to seize it. Even if it could enhance his strength, he would not consume such an ambiguous object without understanding the risks involved. If it were poisonous, or if it possessed the ability to manipulate one's mind, he could very well become a mere shell of himself. Therefore, he needed to take it back and test it with the instruments aboard his spaceship. Examining the data stored within for any records about this fruit, or perhaps conducting biological trials. The Frieza Force, originally the Kurd army, had dominated the galaxy for countless years, thus possessing a wealth of data on various planets' flora and fauna. Although they lacked comprehensive intelligence on the Oyun star system, many planets in the universe, despite their differing species, shared certain similarities. However, with such a large fruit and so many of them, how could he transport them back? Cradling his chin with one hand while the other crossed over his chest, Talot pondered, he couldn't simply uproot the tree and carry it away. Before long, the sounds of roars and tremors reached his ears. The colossal beasts were drawing near. Yet this time, he need not intervene, as Janae and Celery had arrived due to his earlier triumph over the giant serpent and the fearsome beast, swiftly dispatching 3 approaching grotesque beasts. Didn't I tell you not to come down? It's far too dangerous. And Janae, Celery, Talot remarked. The peril posed by the beast here remained significantly high. However, his own strength rendered him unthreatened. Janae possessed considerable power, capable of effortlessly crushing beasts with combat power of 200 to 300. Yet Celery lacked such prowess, being insufficiently equipped to handle these colossal creatures, should she become surrounded or subjected to continuous assaults. Her life would be in jeopardy. That I'm merely concerned for your safety. Janae replied, "It's all right, Brother Talot. My strength is formidable as well as the very least. I can safeguard myself and not become a burden to you and Aunt Janae." Celery assured him. Celery was evidently aware of Talot's meaning. With her previous fear all but vanished, Talot reigned in her overly protective instincts. Scions possess remarkable adaptability. Often, a single experience can lead to significant growth. Perhaps witnessing his effortless annihilation of the giant serpent and the monstrous beasts, all while remaining unfazed by the gruesome nature of the battle, had inadvertently spurred Celery's curiosity. So, this is the fruit in question. No wonder it seems familiar, she mused. Upon closer inspection, Jine suddenly uttered a phrase that took Talot by surprise. "Aunt Jine, you recognize this fruit?" Talot inquired, astonished, as he noticed a glimmer of excitement in Jine's expression. It was evident that this crimson fruit held considerable value. Indeed, although I cannot recall its exact name, I am certain it is the very fruit that Bardock and I once consumed. Talot, it seems we have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Jine's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing that Jine and Bardock had partaken of it, any lingering doubts and concerns within Talot dissipated entirely. Surely, it posed no toxic threat, would not impair one's mental faculties, nor contain parasitic entities capable of manipulation. After all, Jine would not have expressed such confidence had it been otherwise. Talot refrained from interrupting Jine's reminiscence, while Celery, emboldened by Jine's words, stepped forward. "If Aunt Jine and Uncle Bardock have consumed it, then can we eat it too? Can I have some, Brother Talot?" "Let Aunt Jine finish her explanation first. There's no need to rush." Talot gently grasped Celery's hand, momentarily halting her eagerness. This girl could be quite audacious at times. "Very well," Celery relented, lowering her hand. Her instincts urged her to devour the crimson fruit, as if its consumption would yield immense benefits. "Do not worry, Talot. This fruit is indeed edible, and not only does it aid in healing wounds, but it also enhances one's combat prowess. It's a rather distant memory. During an off-world mission with Bardock, we fortuitously discovered this fruit. We were young back then, driven by instinct to consume it. And to our astonishment, we found ourselves not only free from hunger, but also empowered. Regrettably, we only located a single fruit-bearing tree on that planet, and the fruits were scarce. Upon realizing the fruit's effects, Bardock and I even contemplated cultivating the tree on Planet Vegeta. But our efforts ended in failure. The fruit bore no seeds, and once harvested, the tree withered away. Jine shared her knowledge. She then reflected, I never expected to find such a tree on planet Aian. This revelation led Talot to understand that the crimson fruit was indeed akin to the fruits of the tree of might. Nature's wonders are indeed unfathomable. One wonders if there are any other trees besides this one on planet Aian. There's at least one more, perhaps even two, Jine speculated. Unless, of course, this tree sprouted from seeds left behind by an extraterrestrial race passing through this planet for resupply. Talot remained oblivious to the truth. Constrained by his limited perspective, in fact, the fruit tree was no ordinary specimen, nor could it grow naturally on just any planet. Like the fruits of the tree of might, these delicacies were meant for deities alone. Classified as taboo, the emergence of such trees on various planets is indeed a rare occurrence. Just as the tree before Talot came to be, it was the result of the god of destruction. Beerus, casually discarding a partially consumed fruit hundreds of years ago, leading to the growth of the current tree. The original fruit contained seeds, allowing it to sprout and bear second-generation fruits, and even third-generation fruits. The fruits consumed by Jine and Bardock were merely descendants, thus lacking seeds and the potential for artificial cultivation. Can we eat it now? Sailari, already enticed by the prospect of the fruit, displayed her eagerness now that Jine had finished speaking, her gluttonous demeanor appearing rather endearing. With knowledge of the fruit's benefits, it was certainly permissible to indulge. However, with at least 20 or 30 fruits available, it would be imprudent to consume them all at once. Even if they could manage to eat them, they ought to preserve the fruit's effects, Talot asserted. While eating is certainly an option, the pressing matter at hand is how to transport them all. The fruits, each roughly the size of a basketball, posed a challenge. Even if they could carry a few by hand, the three of them would barely manage to take half. Moreover, monstrous beasts continued to approach their location. Once again halted, Sailari showed no signs of frustration. She was obedient and compliant when it came to Talot. Jine, recognizing Talot's intentions, proposed, how about I return to the spaceship and bring it here? That way, we can carry away the fruits. Talot's eyes brightened at the suggestion. He had not considered that option. Then I shall entrust this task to you. Aunt Jine, Sailari, you should accompany her back, that I will remain here to guard the fruits, Talot declared. Jine nodded in agreement, taking hold of the somewhat reluctant as they departed. Talot's gaze sharpened, for the monstrous beasts were drawing near. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, a combat strength of 1,300 erupting in a formidable display. The sheer force radiating from him instilled an overwhelming aura of intimidation in the vicinity, causing the greedy beasts eyeing the crimson fruits to momentarily freeze, paralyzed by fear. Yet, the allure of the crimson fruit proved too potent. While a majority of weaker beasts halted, those of greater strength merely paused for a few seconds before recklessly charging forward. Roar, a colossal beast, resembling Godzilla, thundered toward Talot from a distance of 100 meters, trampling everything in its path and reducing the once chaotic forest to rubble. Its aura was far beyond that of ordinary beasts, as the combat power detector blared an alarm, revealing its strength to be 600. This creature was among the formidable presences Talot had sensed earlier. Jine and Sailari. Such a beast would be a calamity, but to Talot, it was merely a minor adversary. Powerful beasts often make their grand entrance last, allowing weaker creatures to eliminate one another before swooping in to reap the rewards. Talot remained unfazed by the beast's imposing presence. Roar. In mere moments, the beast was upon him, seemingly dismissive of his existence. Intent solely on the crimson fruit, would it swallow the entire tree in one gulp? You seek death. Talot's eyes glinted with lethal intent. Energy surged around him as he concentrated his power into his hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed a golden energy wave, which exploded upon contact with the beast's massive form. Boom! The explosion resonated, shaking the earth and sending flames soaring into the sky. The once menacing giant was obliterated in an instant. its remains scattering into a mist of crimson. The annihilation of such a dominant creature revealed the true potency of Talot's energy wave when unleashed at near full strength. This spectacle thoroughly intimidated the other beasts that had harbored intentions of claiming the crimson fruit. A few beasts, originally charging forward, skidded to a halt, nearly losing their footing in the wake of the cataclysmic explosion. One beast, resembling a lion-tiger hybrid, managed to stop, only to be knocked down by another beast barreling from behind. Tumbling to the ground near Talot, fear gripped the lion-tiger beast, its primal instincts compelling it to retreat hastily, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing, desperately trying to conceal its misdeeds. Simultaneously, terror began to permeate among the other beasts. When temptation is sufficiently great, it can indeed overshadow fear. However, when fear reaches a certain magnitude, all temptation loses its allure. The atmosphere of intimidation had taken effect. Talot stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of invincibility. From his small frame emanated an extraordinarily terrifying pressure. Those who dared to approach would meet their demise. Talot has never been a man of mercy. No, even if he were capable of such compassion. It would depend on the individual that if one's interests were being infringed upon, it would mean an inevitable clash with him. The law of the jungle reigns supreme. This world is inherently cruel. Thus, time passed inexorably. Before long, Jain drove the spacecraft back to Talot's side. Following the meticulously crafted plan, they harvested all the blood-red fruits from the tree, placing each one carefully into the spacecraft. The vessel was already modest in size, and cramming in 24 enormous fruits left little room to spare. Yet, this was of little consequence, for the value of these fruits far outweighed the cramped quarters. Moreover, being on this planet allowed them the freedom to move about at will. Unlike the prolonged immobility of space travel, as they stripped the tree of its fruits, Talot witnessed its rapid decay, as Jain had previously foretold. The tree's existence was solely to nurture the fruits, serving as a conduit for nutrient absorption and provision. However, this was merely surface level. In Talot's eyes, the fruits bestowed meaning upon the tree's existence that, in essence, as long as the fruits remained, the tree could endure. Once the fruits were harvested, the tree lost its purpose, much like a person stripped of value and rendered unnecessary. With a sigh of contemplation, Talot, accompanied by Cellari and Jain, boarded the spacecraft once more. The colossal beasts could only lie prostrate, watching helplessly as Talot and his companions departed. This bloody conflict had reached its conclusion for them. Otherwise, they would have continued to fight over the ownership of the blood-red fruits. Inside the spacecraft, Talot deftly navigated, maintaining a steady course until he discovered a more suitable landing site. It was a serene valley, alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Graced by flowing streams and a modest waterfall, it was hard to imagine that such a paradise could exist within this untamed wilderness, were it not for the evidence before their eyes. To their astonishment, there stood a vast wooden cabin. While it was quite rudimentary, the structure was remarkably sturdy, despite being enveloped in vegetation and thick with dust, indicating it had not been inhabited for many years. Yet, it remained free from decay. It was likely constructed by the lost inhabitants of Aian Star, for otherwise, such a grand edifice would not have been necessary. Before the wooden cabin, Talot and his companions appeared diminutive, akin to small creatures. Having assessed their surroundings and determined there was no immediate danger, Talot suggested they establish a temporary residence here to recuperate for a few days and absorb the blood fruits. Jain did not oppose, and Cellari was in complete agreement that, in truth, since their departure, Talot had been subtly instilling the notion that invasion was not their primary objective. This gradual shift in perspective led both Jain and Cellari to feel that their mission was not one of conquest. Retrieving the blood fruits from the spacecraft, Talot marveled as they gleamed under the sunlight. With a total of 24 fruits, each individual received 8. However, the true test lay in the effects. One must ascertain whether any limits existed. Acting on his instinct to shield Jain and Cellari from risk, Talot took the initiative as he bit into the fruit. The initial apprehensions vanished, and the luscious flesh melded into a refreshing chill that permeated his being. The flavor was exquisitely sweet, reminiscent of strawberries, yet far larger in size. The aftertaste lingered, leaving a delightful essence even after consumption. This sensation? It was utterly enchanting that a wave of coolness spread throughout his body. An extraordinary feeling that rendered Talot insatiable. No wonder his body craved it so desperately. This was a true purification, a fortification. Without further hesitation, Talot devoured the fruit rapidly, for the essence would be swiftly absorbed. Should he refrain from continuing, that invigorating chill would dissipate quickly. Upon consuming the substantial fruit, Talot closed his eyes to savor the experience, waiting until the coolness had entirely faded, only to be replaced by an intense warmth that surged through him. His power had increased, his physique had strengthened. Activating the combat power detector, Talot beheld in astonishment as his battle index soared from 1,300 to 1,500 points. 1,500 points. This was the level of Raditz at the beginning of the saga. Merely consuming one fruit had enhanced his combat prowess by 200 points. Such a remarkable increase explained the desperation of those colossal beasts. Just one fruit was sufficient to forge a dominant predator of Aian star. Meanwhile, Jain and Cellari observed Talot's prolonged silence with a mix of curiosity and concern. "Talot, how are you?" Jain inquired. Cellari followed suit, her voice tinged with worry. "Are you all right, Talot, brother?" Talot shook his head, then smiled. "This blood fruit indeed enhances strength and fortifies the body. My combat power has reached 1,500 points." At this revelation, both Jain and Cellari gasped in astonishment. "Is it truly that much? I recall when Bardock and I consumed the fruits. Our power only rose by about 100 points." Jain reminisced, seemingly questioning her memory. "Perhaps the blood fruits we found contain a greater life essence, thus yielding a more substantial enhancement," Talot casually offered as an explanation. Additionally, it remained to be seen how much Jain and Cellari would benefit from their consumption. That if their gains differed, it would imply that the fruit's effects varied from individual to individual. "And Jain, Cellari, you should each try a fruit as well and see how much your strength increases." Talot promptly retrieved 2 more blood fruits from the spacecraft, handing one to Jain and the other to Cellari. As Jain and Cellari consumed their fruits, exclamations of delight filled the AI in a mere moment. Both were invigorated by the unique power contained within the fruits, enhancing their strength. From merely sensing their auras, Talot discerned that both had experienced significant boosts, though they may not have matched his increase. It was evident they had surpassed the 100-point mark. The combat power detector swiftly provided accurate readings. Jain's combat power stood at 830 points, an increase of 130 points. Cellari's combat power was at 440 points, an increase of 150 points. How impressive! "This is my newfound strength, Talot brother. My combat power has reached 440 points," Cellari exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Moreover, my perception of energy has become increasingly clear." In her understanding, she was a lower-tier warrior, unable to compare with higher-tier fighters. Yet her current strength, while not on par with the exceptionally talented upper-tier warriors, undoubtedly placed her among the elite of her peers. Put simply, such a value was nearly unattainable within the realm of lower-tier warriors. Especially considering Cellari was merely 5 years old, I never anticipated my combat power would surge so dramatically. Jain reflected, recalling that her previous power had stagnated at 600 points for years. Now, in just 2 months, she had ascended to 840 points. Was it luck? Certainly. Yet, she felt it was Talot who had bestowed this fortune upon her. Had she not accompanied him, had she remained on Planet Vegeta, she would have remained unchanged. "Aunt Jain, Cellari, can you still eat more?" As Janae and Cellari engaged in deep self-reflection, excitement coursing through their veins, Talot's voice resonated once more. "If the first tasting yields such results, we must certainly endeavor to try a second." After all, the longevity of these fruits remained uncertain. Regardless of the effects, it was prudent to consume them within the shortest time frame possible. Nodding in agreement, Janae and Cellari watched as Talot swiftly retrieved another blood fruit from the spacecraft. The second tasting proved to be more straightforward than the first. With a prior understanding of the flavor and the fruit's effects, they consumed it with greater decisiveness. Talot's battle power registered at 1,580 points. Janae at 900 points and Sailari at 510 points, as anticipated. Consuming consecutively resulted in notable enhancements. Yet, the question lingered, was the diminishing effect due to a lesser quality, or was there some other reason? Talot pondered this deeply, contemplating the possibility that the increase in strength might have bolstered their physical capabilities. For instance, elevating one's power from 100 to 200 points represents a solid gain of 100 points. However, once one reaches a threshold of 1,000 points, an additional increase of 100 points may only signify a marginal enhancement at that level. It suggested that the efficacy of the fruit might diminish with each successive consumption. Yet, in their current experience, the feedback from their bodies after 2 tastings of the blood fruit had not shown significant changes, indicating that the former aspect likely played a larger role. After consuming the 3rd fruit, their battle powers increased yet again. Although the increment was noticeably reduced, the energy absorbed from the fruit during this 3rd tasting was far less intense than in the previous instances, indicating a potential development of resistance to the blood fruit. Consequently, Talot, Janae, and Sailari ceased their consumption. They felt no hunger, and indeed, after devouring 3 fruits in quick succession, their stomachs were quite full. This confirmed Janae's earlier assertion that the fruits could alleviate hunger, given their Saiyan appetites. 3 fruits hardly sufficed. Talot then conceived an idea to test the effects of the blood fruit after engaging in rigorous physical activity or after their bodies had undergone rapid depletion. Thus, unbeknownst to them, Talot, Janae, and Sailari spent several days in the deep valley. 24 fruits were consumed over multiple occasions, resulting in substantial increases in their powers. Talot's battle power soared to 1850 points. Janae surpassed the 1,000-point threshold at 1,120 points. And Sailari exhibited the most remarkable improvement, now boasting 890 points. On the 8th day since their arrival on this planet, Talot engaged in combat training with Janae and Sailari. Their powers had surged dramatically within a brief period, each increasing by over 500 points. Such rapid enhancement necessitated foundational training and combat practice to prevent a decline in their newfound abilities. This was not only a means of solidifying their strength, but also a way to assist Janae and Sailari in furthering their development. Ensuring they could fully harness their capabilities, it became apparent that Talot had underestimated Janae. He had long presumed her role was merely supportive, forgetting her combat prowess. To his surprise, her fighting skills were formidable. And in moments of parity, he found himself pressed by her abilities. This disparity may have stemmed from their physical differences. After all, Janae was an adult while Talot, despite his impressive growth, stood at merely 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall. Sailari, too, displayed commendable prowess. In summation, Talot realized that he was the weakest link among them. Though their strengths could not rival his, at the time he had possessed similar power levels, he had indeed fallen short of their capabilities. With this realization, Talot committed himself to more rigorous training, focusing on energy cultivation, physical conditioning, skill refinement, and combat practice. After concluding a battle, the trio washed their faces in a nearby stream and took a moment to rest. Truly, Janae, you have grown increasingly formidable. Were it not for my superior battle power, I would be no match for you, Talot praised. Oh, Talot, you flatter me that I know you are merely aiding Sailari and me in enhancing our strengths. Nevertheless, I never anticipated we could reach such heights, Janae responded. Sailari, overhearing Talot's compliments towards Janae, felt a pang of jealousy and began to act coyly. It must be said that Sailari had recently become increasingly unreserved. At times, her behavior grew so familiar that Talot found himself taken aback. Perhaps this encapsulates the differences between genders. When a man engages in physical contact with a woman, it is deemed inappropriate. Yet if a woman does the same with a man, any discomfort is often seen as a lack of appreciation. In truth, Talot had previously viewed Sailari as a nuisance, but as he grew accustomed to her presence, he no longer resisted her. Lavishing her with compliments, Talot succeeded in elevating Sailari's spirits. With a young girl, the number of people she genuinely cared for was few, and Talot was the only one she recognized as her closest companion. To put it more bluntly, Sailari had come to see Talot as her significant other. After a lengthy exchange, Talot and Sailari assisted Janae in preparing their meal. Following a hearty feast, Talot broached the subject of exploring Aian planet. Although the trio had roamed the vicinity, they had predominantly remained within the valley. They needed to seek out any additional bloodfruit trees, but regrettably, they found no others beyond the initial one. Perhaps only a single tree existed, or maybe more awaited discovery on distant continents. They had become intimately familiar with the surrounding area, making it time to venture beyond the primitive forest, even if their current intentions were not aggressive. It seemed unwise to confine themselves to this region. They yearned to experience the broader world and encounter the inhabitants of Aian. Frankly, Talot was aware that their stay on this planet would not be prolonged. Aian was merely a waypoint. After thoroughly exploring Aian, Talot intended to proceed directly to Earth. The turning point, however, arrived with news of Planet Vegeta's impending destruction. After deliberation, with Janae and Silari's consent, Talot left behind a doppelganger to safeguard the spacecraft. And together, the three departed the valley for greater distances. Meanwhile, as they unraveled the mysteries of Aian planet, unbeknownst to them, Planet Vegeta was undergoing a cataclysmic upheaval. King Vegeta summoned nearly all the elite warriors. Preparing for a desperate battle against the imminent threat posed by Frieza, the Eye in the Shadows, Frieza amassed his forces, recalling Saiyans from their interstellar conquests, intent on annihilating the Saiyan race in one fell swoop. Among them, the most formidable warriors were dispatched to execute Frieza's ruthless orders in the vastness of space. A planet named MIT was laid to waste, its surface ravaged beyond recognition. A S-1 surveyed the scene. An expanse of ruins and smoke stretched endlessly before them. Beneath a pile of rubble, a figure lay trapped, emitting a silent and powerless roar. It was none other than Bardock. Just moments ago, he engaged in a fierce battle with the elite fighters of Frieza's army. Although he succeeded in vanquishing those foes, he ultimately suffered a devastating blow from Dodoria, who descended upon him with overwhelming might. Buried beneath the rubble, he narrowly escaped a calamity, yet this very ordeal became his greatest torment. As he struggled, his consciousness ebbed and flowed tumultuously until it began to fade into a dreamlike state. Before his eyes, he witnessed Talot arriving on planet Aian with Salari and Jain, exploring the terrain with ease. The scene shifted, and he beheld his son Raditz battling valiantly alongside Prince Vegeta's elite forces. Finally, he saw Kakarot, whose spaceship soared toward the cosmic SEI in that moment. He glimpsed the azure planet before him, an omen of the future, a fleeting vision of what was to come. This ability had been bestowed upon him shortly after the successful conquest of Kanasha, only to be assaulted by the Kanashans with their magical fists, granting Bardock a brief glimpse into destiny. The Kanashans prophesied that the Saiyan race would face annihilation, just as they themselves had suffered, utterly powerless to resist Talot, Kakarot, Raditz, and Jain. At this juncture, Bardock's consciousness was abruptly jolted. Awakening him from the illusion, from his severely injured body surged an unknown power, enabling him to extricate himself from the debris. Nearby lay the lifeless bodies of his comrades, Toma, Celebi, Dotabo, and Pazinbu, once valiant allies. They had all been ruthlessly slain by Frieza's minions, and now he stood alone. Damn Frieza! We, the Saiyans, fought for you, yet you treat us like mere insects to toy with. Consumed by rage over the loss of his companions, Bardock pressed on, dragging his battered form forward, his blood-stained visage etched with sorrow and fury. He had once thought that the Kanashans might know something, but the foresight he had experienced now felt all too real. The ominous premonitions he had previously dismissed began to materialize. Frieza had indeed struck against them, and soon his comrades on Planet Vegeta would follow. Thank the heavens that I sent you all away. The matter will now rest in my hands. I shall succeed, and there is still Prince Vegeta and his kin. Bardock chose to believe in the future he had witnessed. He held faith that Talot, Jain, Raditz, and Kakarot would remain unharmed. Approaching the bodies of his fallen comrades, Bardock, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, buried them one by one, the white cloth he wrapped around his head becoming drenched in blood. I will avenge you. With this vow, Bardock slowly made his way back to his spaceship, pressing a button that revealed a hidden compartment containing the healing elixirs and restorative liquids he had wisely prepared for such dire circumstances. Though they would not fully heal him, They would at least restore a significant portion of his strength. Without hesitation, Bardock injected the healing liquid into his body and consumed the elixir. As the effects took hold, the pain gradually subsided, allowing him to regain his composure. How infuriating! I never anticipated Dodoria would be so formidable, but next time it shall not be so simple. My current fighting power has greatly increased due to my injuries. Bardock murmured to himself. Activating his power level scouter, the readings fluctuated wildly. The anguish of his comrades' deaths and the life-or-death struggle had propelled him to a breakthrough. At that moment, Bardock's power level soared to nearly 20,000. He felt a surge akin to a second wind, a cataclysmic eruption of strength. Under ordinary circumstances, Bardock would have been exhilarated, for this power had surpassed the threshold that constrained them Saiyans. I wonder how preparations are faring on Vegeta's end. I must return to Planet Vegeta immediately. Engaging the spaceship, Bardock closed his eyes to rest and conserve energy. In this moment, an impulse welled within him to contact his wife and son, as well as Talot. Yet he knew he could not afford such distractions, especially concerning Talot. Ever since the signal had been severed over a month ago, he had been plagued with worry. Now, however, he found solace in the thought that perhaps this was a fortuitous turn of events, undoubtedly orchestrated by that rascal Talot a day later, on Planet Vegeta. With the arrival of the cosmic tyrant Frieza's flagship, the plans of both Frieza and King Vegeta were set into motion. Frieza had deliberately landed a spaceship on Planet Vegeta, granting King Vegeta an opportunity, eager to witness the lavish feast that the king had meticulously prepared for him. To Frieza, this was merely an occasion to toy with the disobedient Saiyan monkeys. Little did King Vegeta know that Frieza's intentions were not merely to suppress them, but to exterminate the Saiyans and obliterate Planet Vegeta. Having prepared thoroughly, he believed he could seize this opportunity to topple Frieza and Cooler's regime. Confidence, even arrogance, once one's own forces reached a certain level of strength, a sense of entitlement inevitably ensues. King Vegeta's confidence stemmed from the elite warriors he had summoned, the strongest among them boasting a power level nearing 10,000, with the weakest still exceeding 5,000. Even though their numbers barely reached a few dozen, the combined might of these elite Saiyans would enable them to breach Frieza's flagship and seize absolute control, delivering a devastating blow to Frieza. Even if Frieza's power level truly exceeded 100,000, they could collectively transform into great apes. The strength of one is insignificant, but dozens transformed into great apes could elevate each individual's power to tens of thousands. Especially for him, he was confident he could contend with Frieza's 100,000 power. King Vegeta's actions were swift and decisive. Even the soldiers of Frieza's army station on Planet Vegeta were caught unaware. Along the way, any Frieza soldiers attempting to obstruct their path were instantly dispatched by King Vegeta in a brief span of time. Under King Vegeta's leadership, they arrived at the main control room of Frieza's flagship. The tide seemed to be turning in their favor, but just as King Vegeta was about to storm into the control room, Zebon and Dodoria swung open the doors, blocking their advance. How delightfully slow. King Vegeta, and you foolish Saiyan monkeys, Dodoria sneered ominously, his expression rife with contempt, utterly disregarding King Vegeta and his entourage. After we reassigned all our elite warriors, it took you this long to breach our defenses. Such meager strength dares to defy Lord Frieza. The ignorant are indeed fearless. Zebon remained nonchalant, his gaze sweeping over King Vegeta and his cadre of warriors. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta, instead of reacting with anger, chuckled. Even now, you persist in bravado? Dodoria, Zebon, I am well aware of your formidable power levels. But it is time to recognize the reality of the situation, that we are the most elite warriors of the Saiyan race, each boasting a power level exceeding 5,000. Even if we are not your match individually, we hold a decisive numerical advantage. With King Vegeta's command, his elite warriors could no longer contain their excitement. At this moment, everyone was convinced that Frieza's era had come to an end. Oh, power levels exceeding 5,000. Dodoria, do you consider that figure impressive? Zabon mocked with a smirk that a power level above 5,000 is indeed remarkable, nearly reaching a quarter of my own. Dodoria, fully aware of the situation, feigned a whimsical demeanor. The two of them, in perfect harmony, transformed King Vegeta and his loyal warriors into mere jesters. Upon witnessing this, King Vegeta and his retinue were instantly consumed by fury, just as they were about to strike down Dodoria and Zabo. A chilling presence loomed behind them, sending a palpable shiver down their spines. This scene caused all to tremble involuntarily. Frieza sat nonchalantly in his hovering chair. Zabo, Dodoria, allow King Vegeta and his entourage to enter. I must witness this grand spectacle with mine own eyes. That Frieza's voice dripped with absolute sarcasm, a cruel and malevolent smile gracing his devious face. Taken aback by the command, Zabo and Dodoria hesitated for but a moment before yielding, parting the way for King Vegeta and his warriors. Humph. Even your master has discerned the gravity of the situation, yet you dare obstruct our path. Despite the tension, King Vegeta felt an unyielding resolve. However, as he stepped into the command chamber and prepared to speak, a mere glance from Frieza instilled an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. Oh my, such a gathering of elite Saiyans. King Vegeta, do you truly believe you can usurp my reign? Frieza mocked, his words piercing the very core of King Vegeta's being. Cease with your meaningless banter, Frieza. From this day forth, I shall be the ruler of the universe. Enraged and humiliated, King Vegeta forced himself to unleash an energy wave towards Frieza, seeking to assert his authority and bolster his courage. As the saying goes, fortune favors the brave. All advantages lay with him, and retreat was not an option. Yet, the trivial energy wave, amounting to a mere 10,000 in combat power, was effortlessly dissipated by Frieza's mere gaze, failing to even produce an explosion, dissolving instead into drifting energy particles. What? Witnessing this, King Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, his heart racing with dread. The Saiyan warriors behind him mirrored his shock, their faces etched with terror. Ho ho ho! It seems you are indeed prepared to meet your demise. Thus, I see no reason to continue this charade. Frieza's smile morphed into something sinister as he casually raised his hand. In an instant, two deadly beams shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through King Vegeta's knees. Consider this my gift to you. With his knees shattered, King Vegeta let out a pained wail, collapsing uncontrollably before Frieza. The sight rendered all present breathless, their throats constricted as they swallowed hard. The disparity was staggering. Dodoria and Zabo, however, remained impassive, observing Frieza's performance with cold detachment. Now this is more like it. You Saiyan monkeys are destined to kneel before me for all eternity. I am curious. What gives you the audacity? Could it be that ludicrous legend of the Super Saiyan? Frieza sneered. You are gravely mistaken, King Vegeta. You think of me as fearful of your kind Super Saiyans, but that is merely a laughable figment of your imagination. Before you meet your end, allow me to share a secret. My power level is 530,000. What do you suppose the combat power of your legendary Super Saiyan is? Frieza's voice echoed around King Vegeta like a sinister melody. This moment, King Vegeta's pupils dilated, his mind blank. Every Saiyan's heart momentarily stopped. Their previous estimates of combat power at merely 100,000 now seemed laughably naive in the face of such a staggering revelation. The elite Saiyan warriors began to harbor resentment towards King Vegeta, feeling betrayed by his leadership that led them to this fate point. 530,000. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. King Vegeta struggled to maintain composure. Yet his mind was already grappling with the truth. Fear was an inevitable companion. Even a Super Saiyan, it seemed, could hardly reach such an astonishing figure. Still unwilling to accept the truth. Very well, in light of your impending demise. Allow me to divulge one more secret. On top of that 530,000, I can transform. Frieza's sinister laughter seemed to drag one down into the depths of despair. You can transform? King Vegeta gasped for breath. The mere thought of 530,000 was already unfathomable. The prospect of transformation suggested a power level exceeding 1 million. As Frieza relished King Vegeta's crumbling resolve, he declared, I could transform 3 times. 3 times? All present were left agape. including Dodoria and Zabo. Particularly Dodoria, who now fully comprehended Frieza's secrets. Zabo was too stunned to speak, while he had known Frieza could transform. He had never imagined it could happen thrice that it was over. That thought did not merely arise in Zabo and Dodoria's minds. It echoed in the minds of all present. The notion of resistance had been utterly extinguished. "How dull," Frieza remarked, raising his right hand nonchalantly, a lethal beam coalescing at his fingertip, accompanied by a face that radiated contempt. King Vegeta was devoid of any capacity to resist, his spirit extinguished. With a swift whoosh, the death beam shot forth, piercing King Vegeta's heart, ending his life instantly. King Vegeta's loyal followers, gripped by terror, relinquished any thoughts of defiance. Upon witnessing their king's demise, they all fell to their knees, begging for mercy, professing loyalty, even casting blame upon King Vegeta for their rebellion. "Ho ho ho! Your king was a feeble, incompetent wretch, and you, his subordinates, are hardly any better." With those words, Frieza needed not issue commands. Dodoria and Zabo understood perfectly. Without hesitation, they launched into action, executing a brutal massacre within mere seconds. Dispatching all elite warriors with a single blow, blood stained the command room, saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. "Indeed, my chosen elite guards, prepare this place for cleansing that we are nearing the final phase," Frieza commanded, prompting a shiver from Dodoria and Zabo. Now assured of their safety, they swiftly set to work. Along with their preordained subordinates, they quickly cleared the room of corpses and blood. The spacecraft ascended, swiftly breaching the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta. "It has been far too long since I last beheld a splendid display of fireworks. How I long for it." Frieza, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed upon the visually appealing Planet Vegeta before him. In truth, had it not been for the command of the god of destruction, Beerus, he would have been somewhat reluctant to obliterate this planet. After all, it was rare to find a world like Vegeta that could serve as his personal garden. The smile upon his face grew increasingly sinister, prompting his loyal subordinates, Zarbin and Dodoria, to comprehend Frieza's intention to annihilate Planet Vegeta at that very moment. "Lord Frieza, many of our subordinates remain on Planet Vegeta. Should we instruct them to evacuate?" Zarbin inquired. "Zarbin, excessive mercy will only burden oneself. The individuals stationed on Planet Vegeta are insignificant and inconsequential. Let them vanish alongside the planet. Only in this way can the truth of its destruction by me remain concealed. After all, it is necessary to retain a few foolish Saiyan monkeys. Take, for instance, our charming little Prince Vegeta. He is quite suitable for my amusement." "Ho ho ho!" Frieza remarked with a chilling laugh. Though commanded by Beerus to eradicate Planet Vegeta and the Saiyan race, he harbored a desire to keep a few around, particularly his admiration for the young Prince Vegeta. Moreover, it presented an intriguing game of nurturing, forcing Vegeta to serve his father's murderer, his family's annihilator, and the destroyer of his world, all under the guise of a meteor strike. Gradually, he would unveil the truth, leading to Vegeta's despair and ultimate submission. Such arrogance convinced Frieza that everything lay within his grasp. These thoughts instilled dread in Dodoria and Zarbin. They had witnessed planetary destruction before and even participated in it. Yet each time they beheld Frieza's direct involvement, their fear intensified. Most alarming was the fact that this time, Frieza was willing to eliminate all his subordinates stationed on Planet Vegeta without hesitation. Meanwhile, a nondescript, single-person spacecraft traversed the sky, landing at the designated docking site on Planet Vegeta. The hatch opened, and Bardock emerged, his body drenched in blood. The proximity of Planet Meat to Planet Vegeta meant that the round trip took less than 2 days, with a one-way journey under a day. Finally, he had returned, thanks to the healing serum and special medication. Combined with the Scion's inherent resilience, Bardock's fatal injuries had healed. Not only that, his strength had surpassed his previous peak. After a day of rest and the explosive potential unleashed in dire straits, his combat power surged to an unprecedented height. 30,000 points. This formidable strength instilled Bardock with absolute confidence. He was unaware of how he had achieved such a breakthrough. But he understood one thing. This was his power. As he hastily exited the spacecraft's landing area, Bardock's appearance drew the attention of numerous fellow Saiyans, sending shivers down the spines of the local management. The reason was simple. While many warriors occasionally returned injured, none bore the severe, bloodied state Bardock did. Ignoring the inquiries of the staff, Bardock recognized their ill intentions. His priority was to locate King Vegeta and ascertain the current situation. An hour prior, the combat power detector had been non-functional, and he feared that King Vegeta and the others might have acted without him, or worse, encountered misfortune. As he pressed on, the foresight granted by the magic fist surged within him. Causing his head to throb painfully and nearly leading to fainting, he envisioned Planet Vegeta under attack by Frieza, engulfed in flames. Upon regaining his senses, Bardock was drenched in cold sweat. The voice of the Namekian echoed in his ears, forcing him to gasp for breath. Feel the agony of your Saiyan race, facing annihilation. Powerless. The future shall not unfold this way. I will alter destiny, whether it concerns my fate or that of Aian and Raditz, or even Kakarot and Tarble. The fate of the Saiyan race shall not be destruction. Bardock clenched his teeth, resolute in his determination to change everything. Continuing onward, Bardock swiftly arrived at the royal palace. His blood-soaked presence shocked all who beheld him. Upon confirming that King Vegeta was not present and that several elite warriors were unreachable, Bardock's heart sank, solidifying his worst fears. The prophecy had come to pass. Frieza was indeed outside Planet Vegeta. He gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation only now. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted toward the most prosperous area of the capital, seeking out the largest entertainment venue, a favored haunt for many Saiyans. Regardless of rank, those who could afford to visit were of considerable standing. However, in the current crisis, status mattered little. Bardock sought assistance here. From the Saiyan world, high status often implied significant strength and achievements. Upon arrival, Bardock found familiar faces and recounted his harrowing experiences, as well as Frieza's impending assault on their race. The response, however, was one of disbelief. Not only did no one take him seriously, but many mocked him mercilessly. A bunch of irredeemable scoundrels. You lot can all go to hell. Having lost hope in them, Bardock turned his back and left. The Saiyans continued to exchange derisive remarks as he departed, the pinnacle of the royal city's tallest structure. Bardock fought to maintain his composure. In the short span of 10 minutes from the entertainment venue to this point, he had nearly fainted several times. For him, those 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Visions of the future relentlessly intruded upon his mind, as if he were living in a time yet to come. Now, Bardock witnessed the distant future. Over 20 years ahead, he saw Tarble grown to adulthood. Alongside his son Kakarot, before them stood Frieza. Tarble, Kakarot. Bardock's fists clenched tightly. He longed to reach out and grasp their shoulders, to turn them around and show them his presence. But in the next instant, everything vanished. He gasped for breath to steady himself, shaking his head vigorously to cast aside distracting thoughts. Destiny must not unfold this way. The fate of the Saiyan race cannot be this. Bardock's voice erupted in a fierce cry, declaring that such a future was unacceptable. Despite witnessing Tarble and Kakarot facing Frieza, he remained steadfast in his beliefs. His full power ignited, an aura blazing like flames, enveloping him in a protective barrier. He would stop everything and eliminate Frieza. With a resounding explosion, Bardock surged into the sky, a brilliant star no one could impede. Outside Planet Vegeta, Frieza reveled in the final moments of the planet. Through the transparent glass of his spacecraft, he surveyed Vegeta from above, everything resting in the palm of his hand. This is it. I have grown weary of this planet. Frieza once again settled into his infantile pod, his demeanor nonchalant, as if he felt no attachment whatsoever. This is the cosmic sovereign, Frieza, cold and merciless. Following closely behind him, Zarbon and Dodoria exchanged a glance, bracing themselves, just as they were about to depart the main control room. A soldier operating the spacecraft suddenly exclaimed, drawing the trio's attention. The essence of his message was that a Saiyan with an extraordinarily high power level was charging towards them. Could it be that Saiyan from Planet Vegeta? The last one I dispatched. Dodoria felt incredulous upon recognizing the figure displayed on the virtual screen. That individual should have been slain by him. How could he still be alive? You let your guard down. Dodoria, Zarbin remarked, half-heartedly done at this. Dodoria broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. His expression, rigid with fear, betrayed his terror of Frieza, fearing for his life should the mission fail. Typically, Frieza would indeed be enraged. He despised nothing more than his subordinates returning empty-handed. However, the unfolding event amused him greatly. Especially upon witnessing the furious countenance of the approaching Saiyan, Frieza felt an inexplicable thrill among the Saiyan monkeys. There were indeed some unexpectedly formidable individuals. This piqued my interest. Have the combatants engage him, Frieza commanded with a teasing tone. T once. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria, and Zarbin promptly responded, setting their orders in motion. Shortly thereafter, the spacecraft's hatch opened, and Frieza's elite warriors surged forth to confront Bardock. The ensuing battle not only shattered everyone's expectations, but also astonished Zarbin and Dodoria, much to Frieza's delight. Who could have anticipated that such a lowly Saiyan would unleash such overwhelming power? Particularly, Bardock's astonishing combat prowess far surpassed that of King Vegeta and his so-called elite warriors. Hundreds of elite fighters, each with power levels near or exceeding 10,000, were effortlessly dismantled by Bardock. Zarbin and Dodoria stood in shock. Was this really the feeble Saiyan they once knew? Especially Dodoria, who began to question his own existence. After all, on Planet Vegeta, this individual had been but an ant beneath his thumb. Now his strength eclipsed Dodoria's own. Zarbin, open the spacecraft. I wish to personally meet this Saiyan. Frieza's expression subtly shifted. Yes, Zarbin quickly nodded, leading Frieza to the hatch at the top. Dodoria remained trembling in place, too fearful to utter a word. Outside the spacecraft, Bardock pressed forward, soon charging towards Frieza's flagship. Despite being in the vastness of space, Bardock, shielded by his own energy, could sprint briefly through the cosmos, a feat achievable once one's power level surpassed several thousand. Frieza, get out here! A roar accompanied by a surge of energy reverberated towards the spacecraft as Bardock grew increasingly frenzied. Even though he was momentarily ensnared by a dozen warriors, he remained undaunted. The hatch atop the spacecraft opened, revealing Frieza, seated in his pod. Instantly, all of Frieza's elite warriors ceased their actions, turning their gazes towards their cosmic overlord. Frieza's expression was one of mockery, his eyes sharp, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Saiyan, I admire your capabilities. Your king and those so-called elites are utterly inferior to you. It is unfortunate that you are a Saiyan. Otherwise, I would gladly welcome your allegiance. Despite his fondness for Bardock, Frieza's tone remained steeped in sarcasm. The Saiyan monkeys must all perish, especially you. The more I favor you, the more you must die. For you have made me realize the Saiyans' potential is indeed remarkable. Why? We Saiyans have always followed your orders, helping you conquer various planets. Why must you seek our annihilation? Bardock's fury boiled over as he demanded an explanation. Upon hearing such defiance, Frieza remained unmoved, while his elite warriors recoiled in terror. Never had anyone dared to speak to Lord Frieza in such a manner. That it is your kind that has proven too restless. His cold words reached Bardock's ears. In the next moment, Frieza wasted no time. A blood-red light flickered at the tip of his right index finger, manifesting a fireball the size of a grain of rice. Damn it! I will not let you escape. Rage intensified Bardock's power, and he seemed to touch a barrier, perhaps even on the verge of breaking through. Energy swirled within his palm, a white radiance flashing as immense power coalesced. Bardock raised his hand and hurled forth an energy blast infused with his fury. Everything will change, the fate of Planet Vegeta, my destiny, the destiny of the Saiyan race. Oh ho ho ho! Upon hearing Bardock's foolish proclamation, Frieza's mocking laughter grew louder. The fireball at his fingertip expanded rapidly. 10 meters. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, completely engulfing Bardock's ultimate attack, its power escalating exponentially. Seeing his assault rendered utterly ineffective, all hope crumbled within Bardock. Frieza flicked his finger, and the planet-destroying blast shot downwards, sweeping away numerous elite warriors of Frieza's army who failed to evade in time. Before him loomed a colossal energy blast capable of annihilating everything, while behind him lay Planet Vegeta. Bardock had nowhere to retreat. He could only face it head-on. Ha! A brilliant blue energy wave erupted from his hand, racing towards the energy blast. But no matter how he strained with all his might, the disparity was insurmountable. Exhausted of all energy, Bardock was consumed by the planet-destroying blast. The terrifying energy ravaged his body, ushering him towards death. Visions of the future once again invaded his mind. He should have lost consciousness, but at that moment, he felt astonishingly lucid. The future relies on you, Kakarot, Tarble. His desperate cries were heard only by Bardock himself. Boom! Exclamation point. The planet-destroying blast ruptured the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, prompting all life forms on the planet to look up in horror. The Saiyans, who had been indulging in leisure, now comprehended the impending doom. Yet even now, resistance would prove futile. Observing from space, the planet-destroying blast plunged into the core of Planet Vegeta in mere seconds. Under the cataclysmic force of the blast, the entire planet fractured, countless fissures appearing, gaping chasms from which magma surged forth. The planet twisted and crumbled. Ultimately, bang! Planet Vegeta erupted in a dazzling explosion, transforming into a brilliant firework in the cosmos. Oh ho ho ho! What a splendid sight! Zarbon, Dodoria, such exquisite fireworks, truly a rare spectacle. Frieza erupted into a sickly laugh, his brutal nature fully revealed at that moment. Within the spacecraft, Zarbon and Dodoria felt a chill run down their spines, yet they dared not display a hint of discomfort. They had witnessed many planet explosions. But Frieza's destruction of a planet was the most shocking of all. Thus, Planet Vegeta was rendered to nothingness, no longer in existence. Everything is progressing along the predetermined trajectory. And one knows that at the moment of the planet's explosion, an invisible, tremendous force carried Bardock, who was on the verge of being completely melted by energy across time. Planet Vegeta has been reduced to cosmic dust. Although the final explosion was dazzlingly brilliant, it was merely a fleeting moment. With the annihilation of Planet Vegeta, Frieza led his subordinates aboard their spaceship. Departing from the region, now littered with planetary debris to him, it seemed inconsequential that a day later, amidst the ruins of Planet Ramp, the acrid smoke and the stench of blood mixed together, emitting a nauseating odor. As far as the eye could see, there were endless remnants of broken walls and countless corpses. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of the Vegeta team. Led by Vegeta, along with Nappa, Raditz, and other warriors, they had spent an entire month ruthlessly slaughtering and conquering the entirety of Planet Ramp. Now, the Vegeta team was resting in a relatively clean area among the ruins. The group sat around a bonfire, consuming the flesh of peculiar creatures to stave off hunger. Suddenly, their battle power detectors simultaneously received a message transmitted from Frieza's army. Nappa was the first to read the contents, causing his pupils to dilate in disbelief as he exclaimed loudly. The two warriors beside him exhibited the same reaction, clearly startled. Prince Vegeta, we have received word from Frieza's army that our planet Vegeta exploded a day ago due to a colossal meteorite impact. The vast majority of Saiyans perished in the explosion, and aside from us, there are likely very few survivors left. Nappa approached Vegeta, delivering the report that in the span of a month, Vegeta's strength had surged rapidly, unleashing his potential through brutal combat. His battle power had now exceeded 4,000, even nearing 5,000. Upon hearing Nappa's words, Vegeta coldly took a bite of the roasted meat in his hand, remaining utterly unaffected, his demeanor as indifferent as ever. What can be done now that it has been destroyed? As long as we are alive, the Saiyans shall never perish. Vegeta's response left Nappa and the two other Saiyans in shock. Vegeta's callousness shattered their perceptions. Just recently, the deaths of their three companions had been viewed by Vegeta as the lament of the weak. Now, even the explosion of their planet could not sway his heart. Terrifying, these thoughts sprang to their minds. Even the elite warrior Broccoli gasped in surprise. He was an elite, a royal guard. Vegeta's ruthless demeanor mirrored that of King Vegeta himself. To put it plainly, he was indeed the son of King Vegeta. Nearly indistinguishable, Due to Vegeta's indifference, no one dared to approach him with their concerns. The group engaged in discussions, attempting to ascertain their next course of action. With the destruction of Planet Vegeta, they had lost their home planet, rendering them homeless AS for Vegeta. He completely disregarded the conversations of his subordinates, immersed in his own thoughts. Nonsense about a meteorite causing the planet's explosion. If such coincidences existed in this world, there would be no reason to remain unaware. Moreover, even if a planet were to collide, we could simply blow it up. Vegeta was unaware of the truth, but he knew one thing. The message from Frieza's army was not to be trusted. With no Planet Vegeta, devoid of resources and support, Vegeta struggled internally for a long while before making a bold and significant decision. Even if Frieza would be his enemy, and even if the explosion of the planet and the extinction of the Saiyan race were inextricably linked to Frieza, he had no choice but to bide his time and slowly develop. Meanwhile, Raditz was engulfed in profound despair. How could this happen? How could Planet Vegeta suddenly explode? His parents, Talot, Saiyan, and Kakarot. What about them? Raditz was unwilling to accept this reality. Yet he had no choice but to face it, for upon receiving the news, he had immediately attempted to contact them, only to be met with a busy signal. His family had perished alongside the explosion of the planet. Everything had come too suddenly, leaving him utterly unprepared. No. 2 months prior, his mother had mentioned that Kakarot had been sent to a planet called Earth. Could it be that his parents had anticipated this all along? This was no accident. It was a conspiracy. In Talot, he should have left Planet Vegeta long ago. Raditz's thoughts became increasingly clear. Whether it was his own realization or the influence of Talot's ideologies over the years that had spurred his growth. He looked at Vegeta, then at Nappa, Broccoli, and Darcy's, hesitating to speak, ultimately swallowing his words. Some things could be said, while others could not. That he was not foolish. He understood that the situation was uncertain, and with no backing. He could only remain discreet. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as the other 2 superior warriors of his generation. Discarded, in the blink of an eye. Another day had passed that on Planet Aian. In recent days, Talot had been exploring Planet Aian in its entirety alongside Jain and Saiyan. Although they merely traversed various locales on the planet, they had gained a comprehensive understanding of its geography. Ultimately, the exploration of Planet Aian boiled down to 3 purposes. First, to seek out the bloodfruit tree. Second, to find the Aian people. Third, to ascertain whether there existed any special forces or beings on this planet. Summarizing their findings over the past 3 days, they had neither discovered the bloodfruit tree nor encountered anything worthy of further exploration. As for the Aian people, they had indeed located them. As initially anticipated. These beings did not reside in the forests, which explained why Talot and his companions have been unable to find them. The Aian people were humanoid, yet their massive forms resembled merfolk, complete with gills that allowed them to breathe underwater. The intelligence that claimed the Aian people were large in stature was indeed accurate, but all other information was entirely incorrect, akin to arbitrary fabrications. Due to the absence of hostility, Talot, Jain, and Saiyan quickly became friends with the Aian people. Without invasion or conquest, peaceful coexistence was possible. The Aian people were a kind-hearted race. Although the laws of nature were exceedingly harsh, they possessed high intelligence, but had yet to develop their own advanced civilization. It was believed that, given sufficient time or guidance from certain extraterrestrial technologies, the Aian people would soon flourish. Naturally, the advancement of a race also entailed enduring unimaginable trials and tribulations. A slight misstep could lead to their annihilation in the annals of history. As dusk approached, the skies darkened ominously, with thunder rumbling, rendering the heavens reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. A sight most terrifying. In the forest, fierce winds howled, causing trees and flowers to sway violently. As the prelude to a storm unfolded. Torrential rain descended from the heavens, engulfing everything in sight. In the tranquil valley, Talot, Jain, and Saiyan took refuge within their spaceship, sheltering from the onslaught of the tempest. Unlike typical storms on other planets, this storm was a true tempest. The raindrops and intensity were incomparable to any ordinary storm. There was a saying from a past life that perfectly described the scene. It was as if the heavens were truly pouring water down. Had it not been for the assurance that their spaceship could withstand the elements, Talot would have already piloted their vessel away from the surface. Inside the spaceship, as they gazed at the world ravaged by the downpour, Talot's thoughts gradually drifted away. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 2 hours had passed, and as the rain began to subside into a drizzle, Talot was about to step outside for some fresh air when, at that moment, the battle power detector received a message. It was a notification from Frieza's army concerning the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The suddenness of it left Talot, who had been eagerly awaiting news, momentarily stunned. Finally, had it arrived? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Talot finally murmured softly to himself. Ever since his arrival on the Aian planet, nay, since the day he embarked on this journey, he had been meticulously calculating the passage of time. The premature preparations had led him to gradually forget his intentions. He remained uncertain whether Bardock perished in the explosion or if his mind involuntarily wandered towards the tales of the past. If he had indeed succumbed to the cataclysm of the planet's destruction, he would certainly wish for his revival through the Dragon Balls. Yet, if Bardock had traversed into the temporal realm as recounted in those legends, the matter would be entirely different. Talot had long contemplated this dilemma. Should Bardock truly have crossed over, regardless of whether the dragon's powers could summon him back, the knowledge that Bardock would become a Super Saiyan in that bygone era, and the desire to avoid altering such a narrative weighed heavily upon Talot. As his thoughts delved deeper, the figures of Jain and Cellari burst forth from the confines of their quarters. Clearly, they had just witnessed the alarming news relayed by the power detector. Talot, did you receive the message? Planet Vegeta has exploded due to a colossal meteor impact, Jain exclaimed, her expression taut with anxiety and her tone laced with urgency. The tremor in her voice betrayed her shock, and it was evident that her heart raced with apprehension for Bardock. Even as they departed Planet Vegeta, she had sensed an unsettling foreboding, a feeling that now manifested as a potential final farewell. Her emotions grew increasingly complex, and the fear coursing through her veins rendered her pale. With beads of cold sweat dotting her brow, the glimmer of moisture began to well in her eyes, signaling the onset of emotional turmoil. As Talot had anticipated, Jain was on the brink of an emotional eruption. I too have received the news of Planet Vegeta's destruction. However, Aunt Jain, please do not despair. If the news is indeed true, the event has already transpired, and we must not falter in our composure. Instead, we should feel fortunate, for both Bardock and I have foreseen this outcome, allowing us to evade the peril of the planet's explosion. Talot consoled her. Bardock uncle and Talot brother predicted this, Cellari interjected, her voice tinged with disappointment. Why was I not informed? Her words were an unmistakable reproach towards Talot for withholding such critical information. It was evident that Cellari, despite her tender age of 5, had matured beyond her years, grappling with the enormity of the situation that had been concealed from her. It felt akin to being the only one excluded from a significant family event, a sentiment that even the dimmest among them would find isolating. It was my oversight for not sharing this with you. I feared it would burden your heart, and during this period, there had been no alarming reports from Planet Vegeta. Thus, I naturally assumed my worries were unfounded, Talot explained, simultaneously seeking to comfort Cellari while indirectly reassuring Ginny. It was easier to placate Cellari, but Jain was another matter entirely. Fearing Jain's reproach, Talot chose his words carefully, distancing himself from responsibility, implying that he had never anticipated the severity of the situation. This way, Jain would not harbor resentment towards him, allowing him to proceed with his plans. I suddenly feel as though I am trapped in a dream. Talot, you must assure me that Bardock will be all right, won't you? Jain gasped, taking deep breaths to steady herself against the tide of despair threatening to engulf her. She craved a definitive answer, like tea that moment. She regretted allowing Talot to modify all the power detectors, rendering them incapable of communication and relegating them to passive reception of news. I believe Bardock Uncle had a plan in mind. Besides, Bardock Uncle had left to undertake a mission shortly after we departed from Planet Vegeta. In such a brief span, it is likely that his assignment remains uncompleted. Talot could only utter a well-intentioned falsehood, unable to ascertain Bardock's fate. Upon hearing Talot's words, Jain's heart began to settle, albeit slightly it was a glimmer of hope that provided her with a momentary respite before the truth was revealed. I can understand your current feelings, Aunt Jine, and I know you may wish to return immediately to verify the truth of the news. However, I cannot take you back just yet. This was a strict instruction from Bardock Uncle before our departure. Unless he reaches out to us directly, we must refrain from responding or acting impulsively. Furthermore, I suspect that the explosion of Planet Vegeta may not have been caused by a meteor strike, but rather by Frieza's covert actions. Should we return now, we would surely meet our demise, Talot urgently conveyed, quelling any fantasies that Jine might harbor about returning. He needed her to understand that revealing themselves was not an option. They could not betray all of Bardock's careful preparations. Yet Jine trembled, torn within herself, for Talot's words rang true. Talot, brother, we truly cannot return. If Planet Vegeta has indeed exploded, we would be left without a home. Solari's voice was laced with sorrow. No. As long as we are together, anywhere can be our home. Talot sighed deeply, empathizing with their plight. It was akin to his own unending longing for the earth of his past life, a place that remained the unacknowledged sanctuary of his heart, unchanged even after 5 years on Planet Vegeta. More than half a month had passed since the explosion of Planet Vegeta, calculating the precise duration. It had been a full 3 months since Talot had departed with Jine and Solari. Following the devastating news, Talot had made it his mission to soothe Jine and Solari daily, encouraging them to find solace amidst their distress. Women are often prone to sentimentality, especially when the object of their concern remains shrouded in silence. Had Talot not been vigilant in his efforts, utilizing Bardock's words of caution to shield them from despair, Jine might have ceased to heed his counsel long ago. Talot had to extinguish Jine's desire to return to Planet Vegeta. It was not out of cruelty, nor was he driven by fear. After all, a significant amount of time had elapsed. Even if they were to return to the coordinates of Planet Vegeta, they should no longer encounter any peril. However, the futility of such a return would only serve to squander precious time. In essence, Talot endeavored to instill in Jine the understanding that they must not act recklessly, not only for their own safety, but also for the sake of Bardock and Raditz. Perhaps everyone was safe at present, but their unwarranted return might render them targets, endangering their loved ones. Each time he articulated this reasoning, Jine regained her composure. Throughout the years, she had dedicated herself to logistical support, making her acutely aware of the ramifications of their situation. It was precisely to avoid being a burden to Bardock that she had assumed such a role on the planet. Yet, Jine was not without her own reasoning. She possessed a sharp intellect and independent thoughts. Thus, Talot had to clarify to her that if half a year or a year passed without news of Bardock and Raditz, they could then consider taking action. They asked for the details. They would address them when the time came. Today marked a significant milestone, as Talot's combat power had finally surpassed the 2,000-point threshold, prompting him to prepare for the next phase of interstellar travel. Not for any other purpose, but to secure a formidable future for himself and to grow even stronger. Time was indeed of the essence. To attain the prowess and status akin to that of Kakarot and Vegeta from the original tale, he must forge ahead, taking steps far beyond those of his peers, in the open space before the wooden cabin. While enjoying the roasted meat prepared by Jine, Talot broached the topic of departing from Oyun planet. There were matters he could not alter, yet some actions could be taken now to disrupt the original agreement with Jine, actions she could not refuse. What? Departing from Oyun planet to Earth? Now, Talot brother, are you jesting? On the planet Aian, we have not only refrained from aggression, but are now directly abandoning this mission to head for Earth that I hope there won't be any unforeseen incidents. As the two exclaimed in surprise, the attention of Janae and Sailali was entirely diverted. After an explanation from Talot, Janae's agitation subsided, and Sailali gradually calmed down. Talot, are we truly going to Earth to find Kakarot? But what if Bardock and Raditz come to Aian looking for us? If we are not here, will we miss them? Janae's resolve wavered, yet she found it challenging to make a decision. She longed to see her youngest son, Kakarot, whose power level was a mere 2, rendering him utterly incapable of self-defense. However, the current circumstances did not seem to present the optimal moment for a journey to Earth. They had previously agreed to wait on Aian for Bardock's arrival and to see if Raditz would come looking for them. Upon hearing Janae's concerns, Talot anticipated her reaction and promptly articulated his well-prepared thoughts. Aunt Janae, I have been contemplating our trip to Earth for several days now. Initially, I shared your sentiments, but I have come to a different understanding. Our Saiyan clan is undoubtedly facing a catastrophic disaster, and I believe Bardock and Raditz are still alive. However, they may not come looking for us immediately. Therefore, without exposing ourselves, it may be wiser to first travel to Earth to locate Kakarot. Considering the time, it takes only a little over half a year to journey from Planet Vegeta to Earth. Although we might not catch up with Kakarot's spaceship, we can still reach Earth in less than 6 months. As you know, Aunt Janae, Kakarot's power level is only 2 even if Earth is considered a low-tier planet. It likely harbors numerous dangers. With so few Saiyans left alive, if something were to befall Kakarot. Talot paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Weighing the pros and cons, Janae would undoubtedly agree. As for Sailali, her current state was such that she would follow Talot wherever he went. Without Talot present, she would accompany Janae wherever she went. Aunt Janae, I believe Talot is right. Perhaps Bardock and Raditz will also head to Earth in search of Kakarot, that Sailali's words served as a timely encouragement. This statement caused Janae to shudder slightly. Regardless of Bardock or Raditz, her concern for Kakarot overshadowed all else. After all, the disparity in power was immense to Janae. Kakarot was just an ordinary person among ordinary people. She could not fathom how she and Bardock could have produced a child with a power level of merely 2 aside from inheriting Bardock's appearance. It seemed he had not inherited any other advantages. After much internal conflict, Janae remained silent, prompting Talot to seize the moment and continue. In truth, my desire to find Kakarot stems from a concern that if this crisis is indeed Frieza's scheme, Kakarot might face pursuit. After all, his spaceship has not been modified and can easily be tracked out of course. This is merely my speculation. Given Kakarot's power level of 2, he poses no threat whatsoever. Even if Frieza intends to annihilate our Saiyan clan, he would not bother chasing after a child like him. With these words, Talot sought to further touch Janae's heart with an undeniable sense of urgency, compelling her to make a decision. Very well. Let us proceed to Earth. Janae took a deep breath, nodding solemnly that Talot's series of analyses were sound and logical, and Janae recognized that he was not one to act recklessly. Despite his youth, his intellect likely surpassed her own. Many considerations had eluded her, yet Talot had anticipated them all. Janae gleaned from Talot's words that the safety of Bardock and Raditz was uncertain. However, if she knew where her youngest son was and chose not to rescue him, it would be her dereliction of duty that of course. Janae remained unaware that this was merely Talot's pretext for wanting to go to Earth. Once there, he would certainly not assist in the search for Kakarot. On the contrary, he would do everything in his power to prevent Janae and Sailali from interfering with Earth's development and Kakarot's life. Otherwise, the original protagonist of this tale would not be Sun Wukong, but rather Kakarot. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed in a rather inconspicuous galaxy within the Northern Galaxy. The solar system resided at the edge of this galaxy's corner. A disc-shaped spaceship glided through the vast sea of stars like a fleeting comet. After an indeterminate duration, this spaceship traversed the sun of the solar system and finally halted its voyage, docking just outside the atmosphere of a blue planet. This blue planet was none other than Earth. The spacecraft belonged to Talot, Janae, and Sailali. Inside the vessel, the trio gazed through the protective glass at the relatively modest blue planet before them. We have finally arrived. Earth, that a smile graced Talot's face as he expressed his sentiments. After 6 months of interstellar travel, he humorously remarked that he felt as though he were growing fur. Had it not been for the 2 months of travel and a clear purpose, it would have been nearly impossible to endure such a confined space for half a year. Ultimately, he was unwilling to waste even a moment, thus opting not to enter a state of hibernation. Otherwise, it would have been but the blink of an eye. Over the past 6 months, Talot's strength had surged remarkably. Before leaving Aian, his battle power had surpassed 2,000, and he now stood at 2,500. This was a testament to the continuous cultivation of his energy. Much like Talot, Janae and Sailali had also experienced notable advancements in their abilities, although their numerical power increases were not as substantial. Their mastery and application of energy had reached new heights. Janae boasted a battle power of 1250, while Silali's was 980. In comparison, Talot's progress was distinctly more pronounced. Nevertheless, Talot remained humble. Such an increment in strength was ultimately insignificant. On Earth, he would undoubtedly be invincible, and even on the vast majority of planets in the current era, he would still be considered a formidable presence, especially at the tender age of 6. Is this Earth? The planet may not be vast, but its beauty is undeniable. Sailali was captivated by Earth's allure. After all, planets with such ecological environments were quite rare in the universe. Even Aian, while also a planet of remarkable ecological integrity, fell somewhat short in terms of land-to-ocean ratio when compared to Earth. Indeed, it is quite beautiful, Talot murmured. The sight of Earth stirred long-buried memories within Talot's mind, although this Earth was not the same as the one from his previous life. As the center of the Dragon Ball world and the origin of all things, it undeniably evoked a sense of belonging within Talot. Regardless, he subconsciously acknowledged his desire to settle on Earth in the future. On the surface, Earth appeared to be quite splendid, a low-tier planet. Such superficial assessments rendered it worthy of a place among mid-tier planets. Janae's observations were rather blunt. However, evaluating Earth based on its value was indeed quite fitting. I wonder where Kakarot has landed on Earth? With this question from Janae, Talot raised an eyebrow. Upon arriving on Earth, it was evident that Janae's foremost concern was this matter. Previously, I attempted to use our spaceship to pinpoint the exact location of Kakarot's vessel, but I did not receive any accurate information that I suspect that either the spaceship is damaged or that Kakarot's landing site is particularly unique, thus rendering the signal undetectable, Talot replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Janae became slightly anxious. Then let us land quickly, if something were to happen to Kakarot. We must wait a moment longer. Let us first sense the energy on Earth. I am curious whether there might exist extraordinarily powerful beings on this planet. Talot remarked, either intentionally or inadvertently. Cautious and prudent. This was Talot's inherent nature. Janae and Sailali took this as Talot's assurance for their safety and did not object. They began to utilize their sensing abilities to perceive the energies present on Earth. In truth, Talot was merely putting on a fa-ade. After all, he had never been to Earth and was unaware of its circumstances. If one were to possess an intimate understanding of Earth, it would not only raise suspicions in Janae, but also evoke a sense of the abnormal in Sailari. The three of them simultaneously employed their aura perception, enveloping a significant portion of the planet. In an instant, countless life forces entered their awareness. If these auras were to be converted into combat power, the vast majority would only register single digits, with some even falling below that threshold, so faint as to be virtually undetectable. However, there were indeed individuals whose combat prowess should reach double digits. On this planet, such individuals would be regarded as part of the elite as for the exceedingly rare few whose combat strength reached triple digits. Janae and Sailari paid them little mind, while Talot had already surmised their identities. Undoubtedly, there were the notable figures representing Earth in the last 200 years. Master Rashi, Master Shun, Tao Pai Pai, and Gohan, among others. Additionally, there were a few auras belonging to Earthlings, likely reclusive powerhouses. Naturally, none of this piqued Talot's interest. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the opposite side of the planet, following the two strongest energies emanating from Earth. Talot was able to ascertain their precise locations. The Kaioshin, Bick, and the Kai's attendant, Popo. Talot distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, they were assigned combat values of 220 and 1030 points, respectively. However, upon perceiving Popo's current combat power, it did not exceed 1,000 points, and it was unlikely to surpass 500. Judging by the intensity of the aura, it likely ranged from 200 to 300 points, on par with the Kaioshin. Bick, reflecting on this, Talot did not delve deeper, for the narrative's formula book indicated that the 1030 points of combat power were attained during the Saiyan saga, after Popo and Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsa had trained together for half a year, followed by Popo's own diligent training for another 6 months. Even if he had possessed strength prior, it would have commenced only after Goku arrived at the Kaioshin's realm. Talot, it seems there are no beings of particularly high combat power on this Earth. Sailari suddenly interjected, disrupting Talot's thoughts. The only formidable ones are the two we sensed, but their combat power should only be around 200 to 300 points. Janae added. Talot nodded in agreement. Their sensitivity to energy was not weak. It was quite normal for them to perceive such auras. Since we are newcomers and know little about this planet, why not pay a visit to its strongest inhabitants? Perhaps they might assist us. Talot proposed. Indeed, they might have information regarding Kakarot's whereabouts. Janae replied thoughtfully. After all, these individuals possessed a certain level of strength, and they might know about Kakarot's arrival aboard a spaceship. Upon hearing this, Talot felt a sudden sense of urgency, but soon relaxed. In the original storyline, neither the Kaioshin, Bick, nor Popo were aware of Goku's true identity initially. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that Bick would also be unaware of Goku's location, with Talot, Janae, and Sailari reaching a consensus. The spaceship, under the control of its intelligence system, entered Earth's atmosphere and proceeded toward the Kaioshin's realm. Meanwhile, high above the Earth, the Kaioshin's realm loomed majestically above the clouds, resembling a sacred aerial fortress. Akin to a colossal soup bowl, its unique architectural style exuded an impressive grandeur. The platform of the temple was adorned with square, pristine white stone tiles, while one side housed the dwelling of the Kaioshin. Being in this place felt like entering a secluded sanctuary. I could see that moment. Before the temple, the Kaioshin, Bick, seemed to sense something ominous. Beads of cold sweat dotting his aged face, that a powerful sense of foreboding surged within him, rendering him momentarily weak and anxious. Fortunately, Popo was quick to support him, preventing a fall. Lord Kaioshin, are you all right? Popo inquired with concern. In response, the Kaioshin, Bick, shook his head, steadying himself before gazing toward the distant horizon. I'm fine, Popo did. Do you feel it too? 3 exceedingly formidable presences have descended upon our Earth. As he spoke, the gravity of his words deepened. Popo nodded in agreement. His own strength was considerable, and he had long mastered the art of sensing energy. If Bick could feel it, then he certainly could as well. We cannot ascertain whether these 3 visitors are foes or allies. If they are adversaries, Earth may be facing its gravest peril, Bick declared solemnly. In his 3 centuries of existence as the Kaioshin, he had never envisioned Earth facing such a crisis. Lord Kaioshin, we have yet to encounter these 3 visitors. Until we do, everything remains uncertain. Please take care of your health. Popo urged anxiously. He was acutely aware that Bick was now in his twilight years. Thus, each time he observed Bick's emotional turmoil, he felt a deep-seated concern. Although Bick had a few decades left to live, Popo had witnessed the fall of the previous Kaioshin and understood that, for beings like him and Bick, 30 years was a mere blink of an eye. I understand. Worry not, Popo, Bick replied, nodding. The two continued to gaze skyward, their expressions betraying their inner turmoil. As time trickled by, beads of sweat began to cascade down their cheeks. Not only could they sense it, but they also observed with their own eyes a spaceship descending from the heavens. In but a few moments, the disc-shaped vessel had gracefully settled onto the platform of the Kaioshin's realm. Lord Kaioshin, Popo said, positioning himself protectively in front of Bick, his loyalty evident. Such an unimaginable creature. The aura of a being in this world possesses such overwhelming strength. Bick's mind was tumultuous with astonishment. Since ascending to godhood, this was the first, and perhaps the only time, he had felt the presence of death. He could only hope that the 3 newcomers aboard the spaceship did not arrive with intentions of invading Earth. With a click, the spaceship's hatch opened, connecting the internal space with the outside. Fresh air flooded into the spacecraft, allowing Talot, Janae, and Sailari, who had yet to disembark, to take a deep breath. After 6 months confined within the spaceship's cramped quarters, it was a welcome relief that if Talot and Sailari were adults, their space would have been even more limited. It was hard to fathom what force could enable such a massive structure to float so high in the sky. Janae led the way, speaking as she jumped down from the spaceship. Finally, I can stretch my limbs. I was nearly suffocated, Sailari exclaimed as she followed suit, the refreshing atmosphere of the Kaioshin's realm making them feel as though they had entered another world. Lastly, Talot descended. However, while admiring the scenery of the Kaioshin's realm, he reflected briefly before focusing his attention on Bick and Popo in the distance. His combat power detector initiated an immediate scan. Bic, combat power, 220 points. Popo, combat power, 300 points. The values aligned with his predictions. Just as he was about to speak, Sailari suddenly noticed something, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, this place feels peculiar. I feel so light." Upon hearing this, Janae too became curious. While Talot had a sudden realization that he nearly forgot to mention that the gravity on Vegeta and Yardrat was 10 times that of Earth, which explained the ease they felt on this planet. Standing on the Kaioshin's realm, Talot moved around a bit, saying, "So that is how is that. I thought it was due to spending too much time in the spaceship." Janae's expression shifted to one of understanding. "So, does that mean I'm even stronger now?" Sailari exclaimed excitedly. Though she and T fully grasped the concept, her statement held a kernel of truth that, in a sense, she was indeed more powerful on Earth. In truth, we may not have felt the difference greatly. The first reason being our increase in strength, and the second being that we spent 6 months in the spaceship. Our bodies had already acclimatized to the optimal survival state within that environment. If the gravity is 10 times greater, then the experience is markedly different for us. At the very least, we would have noticed right away. Talot continued, and Jai nodded, while Sailari seemed to understand only partially, nodding along. Shortly thereafter, it was Sailari who took the initiative to gaze at the distant figures of God Piccolo and Bobo. Is this what Earthlings look like? Their appearance is rather peculiar, especially that dark-skinned individual. Sailari remarked. Peculiar? Indeed, it is. Just look at Bobo. He hardly resembles an Earthling at all, were it not for his prior residence in the God Temple, who would dare accept him as one of Earth's people. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Talot's mind. While there was little to say about Bobo, the situation with God Piccolo was different. As a traveler from another world, he possessed knowledge of the original narrative's details. However, he could not overtly display this knowledge or appear to possess foresight. After all, how could he explain this to Jine and Sailari? Yet there were certain aspects he could feign familiarity with, such as God Piccolo's identity. He could cleverly fabricate a story about having researched various extraterrestrial races, thereby elucidating the origins and intelligence of the Namekians, which would naturally lead to the subject of the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls were undoubtedly among his objectives. Many matters required the summoning of Shenron through the Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes. Indeed, it often took a genuine confrontation with events for one's mind to illuminate with clarity. What had seemed so convoluted for so long turned out to be quite straightforward. Gathering his thoughts and sensing Jine's intrigue, Talot began to converse with the two. Sailari reminded me that neither of those individuals appears to be Earthlings. I'm uncertain about the identity of the dark-skinned man, but the other one seems familiar. He should be a Namekian. Yet what is he doing on Earth? Talot expressed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Though he was not adept at lying, this particular fabrication was necessary. Upon hearing Talot's words, Jine gasped in astonishment, while Sailari's mouth fell open in curiosity. "Are you certain, Talot? He is a Namekian?" Jine retorted, plunging into deep contemplation. The existence of Namekians on Earth would imply an early extraterrestrial invasion, which posed a significant threat to her son, Kakarot. Witnessing Talot nod, Jine gasped again, softly murmuring reassurances that Kakarot would be unharmed. Sailari, however, did not delve as deeply into the implications. Talot, recognizing Jine's discomfort and anxiety, quickly interjected, "From what I understand, Namekians generally possess formidable combat abilities, at least comparable to us Saiyans. Yet this Namekian before us seems rather weak. Moreover, aside from them, there are no stronger energies present. Could it be that this Namekian, like Kakarot, was sent to Earth as a child, thus rendering him weaker? By offering some explanation, he aimed to soothe Jine's nerves and prevent her from panicking." Upon hearing this, Jine regained her composure, realizing that they had not sensed any formidable energy signatures, and the scanner had not detected any higher power levels. Therefore, the notion of Earth being invaded by powerful Namekians was unfounded. The three continued their dialogue. Meanwhile, a mere 10 meters away, God Piccolo and Bobo felt their hearts racing uncontrollably. The unfolding events had become increasingly overwhelming. God Piccolo, utilizing his extraordinary hearing, caught wind of Talot's words, which plunged him into the depths of his own memories. Although he was startled by the arrival of a woman and 2 children, nothing concerned him more than the revelation of his own identity as a Namekian. Could it be that I, too, am of extraterrestrial descent? No wonder I look so different from Earthlings. No wonder I have endured so much suffering only to be acknowledged as Earth's god. No wonder I have waited all these years without reuniting with my family. God Piccolo's mind spiraled with tumultuous thoughts. Meanwhile, Bobo remained oblivious to the fact that his master had overheard the conversation. Lost in his own world of contemplation, he was drenched in sweat, paralyzed by his inability to act. In a strict sense, he was merely a servant. Until his god spoke, he had no authority to intervene. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. At last, God Piccolo regained his composure, striving to maintain an appearance of calm as he approached. "Welcome to Earth, esteemed visitors, that I am the god of this planet, and this is the God Temple," he declared. Upon hearing these words, Solari's eyes widened in astonishment at a god. "Talot, he claims to be a god. Isn't he a Namekian? How can he also be a god?" Solari turned her head to Talot, inquiring that in truth, the most profound realization was the question of whether a god could be so weak. Jain, too, fixed her gaze upon Talot. Ever since departing from Planet Vegeta, she had yielded authority and decision-making power to him. The vastness of the universe is indeed full of surprises. A Namekian had become the god of Earth. Talot feigned ignorance, appearing shocked. Hearing these 2 statements, God Piccolo felt a surge of internal turmoil, fully confirming his own identity. Bobo looked at Talot in bewilderment, then back at God Piccolo. The previously tense atmosphere began to dissipate. "Fortunate indeed. I never anticipated that I would be an extraterrestrial. Thank you for enlightening me about my Namekian heritage," God Piccolo said with a friendly demeanor, being weak and unaware of Talot's group's intentions. It was best to remain humble and amicable. Observing God Piccolo's demeanor and glancing at Bobo, Talot had no intention of undermining him. Before he could speak, Jain interjected, "You claim to be the god of this earth. In my understanding, a god should be omnipotent, correct? If you call yourself a god, you must possess comprehensive knowledge of Earth. While I do not possess complete control, I am indeed well versed in the affairs of this planet." God Piccolo replied, suppressing his restless heart, "I wonder how I may assist you, visitors from beyond." Without directly inquiring about their purpose on Earth, God Piccolo redirected his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Jain wasted no time in stating, "I need your help to find someone. My son, who should have arrived on Earth a few months ago." She spoke. She hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts, leaving her momentarily speechless. Noticing her distress, Talot gently took Jain's hand, urging her to remain calm. "Allow me to speak, Aunt Jain," he said, receiving a nod of approval from her before locking eyes with God Piccolo. He could sense the unease within God Piccolo. "Please do not be alarmed. We come to Earth with no malicious intent. First, let me introduce ourselves that we are Saiyans from Planet Vegeta, for our presence here. A few months ago, Aunt Jain's son was sent to Earth due to unforeseen circumstances. Now we must locate him. Would you, as the god, be able to assist us in this matter?" As Talot laid out the details, God Piccolo began to grasp the situation, at the very least. Understanding their purpose and background alleviated some of his tension. Despite Talot and his companions possessing immense power, it was clear they were not here to conquer, but rather to seek assistance. God Piccolo was taken aback to learn that the spokesperson among the trio was a child rather than Jain. "So, can you help us find him?" Talot inquired again, his heart silently hoping that God Piccolo would not locate him too quickly. Ideally, Kakarot should remain undiscovered until after he had been struck in the head, ensuring he would transform into the Kakarot of the original narrative. "While I am indeed the god of Earth, and possess the capability to survey the planet, based on the information you provided, the search area is far too vast. Even if I were to locate him, it would not be a task that could be accomplished swiftly." The celestial deity, Piccolo, offered a tactful response. Upon hearing this, Jain became anxious that it was evident that they had already arrived on Earth, yet she remained uncertain about how to locate her son. She felt a profound sense of failure, but there was truly nothing she could do. If Kakarot possessed self-sufficiency and some degree of strength, they could easily scour the Earth with their formidable might and find him in no time. Even more so, once Kakarot became aware of their presence. He would surely come looking for them. Alas, he was still just a child, albeit over a year old. Yet his capabilities were only slightly superior to those of an ordinary Earth child. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Piccolo seemed apprehensive about the potential for unforeseen calamities, and he suggested, "Perhaps you might grant me a little time. It would be ideal to find him, but if that proves impossible, I am willing to cooperate with you in exploring alternative methods of search." Such sincere words would be readily accepted by anyone who heard them. Time was indeed not an issue. After all, they would remain on Earth for a while. However, the sooner they could find him, the better, Talot remarked somewhat reluctantly. Had he remained silent, Jine's emotions would undoubtedly have influenced the entire gathering, possibly leading to an explosive outburst of her repressed feelings. Since the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the pressure within Jine had been overwhelming. Had it not been for the glimmer of hope sustaining her, she might have already crumbled under the weight of her despair. It can only be said that some matters require the gentle passage of time for healing, and the duration thus far was still far too brief. With Talot's words, Piccolo exhaled in relief, and Jine turned to Talot, acquiescing to the situation. Although she could not fathom why Talot would place his trust in this Namekian deity, she understood that Talot was a meticulous individual who would not choose to believe without reason that if she were to discover Talot's innermost thoughts at this moment, it would likely shatter her composure. Thus, Talot proceeded with utmost caution in all his actions, since he will be staying on Earth, and I shall assist you in searching for the child named Kakarot. You may temporarily reside in the sacred land of the gods. This will also facilitate our communication, Piccolo proposed suddenly, suggesting that Talot and his companions take up residence in the sacred land. Jine and Salari thought little of it, naturally assuming that staying there would be convenient. Only Talot recognized that the deity was exerting control over them. Having them remain in the sacred land was undoubtedly a measure to prevent them from wreaking havoc on Earth, while simultaneously allowing him to better understand them and gather more intelligence. Of course, even if he harbored such ulterior motives, Talot was unconcerned. As a time traveler, he understood Piccolo's character quite well. This elder would not easily trust them based solely on a few words. Ultimately, he was merely attempting to mitigate any potential accidents through his capabilities. For the time being, residing there was acceptable, especially since they had no clear objectives and were unfamiliar with Earth. "Could you prepare us some rooms and perhaps allow us to freshen up? It has been a grueling 6 months of interstellar travel," Talot quipped. Upon hearing this, Piccolo turned with a smile towards Bubbles. "This is a trivial matter. Bubbles, please attend to it immediately as a gesture of hospitality for our guests." "Yes, Lord Piccolo, I shall prepare at once," Bubbles replied respectfully before hastily departing. Time flew by, and before long, over an hour had passed. After freshening up, Talot, Jine, and Salari finally felt a sense of liberation. Now, tasting the delicacies crafted by Bubbles, they were momentarily enraptured by the exquisite flavors. Jine and Salari were pleasantly surprised, as they had never encountered such delectable food before. Talot, on the other hand, felt on the verge of tears. This was the kind of cuisine meant for humans. Unknowingly, he began reminiscing about the diverse foods of his previous world. Having spent 6 years in this realm, he had only now encountered a flavor reminiscent of home. After satisfying their hunger, the trio languished for a while before engaging in some light activity. Light activity? Indeed. However, what they considered light exercise appeared utterly terrifying to Piccolo and Bubbles. Their speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible, especially when it came to their kicks and punches. If they were to endure such attacks, it would likely be a matter of life and death for them. The existence of Saiyans had completely upended Piccolo and Bubbles' worldview. Terrifying, that was the sentiment shared by both Piccolo and Bubbles. As time passed and their workout concluded, Talot and his companions finally sighed in relief. The warmth radiating through their bodies could only be described with 2 words: sheer comfort. "Talot, you haven't yet explained why you chose to trust this Namekian deity," Jine inquired, seated on the cool steps of the platform, gazing at the circling Piccolo and Bubbles. Talot, upon hearing this, did not hesitate, for he had anticipated that Jine would eventually ask. "Well, it's not so much a matter of trust. I merely wish to ascertain the true capabilities of this Namekian, this so-called deity of Earth. If it can help us find Kakarot, that would be splendid. If not, we suffer no loss. Moreover, as it stands, at least we are not enemies, and they are unlikely to deceive us. His succinct yet clear reasoning was readily accepted. Jai nodded after hearing his words, expressing hope that he would indeed locate Kakarot. Despite her belief that with the strength of an Earthling, Kakarot should be safe. Within the span of those brief 2 hours, Talot had alleviated half of Jai's worries, as he had instilled in her the understanding that Earthlings had relatively low combat power. Even if Kakarot's fighting prowess were only a mere 2 points, it would still place him among the adults of Earth. Talot and Aian, Jai-Nichan, do you think they can find Kakarot just by circling around like that? Salari asked curiously, as she had long wished to pose the question. They should be able to perceive things we cannot see. Since we have chosen to give him time, we cannot doubt. Otherwise, wouldn't we be questioning ourselves? Talot replied with a smile. Salari stuck out her tongue, while Jain remarked, I only just realized that his invitation for us to stay here is not solely to assist us in finding Kakarot, but rather to prevent us from causing chaos on Earth. Wouldn't you agree, Talot? Talot glanced at Jain in surprise, impressed by her quick wit in uncovering Piccolo's ulterior motives. I think the same. However, it matters not. If we truly decide to leave, he cannot impede us, Talot said. Time slipped away swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days had elapsed since Talot and his companions arrived on Earth at the Sacred Land. During these 3 days, they had temporarily resided in the Sacred Land under Piccolo's guidance. Due to their agreement with the deity, they had remained within the confines of the Sacred Land, never descending to the lower realms. What might seem like a simple arrangement proved to be quite challenging to execute. According to Piccolo, numerous meteors fell to Earth daily, many of which would disintegrate in the atmosphere, while others, though they may land, had little precision in their trajectory. Retracing the records of impact from several months past was an arduous task, fraught with difficulty. Moreover, they had to ensure that the targets were not discovered and removed by those on the ground. In summary, it was a matter of luck. With good fortune, they might find something quickly, but with poor luck, they would be entirely unsuccessful. To sum it up, it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In the central square before the Sacred Land, Talot and Salari were currently engaged in a sparring match. In terms of strength, Salari was certainly no match for Talot. However, the enhancements gained from this practice were considerable, which kept Talot eagerly participating. Whether it was with Salari or Jain, he had even engaged in one-on-two bouts on several occasions. To be honest, it was also due to the lack of better opponents. Otherwise, it would not be the case that their targets are solely focused on Janae and Silai. For both Silai and Janae, the potential for growth in battling Talot is significantly greater. Take Silai, for instance. Her combat prowess has finally surpassed the 1,000-point threshold over these 3 days, reaching an impressive 10-20 points. After a prolonged period of repression, the release over these 3 days will undoubtedly lead to even greater growth for Silai in the near future. As for Janae, her numbers are comparable to Talot's, with only minor fluctuations around 10 to 20 points. Following their sparring session, Silai collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Such bold and unabashed behavior is characteristic of Silai alone. Other girls would likely exhibit more restraint and not act so recklessly. Nevertheless, her candid and straightforward nature only endears her further to Talot, fostering an environment devoid of any barriers and free from the constraints of gender relations. Talot, you are truly becoming increasingly formidable, she exclaimed, chuckling. Despite being utterly exhausted, Silai could not help but praise Talot, merely 6 years of age. One can only imagine the words she might utter in the future. Claiming him as the man she has chosen. You two are growing stronger. Your mastery over power has become remarkably refined over these past 3 days, and your understanding of energy has deepened as well. Talot responded with a smile. Upon hearing Talot's commendation, Silai's already rosy cheeks flushed even deeper, swelling her heart with pride. Unbeknownst to Talot, this young girl's affection for him has grown increasingly profound, reaching a point where his mere praise ignites her imagination. After resting for a considerable time, Silai finally regained her composure, sitting alongside Talot on the steps. Their gaze fell upon Janae, who stood at the edge of the Divine Hall. Although these 3 days had allowed Janae to remain calm and patient, her worry for Kakarot had intensified. This concern was markedly different from her previous anxieties regarding Bardock and Raditz, as she felt utterly powerless while on the same planet. Talot, do you think Anjanae will fall ill if this continues? It has been 3 days. That Namekian deity cannot be toying with us, can he? We still have no news of Kakarot. What should we do next? Saiyan expressed her concern for Janae and turned to Talot for answers. I could see her words. Talot felt a stir within his heart. Having been companions for so long, witnessing Janae's distress stirred a desire within him to reveal Kakarot's whereabouts. Although Talot was confident that if he were to guide Kakarot, he would at least prevent him from becoming an evil Saiyan, he remained acutely aware of the hurdles that lay ahead. After all, mere guidance would not suffice to ensure Kakarot became the original Son Goku. What would become of their world without the original Son Goku? Perhaps it would be best to wait a while longer. For now, I must apologize, Aunt Janae. Having made a decision in his heart, he resolved that the original Son Goku must first be born. As for what would unfold thereafter, he deemed it inconsequential, since we have yet to receive any news of Kakarot. Why not take a stroll on Earth? We might just uncover some clues, Talot suggested to Saiyan. The prospect of exploring Earth sparked a unique glimmer in Saiyan's eyes. That sounds wonderful. Talot, you have no idea how stifling it's been here. Although this place is nice, there's nothing to occupy us, and over time it drives one to madness. Saiyan was the type of woman who could not remain still. Seeing her enthusiasm, Talot smiled, and the two set off toward Janae. After a brief exchange, Janae was persuaded as well. Rather than waiting idly, it would be better for them to seek answers together, providing at least a glimmer of hope. The deity, Bick, could not oppose this decision, as their descent was solely to find family. If he were to intervene, it might yield the opposite effect. However, he had developed a degree of trust in Talot and his companions after 3 days of interaction. He was confident in their strength, yet he did not perceive them as irredeemably wicked individuals. Naturally, trust does not eliminate caution. One should remain vigilant. Thus, Bick retained a degree of wariness. For instance, he had already identified his target, but chose not to disclose this information, opting instead to observe Talot and his companions more closely to discern their true nature. A fleeting glimpse may well be misleading, and their descent to the mortal realm would afford him the opportunity to discern their true intentions. Lord Deity, they have now descended to the mortal realm. Should I follow them? Bobo inquired. Despite being aware of the deity's intentions, Bobo remained concerned and wished to alleviate his burdens. Let them roam freely. We shall assess the situation first. You have worked hard these past few days. Go and rest, Bick replied. Very well, Lord Deity, Bobo nodded, though he did not depart. Bick paid him no mind, focusing his attention below. At that moment, he was not merely observing Talot and his companions, but also gazing toward a remote area of dense forest on Earth, known as Bowsy Mountain. He had located the spaceship and found Kakarot. Concealing this information, he refrained from speaking, as he could not guarantee the outcome and dared not take the risk. Even though Talot was accompanied by a woman and 2 children, their combined power was formidable. Should they find Kakarot and suddenly turn their attention towards Earth, the planet could fall into their grasp. High above, Talot, Janae, and Saiyan reveled in their flight. Upon arriving on Earth, they were liberated from the confines of the Divine Hall for the first time, allowing them to truly unleash themselves and soar freely. Through their perception of energy and the guidance of their combat power detector, they quickly pinpointed the nearest human city that IT must be said. The architecture of Earth, while differing from Talot's previous world, bore some resemblance, unlike the structures on Planet Vegeta or other celestial bodies, which were utterly dissimilar. Familiar skyscrapers, well-known streets, and even the familiar Earthlings greeted them. The bustling city stirred within Talot memories long buried. He was struck by the presence of animal-like Earthlings from this era, unlike later times when such beings nearly faced extinction, with only a few significant characters remaining. Simultaneously, Talot's understanding of this era's Earth led him to conclude that its technological advancement could rival that of his previous life. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The technological progress of Earth's Dragon Ball world accelerated only after the story commenced. He mused silently. One notable observation was that the vehicles in this city were not the floating cars that would later become commonplace in the original story. However, it made sense as the Capsule Corporation, while primarily focused on universal capsules, must have had substantial involvement in other industries that it could be said that the Capsule Corporation propelled Earth's technological advancements. Otherwise, how could universal capsules find application across myriad fields? In simpler terms, it was Bulma's takeover of the Capsule Corporation after her upbringing that truly initiated the acceleration of technological progress on Earth. As they strolled through the streets, Talot, engrossed in thought, overlooked a crucial detail. Their peculiar attire drew curious gazes from passers-by, who whispered amongst themselves. It was not until the number of glances increased that Talot instinctively became aware. Meanwhile, Janae and Silai felt increasingly uncomfortable, their displeasure mounting. Being gawked at like jesters was infuriating. Had they not intended to carry out any actions on Earth, they might have wreaked havoc upon everything around them. Aunt Janae, Talot, these people are truly bothersome, Silai exclaimed, her frustration evident. Janae nodded in agreement, looking at Talot, ready to speak when he interjected, "It is our unusual attire that has drawn their attention. Let us bear with it. After all, we did not come here to invade or destroy Earth. First, we should find a clothing store to change into more suitable garments. Conveniently, I have some valuable items with me." Talot wrote. Upon hearing this, the two women nodded in succession. Soon, through a series of operations by Talot, he exchanged some gold and silver jewels collected on the Aian planet for the currency of this Earth. It must be said that Talot had already contemplated the necessity of having money on Earth. Therefore, gold, silver, and gemstones as hard currency became the means of conversion. With Earth's currency in hand, Talot, Jine, and Silai found a large clothing store. For Talot, this marked the end of wearing combat suits and oversized linen garments. Donning casual attire, he exuded a carefree and masculine aura, looking quite handsome. Despite being only 6 years old, Talot's height and physique were remarkable. Among the Saiyan race, Talot's physical development ranked above average. Unlike Vegeta, whose height as an adult barely reached 164 cm, or Kakarot, who stood at only 175 cm, Talot and Raditz belonged to the same category. Under normal growth, exceeding 190 centimeters as adults would be entirely typical. Exceeding 1.9 meters would still be considered above average. Indeed, many Saiyans towered over 2 meters, with notable characters like Nappa standing at a staggering 247 centimeter. There were many others of similar height in the original work, including the iconic Broly, who had a normal height of 232 centimeters and reached an astonishing 286.5 centimeters when transformed. Setting aside the matter of height, Jine and Silai also changed into Earth clothing. Clearly captivated by the fashion, the desire for beauty is an innate trait among women. Even Saiyans cannot escape it. After purchasing an array of garments, the trio finally exited the clothing store and continued to stroll through the streets. Their change in attire meant they no longer attracted undue attention from passers-by. At the very least, no one stared at them anymore. Of course, they could not completely avoid a few lingering glances. After all, Talot's striking appearance and Silai's adorable features, despite their tender ages, inevitably caught the eyes of many. Jine, too, belonged to the category of striking beauty. As they traversed the city, it wasn't long before Talot and his companions departed for other parts of the Earth. Time passed gradually. In the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. The trio wandered from one city to another, savoring the customs and landscapes of Earth, passing through several charming towns, when feeling downcast. Such leisurely outings served as a wonderful remedy for their woes. Jine relaxed, no longer fixating on hastily locating Kakarot. The primary reason was her astonishment at Earth's prosperity. She had visited numerous planets and witnessed various civilizations, yet had never encountered a human civilization as remarkable as that on Earth. Harmonious and flourishing. Even if the life forms lacked formidable strength, everything unfolded in an orderly manner, devoid of any signs of chaos. Naturally, Jine only glimpsed a superficial view. Every place harbors criminals. As the saying goes, where there is light, shadows inevitably follow, though it merely depends on whether one encounters them. After meandering about, the three arrived at an exceptionally bustling and grand city. Upon discovering that this city was West City, Talot's memories were stirred deep within his mind that, in truth, West City had been his primary target upon arriving on Earth. After all, the Capsule Corporation was located here. And Bulma's home was also here. The purpose of coming here was to leverage Bulma and Brief's scientific intellect to create some special items. Dragon radar, gravity training chambers, modified spaceships, and so forth. If he were alone, Talot would have been indifferent to concealment. However, he was not alone. He needed to provide Jain and Silai with some explanations for any actions he took to be wise calculations, since he, Vegeta, and Raditz were all 6 years old. Bulma should currently be 5, correct? Pondering this, Talot mentally calculated Bulma's, to be frank, he did not know much about other women, but Bulma, no, also Android 18, was undoubtedly a woman familiar to any Dragon Ball enthusiast. Talot even remembered the height, weight, and measurements of Bulma and Android 18 as adults that, of course, whether reality aligned with his knowledge remained to be seen. Bulma, an almost perfect woman in the original work. Beautiful, well-proportioned, wealthy, and intelligent, she was beyond reproach. Aside from her earlier tendencies towards infatuation and bold narcissism, one could hardly find fault with her. Indeed, it could be attributed to Bulma's youthful rebellious phase, akin to the stage everyone experiences. She was no exception. Talot, brother, you've been staring intently at that spot. Is there something special about it? Silai noticed Talot's unusual behavior and inquired. Although the expansive circular structures before them appeared rather peculiar compared to other buildings, there seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy. Hearing this call, Jain curiously turned her gaze towards Talot. Naturally, Talot pivoted, having already crafted a response in his mind, and said, while walking down the street just now, I overheard many discussing the Capsule Corporation, praising Dr. Brief's genius in inventing it. I wonder if this Dr. Brief possesses the capability to create what I desire. His words revealed his thoughts and indirectly informed Jain and Silai of his intentions. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Jain's eyes as she curiously asked, Talot, do you have something you need Earth's scientists to create? Though Earth's technology appeared quite advanced, they had yet to master interstellar travel. Jain's words held considerable merit. Had Talot not been aware of Brief's abilities, he too would have questioned their feasibility. Just as Talot was about to respond to Jain's inquiry, the large door ahead suddenly swung open. 2 girls, one tall and one small, rushed out, entering their line of sight. The blue-haired girl with twin ponytails, caught off guard, accidentally collided with Talot. Instinctively, Talot embraced the young girl to prevent her from being knocked over and falling to the ground. Bulma and Talot immediately recognized the identities of the 2 girls, especially Taiz, the eldest daughter of Brief, with her golden locks and vibrant aura, was quite captivating. Recalling from the original work, Taiz had revealed her age. She was 16 when Bulma was 5. Taiz was still on Earth, indicating that her storyline had yet to unfold. His mind involuntarily wandered to the supplementary storylines of the original work, with Taiz still on Earth. It meant that Galactic Patrolman Goku had not yet arrived. Thinking of Goku brought a headache to Talot. He had indeed overlooked this individual. The Galactic Patrol's formal involvement in the original plot occurred during the latter stages of the Super Era. Who are you, big brother? Suddenly, Bulma, who was cradled by Talot, spoke up and could see the sound of her voice. Talot released her. Before he could respond, Taiz quickly enveloped Bulma in her arms, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. We dashed out suddenly and startled you. It's all right, but do be careful next time. After all, the streets are filled with vehicles, and a moment's inattention could lead to an accident, Talot replied with a smile, appearing entirely at ease, as this was merely common sense. Making his advice quite reasonable, Taiz nodded in gratitude and then inquired, I wonder what brings you to my home. Taiz, nearing adulthood and possessing a keen intellect, quickly deduced that Talot and his companions had a purpose for visiting. With her question, Talot naturally introduced himself and also presented Jain and Silai. Subsequently, he mentioned his desire to request Brief to create something. Upon learning their identities and intentions, Taiz courteously said, Since you're here to see my father, please come in. He happens to be home right now. Then we shall intrude. Talot did not anticipate such ease. Invited by Taiz, Talot, Jain, and Silai entered the reception room of the large circular building. Taiz instructed the servants to prepare some tea, snacks, and fruits to host them. After settling Bulma into the room upstairs, he proceeded to notify his father Brief. Seizing this moment, Talot and his companions cast their discerning gazes upon the DCOR of the room. Jine and Sealer were filled with curiosity, as they were still unfamiliar with many aspects of life on Earth. Naturally, they were particularly intrigued by what Talot intended to create. However, they refrained from inquiring further at that moment. The wait for Brief's arrival seemed interminable, until Bulma suddenly dashed down the stairs, capturing the trio's attention once more, especially with the object she held in her hand. It was, of course, Talot who was most captivated. For it was the Dragon Ball. "Little sister, may I borrow the orb in your hand for a moment?" Talot asked with a smile. Upon hearing Talot's words, Bulma hesitated, glancing at the Dragon Ball in her hand and then back at Talot. She had no aversion to him, so she graciously lifted the Dragon Ball. "This is my toy, and if the big brother wishes to have it, I can give it to you, but you must play with me." Bulma's voice was both innocent and melodious. Talot accepted the orb she offered and examined it closely. Observing it from short distance, he was able to discern the two stars within the Dragon Ball clearly. From any angle, it appeared as a pentagram, just as described in the original narrative, remarkably enchanting. "Let us play, big brother," the 5-year-old Bulma declared earnestly, eager to take Talot's hand and leave the room. Talot felt no discomfort. After all, this was Bulma, and establishing a friendly rapport with her now would undoubtedly benefit him later. However, to Talot's surprise, Sealer abruptly interrupted Bulma, forcefully pulling her away from Talot's grasp. "Talot brother wouldn't play alone with you." The words dripped with evident hostility. Sealer herself was bewildered by her own protectiveness, as if Talot were about to be whisked away from her. "The big brother hasn't declined, so what gives you the right to say he doesn't want to play with me?" Bulma retorted defiantly, her demeanor already hinting at a future strong-willed woman. "I say no, and it is no," Sealer countered without backing down. This was their first interaction, and it quickly escalated into a dispute. Sensing the tension, Talot immediately intervened, grasping Sealer's hand to prevent any impulsive actions. Compared to Sealer, Bulma was merely an ordinary little girl. Should Bulma provoke Sealer further, she might truly be met with force. Bulma's frustration was palpable, her cheeks puffed up as if she had been denied something she desired. "Little sister, I apologize on behalf of Sealer. She does not mean to target you. Here, take back your Dragon Ball." As Talot spoke, he comforted Bulma and returned the orb. Sealer appeared displeased, but upon receiving a calming glance from Talot, she gradually composed herself. "Dragon Ball? Talot, do you know what this object is?" Jine inquired, having detected a shift in Talot's terminology regarding the orb. This was also her deliberate attempt to redirect the conversation and alleviate the tension between the two youngsters. Clearly, not only Sealer but Bulma too had ceased to be upset, her curious eyes blinking as she asked, "So this orb is called a Dragon Ball, big brother?" Bulma was the first to speak, followed closely by Sealer's inquiry. "Talot brother, what is a Dragon Ball?" You seem quite intrigued and surprised. The interest and questions they posed were precisely the response Talot had hoped to elicit. The seemingly casual mention of the Dragon Ball was, in fact, a deliberate tactic on his part. Discussing the Dragon Ball inevitably led back to the Namekians. According to the information I possessed, the Namekians not only possessed formidable combat prowess, but their kind also held the ability to create Dragon Balls. Had I not seen this Dragon Ball, I would have thought it mere folly. After all, an object capable of granting wishes should not exist in this world. Now that I had witnessed it firsthand, I could confirm that this was indeed a Dragon Ball, likely crafted by that Namekian deity residing in the Heavenly Palace. At this point, Talot paused. "Are you implying that this small orb, known as a Dragon Ball, can grant people's wishes?" Jine exclaimed in astonishment. Sealer echoed her disbelief, casting a look at the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hands. This revelation startled Bulma, who, fearing Sealer would snatch it away, quickly clutched the orb to her chest, muttering, "No one can take my toy." As the second daughter of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma had been accustomed to having whatever she desired since birth, and no one could seize her possessions. This had cultivated her formidable assertiveness. Sealer rolled her eyes, displaying her displeasure, while Talot could only smile wryly. "As far as I know, there are 7 Dragon Balls in total, each containing a varying number of stars. When all 7 are gathered, one can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant wishes. The orb in little Bulma's hands should be the 2-star Dragon Ball." With that, Talot fell into deep contemplation. This casual revelation about the Dragon Balls conveniently shifted the burden of information onto the already obliterated Planet Vegeta. Is this true? Talot, where did you acquire this information? Jain inquired again, her surprise evident at Talot's knowledge of the Namekians and the Dragon Balls. No, there was more to it than that. Since leaving Planet Vegeta, more than half a year had elapsed. And Jain began to realize that Talot had transformed significantly from the person she once knew. He was still the same Talot, yet his knowledge far surpassed that of an average adult. Despite her greater life experiences and the numerous planets she had visited, she found herself in the dark about so much that in that moment, Jain began to regard Talot with a newfound perspective, an inexplicable desire to uncover just how much he truly knew, or rather, how many secrets he had yet to reveal to her. I merely stumbled upon information regarding the Namekians out of curiosity and subsequently researched a bit. Talot deflected, sensing Jain's inquisitive gaze. Upon hearing this, Jain chose not to press further. Although her mind remained restless, Talot was aware that such curiosity was inevitable. Rather than over-explaining, it was easier to deflect. Speaking of which, Talot recalled the storyline involving the Dragon Balls. The Namekians had long been known to the Saiyans, and Bardock had even encountered the Dragon Balls of Planet Cyril, making a wish for his son's healthy growth to the Eternal Dragon. Whether this narrative transpired in this reality, Talot could not say. However, when he first learned of this storyline, he pondered whether this wish was the reason Kakarot and Raditz had grown up unscathed. Until Raditz arrived on Earth, the wish granted by the Eternal Dragon had clashed with some unavoidable force, leading to their mutual demise. Naturally, the truth of the matter remained a mystery. Is it true that if one gathers all 7 Dragon Balls, any wish can be granted? Bulma suddenly interjected, shifting the atmosphere once more. Clearly, due to her young age, despite her high intelligence, her immediate thoughts were not on the other implications of Talot's statements, but rather on the immense allure of the Dragon Balls. Talot was quite pleased with her reaction, for his intention was to make her aware of the wishing capabilities of the Dragon Balls ahead of time. Given Bulma's personality, she would likely soon devise a plan to seek out the remaining Dragon Balls. After all, the temptation of wishes was simply too great. Not only Bulma, but Jain and Sealer were equally drawn to the prospect. If the Dragon Balls can indeed summon the Eternal Dragon to grant wishes, could we wish for Planet Vegeta to be restored to its former glory? Sealer's sudden question caused both Talot and Jain to pause in surprise. They turned to Sealer, noticing a hint of sorrow in her expression. Indeed, for Sealer, Planet Vegeta was home. It was family. Even after half a year, that sentiment was difficult to forget. Although wishes could be granted, such an outlandish desire seemed unlikely to be fulfilled, did it not? Jain found this notion rather unrealistic. Talot interjected, perhaps we could give it a try, though I too hold reservations about its feasibility. However, I have an idea. With the Dragon Balls, even if Uncle Bardock and Raditz encounter misfortune, we might summon Shenron to grant wishes that could save them. This was the initial plan, and whether the Earth's Shenron can accomplish such feats remains to be seen after we attempt it. Once all wishes have been tried, regardless of their success, we can proceed with our own plans. Upon hearing Talot's words, both Jain and Cellari exchanged glances, their expressions shifting significantly. Jain, in particular, felt a surge of excitement. This presented a new glimmer of hope. She understood Talot's implication. Summoning Shenron with the Dragon Balls might even allow for the revival of the deceased. Consequently, their worries diminished considerably. However, the vastness of Earth posed a challenge in locating the Dragon Balls. If only there existed a device capable of detecting their whereabouts, it would be akin to having guiding words whispered into their ears. Jain and Cellari grasped this concept, for it resembled the combat power detectors they were familiar with. Albeit the latter measures the location and strength of living beings. Bulma furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought, before abruptly dashing upstairs with a Dragon Ball in her arms, likely to her room for further examination. Talot, Jain, and Cellari fell into a contemplative silence. The existence of the Dragon Balls and the wish-granting prowess of Shenron sparked various thoughts among them. Naturally, although they recognized the uniqueness and value of the Dragon Balls, there was no inclination to seize them, largely due to the profound impact Talot had on them. Unbeknownst to them, Jain and Cellari had transformed into individuals who would not easily engage in disputes. much less covet the possessions of others. Time passed, and it was during this interval that a voice broke the silence, capturing the attention of the trio once more. Without a doubt, the newcomer was Brief. Talot recognized him immediately. Although he appeared younger than during the original storyline, his appearance and attire were nearly identical. "Are you the guest my daughter mentioned? I hear you require my assistance in creating something special," Brief said as he entered, followed closely by Ties. Both of them scrutinized Talot and the others. Thanks to his daughter's hints, Brief understood that the boy was the one seeking his help. "Hello, Dr. Brief. I've heard you are the brilliant mind behind the Universal Capsule and the most ingenious scientist on Earth, and I would like to request your assistance in creating something." Talot greeted him warmly. The saying goes, flattery will get you everywhere, and while it might not mean much to Brief, almost everyone appreciates kind words. "Oh, there are many renowned scientists on our planet. I merely excel in certain areas," Brief replied modestly. He then took a seat, and Ties followed suit on the sofa, prompting, "Now that Dad is here, feel free to ask for any assistance you need." With her interjection, Talot seized the opportunity to speak. "In that case, I shan't waste time dawdling. I need Dr. Brief to assist me in creating a device that can control gravity, a gravity-controlling device." Brief and Ties were taken aback, momentarily stunned. "You may find this difficult to comprehend, so let me rephrase. I wish for you to help me construct a spacious room capable of regulating gravity levels." Talot clarified. Upon hearing this, Brief and Ties exchanged bewildered glances. "That I am curious. What do you require such a room for?" Brief asked, instinctively lighting a cigarette, a habit that seemed to accompany moments of contemplation. Meanwhile, Jine and Cellari were equally intrigued, uncertain of Talot's intentions. In response to their inquiries, Talot candidly declared, "For training." "Training? So you are a martial artist?" Ties exclaimed in surprise. Talot, aware of the implications, did not hesitate, replying, "You could say that. Essentially, I need gravity to enhance my training and grow stronger." Ties was even more astonished. Although she was not particularly knowledgeable in this area, she understood that training under gravity was a notion bordering on madness, especially considering Talot appeared significantly younger than her. "While I am impressed by your intellect, I must caution you that controlling gravity is no trivial matter. You seem no older than 11 or 12. Enduring gravity several times that of Earth could pose a lethal risk," Brief warned. His caution was directed towards ordinary individuals. "Rest assured, my strength far exceeds your imagination. For instance," Talot said, moving to the side. He effortlessly lifted what appeared to be an exceptionally heavy tea table above his head. This demonstration of strength astonished Brief and Ties. Without pausing, Talot placed the heavy table down and added, "If I were not confident, I would not act recklessly. Furthermore, we have survived in environments with gravity exceeding 10 times that of Earth. Thus, enduring several times Earth's gravity is entirely feasible. Surely, as Earth's foremost scientist, you can create such a device?" Brief, though stunned, pondered for a moment before extinguishing his cigarette. "Creating it is certainly possible, but it cannot be done without limitations, even if such a room were built. The controllable range would be quite restricted. Moreover, the costs involved are not insignificant. Money is not an issue. For now, a gravity level of 100 times that of Earth will suffice," Talot replied nonchalantly. "I'm not referring to money. Some materials are quite difficult to procure. Even if it can be constructed, it will take time. Are you willing to wait?" Brief responded. That was true. Money was merely a number to Talot. "Just inform me of the materials needed. As long as they exist on Earth, I can acquire them. Even items from beyond Earth are within my reach," Talot stated decisively, though he did not articulate it explicitly. He conveyed his determination. The gravity training room was of utmost importance. If he could not master this powerful tool, it would be akin to possessing a treasure trove without the means to excavate it. Seemingly swayed by Talot's sincerity, Brief stroked his chin thoughtfully and, after considerable deliberation, said, "Allow me some time to conduct research before reaching a conclusion. I also have intentions of exploring new realms, and this should not take too long, perhaps 10 days to half a month. And I can provide you with an accurate answer." "That is acceptable," Talot replied with a smile. Thus, the matter was settled. Ties, Jine, and Cellari remained in a daze, feeling as though they were enveloped in a fog of confusion. Before long, Nearly an hour had elapsed, filled with casual conversation and discussions on various concepts. Although Talot was not well versed in many subjects, as a time traveler, his audacious speculations and knowledge from both past and present had provided Brief with substantial inspiration. In short, within this brief period, the two had established a commendable rapport. Before parting ways, Brief kindly invited Talot and his companions to stay for dinner. No, we have other matters to attend to. We shall return in a few days. And perhaps we will need to stay with you for a while. Talot politely declined. Having spent nearly 2 days here, they had not only alleviated their emotions, but had also indirectly resolved several issues. Soon, they would be returning to the Heavenly Temple. Before leaving, Talot produced a luminous crystal stone radiating a blue glow and presented it to Brief. Brief's gaze was immediately drawn to the blue crystal. Although he had little expertise in such minerals, his years of experience suggested that this particular blue crystal was unlike any he had encountered before. This is a small token of appreciation. The next time we meet, I shall present you with a more substantial gift, at which point I may require your assistance, Talot said. Having departed from Brief's abode, Talot swiftly took to the skies with Jain and Sailari. Employing their flight abilities, Brief and Ties were left astonished at the sight of the trio soaring through the air. Shortly after Talot and the others had left, Bulma descended from her small room. Upon learning that the three had already departed, her temper nearly flared once more. Fortunately, Ties was present to soothe the little girl. Had Talot been there at the moment, he would have been astounded. For the 5-year-old Bulma had already conceived the idea of a Dragon Ball radar. Her eagerness stemmed from a desire to inform Talot, her elder brother, that she could create a device to locate the Dragon Balls. And once completed, she wished to accompany him on the quest to find them as they soared through the sky. Talot conversed with Jain and Sailari. Undoubtedly, Jain found Talot somewhat enigmatic at this juncture. Sailari, on the other hand, remained untroubled. Being merely 6 years old, her emotions not yet overly complex. Talot, since the Dragon Balls are of such significance, should we not simply take them? Jain inquired. In the past, such treasures would surely have been claimed for oneself. And Jain, even if we were to take that Dragon Ball now, it would hold little meaning that it would be better left in the hands of that little sister, Bulma. She would undoubtedly be intrigued by the Dragon Balls and might collaborate with her father. Brief, to develop something akin to a Dragon Ball radar. Moreover, we could consult the Grand Kai and see if he can assist us in locating the other 6 Dragon Balls. If he can facilitate this directly, we need not search for them ourselves, Talot responded, having anticipated Jain's question. This was indeed his plan. Although he was uncertain whether the Grand Kai had the capability to pinpoint the precise locations of the Dragon Balls. Some speculation suggested it was possible that, in any case, it was prudent to inform the Grand Kai that they were aware of the Dragon Ball's existence and would require his assistance in summoning Shenron to make wishes. That old fellow appears cordial, yet I suspect he has his own calculations. I wonder if he has truly helped us seek out Kakarot and whether he will assist us in finding the Dragon Balls. Sailari's sudden remark caused both Jain and Talot to pause in surprise. It must be noted that at times, Sailari could articulate quite astutely. Even Talot found himself pondering whether the Grand Kai had already located Kakarot, but chose not to disclose it. Surely, if he were earnest in his search, he would not overlook the landing site of a spaceship. Jain took a deep breath, striving to suppress her emotions. Trusting the Grand Kai was Talot's decision. As the deity of Earth, it was natural for him to be wary of outsiders like themselves. Ultimately, as long as the situation did not escalate to hostility, his politeness must be reciprocated. They were no longer Saiyans who could only survive through invasion or resource appropriation. The bygone era ended with the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The truth remained elusive, but a civilization that thrives on conquest cannot endure forever, regardless of whether this Namekian Grand Kai sincerely aids us in locating Kakarot or in finding the Dragon Balls. As long as he does not obstruct us directly, he is not our enemy. After all, we are on Earth, which is his domain. Talot stated he could not speak on behalf of the Grand Kai, but also could not permit Jain and Sailari to act aggressively towards him. In essence, he could roughly comprehend the Grand Kai's mindset. Were he in the Grand Kai's position, facing uncontrollable extraterrestrial visitors, he would likely respond similarly, much like the Saiyans confronting the arrival of Frieza. Following Talot's remarks, Jain and Sailari fell silent. Over the past 6 months, Talot had imparted numerous insights, helping them realize that he fundamentally differed from the vast majority of Saiyans, that he did not seek invasion nor engage in heinous acts. In truth, no one relishes destruction and invasion, even if the Saiyans thrive on combat and the thrill of battle. Yet, not all Saiyans are irredeemably wicked. Exceptions do exist. However, such anomalies could not survive within the past Saiyan society. It was merely a matter of differing eras. In the vast cosmos, if Saiyans showed mercy, it would become a double-edged sword, capable of leading to their extinction as they journeyed westward, traversing a continent and crossing a great sea. They finally arrived at the vast forest situated beneath the Grand Kai's temple. Due to their low-altitude flight, the experience was entirely different from their departure from the Grand Kai's sanctuary. This was not without purpose. As they sought to locate Karin Tower, from a distance, Talot spotted a towering pillar rising from the earth, reaching towards the heavens, an awe-inspiring sight. Such a masterfully crafted structure, it was unclear who could have created it. Only in the Dragon Ball universe could one find such edifices. Jain and Sailari, however, exhibited little curiosity regarding this construction. Perhaps the multitude of wonders they had encountered on Earth had rendered them somewhat desensitized. Ascending along the stone pillar, within a minute, the trio reached the pinnacle of Karin Tower. It was indeed lofty, but merely so for ordinary individuals and martial artists of Earth, for Talot and his companions. Even ascending to the Grand Kai's temple would take less than a minute. Upon reaching the summit, Talot halted, with Jain and Sailari closely following suit. "Talot, brother, look! There's a huge white creature," Sailari exclaimed, prompting Talot and Jain to glance towards the inner side of the tower's stone pillar. Indeed, it was the Guardian. At that moment, the Guardian was in a state of fright and astonishment, though his exterior betrayed none of his inner turmoil. He was genuinely alarmed. Who would have thought that these 3 terrifying extraterrestrial beings would seek him out? "Ah, welcome to Karin Tower, esteemed extraterrestrial guests. I'm a master of this tower, known as Karin, or simply the Guardian," he greeted, one paw adjusting his fur while the other propped up a staff. "Meow, Guardian?" Sailari's eyes sparkled, clearly enchanted by the fluffy Guardian. Such a gaze made the Guardian uncomfortable. Yet he had no choice but to endure. How could he, a dignified Guardian, now be addressed as Meow? Fearing to offend his visitors, he swallowed his pride. Earth is quite peculiar, with both a Grand Kai and a Guardian. Yet, aren't Guardians simply gods? Jain remarked casually. Her words only served to heighten the Guardian's embarrassment, compelling him to clarify, "I am indeed a Guardian, but I differ from the esteemed Grand Kai Dao, and what distinguishes you?" Jain's inquiry left the Guardian in a state of distress, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he struggled to find an explanation that it likely pertains to authority. Talot interjected, providing the Guardian with a reprieve. With Talot's intervention, the atmosphere ceased to be awkward, and the Guardian felt a sense of relief. Jain and Sailari no longer pressed him with relentless inquiries, as though intent on uncovering every detail about him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they had established a mutual acquaintance with the Guardian. Seizing the opportunity, Talot began to contemplate his own plans. Their purpose for visiting was none other than the legendary Senzu beans. In the Dragon Ball universe, there exists no other creation as extraordinary as this. That it was a treasure unique to Earth, unlike the Dragon Balls, which were crafted by the Namekians. However, how could he procure the Senzu beans? He couldn't simply ask outright. After all, how would he have known of their existence? Gulialu. Just as the conversation unfolded, a sudden rumble erupted from Sailari's small belly. Feeling the pangs of hunger, her face flushed as she stuck out her tongue at Talot and Jain. "And Jain, Talot brother, I'm hungry. Let us hurry back to the Grand Kai's temple for a meal." The candid charm of Sailari elicited a nod from Jain as she turned her gaze towards Talot. Talot, resigned, could only acquiesce. "Indeed, we have consumed so little food today. Had we known, we might have dined in Shidu before returning." Upon uttering these words, Talot turned to the sage, uncertain of how to articulate his prepared remarks. Suddenly, the sage spoke up. "I possess nothing of particular merit to offer you, but should hunger strike, I do have a certain food that can alleviate it." As the sage's words resonated, he swiftly moved to one side. retrieving a large jar, and, upon opening it, extracted several celestial beans. These are my meticulously cultivated celestial beans. Consuming just one allows a person to feel no hunger for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Talot's heart skipped a beat. Was it truly this simple? All his prior musings had been mere flights of fancy. Wasting his energy, J.N.I. and Sylar exchanged glances, each taking a celestial bean from the sage and scrutinizing it. To stave off hunger for 10 days, such a small bean, yet so miraculous? Sylar exclaimed in disbelief. "Is what you say true. J.N.I. had never encountered such a peculiar being before. However, she held no doubts. Having experienced countless extraordinary events since arriving on Earth, with the emergence of wish-granting Dragon Balls, the existence of hunger-satiating celestial beings seemed hardly surprising. Moreover, they Saiyans possessed a unique seed cultivation technique. Although not edible, it was still a small bean, albeit with entirely different properties you'll find out once you consume it, the sage proclaimed with an air of pride. Hearing this, Talot willingly ingested a celestial bean. Well aware of its benefits and unafraid of any poisonous effects, Sylar and J.N.I., upon witnessing this, also promptly consumed their beans. The beans settled in their stomachs. Sylar, who had felt hunger moments ago, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of fullness. Talot and J.N.I. similarly felt their fatigue dissipate, invigorated by a surge of energy. "Talot, Sylar, how do you feel?" J.N.I. inquired, glancing between them. "And J.N.I. I am not only no longer hungry, but also feel an abundance of strength. These beans are extraordinary," Sylar exclaimed, elated by her first-hand experience of the celestial beans' effects. Talot nodded in agreement, feigning a sense of wonder. "Indeed, these celestial beans are remarkable. They not only quell hunger, but also restore vitality." "Truly impressive," the sage remarked. "You have only consumed one, yet you have already discerned its potency." Indeed, the celestial beans not only provide a sense of satiety, but can also heal severe injuries. Merely consuming one will lead to immediate recovery. The sage spoke with an air of pride, although he had initially intended to withhold such information. Yet, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to offer hospitality to those who approached with goodwill. "Can they truly heal wounds?" J.N.I. expressed her astonishment. "This small Earth is becoming increasingly wondrous. I wonder if there are other astonishing things yet to discover." It seemed she had underestimated the celestial beings. To cultivate such miraculous beings warranted respect for this sage. "I wonder if you might part with some of these celestial beings," Talot suggested. "If you have any needs, please do inform me, and I shall offer something in exchange." Cultivating good relations was indeed the sage's intention. He had been monitoring the whereabouts of Talot and his companions for several days. Had he not ascertained that they posed no threat, he would never have revealed the celestial beings that it would not be a bother to share some with you. "Though difficult to cultivate, I have amassed a considerable quantity over the past few centuries." The sage, as he spoke, led Talot and the others to the lower tier of Karin Tower, where he stored the celestial beings, at least a dozen jars full. Upon opening a jar, it was evident that it was brimming with beans. No need for a count, as each jar contained hundreds, if not thousands, so many celestial beings, Talot thought, feeling a surge of frustration toward a certain meat-clad Wyse. Knowing the value of the celestial beings, it was infuriating that they had been consumed as mere snacks. Though anger simmered within him, Talot knew he must conceal it, now that he had arrived in this world. Especially in this era, he must ensure such occurrences were avoided in the future. Each small jar contains approximately 500 beans. Feel free to take one jar with you. Should you require more in the future, you are welcome to return. However, if you could bring me some fish next time, that would be ideal. There is a scarcity of fresh resources at the top of this tower. As the sage spoke, Talot was taken aback by his generosity. Even with his needs, such a request seemed trivial. "Thank you, sage." Talot expressed his gratitude, noting the sage's broader perspective compared to a certain Namekian deity. Not at all, the sage replied, waving his hand dismissively. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, as if he had witnessed something horrific, and he hurriedly called out, but it was too late. Talot and J.N.I. turned to see Sylar. Curious about the large jar, had opened its lid. Consequently, she was drawn into the jar by an unseen force. This startled both Talot and J&I, prompting them to rush over as they reached the jar's opening. They were taken aback by the sight within that it appeared to be a portal to another realm. It was then that Talot recalled pertinent memories from the original text. The jars here connected to various corners of the lower realm. Sylar had inadvertently opened a passage and was thus drawn into a location on Earth. Seeing that Sylar was unharmed, the sage breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I will pull you up now. But please do not wander off." As he spoke, the sage prepared to extend his staff downward. However, Sylar remained unperturbed. Firstly, her formidable strength rendered her calm. Secondly, she could fly. Even without that ability, she could easily leap back up from such a height. With a graceful ascent, Sylar returned to the top of Karen Tower, while the sage hastily closed the jar's lid to avert further mishaps. He then took the opportunity to explain the situation. J&I and Sylar were filled with curiosity, eager to understand the mechanics behind it. Talot, having read about it in the original text, was less surprised. It occurred to him that he had overlooked this aspect previously, subconsciously dismissing it. Now, with Sailor's antics, Talot recalled the super divine water. The super divine water on Earth was known to unlock a person's latent abilities. While the process could be quite painful, those who could endure it would experience a tremendous increase in power. In the original text, Sun Wukong's consumption of the super divine water led to a significant power boost, allowing him to defeat Demon King Piccolo, should he acquire the super divine water now. Just as this thought began to take shape, Talot extinguished it. While the potential for enhancement was indeed promising, his current battle power was merely slightly over 2,500, though the super divine water would yield substantial improvements. His accumulation was far from sufficient. The extent of potential development hinged on one's existing reserves of potential. As seen in the original text, the enhancement of strength was invariably linked to one's circumstances. In fact, the most absurd case of potential development was not limited to the later saga of Majin Buu, where Son Gohan's potential was unlocked by the old Kaishin. However, during the era of the vast universe, particularly in the Namek saga, the situation was already quite terrifying. After the Grand Elder casually unlocked their potential, Krillin and Gohan experienced a significant surge in power, soaring from combat abilities of 2 to 3,000 to surpassing 10,000. And as the narrative progressed, their strength escalated to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. In other words, for Talot, this was not the opportune moment to utilize the super divine water for potential enhancement. It would be wiser to wait until the right moment arrives, after accumulating sufficient strength through gravity training, before employing it. The silent Talot was evidently deep in thought. Beside him, Jain and Sealer did not utter a word. While the Eternal was quietly contemplating what Talot was pondering, it wasn't until Talot regained his composure and exchanged a few more words with the Eternal that the matter was laid to rest. As they prepared to part ways, Talot, Jain, and Sealer expressed their gratitude to the Eternal once more. Subsequently, the three took to the skies, making their way towards the heavenly temple. After bidding farewell to Talot and his companions, the Eternal wore a solemn expression, murmuring something meaningful before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. As for what he said, only he knew the heavenly temple, as three figures soared through the air and landed steadily in the plaza. The Supreme Kai, Dend, and Popo had been waiting for some time. Initially, there was no need for such a lengthy wait, but Talot and his companions had lingered atop Karen Tower for a while. Upon seeing the jar of Senza beans in Talot's hands, the Supreme Kai surmised that it was a gift from the Eternal. "Welcome back. How was your time on Earth these past 2 days?" The Supreme Kai inquired with a smile, not overly concerned about the Senza beans, as it was pointless to dwell on that now, since Talot and his companions had descended from the heavenly temple to the lower realm. He had been monitoring their movements. His question was somewhat rhetorical, as he was already aware, yet felt compelled to feign ignorance. "Not bad. Earth is developing quite well, with plenty of intriguing things. Most importantly, I encountered something that reminded me of another ability of your Namekian people, the creation of Dragon Balls." Talot casually responded, eventually revealing the matter of the Dragon Balls. The mention of the Dragon Balls The Supreme Kai's expression shifted slightly. His greatest concern had indeed materialized. The ability of the Dragon Balls to grant wishes is an irresistible temptation for anyone. When he originally created the Dragon Balls, he had not given it much thought. However, as he aged, he began to realize that their existence was fundamentally contrary to the natural order of course. He had never worried before, as gathering all 7 Dragon Balls was more challenging than reaching the heavens. Thus, for centuries, the Dragon Balls had never been fully assembled. Now, with their existence being brought to light and attributed to the abilities of the Namekians, the Supreme Kai felt a mix of shock and relief that the Dragon Balls were currently scattered across Earth. So it is not merely my power, but rather a capability of my Namekian kin. I owe you my gratitude for enlightening me about something I was previously unaware of, the Supreme Kai said diplomatically, as if expressing thanks while subtly shifting the topic. Talot, indifferent to the Supreme Kai's words, stated plainly, "We need the Dragon Balls to help us fulfill certain wishes. Since you are the creator of the Earth's Dragon Balls, could you assist us in gathering those scattered across the planet?" As the words fell, a sheen of sweat appeared on the Supreme Kai's forehead, while Jain and Sealer regarded him intently, making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. Popo, standing nearby, looked concerned, while the Supreme Kai forced himself to maintain composure and replied, "I apologize. Although the Dragon Balls are my creation, I'm unable to locate those scattered across Earth, and if you wish to utilize the Dragon Balls, you must rely on your own strength to search for them." He added cautiously, "Should you require my assistance, I am, of course, willing to help to the best of my ability." Although he did not obstruct their quest, he also could not aid in locating the Dragon Balls. This indicated that the Supreme Kai held a persistent wariness of others. Just as I suspected. If that is the case, we shall have to rely on technological means. Talot glanced at Jain and Sealer. They had grown increasingly disenchanted with the Supreme Kai, even bordering on resentment. This was primarily due to his empty promises of assistance that had yielded no tangible results. This was evident in their previous search for Kakarot and now in the quest for the Dragon Balls as well. This conversation had not been particularly pleasant, as Jain and Sealer no longer harbored the same hopes for the Supreme Kai as they once did. Were it not for Tarot's insistence on remaining, they would have preferred to leave without delay, in the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed since their return to the Heavenly Temple. During this time, Talot and his companions occasionally ventured out to relieve their minds, but primarily remained at the Heavenly Temple to train. Naturally, the focus of their training was on Talot, who had a clear understanding of his goals and the heights he aspired to reach, unlike Jain and Sealer, who were uncertain of what the future held and thus lacked definitive targets. In summary, their time spent at the Heavenly Temple had fundamentally altered their previous way of life, or perhaps one could say it had provided a semblance of stability. This stability did not imply that they would remain at the Heavenly Temple indefinitely. Their choice to stay was partly because there was no better place to settle, and partly because Talot had decided to take a few days to gather his thoughts and plan accordingly. In truth, he could have gone to West City to seek out Brief, but to avoid disturbing his research on gravity devices, Talot opted to wait a few days. Coincidentally, he could also continue his training at the Heavenly Temple during this time, gaining insights from the Supreme Kai and Popo. Despite their relatively weaker powers compared to Talot and his companions, the Supreme Kai and Popo possessed a deeper understanding of key cultivation and insights in certain aspects. Throughout the training process, Talot engaged in discussions with both the Supreme Kai and Popo, absorbing their experiences and thus deepening his comprehension of ki. The 10 days of interaction allowed the Supreme Kai and Popo to gain a clearer understanding of Talot and his companions, confirming that they harbored no malevolent intentions. While they still maintained a degree of caution, it was not as pronounced as it had been during their initial meeting, where every aspect was approached with trepidation, fearful of unforeseen complications. Surprisingly, over these 10 days, Talot found it noteworthy that the Supreme Kai continued to assist in seeking Kakarot daily. In truth, even if he were unable to find him, Talot, Jain, and Sealer would not take issue with him. They would not press him further. After all, he was under no obligation to help them locate him. Such insistence led Talot to speculate that the Supreme Kai might have already found Kakarot, but was merely feigning ignorance in their presence. Talot could not discern the Supreme Kai's true thoughts or intentions. Nevertheless, as fortune would have it, this situation aligned perfectly with Tarot's desires. as long as Jine remained unaware of Kakarot's whereabouts. She would not interfere with Kakarot's recent developments. Interestingly, Talot contemplated whether he should take the opportunity to feign a visit to the Buns Mountain on Earth to see how Kakarot was faring. It was impossible that he had not sensed anything. Since arriving on Earth, Talot had gradually expanded his key perception across the globe, ultimately locating Kakarot's energy. His ability to confirm this was due to the similarity between Kakarot's energy and Bardock's. And alongside Kakarot was an energy that was notably powerful for a human, undoubtedly that of Gohan. In truth, the key of Science was somewhat distinct from that of humans, as for Jine, and Sealer's inability to sense it. It was not that they were incapable. Rather, it was simply beyond their current capabilities. However, they lacked the meticulousness to perceive things gradually, as Talot does. Today marks the 16th day since their arrival on Earth. Talot and Jine have packed their belongings and are ready to depart. The day before, Talot had conferred with Jine and Silai, and also bid farewell to the celestial beings, Beak and Bobo, in advance. At the moment of parting, the celestial being Beak and Bobo maintained a cordial welcome for the trio's return visit. They even explicitly stated that if the trio could not find a suitable residence on Earth, they were welcome to return to the Celestial Palace to reside. This sentiment was indeed heartfelt. Whether Beak genuinely wished for the trio to stay, perhaps to alleviate their loneliness, or if he still intended to monitor their movements, only he knew. Gazing into the distance as Talot and the others piloted their spaceship away from the Celestial Palace, Beak and Bobo wore solemn expressions, only sighing in relief after a considerable time. As it stands, Earth appears to be safe after numerous days of testing. Apart from their arrival, no other extraterrestrial beings are expected to come, Beak remarked. Bobo reassured him, saying, "My lord, after spending these days together, I believe they will not cause chaos on Earth. They're likely only here to seek out the child named Kakarot. If we disclose his exact location, perhaps they will leave Earth directly after finding him." Upon hearing Bobo's words, Beak's gaze deepened, and he sighed again, alas. Initially, I was overly concerned, but now I find myself even more troubled. First, they have been exposed to Earth's elements, particularly the existence of the Senza beings. Second, they have acquired information regarding the Dragon Balls. I worry they may not leave directly. They will surely seek to obtain more. To the very least, they will inevitably wish to locate the Dragon Balls for a wish. I hope they are unable to pinpoint their location. As these words escaped his lips, Beak looked up at the sky. The azure sky, so vast and beautiful, could empty one of all worries. Bobo chose not to speak further. Feeling that perhaps Beak was overthinking that in truth, this was significantly related to Beak entering his later years. As one ages, various thoughts and struggles emerge. Matters once disregarded begin to weigh heavily on the mind. It is only when time proves everything that one awakens to the realization that it was all mere overthinking. After leaving the Celestial Palace, Talot set the destination and leaned back in the pilot's seat, hands resting behind his head. Finally leaving that old man's place. I would have suffocated if I stayed any longer, Silai could not help but exclaim. After all these days, she felt she had had enough. Beside her, Jine covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "You still do not understand Talot's good intentions. The 10 or so days we spent training at the Celestial Palace have significantly enhanced our strength. I'm just curious, Talot, how did you know that the Namekian celestial being and Bobo possessed a unique method for controlling their energy and even pointed out our errors in certain aspects?" Talot replied calmly, "From sensing that they can control the intensity of their energy, I deduce that their training method is quite special, resembling my own approach to energy cultivation. Indeed, I have greatly benefited from their guidance over these days. My battle power has already reached 2,800 points. My battle power has also reached 1,380 points, and Silai has achieved 1,170 points. Thinking back to when I was Silai's age, my battle power was only 200. In the backyard of the private mansion of the Capsule Corporation in West City, as Talot piloted the spaceship to arrive, Brief eagerly began to study the spacecraft. For him, it was not long ago that he had encountered a spaceship and conducted some astonishing research and experiments, even helping the owner repair it. Through probing conversations, Talot learned that the galactic patrolman, Gak, had long since arrived on Earth, and that particular storyline had already unfolded. The last time he encountered Ties was merely because she did not leave Earth with Gak immediately. but instead waited for him to report to the Galactic Patrol headquarters before returning to fetch her. Just 3 days ago, Taiz awaited Gak's arrival, leaving only a letter before embarking on her cosmic exploration. The letter she left conveyed her desire to become an extraordinary science fiction writer, willing to forsake her current privileged life. Talot had just missed this segment of the narrative he had never anticipated, nor sensed. Gak's arrival at IT was truly unexpected. However, having missed it, there was no way to reclaim it now. Taiz had left, ultimately without significant ties to him. At least Brief remained, and Bulma was still around. It was worth reflecting on the fact that he had met Taiz. This parting might not present another opportunity for decades. According to what he knew, as the original plot continued, Taiz never returned to Earth again. Remarkable. No wonder you mentioned that even resources from the universe could be obtained. This spaceship is indeed advanced, Brief exclaimed after gaining a basic understanding of the spacecraft structure. Talot replied with a smile. In my view, this spaceship is still not perfect, since we have brought the spaceship here. I hope you can assist us in constructing a larger and more refined vessel. I wonder if you can manage that. Upon hearing this, Brief was not particularly shocked. Rather, he seemed eager for the challenge. Meanwhile, Jine and Silai exchanged glances filled with both surprise and concern. Talot, you are not considering dismantling the spaceship for him to study, are you? If he damages it, we will have no means to leave Earth. Jine quickly interjected. While she had previously not intervened when Talot modified the power level detector or the spaceship, now that it involved the spaceship being potentially damaged in research, she felt compelled to speak up. Silai, initially unaware of the severity of the situation, began to worry as well, reluctant to believe that Earth's technology could indeed create a superior spaceship. After all, humans on Earth had yet to achieve any advancements in this field. Do not worry. Even if this spaceship needs to be studied, I believe Dr. Brief would not need to dismantle our vessel, Talot reassured. Indeed, it would suffice to understand the internal structure and system formulas of the spaceship. Beyond that, it would mostly involve analyzing certain components, acceleration devices, energy sources, and a series of equipment. However, whether they could indeed fabricate a spaceship was uncertain, so it would be best not to harbor excessive hopes. Brief's words provided some relief to Jine and Silai. As long as there was no dismantling, there was little for them to worry about. With Jine's objections quelled, Talot and Brief delved deeper into conversation. In truth, Earth's technological level, at present, was indeed quite low. Nevertheless, Talot believed Brief could achieve it, even if it might take an additional 20 years. However, the first spacecraft destined for the future of Earth was crafted by the hands of Brief. At that time, Brief relied solely on a fragment of data left behind by the Namekian spacecraft, along with a few dilapidated single-pod ships from the Frieza army. Now, with the advent of more advanced and complete medium-sized spacecraft, upgrades based on this foundation should prove to be considerably more seamless. As they exchanged ideas about the spacecraft, Talot engaged in casual conversation with Brief. Eventually, the discussion naturally circled back to the gravity training chamber and whether it would be feasible to incorporate gravity devices into the spacecraft manufacturing process. Inspired by Talot's suggestion, Brief began to innovate boldly. Their conversation continued until Bulma dashed out of the house, bringing their dialogue to a close. Brief's regard for Bulma was evidently far greater than for Tai's. One could discern from Brief's introduction that while the elder daughter was intelligent, she was ill-suited to be a scientist. The younger daughter, on the other hand, thrived on research and innovation. Bulma had now become a master creator, capable of independently crafting novel devices at times. Even Brief felt a pang of inferiority. Talot understood Brief's pride. After all, a man who had lived for over 30 years could hardly fail to grasp the sense of pride that accompanies one's offspring's excellence. Unlike Talot, who had no children or even a girlfriend in his previous life. Due to the arrival of Talot and his companions, little Bulma was exceptionally joyful, especially in her fondness for Talot, which far surpassed that for ordinary individuals. Perhaps it was because Talot possessed striking good looks and exuded a reassuring aura of a sunny older brother, offering her a profound sense of security. Fortunately, Sailor had not clashed with Bulma as she had during their first encounter. The influence of Jine had helped Sailor mature, making her aware that her brother Talot would not be easily swayed by other girls. Nevertheless, their mutual disdain persisted. as they hardly exchanged words. This was unavoidable. It would require time to lay the foundation for their relationship, and living together for a while would naturally facilitate improvement. So, this is the signal receiver you created. Bulma, Talot exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the crude motherboard and small screen in his hands. Indeed, Big Brother, by pressing the button on top, one can directly receive the special signals emitted by the Dragon Balls, which will then be displayed on the screen. Bulma replied with a cheerful smile. As she spoke, she demonstrated the device. Placing a Dragon Ball on the table, she pressed the search button, and the screen quickly displayed the signal feedback. It was essentially a prototype of the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma's genius in swiftly producing such an impressive device left Jain and Sailor utterly astonished. Their perceptions of Bulma underwent a complete transformation. Previously, they had dismissed Brief's words as exaggerations, but now they understood. Bulma, what is the detection range of this radar? Talot posed the most critical question. The little girl pondered for a moment before responding. Approximately the size of 100 houses. The size of 100 houses? Talot was momentarily taken aback, followed by an indescribable blend of amusement and disbelief. Truly, it was still limited, even at 100 houses. It represented a mere fraction of the range. Thus, the device required further modification and development until it could detect the entirety of Earth. In the central region of the West City Plains. An endless expanse of barren land stretched for 200 miles, devoid of any vegetation. Aside from a few unique creatures adapted to the arid environment, human footprints were virtually absent. Naturally, normal people would not reside in such a place. Yet there were outlaws and even some bandits who thrived on robbing passersby in this desolate territory. Two roads intersected, stretching endlessly in all directions, connecting to other towns hundreds of miles away. Deep within the wasteland, dust storms raged. With a shout that reverberated through the air, the ground trembled. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, shattering a towering rock formation that stood 100 meters tall. Simultaneously, a figure darted through the shower of debris. Honing his reflexes and speed. It was none other than Talot. After arriving in West City, Talot and his companions had settled into Brief's home, but he engaged in rigorous training daily, no longer needing to conceal his strength as he had in the past. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a month had passed. Half a month, neither long nor short. Calculating from the day they arrived on Earth, a full month had elapsed. One could say that life on Earth had indeed offered greater freedom. Although there had been numerous challenges upon their initial arrival, and at times he worried about Jain and Sailor's thoughts regarding certain matters. As their lives gradually stabilized on Earth, everything began to progress positively. In summary, whether it was Talot, Jain, or Sailor, they had all naturally evolved over time. This transformation was largely attributed to the emergence of new goals. Jain and Sailor had come to Earth with Talot initially to find Kakarot, or rather, to anticipate Bardock and Raditz's arrival on Earth in search of Kakarot, thus reuniting everyone. However, upon reaching Earth and experiencing various events, first, they failed to locate Kakarot, and second, there was still no news of Bardock or Raditz. They shifted their hopes to the Dragon Balls, which could fulfill their wishes. Although they were currently unable to locate the other 6 Dragon Balls, Bulma had already created a Dragon Ball radar capable of detecting within a range of 100 kilometers. With continuous improvements, this radar would undoubtedly achieve the ability to scan the entirety of Earth, making the quest for the Dragon Balls a mere formality. They could summon the Eternal Dragon and request that he transport Bardock and Raditz to Earth. As all the fragments of rock fell to the ground, Talot's figure finally stabilized in midair. Below, the dust swirled chaotically, yet it evoked no particular emotions within him. Given his current strength, accomplishing such feats was effortlessly within his capabilities. Activating the power level detector, a series of beeping sounds echoed, culminating in a string of numbers appearing on the screen. Power level 3,500. With a long sigh of relief, Talot reigned in his aura. In half a month, he had increased his power level by 700 points, averaging a daily improvement of 50 points. Such results were largely thanks to the old Kaioshin, who had assisted him in crafting weighted clothing. This weighted training added significant pressure, allowing him to stabilize his foundation while progressing steadily. It could be said that Saiyans thrive under duress, enabling them to advance more rapidly. Talot's growth was not limited to his power level. His mastery of martial arts also advanced. Half a month of consistent accumulation would undoubtedly pave the way for him to become even more formidable in the future. With my current prowess, I should be closing in on that fellow Vegeta, he mused, mentally comparing his strength to Vegeta's at present. He had no knowledge of Vegeta's current power level, but he was certain it had to be at least above 4,000. After all, it had been over 10 months since he left Planet Vegeta, during which Raditz had once mentioned that Vegeta's power exceeded 3,000. Thus, if Vegeta had started at 3,000 when he departed, given the early talent Vegeta had displayed, it was reasonable to assume he had increased by at least 1 to 2,000 points since then. While he might still fall short of Vegeta, he would certainly surpass the surviving Saiyans with ease, barring any legendary anomalies. Without excessive entanglement, Talot completely relaxed when suddenly a communication signal was transmitted from the combat power detector, although the original communication function had been destroyed. Thanks to Brief's modifications and the addition of new modules, the existing combat power detector could at least establish communication. Once connected, Talot heard Brief's voice in his ear to facilitate Brief's research. Talot had given him the surplus combat power detectors, hoping he could manufacture more advanced versions. What? The gravity device has already been completed? Wasn't it supposed to take much longer? Talot exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, joy surged within him that he truly did not expect the gravity training room to be ready so soon. Thanks to Brief, scientific research can sometimes be like this. One moment you find yourself at a loss, and the next, a sudden spark of inspiration leads to success. Nevertheless, one must express gratitude for the gravity adjustment equipment aboard your spaceship. Of course, don't celebrate too early. We still need to test how many times this first-generation gravity device can reach Earth's gravity. So hurry back, Brief said. Upon hearing these words, Talot could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately told Brief he was coming back, and in the next moment he soared towards Shidu. The distance to Shidu was not far, at least not for Talot. With his flying speed, he returned to Shidu in mere minutes and quickly arrived at Brief's private research facility. Aian and Celery were also present, likely having learned the news, so they were waiting there. After a brief conversation with them, the three entered the specially constructed large training room with Brief, in accordance with Talot's request. The interior space was as large as 4 basketball courts. Although Talot still felt it was small, achieving such a large indoor space in this era was quite remarkable. You must think this through. Gravity testing is no laughing matter. Are you truly planning to do it yourself? Brief expressed some concern. After all, while Talot was indeed powerful, gravity could become terrifying once it reached a certain level. No worries, I believe I can withstand it, as long as it doesn't suddenly reach over 100 times that level, Talot replied with a smile. Aian and Celery were somewhat worried, but then recalled that Planet Vegeta had a gravity 10 times that of Earth. Therefore, even a gravity level of several times that of Earth would only be a fraction of the gravity experienced on Planet Vegeta. They were aware of Talot's combat power, exceeding 3,000 points. With such a level of combat power, even if he were to withstand a significantly higher gravity multiplier, it would not pose a life-threatening risk. Once confirmed, Talot remained in the gravity chamber, while Aian and Celery accompanied Brief to the main control room next door. This room was isolated from the gravity training chamber and was not under the influence of gravity. Brief could operate remotely from here, and in case of any unforeseen circumstances, he could directly interrupt the operation of the gravity device. Are you ready? If so, press the circular button to activate the gravity device. The button on the left decreases the gravity by 1 times, while pressing the button on the right increases it by 1 times. Brief conveyed through the intercom to Talot. Hearing this, Talot nodded and quickly approached the control panel. The machine appeared quite ordinary, featuring only a small display screen, with no extravagant buttons on the control panel. As Brief had described, there was just a start-stop button and 2 buttons to control the gravity increase or decrease. As Talot pressed the gravity activation button, the display screen illuminated, marking the official commencement of the gravity test. Vroom vroom vroom! Exclamation point. The sound of machinery roaring echoed, and the display screen showed the current gravity environment. Without hesitation, Talot pressed the button to increase the gravity. The gravity shifted from 1G to 2G, and the surrounding environment dimmed slightly. He then continued to press the gravity increase button until it reached 10G, at which point he finally stopped. The environment of 10 times Earth's gravity indeed corresponded to the gravity level of Planet Vegeta. Perhaps having spent a month on Earth and gotten accustomed to its gravity, Talot felt a slight heaviness when experiencing 10 times the gravity again. However, given his strength, this level of gravity would not have any significant impact. Even wearing weighted clothing, his body's movements were not overly constrained. The gravity of Planet Vegeta under such weight was merely at this level. Having grown up on Planet Vegeta, he was already accustomed to that gravity environment. Now, 10 times Earth's gravity posed no pressure on him whatsoever, and the training effect would not be optimal as Talot acclimated to the sensations in his body. He quickly disregarded and adapted to the 10 times Earth's gravity, thinking to himself that, in reality, the weighted suit Talot was wearing was not light. Each wrist guard and shoe weighed 50 kilograms, totaling 200 kilograms. The weight of his clothes and pants was 150 kilograms each. Thus, the sheer weight from the added burden amounted to 500 kilograms. In the current environment of 10 times Earth's gravity, the pressure exerted by this weighted clothing equated to a staggering 5,000 kilograms. Saiyans are indeed formidable. Under 10 times gravity, you seem to be unaffected at all. If this were human, they would likely be crushed, unable to move, even if their muscles and bones could endure. Their internal organs would not withstand it. Brief remarked in the main control room, 10 times Earth's gravity was an insurmountable challenge for ordinary humans, in Brief's understanding, even among the strongest martial artists on Earth. None could remain unscathed like Talot. Thus, this exemplified the difference between Saiyans and Earthlings. They were born into such environments. Therefore, even the weakest Saiyan possessed strength far exceeding that of Earthlings. Talot smiled faintly and proceeded to continue pressing the gravity increase button. The numbers on the display screen steadily rose, climbing from 10G to 20G before he stopped 20 times Earth's gravity. Alternatively, this represented twice the gravity of Planet Vegeta. In this level of gravity, Talot indeed sensed a noticeable change. The pressure on his body created a peculiar resistance, making him feel significantly restricted in movement. Particularly, the weighted suit imposed an even greater burden on him, equivalent to his body constantly bearing over 10,000 kilograms of compression. This is indeed beyond my expectations. I didn't think 20 times gravity would elicit such a response from me. With my strength, it shouldn't be the case, he mused inwardly, especially considering the context of the original narrative. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and began to move, throwing punches, kicking, performing rapid movements, executing backflips, front flips, and soaring glides. After a few minutes of intense activity, Talot was already sweating. This was merely a short burst of rigorous exercise lasting 2 to 3 minutes, and his body had begun to react. Jine and Celery, observing Talot's movements, were not surprised. They were well aware of Talot's capabilities. Even at 20 times gravity, it was merely equivalent to twice the gravity of Planet Vegeta. However, Brief was astonished and at a loss for words. After all, he could only envisage a maximum of 10 times gravity. 20 times was something he initially believed no one could adapt to. Now, his worldview had been expanded, leading him to realize how conservative his thoughts had been. Perhaps Talot could fully endure the device's limit of 50 times Earth's gravity. Vroom vroom vroom! Exclamation point. As Talot pressed the button to increase the gravity once more, the gravity training room was no longer merely dimmed. The light within the space gradually turned red, creating a profoundly oppressive ambience. The numbers on the display screen continued to rise, and the pressure Talot felt intensified. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached 30 times Earth's gravity, and he began to breathe heavily, feeling somewhat weighed down. Under 30 times gravity, Talot's movements noticeably slowed, and his legs trembled slightly. It was only after a prolonged period of acclimatization that he managed to stabilize himself, beads of sweat now trickling down his forehead. This was the reality of a 30 times gravity environment, merely 3 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta. The apparent disparity may not seem significant, yet when based on the gravity of Planet Vegeta, each incremental increase is terrifyingly formidable. Talot gritted his teeth, drawing conclusions. Indeed, he had not anticipated that a gravity environment of 30 times would prove so arduous. Reflecting back, in the early stages of gravity training. The original Kakarot's experiences aboard the spaceship were incomparable, for at that time, after recovering from severe injuries and setting off for Namek, his battle power was at least over 10,000. Perhaps even reaching 20,000. At that time, Vegeta had already ascended to a remarkable level of 24,000. Thus, there was no reason for Kakarot to remain at a mere few thousand. This was one of the reasons why others could adapt to 100 times gravity within mere days, resulting in a dramatic increase in battle power to 90,000. Ultimately, 30 times Earth's gravity was not beyond Talot's capacity. It was the added burden of carrying 500 kilograms that rendered it exceptionally challenging. It appeared that 30 times gravity was indeed the threshold of his endurance. I shall now deactivate the gravity device. Observing Talot's condition within the gravity chamber, Brive mistakenly assumed that Talot was struggling to the point of immobility, and, as he spoke, prepared to press the button to shut off the gravity. However, before he could do so, Talot's voice rang out, "It is not over yet. I can still endure this 30 times gravity." Such words left Brive momentarily dumbfounded. He truly did not expect Talot's willpower to be so resilient. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, he felt it unwise to proceed recklessly, and no matter how formidable a Saiyan may be. Talot was still just a child. Should we truly continue? Pushing through could result in irreparable harm, Brive expressed. He respected Talot's decision, but felt it necessary to outline the potential risks. "It's fine. Even if I sustain fatal injuries, I still have Senza beans for recovery," Talot replied. The Senza beans were his unbridled assurance. Over the course of half a month, he had gained 700 points in battle power, with the Senza beans playing a crucial role at that moment. Without waiting for Brive to say anything further, he resumed his actions. "If I cannot withstand this minimal gravity, it would indeed be a disgrace. After all, my battle power has already reached 3,500 points." He proceeded to remove all the weight equipment from his body. The cumbersome gear clattered to the ground. Talot immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. The pressure significantly alleviated, offering a sense of liberation. Naturally, training while clad in weighted gear would yield superior results. However, at this juncture, Talot sought to ascertain the limits of his abilities. He initiated a rapid series of movements under 30 times gravity, akin to before, and only after 2 or 3 minutes did he come to a halt. This scene astonished Brive and widened the eyes of Jine and Sealer. They were unaware that Talot had been wearing such heavy attire. Particularly, Brive understood that if the weight of the gear reached 100 Gene, it would be exceedingly daunting under such gravitational conditions that he could hardly fathom that Talot's weighted outfit collectively weighed 1,000 Gene. As they continued to increase the gravity, Brive, Jine, and Sealer took a deep breath in unison. With the digits on the display fluctuating, the gravity of 40 times Earth's weight surged to an entirely new level of oppression. Talot's temples throbbed, and with sheer willpower and energy, he forced himself to stand upright. This degree of pressure was overwhelming, causing Talot to hesitate in making any movements, allowing his body to gradually adjust and acclimatize. Any hasty action could lead to muscle tears, broken bones, or even internal bleeding. Was the feeling of pressure from 40 times gravity truly this intense? At last, I can envision the torment that Kakarot endured during his training in the original story, continually recovering from severe injuries under such conditions. This is why Kakarot was able to break through to such levels. Talot mused internally, forming a straightforward assessment. The difference between 30 and 40 times gravity was monumental. It felt like a watershed moment. Previously, he could move freely without constraints, but now he could only proceed at a sluggish pace. Put it simply, at 30 times gravity, it felt akin to an ordinary person carrying 2 buckets of water while still able to jog. However, at 40 times gravity, it was as if one were carrying those 2 buckets while also bearing an additional 100 Gene. Not only could they not run, but even walking required utmost caution. Reflecting on the original story, where Vegeta, upon returning from Namek, directly challenged the training of 300 times gravity. Even with Vegeta's battle power in the millions at the time, the burden must have been terrifying, a realization that dawned upon Talot. This also made him comprehend that without effort, one could never hope to reap rewards. The reason Kakarot and Vegeta grew stronger was that they consistently pressed forward, never fearing hardships or obstacles, continually pushing their limits to create possibilities. The path to becoming stronger was fraught with challenges. If it were smooth sailing, without even a pebble to trip over, such enhancement would be exceedingly fragile. In this lifetime as a Saiyan, Talot had already resolved not to easily concede to anyone. The immense pressure ignited his fighting spirit, clarifying his goals and the direction in which he must advance. Straining against the heavy burden, Talot slowly summoned the energy within him, stabilizing his aura at a certain level before commencing his next move. Onward. 40 times gravity is not my limit. I must experience even greater gravitational pressure. Without hesitation, Talot adjusted the gravity to 50 times. This scene caused Brive, Jine, and Sealer in the main control room to tense up, clenching their fists. They recognized Talot's struggle under 40 times gravity and understood that 50 times was sheer recklessness. Time passed, moment by moment. Talot managed to endure the absolute pressure brought on by 50 times gravity. Although he could only move with great difficulty, he had now grasped the difference between 50 and 40 times gravity. Another watershed moment. At least given his current state, it was absolutely impossible to adapt to 50 times gravity in a short span. This may appear merely as a fivefold increase in gravity from Planet Vegeta. Yet in reality, it was so daunting that without a battle power exceeding 5,000, movement would be utterly impossible. Only those with battle power over 10,000, like Bardock, could swiftly acclimate in such an environment. After what felt like an eternity, Talot finally deactivated the gravity device. If there were even higher levels, such as 60 or 70 times, he would have liked to test them. Yet for now, 50 times was his limit. However, 50 times was more than sufficient. In the short term, it would adequately enhance his strength, stabilize his foundation, and accumulate potential. As the gravity device powered down, the environment within the gravity training chamber returned to normal. All pressure dissipated, and Talot exhaled a long sigh of relief. As the main control room's door swung open, Jine and Sealer hurriedly rushed in to inquire about Talot's condition. Observing Talot consuming a senzu bean to recover, Jine's expression turned serious as she admonished, "Talot, do not act so recklessly next time that if something were to happen to you, what would Sealer and I do then?" Such words clearly indicated that Jine regarded Talot as their pillar of support. "Rest assured, Aunt Jine, I'm well aware of my limits," Talot replied with a smile, casting a glance at Sealer as he continued, "See, I'm perfectly fine. The testing of the gravity device will aid us in our future training to grow stronger. Our current strength is too feeble. We must accelerate our growth. Only with sufficient strength can we face any threat without fear. Honestly, today's events surpassed my expectations. It is astonishing that there truly exists someone capable of enduring 50 times gravity in this world. Moreover, thanks to your testing, I have obtained invaluable data. With just a day or two more, I can perfect this gravity equipment. However, if you desire the device to achieve even higher gravitational multiples, it will be challenging to accomplish in the short term." As the gravity test concluded, Brief opened his mouth to express his thoughts. Hearing his words, Talot did not harbor overly ambitious aspirations. After all, a gravity level of 50 times was sufficient for him to utilize for a considerable period. For the time being, 50 times the gravity was adequate, but once the spacecraft was developed, I still hope you can continue your research to enhance the gravity multiplier. I do not seek 1,000 times, but at least over 100, Talot stated that Brief's abilities were indeed extraordinary. How long had it been? Especially in this era. After hearing Talot's words and experiencing the gravity test, Brief began to accept the notion of raising the gravity limit. Nodding to indicate there were no issues, Brief then recalled something and spoke. "Before constructing the spacecraft, you must assist me with a favor. While studying the spacecraft used by your Saiyan kind, I discovered that the materials employed in the internal structure were remarkably unique, with no similar substances found on Earth. However, I have located some cosmic ores with a high degree of similarity, which I need you to retrieve from space." Upon hearing this, Talot nodded without hesitation. "No problem. As long as I can manufacture a more advanced large spacecraft, I can find a way to procure the same materials." "There is no need for that. and I believe substituting with the materials I choose might be even better, Brief replied. Subsequently, the group conversed as they exited the gravity training room to this moment. Jine and Celery had already altered their perception of Brief. They simply followed along, silent, listening to the dialogue between Brief and Talot. Previously, they had worried that Brief might be as unreliable as the deity Piccolo. But now, within such a short span, Brief had completed the gravity device. Although the spacecraft was more complex, Jine and Celery began to choose to believe. Thus, 2 days passed. According to Brief's instructions, Talot piloted the spacecraft alone into the cosmos to seek the rare ores required. Jine and Celery initially intended to accompany him, but were turned down by Talot, who advised them to remain on Earth. It was merely a trivial matter, and operating in space would be inconvenient with Jine and Celery in tow. Of course, he felt secure leaving them on Earth due to the half-month of shared experiences, assuring him that they would not act out over minor grievances. It must be said that after arriving on Earth, especially living in West City, Jine and Celery inevitably experienced occasional minor outbursts in their daily lives that, in the initial stages, Talot guided them, suppressing their tempers. Gradually acclimating to human life allowed them to accept their current circumstances. At the very least, there was no discernible difference in appearance between Earthlings and Scions, coupled with the pleasantness of life on Earth, which lacked the brutal survival of the fittest elimination system characteristic of Scion society. Thus, the ease of their lives eroded their once fierce competitive spirits. Leaving aside Jine and Celery, Brief once again shattered Talot's prior perceptions of him. He truly was a super genius. The original narrative overly emphasized Bulma's genius intellect, when in reality, Brief was the true super genius. Given a certain concept, he could amplify it infinitely, even in this era. Reflecting on the original work, it was evident that many of Bulma's research endeavors were conducted under Brief's guidance. Take, for instance, the portable universal capsule, a concept that may not even exist in later generations, that in order to ensure Talot could bring back a sufficient quantity of cosmic ores, Brief meticulously devised this tool. It belonged to spatial storage technology akin to spatial rings, with the medium transformed into a universal capsule. By applying it to an object, the spatial capsule, possessing ample space, could accommodate the item within. Thanks to this tool, Talot's collection process became significantly simpler. Within 2 days, he exceeded the amount Brief had specified. Upon returning to Earth and delivering the required materials to Brief, he had also completed the final stability test for the gravity training room. The previous gravity device was now ready for use, although latent risks remained, particularly its inability to operate for extended durations. Now, with additional components added, such as cooling systems and backup processors, the gravity device could function continuously for 10 days and nights without shutting down. Eager to engage in gravity training, Talot could hardly contain his excitement. Jine and Celery, inspired by Talot's relentless pursuit of strength, also developed a desire to grow stronger, as Talot stated. Only by possessing formidable strength could one control their destiny. Talot had no objections to Jine and Celery's involvement. Although, in a sense, it could slow his training progress, in certain aspects, they could provide him with more rigorous training. After all, self-training to enhance strength was one method. If, under this premise, there were others to assist, applying greater pressure would facilitate even greater progress. Let us begin with 10 times the gravity. We will first acclimate to the gravity of Planet Vegeta. And Jine, Celery, are you both ready? After addressing Jine and Celery, Talot received their nods in response, and then he directly activated the gravity device. As the numbers on the display changed to 10G, the gravity in the room reached the level of Planet Vegeta. The tenfold gravity environment of Earth evoked a sense of returning to Planet Vegeta for Jine and Celery. For them, although they had grown accustomed to the gravity here on Earth, the gravity of Planet Vegeta was etched into their very bones, coupled with their continually improving strength. Even if they initially struggled, it would not adversely affect them. Indeed, the gravity of Planet Vegeta provides me with a sense of grounding. The gravity of Earth always leaves me feeling weightless. Jine remarked. Celery held a contrary view, as she rather enjoyed the lightness of the experience. After a period of acclimatization, Talot began to increase the gravity value. When the gravity reached 20 times, Jine and Celery's expressions changed slightly. They could distinctly feel their bodies growing heavier. However, the 20-fold gravity remained within their capacity to endure. If they could not handle this, then Jine and Celery would be far too weak. After all, this was the minimum threshold set by Talot. If it were below 20 times, even with him wearing a 500-kilogram weighted suit, the effect would not be significant. Training officially commenced in the environment of 20 times Earth's gravity. For both Jine and Celery, as well as for Talot, who was wearing a weighted suit, it was just right. Not too much, not too little. In truth, Talot had underestimated Jine and Celery's adaptability. He had presumed that even though it was merely double the gravity of Planet Vegeta, they might require some time to adjust. Unexpectedly, they adapted in just half a day, capable of moving with ease. While even Talot in his weighted suit could manage, the difference in strength was evident. Being astonished was one thing. Ultimately, it was a tremendous boon for Talot. For 20 times the gravity was merely the beginning, intended to propel Jine and Celery forward, should they endure even greater levels of gravity. The difficulty of training would naturally ascend to a higher tier. Of course, Talot was not in a rush. Training requires a gradual approach. Forcefully pushing forward is not beneficial. Simply put, they were neither Kakarot nor Vegeta. Even if Kakarot and Vegeta were the same individuals, their paths were entirely different. The same training yields results for everyone, yet the degree of effectiveness varies from person to person. For the next 5 consecutive days, Talot did not act impulsively, but rather persevered under the environment of 20 times gravity. The training consisted of foundational exercises, encompassing various forms of push-ups, sit-ups, endurance, and explosive power training, interspersed with sparring sessions against Jine and Celery. Talot's strength surged rapidly. Within just a few days, his battle power approached the 4,000-point threshold. Although he had yet to break through, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 days before he did so. Essentially, he was enhancing nearly 100 points of battle power each day. Had it not been for their own eyes and personal experiences, Janae and Saiyan would find it difficult to believe. For them, they had always been confined within the framework of lower-class and upper-class warriors. With the expansion of their understanding, a notion has emerged that they too can grow stronger. This idea, of course, has been instilled in them by Talot, who made them aware that while one's innate potential plays a significant role in their ability to become stronger, diligent cultivation can empower anyone. The classification of Saiyans into hierarchies of lower-class and elite warriors is merely an assessment based on their battle power at birth, and does not imply absoluteness. For instance, a Saiyan born with several hundred points of battle power is deemed an upper-class warrior, yet their achievements may not necessarily be remarkable. They simply have a higher starting point. Conversely, lower-class warriors are not precluded from greatness, as exemplified by Bardock and his contemporaries, each of whom rivaled upper-class elites. With a clear objective, the potential rewards become all the more significant. Janae and Saiyan pursue Talot's lead. Their progress is visibly evident. Although not as extraordinary as Talot, Janae's battle power has increased by 120 points, reaching 1,500, but this strength is akin to that of Raditz upon arriving on Earth. While perhaps not directly comparable in true combat prowess, the numerical value is achieved. Saiyan stands at 1,350, having improved by 180 points, indicative of her greater diligence and determination to not fall too far behind Talot. Frankly, the gap is widening. However, with her current innate talent, had she remained on Planet Vegeta, she would have been regarded as a highly promising candidate for training. Alas, the rigid Saiyan hierarchy dictates that no matter how exceptional she may be, her status as a lower-class warrior cannot be altered, much like Bardock, who, despite his excellence, could never integrate into that circle. The cultivation continues unabated, refusing to halt even in light of minor successes. Janae may have entertained thoughts of taking a break, yet Talot never afforded her the opportunity to voice them. The path to becoming stronger is fraught with challenges. To pause now, having just achieved a breakthrough, would result in a rapid decline in strength. Nevertheless, the time Talot dedicates to their training is not extensive, only 7 to 8 hours a day. Beyond that, he hardly interferes with Janae and Saiyan's activities. After all, the initiation of 30-fold gravity training poses a considerable challenge for them, and Talot does not wish for them to bear the same immense pressure he does. As for himself, After 10 hours of gravity training each day, he engages in energy cultivation to solidify his abilities. Having received subtle guidance from the Supreme Kai and Popo, Talot has made significant strides in energy mastery. Recently, when he sought out the Supreme Kai for a weighted training suit, he took the opportunity to inquire further, by consolidating all advantages for his own use. He aims to rectify his deficiencies and eliminate past misconceptions. Thus, nearly 2 months have swiftly passed. Today marks the 1-year anniversary since their departure from Planet Vegeta. A year ago, they left that world behind. Now, everything is transformed. The trio concluded their training early, and for a rare moment. Talot chose not to continue his exercises, instead opting to remain by Janae's side. Significant milestones evoke a sense of nostalgia. In truth, Janae no longer requires Talot's deliberate reassurances. She has matured into a woman who has gradually come to accept many things on her own. With no training taking place, the three sought out Brief and Bulma. It is heartening to note that not only has Brief made substantial progress in his research on spacecraft, but Bulma's Dragon Ball radar has also made groundbreaking advancements. Notably, while the radar cannot yet scan the entire planet, it has achieved a scanning range of 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Such a range is no small feat. Only the final steps remain before the Dragon Ball radar is fully operational. For ordinary individuals, locating the remaining 6 Dragon Balls within 1,000 kilometers would be a daunting task. However, with Talot's capabilities, traversing the globe using flight techniques would allow him to find them in no time at all, certainly within a single day. With this newfound hope, both Talot and Janae are elated beyond measure. This has been her long-held aspiration. As they awaited further developments amidst their training, 2 more days passed. During this time, Janae and Silai refrained from participating, as they lingered at Bulma's, eager for the Dragon Ball radar's completion. Inside the gravity training chamber, the display read a staggering 50G.4497, 4,498, 4,499, 5,000. With the final, suppressed exclamation escaping his lips, Talot executed a roll and collapsed onto the cold floor. Gasping for breath, it must be said that under 50 times Earth's gravity, even with a battle power of 8,000, the training remains exceptionally taxing. Without the support of the Senza beings, sustaining such intensity for an extended period would be impossible. 8,000 battle power. Talot now possesses a strength comparable to that of the later Goku returning from King Kai's planet. Of course, this is merely a standard power index. After all, at that time, Goku had access to the Kaioken technique. And during his battle with Vegeta, his power peaked at an astounding 32,000. It is fair to say that these past 2 months have marked an immense leap. Training under 50 times Earth's gravity has resulted in significant daily progress. While it may not be as extraordinary as Goku's 6-day adaptation to 100 times gravity, it is nonetheless impressive. The factors at play include age and physical condition. Talot is merely a little over 6 years old, rendering direct comparison to Goku at that age impossible. Additionally, the disparity in strength is considerable, compounded by differing training methodologies. Goku was compelled to push his limits under duress, recovering from severe injuries time and again. While Talot progresses steadily, consolidating his gains incrementally, in truth, Talot believes he could achieve even greater breakthroughs. With a severe injury followed by Senzabine recovery, his battle power could exceed 10,000. However, rather than resorting to such measures now, he prefers to adhere to his philosophy. When the time is right, and his age and physical development reach a certain threshold, that will be the moment for a true breakthrough. Talot, the Dragon Ball radar, is complete. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the intercom. Talot, just beginning to catch his breath, quickly sat up upon hearing the news and was greeted by Silai, who wore a look of both joy and urgency. Clearly, she had rushed to inform him first. Rising to his feet, he dragged his weary body to deactivate the gravity device. Only after the oppressive force subsided did Talot exhale in relief, promptly consuming a Senza bean to replenish his energy. He opened the door to the gravity training room and exchanged a few words with Silai before they hurried back to the grand circular chamber of the estate. Bulma, brimming with excitement, was conducting various tests with the radar, while Janae stood nearby, seemingly anxious that Bulma might vanish from sight, taking the radar with her. Upon Talot's arrival, Bulma eagerly demonstrated the device's functionality. The primary feature allows for the range scanning of Dragon Ball signals, a capability confirmed 2 days prior. Thus, Talot was already well aware of its capabilities without needing extensive clarification from Bulma. With this, I can gather the remaining Dragon Balls in the shortest time possible. Talot thought, holding the Dragon Ball radar in his hands, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Janae and Silai shared in the anticipation, unable to contain their excitement. Bulma, seemingly concerned that Talot might leave her behind, promptly snatched the radar from his grasp, declaring, "The radar is mine. If you're going to find the Dragon Balls, I want to join you." The little girl's assertiveness remains unchanged. However, this time, Talot cannot afford to bring her along in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, their speed would be significantly hampered. Moreover, Talot has already contemplated this, deciding that even Giant and Sailor should not accompany them. After all, the 4-star Dragon Ball is entangled with the likes of Son Gohan and Kakarot from the Baozi Mountain. Until it is confirmed that Kakarot's head is not in peril, he remains steadfast in his resolution. Talot knows Giant all too well. "You may be disappointed, Bulma, but it is truly impossible to take you along on this Dragon Ball expedition. The scanning range of the Dragon Ball radar is still too limited. If it could cover the entire globe, it would be feasible to pinpoint the target location, and then I could leisurely take you along. However, firstly, no one can guarantee that the Dragon Balls are waiting for us at a fixed location, and secondly, if I were to take you with me, our flying speed would be too slow, thus increasing the difficulty of our search." Talot spoke, both to soothe and to convey some undeniable truths to Bulma. Though she may be young, Bulma understands the logic. Yet, having been pampered since childhood, she believes that everything should revolve around her. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes reddened instantly, and tears threatened to spill forth. "Talot, the Dragon Ball radar was created by me. After all, I invested considerable effort into its development. Without it, we would have no chance of locating the Dragon Balls. Therefore, if Bulma insists on joining, why not take her along? It would simply mean a slower pace." Over the course of their recent interactions, Giant had established a strong rapport with Bulma. Bulma is quite endearing and a remarkably intelligent girl. Despite being from Earth, it does not hinder her affection for her. She treats her like family, though. It's just that Aunt Giant is still concerned for me. Bulma embraced Giant, as if seeking solace. Sailor, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Talot then addressed Giant directly. "It's not that I don't wish to take you. It's simply that I can retrieve the Dragon Balls more swiftly alone. I should be able to traverse the Earth and gather all the Dragon Balls within a day. Alone? Talot, are you truly going to search by yourself?" Sailor exclaimed in astonishment. This effectively left them out of the equation. Giant seemed to grasp Talot's intent. "As you say, Talot, it would indeed be quicker if you went alone. Given your current strength, circling the Earth would not take much time at all." Talot nodded in agreement. "I understand, Bulma. You merely wish for an adventure. Once the opportunity arises, may I take you along then? Or perhaps Giant and Sailor could accompany you to explore other places on Earth." Talot's words struck a chord with little Bulma. The present Bulma is certainly not the same as the one from the original story at 16. The reason she sought the Dragon Balls was twofold: an aspiration for the legendary and a desire to wish for a perfect Prince Charming. But how old is she now? Her pursuits naturally revolve around satisfying her curiosity about the unknown. Well, all right then, Bulma pondered for a moment before handing the Dragon Ball radar back to Talot. "It won't take too long. Once I find the Dragon Balls, I will return immediately," Talot added. Giant nodded, as Bulma had accepted the arrangement. Sailor, feeling a bit bashful, spoke up. "Why not have Talot take me along? I can keep up with him and won't be a bother." Upon hearing this, Talot gently ruffled her hair. "You should stay with Aunt Giant. Searching for the Dragon Balls isn't exactly a thrilling endeavor." With a few perfunctory words, Talot exchanged a few more sentences with Giant and Sailor. Afterward, he requested a backpack from Bulma and departed from West City that in truth, for Talot, who remembers the original plot. Locating the Dragon Balls is not particularly challenging. However, the current timeline is set 10 years prior to the original, and without the Dragon Ball radar, pinpointing the exact locations of several Dragon Balls would indeed be quite difficult. The only Dragon Balls whose precise locations he knows are the 4-star Dragon Ball at Baozi Mountain, the 7-star Dragon Ball at the Ox King's place, and the 3-star Dragon Ball that Master Rashi found at the seabed a century ago. Setting off from West City, he headed eastward. Every few hundred to 1,000 kilometers, Talot would use the Dragon Ball radar to confirm whether there were any signals within range. His intention was to first head to Bowsy Mountain to acquire the 4-star Dragon Ball, while also meeting Kakarot and Son Gohan. Although he is uncertain when Kakarot hits his head in the original story, any moment could potentially lead to that incident. Frankly speaking, the initial belief was that this event occurred just a month or two after Kakarot was found by Son Gohan. Now that they have reached this point in time, having been on Earth for over 3 months, it translates to Kakarot arriving on Earth more than half a year ago, continuing on his journey. Talot traveled for over 10 minutes, passing through countless kilometers, when suddenly, the Dragon Ball radar signaled the presence of a Dragon Ball. This direction should not lead to Bowsy Mountain. He would need to travel approximately 2,000 kilometers eastward to reach it. This location, if he is not mistaken, should be considered the northern vicinity of Bowsy Mountain. Indeed, in the original story, Bulma located the first Dragon Ball using the Dragon Ball radar in the direction of this vast canyon, which housed the 5-star ball. With a plan forming in his mind, Talot shot off in the direction indicated by the radar. Unbeknownst to him, after crossing over 1,000 kilometers, Talot found himself amidst the northern mountains of the east, where a narrow and elongated canyon unfolded before him. Descending from the sky, Talot precisely narrowed the scanning range of the Dragon Ball radar to within 100 meters. This was the limit after minimizing the range. Bulma had always focused on expanding the scanning range, never considering the precision down to the meter. Within 100 meters, finding the Dragon Ball posed a challenge, but Talot had a solution. Since he brought along Bulma's 2-star Dragon Ball, the Dragon Balls would resonate and emit light when in close proximity. Therefore, even within 100 meters, it would be relatively easy to locate it. As he navigated through the canyon, Talot encountered a few mountain spirits and monsters. In this era, especially within these eastern mountains, such creatures abound. Essentially, they are merely wild beasts that have gained a semblance of intelligence, rivaling that of humans that, of course, to Talot, they're insignificant, even if their battle power is nearly 10 points or even higher. Such strength is only formidable when compared to Earthlings that he found the 5-star Dragon Ball on a stretch of rocky terrain and wasted no time, taking to the skies once more, with this Dragon Ball in hand. The next stop was to proceed to Bowsy Mountain. Meanwhile, atop the Heavenly Temple, the Supreme Kai Bik wore a deeply troubled expression that he had never anticipated that something like the Dragon Ball radar would truly be created by Earthlings, and by a girl no older than 5. Initially, he had held onto the notion that it was a fabrication, but witnessing Talot traverse half the Earth to locate the 5-star Dragon Ball, he could no longer dismiss it. Supreme Kai, if this continues, Talot will soon discover Bowsy Mountain and encounter that child named Kakarot, Bobo remarked beside him. Having concealed the truth until now, the quest for the Dragon Balls would inevitably lead Talot to Kakarot. The Supreme Kai sighed. Sometimes, one misstep leads to another. Bobo, do you think I should have informed them about that child's existence sooner? The Supreme Kai's concerns stem from a desire to protect Earth. Without these months of observation, no one could ascertain what sort of extraterrestrial beings Talot and his companions truly were. Bobo offered words of comfort. The Supreme Kai nodded. He was merely seeking balance, and his inner turmoil arose from having lied and deceived Talot and the others. As time proves that all his earlier caution and wariness were merely products of his own imagination. Guilt begins to take root. I hope they do not wish for anything excessive at this juncture. The celestial being, Baiku, once again found himself entangled in the complexities of granting wishes. Bowsy Mountain, the very pinnacle where the original narrative unfolds, finally welcomed Talot. Yet from his aerial vantage point, a profound sense of unfamiliarity enveloped him. The reason was simple. The tangible world starkly contrasted with the scenes rendered in the animated series and comics of his past life. Animation and comics could only portray a fraction of reality, and what Talot beheld were towering peaks that stretched endlessly across the land. That it was only through his own ability to sense and lock onto the auras of Sun Wukong and Kakarot that Talot discerned which mountain was indeed Bowsy Mountain, and where Sun Wukong's abode lay. Upon laying eyes on the simple yet unique dwelling, a smile of recognition graced Talot's face. At last, he was to meet Kakarot. The question lingered in his mind. Was he still Kakarot? Or had he transformed into Sun Wukong? With a sigh of contemplation, Talot swiftly descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in the clearing before the house. Inside, Sun Wukong seemed to sense something amiss. He emerged from the door to meet Talot's gaze. How curious, he mused. I have never had visitors here that a baby appeared half a year ago, and now another child arrives. Sun Wukong's voice was warm and gentle, evoking an immediate sense of familiarity. Upon hearing this, Talot turned his gaze towards the child crawling on the ground. Who could it be but Kakarot? Locking eyes with Kakarot, Talot felt a stirring within him. This child must have experienced some misfortune. Otherwise, he would not be oblivious to his own kin. Greetings, Earth martial artist. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Talot, a Saiyan from a distant planet that I am deeply grateful for your kindness in raising my brother. I suppose, Talot spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized both Talot and Kakarot, recalling the circumstances surrounding Kakarot's arrival. And epiphany dawned upon him. So that is it. I wonder how a baby could descend from the heavens in such a remote wilderness. An extraterrestrial, no less. No wonder he possessed such strength at such a tender age, not to mention the tail and hearty appetite. Sun Wukong squatted down to lift Kakarot, then added a Saiyan, you say? So you have come to take this child back? Talot was taken aback by Sun Wukong's composure in this unexpected revelation. Surely you can sense my aura. Are you not the least bit afraid? Talot inquired. Sun Wukong shook his head, his smile unwavering. Your aura is formidable, yet harbors no malice. Thus, you come not for vengeance, nor do you intend harm to Wukong. Wukong, Talot feigned ignorance. It is the name I bestowed upon him. Sun Wukong, that I am Sun Wukong, he replied. What was this child's original name? After a heartfelt exchange, Talot and Sun Wukong settled down to converse, while Kakarot affectionately nestled against Talot's shoulder, playfully tugging at his hair. Through their discussion, Talot learned the detailed backstory of Kakarot's fall from a cliff 2 months after arriving on Earth, resulting in his current obedient and docile demeanor. Though Kakarot no longer recognized Talot, he still instinctively sensed a bond of familiarity emanating from him. There exists a saying, blood is thicker than water. While Talot and Kakarot may not share a direct bloodline, one cannot dismiss the possibility that their ancestors were indeed related. In essence, as fellow Saiyans, they shared a kinship of blood. Kakarot, that is his original name. However, given the circumstances, let us call him Sun Wukong. I believe he will thrive here, Talot responded to Sun Wukong's inquiry. Sharing his reflections, upon hearing Talot's words, Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy. At his age, he had 1 foot in the grave, yet fate had bestowed upon him a child, infusing his once monotonous life with vibrant color. Although this child was a Saiyan whom he had discovered, over the past 6 months, Sun Wukong had come to regard him as his own grandson. Does the name Kakarot hold any significance? Or does it represent something? Sun Wukong inquired, not questioning the truth of Talot's claims, but rather grappling with a peculiar naming convention. Talot found himself at a loss for words, as the Saiyan naming convention was rooted in the English phonetics of vegetables. However, this explanation stemmed from the lore of his previous life, and in this world, it bore no such meaning. You may regard our naming practices as rather arbitrary. There is no profound significance to the name. Talot clarified. Sun Wukong nodded, accepting this without skepticism, and subsequently steered the conversation towards matters of strength. In response, Talot shared his insights openly, allowing Sun Wukong to appreciate the extent of his prowess, due to the limitations of their earthly perspectives. Many Earthlings remain confined within the bounds of their planet's understanding. Yet, Sun Wukong possessed an extraordinary intellect. Upon sensing Talot's aura, he was indeed awed, yet remained composed. It must be noted that martial artists in this era, especially those who had attained a certain level of mastery, exhibited remarkable adaptability. The original narrative offered scant insight into Sun Wukong's character, save for the acknowledgement of his extraordinary talent by Master Rashi, who mourned the loss of a martial arts prodigy in this era of Earth's martial arts community. Sun Wukong held a significant reputation, a fact underscored by Yamcha's words upon his introduction. Seizing the opportunity, Talot and son Wukong engaged in a dialogue regarding martial arts philosophy, exchanging insights on training and the application of K.I.to Talot, despite son Wukong's combat power being around a mere 100. He had indeed forged a unique path in key mastery, establishing himself as a martial arts sage. Thank you for your guidance. I shall take my leave for now, as I must seek the remaining Dragon Balls. When we meet again, I shall seek your counsel further, Talot stated, rising to bid farewell. Having spent nearly 2 hours at Bowsy Mountain, he was keen to locate the 4 remaining Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, I can only tell you that one of the Dragon Balls is in Master Rashi's possession. I cannot offer you much assistance, son Wukong replied. Talot was briefly surprised to hear this information. However, upon reflection, he concluded that Master Rashi had found his Dragon Ball from the seabed over a century ago, making it strange if son Wukong were unaware of it. Notably, after learning about the Dragon Balls and their true purpose, son Wukong realized that what he and Master Rashi had perceived as mere decorative trinkets were, in fact, artifacts created by the celestial beings, capable of summoning Shenron to grant wishes. Having acquired the 4-star Dragon Ball from son Wukong, this act served as gratitude for allowing him to keep his cherished grandson. Talot discerned son Wukong's delight at having retained Kakarot, yet he also imparted a crucial piece of information, urging him to remain prepared. Not taking Kakarot now did not guarantee that in the future, China would not come to claim him. That China was Kakarot's mother, and despite Kakarot's amnesia rendering him unable to recognize her, the bond of motherhood was an immutable truth. If that moment arrived, son Wukong would have no choice but to allow China to take him. Of course, Talot would navigate the situation. Ultimately, the outcome remained uncertain. Pending his return to inform China and discern her intentions, we shall meet again soon, he concluded. As Talot ascended into the sky, he addressed the young son Wukong, who seemed to sense the imminent disappearance of something significant. With outstretched arms, Wukong cried out in a series of babbles. Observing this, son Gohan swiftly scooped up his younger brother and gazed upward at Talot's departing figure. It was only when Talot's silhouette faded from view that Wukong finally settled into silence. Gohan, playfully engaging Wukong in his arms, couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the Saiyans! Our little Wukong is astonishingly an extraterrestrial." His hearty laughter echoed across the mountain peak. Accompanied by Wukong's joyous giggles, departing from Bowsy Mountain, Talot shifted his course towards the southeast, precisely in the direction of Kame House, as indicated by Gohan. However, during this journey, Talot intercepted a new Dragon Ball signal, prompting a change in his objective. In a nearby village, he discovered the 4th Dragon Ball. This 6-star Dragon Ball was, as expected, the very one that was picked up by the grandmother of the old lady in the original storyline involving Oolong. Now in Talot's possession, one could only speculate how the narrative would unfold in future generations. After all, it was the Dragon Balls that brought Bulma and son Wukong together, leading to their myriad adventures and their eventual encounter with Oolong. Shaking his head vigorously, Talot continued on his path towards Kame House. The plot had already diverged significantly. There was little point in lamenting the original storyline's trajectory. In other words, he was living in this world. And regardless of what lay ahead, he must first consider his present circumstances. Kame House, situated approximately 1,500 kilometers from the Bowsy Mountain range in the northwest, was a modest yet charming seaside villa. At that moment, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The sea was calm, and the sun shone brightly. Upon arriving at Kame House, Talot did not immediately descend, but instead hovered above to survey the island below, which stirred deep memories within him. The initial appearance of Master Rashi, coupled with Wukong's adventures on Kame Island, was undeniably iconic. This location marked the true beginning of martial arts in the Dragon Ball universe. As he hovered in the air, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Since arriving on Earth, he had longed to witness this place, yet opportunities had eluded him, as he had been preoccupied with numerous other matters, including his dedication to gravity training. Ultimately, he had refrained from premature encounters, fearing that Giant and Sealer would disrupt his focus. Reflecting on it now, he recognized that his former mindset had confined him unnecessarily. He truly had no need to be so restrained, nor did he have to remain perpetually in the company of Giant and Sealer, of course. The tension of earlier times had since dissipated, leading to a shift in his perspective. Initially cautious, he had hoped for Jain and Sealer to adapt more swiftly to life on Earth. Although it now seemed somewhat superfluous, Talot harbored no regrets, believing it was a necessary phase. During his observations, a murmur escaped his lips as he spotted Master Rashi, who gazed up at him with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Clearly, he had sensed Talot's presence. Grasping a broom, Master Rashi had been tidying up Kame Island when the tranquility of his life was abruptly shattered by the arrival of an unfathomable being, one who appeared to be merely a child. Seemingly no older than 10, not only could this child perform flight techniques, but he also exuded an aura of profound power. Who could this young enigma be? The Earth had birthed such a phenomenon. Master Rashi pondered silently, his eyes, concealed by sunglasses, wide with shock that he was certain that this terrifying presence far surpassed that of the demon King Piccolo from his past. Was this the energy of a human? Was such power truly possessed by a mere child? It was absurd. After years of training, he had attained his current level, earning the title of martial arts master. Yet in comparison, he felt utterly insignificant. As their gazes locked, beads of cold sweat trickled down Master Rashi's cheeks. This unprecedented sensation was even more terrifying than what he had felt when confronting the Demon King Piccolo. The disparity was unfathomable. Had it not been for the calmness of Talot's energy, devoid of any oppressive or hostile intent, he might have been rendered immobile. Watching as Talot descended slowly before him, Master Rashi exerted great effort to maintain his composure and control his expression. "You, who are you? Excuse me, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting Kame Island?" His words stumbled momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Upon hearing the inquiry, Talot smiled gently and replied, "You are the renowned Master of Earth, celebrated as the martial arts teacher. Indeed, as Son Gohan mentioned, your martial arts prowess far exceeds his." Son Gohan, is that the child? Master Rashi recognized the familiar name, memories flooding back to him. It had been many years since he last saw Gohan. Noticing Rashi's train of thought, Talot introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself, that I am a Saiyan from beyond Earth. Here in search of certain items, I encountered Son Gohan, who informed me that you possess something similar. Thus, under his guidance, I have come here." With that, Talot retrieved a 4-star Dragon Ball from his backpack, the intent clear. Although he was aware of everything and recognized Master Rashi, the formalities of self-introduction and elucidating his purpose were unavoidable. "From beyond Earth? So, you're an alien?" Master Rashi's keen intellect allowed him to quickly grasp the situation based on Talot's brief words. Talot did not hesitate to share his needs and the capabilities of the Dragon Balls. While he considered the possibility that Master Rashi might worry about the Dragon Balls being used for nefarious purposes, the assurance of the deity above alleviated such concerns. Interactions between individuals are often not as complex as they may seem. Especially when certain preconditions are established, communication with Master Rashi proved to be even smoother than Talot had anticipated. Rashi, possessing keen insight, recognized that even the most outrageous circumstances had manifested before him, leaving no room for doubt. Talot received a 3-star Dragon Ball from Master Rashi. "I never imagined that the Dragon Balls I had collected for nearly a century would be the very ones that summoned Shenron for wishes. Even more astonishing is the existence of a divine realm on this earth, along with the presence of a deity. Reflecting on this, Master Rashi lamented, had I ascended to the divine realm back then, perhaps my current strength would have been even greater. Of course, such events were immutable. Had the Master possessed the mindset he currently held back in the day, it would have been preposterous." Continuing his conversation with Master Rashi, Talot gleaned insights into Rashi's understanding and interpretations of the concept of energy. He found the exchange immensely beneficial and resolved to return for further guidance, despite Master Rashi's relatively weaker abilities. He was indeed a martial arts sage that, in terms of energy cultivation, his knowledge surpassed that of Son Gohan. However, Gohan's unique insights were insights that Rashi lacked. Time passed unnoticed, and nearly 2 hours slipped by as Talot acquired a new training method from Master Rashi. This approach perfectly complemented Talot's shortcomings in mental training. Meditation, also known as intention training, that involved envisioning special scenarios, rules, and subjects within a realm of imagination to conduct unique training. The most effective method was to identify one's weakest points, such as their greatest fears, and strive for breakthroughs within this imagined world. Once success is achieved, the mindset will undergo a breakthrough, and one's strength will experience enhancement. Departing from Kame House, twilight is fast approaching. The final two Dragon Balls pose little challenge for Talot. Equipped with the Dragon Ball radar and knowledge of the original storyline, along with the presence of Gohan and Master Rashi, acquiring the 7-star Dragon Ball from the Ox King proves to be a simple task. During this time, Talot encounters Chi-Chi, T this moment. Chi-Chi is of the same age as Goku. It can be said that the Ox King's genes are remarkably strong. Though she appears somewhat delicate, she is far more robust than an average Earth infant. Without lingering too long at Frying Pan Mountain, Talot, in less than half an hour, discovers the last 1-star Dragon Ball within ancient ruins deep in the mountains. Thus, all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered together. In the sacred world, a crowd has assembled. Upon returning to West City, Talot brings along Jain and Sealer, as well as Bulma, to this location, rather than summoning Shenron at any random spot on Earth. They arrive at the sacred world to consult the deity, King Piccolo, and Bubbles. The intention is to leverage the deity's influence to pose a few straightforward questions to Shenron. After all, a single question counts as a wish. And Talot is reluctant to squander wishes on mere inquiries. As for Kakarot's whereabouts, Talot decides to withhold that information for the moment, planning to reveal it after making the wish. After such a long wait, a little more time is inconsequential. The 7 Dragon Balls are meticulously arranged, placed at the center of the plaza before the temple. Come forth, Shenron. As Bubbles recites the incantation to summon Shenron, the resonance emitted by the 7 Dragon Balls intensifies. Golden light erupts from within each Dragon Ball, shimmering and pulsating until, ultimately, the collective brilliance of the 7 Dragon Balls becomes blinding. Under Talot's perception and the gaze of all present, a mysterious force appears to be activated, flowing forth from within the Dragon Balls. Although there are no clouds in the sacred world, dark clouds begin to roll in from nothingness, rapidly spreading across the sky. Within mere seconds, the black clouds nearly envelop the entire Earth. Blocking the sunlight, the encroachment of darkness obscures the light, a spectacle that leaves Sealer, Jain, and Bulma in utter disbelief and astonishment. This is merely the beginning. In the next moment, golden beams of light shoot forth from 7 Dragon Balls, piercing the heavens and swirling the dark clouds. A truly magnificent sight. The resplendent golden radiance gradually coalesces into the form of Shenron, emanating an overwhelming dragon aura, its imposing figure suspended in the sky as if the dragon god has descended. With green scales, sharp claws, and blood-red eyes, the unspoken pressure emanating from it instills fear in those who behold it. Of course, this intimidation is only significant to those whose power does not measure up. For Talot, this pressure is inconsequential. Even Jain and Sealer feel similarly, though witnessing Shenron's arrival for the first time undoubtedly leaves them profoundly shaken. This is the dragon that can grant wishes. It is truly hard to believe such a creature exists in this world. Residing within the Dragon Balls, Jain reflects with awe. The moment she has long awaited has finally arrived, filling her with a sense of liberation, as if Shenron could resolve all her problems. Gazing at the formidable appearance, Sealer is somewhat skeptical. Can it truly grant wishes? Those who have not experienced it may naturally harbor doubts. Bulma, however, is already counting on her fingers, contemplating what wishes to fulfill. Clearly, they remain unaware that Shenron can only grant one wish at a time. In fact, were it not for Talot being a time traveler, he too would likely be unaware, as the deity has never mentioned it. Whoever has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish, no matter what it is. This dragon can grant you one, Shenron proclaims with his iconic line. Upon hearing this, Jain, Sealer, and Bulma are taken aback. Only one wish can be granted? Jain questions. Stepping forward, King Piccolo explains, the Dragon Balls I created can only be used once a year, and each use can only fulfill one wish. After a wish is granted, the Dragon Balls will scatter across the world and revert to stone. Before he can finish, Sealer interjects eagerly, then can't we just find the Dragon Balls again to make another wish? King Piccolo is taken aback and quickly clarifies, even if you find them, it is of no use. Once a wish is made, the Dragon Balls turn to stone and cannot summon Shenron again. Does that mean the wishes I had in mind cannot be fulfilled? Bulma expresses her disappointment. Being young, she had thought that summoning Shenron would allow her to fulfill all her wishes. Now faced with this outcome, her immature heart struggles to accept it. However, while Bulma may appear spoiled and self-centered, she is not truly unreasonable. At her age, she is already a considerate girl. Understanding the urgency, she recognizes that Talot and Jain need to wish for their loved ones, and thus feels she should step aside, especially since she has come to regard Talot and Jain as family. She worked diligently to create the Dragon Ball radar, partly for her own satisfaction and partly to assist them. Talot, what should we do now? Jain, momentarily a loss, looks to Talot, eager to hear his thoughts. He has always been the one to make decisions. I will find a way. He offers Jain a reassuring glance. Talot then turns to King Piccolo and speaks. While Shenron can only grant one wish, may we pose a few questions before making our wish? You are the creator of the Earth Dragon Balls and Shenron, so this should pose no issue, correct? After speaking, Talot glances up at the imposing figure of Shenron and asks, is that acceptable? At his words, silence falls over the group. King Piccolo is taken aback, and Shenron ponders for a long moment. Eventually, Shenron's gaze sweeps over everyone, landing on King Piccolo, who nods in agreement. Theoretically, while the Great King created this dragon, the rules do not permit such inquiries. Your question would also count as a wish. However, since the Great King has consented and this is a first-time occurrence, I can make an exception that, of course, this does not come without a cost. Your inquiries will consume a portion of the wish energy based on my responses. Thus, it may affect whether your ultimate wish can be fulfilled. I wonder if you can accept this. Shenron's voice reverberates in everyone's ears. This response is precisely what Talot desires, that I can accept that. Talot affirms with a nod. Then, speak your questions, Shenron prompts. After a moment of contemplation, Talot turns to Jain and Sealer. Noticing Jain nodding, Talot organizes his thoughts and asks, this question may have significant implications, as it extends beyond the realm of Earth. I wish to know whether two Saiyans named Bardock and Raditz still live in a distant galaxy. As the question is articulated, Jain and Sealer feel a tightening in their chests, while King Piccolo and Bubbles perk up their ears in anticipation. Hearing the inquiry, Shenron remains impassive, seemingly unfazed by the question. Time passes, and Shenron does not respond, causing anxiety to swell within everyone present. If even Shenron cannot answer, it would imply that their wish cannot be granted. What is the verdict, Shenron? Talot cannot help but ask. Lowering his head, Shenron addresses Talot, saying, the Saiyans you mentioned were once conquerors of Planet Plant and renamed it Planet Vegeta, correct? Upon hearing Shenron's response, Talot instinctively nods. Yes, it seems you can indeed answer my question. Shenron affirms, stating, I have located one of the two Saiyans you inquired about. His name is Raditz, and he is currently alive in this world, alongside 4 other surviving Saiyans. As the words were spoken, Talot was taken aback, astonished to learn that, apart from Raditz and Vegeta, 2 other Saiyans still survived. Perhaps these 2 Saiyans would meet their demise in battle soon. Upon hearing this, Kain's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. At least she could confirm that her eldest son was alive and that 4 Saiyans were by Raditz's side. However, the subsequent words of the dragon made Kain feel as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. As for the other Saiyan you inquired about, named Bardock, my abilities are limited, and I can only ascertain that he is still alive. However, I cannot track his whereabouts. It seems he has completely vanished from this world. The dragon stated, you mean to say that Bardock, like Raditz, is indeed alive, but you cannot determine his exact situation at present, only that he still exists? Talot interjected. This was a question that had long troubled Talot, and he had finally received an answer that it appeared that Bardock in this world had, much like the events depicted in that alternate storyline, traversed time at the moment of the planet's explosion and returned to the past on Planet Plant. Consequently, even the dragon could not locate him. Perhaps a more advanced dragon, such as Purunga, could accomplish this, but the dragon of Earth is simply too weak. The dragon nodded, thus answering Talot's query. Unable to contain herself, Kain eagerly spoke up. Dragon, could you provide more detailed information about Bardock? Or can you at least tell me where he was at the time of the planet's explosion? This line of questioning showcased Kain's intelligence. Knowing Bardock's location before the destruction of Planet Vegeta would confirm that he was not threatened by the explosion. Yet, the more one wishes against something, the more likely it is to occur. The last trace of Bardock was on Planet Vegeta, but after the planet's destruction, a mysterious force prevented the dragon from continuing his search. The dragon responded, "Once more, I ask there a way for you to bring Bardock back? My wish is for Bardock to come to my side." The utterance of this wish caught Talot off guard. However, he would not intervene, for he had already made a decision regarding this matter. Yet, given the current circumstances, the dragon was incapable of even probing, let alone bringing Bardock back. "I regret to inform you that my abilities are limited. I can only confirm that he is alive. But bringing him here is beyond my capabilities, so please, choose another wish," the dragon replied. With the wish unfulfilled, Kain's disappointment deepened. Is it true? Even if wishes can be granted, it remains impossible, seeing Kain in such distress. Celery supported her arm, while Talot offered words of comfort. Although even the dragon cannot fulfill wishes, at the very least, we can confirm that Uncle Bardock is still alive, perhaps one day in the future. Uncle Bardock will find his way to Earth with his own strength. Will that really happen? Kain expressed doubt, yet she found herself with no other options that it will. Certainly, as long as he is strong enough, Talot asserted. Upon hearing such words, Kain took a deep breath, quickly stabilizing her emotions, and then thought of something else. "Then, could you tell me about Kakarot?" Upon hearing this, Talot immediately reacted, preemptively speaking before the dragon could respond. There is no need for the dragon to answer that question. By halting the dragon's reply, he also conserved some of the wish energy expended in asking questions. Talot then turned to the astonished Kain and said, "Aunt Kain, I haven't had the chance to tell you yet, but during the search for the Dragon Balls, I unexpectedly encountered him. Due to the special circumstances, I will explain everything once the wishes are concluded." "Really? You found Kakarot?" Kain's emotions surged once more. Talot nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, King Kai, who had intended to say something, held back his words. "Now, you may state your wishes. If there are none, I shall take my leave," the dragon urged, eager to conclude the questioning phase. Although it had been many years since he had emerged from the Dragon Balls, he was growing impatient to finish his duties. Hearing this, Talot had already formulated his wish, though he knew this would change everything. He had come to terms with it and felt indifferent. "Dragon, since you cannot bring Bardock back, can you relocate Raditz to Earth?" As soon as he uttered these words, both Kain and Celery focused intently. They had just been immersed in the disappointment of Bardock's absence, completely overlooking Raditz. Bringing Raditz back was also something Kain had longed for. Upon hearing Talot's wish, the dragon fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. "I am truly sorry, but this wish also exceeds my capabilities and cannot be fulfilled." The dragon's response took Talot by surprise. Could the Earth-esque dragon truly be this ineffective? While he was aware that the Earth dragon paled in comparison to Purunga on Namek, he also knew that during this period, the Earth dragon had resurrected all the lives on Namek slain by Frieza. Transferring a single person should not be beyond its abilities. That I can accept Bardock's absence. But why is it impossible for Raditz? Wait, could it be that the previous inquiries consumed too much wish energy, rendering the wishes unachievable? Kain inquired of the dragon. This question echoed Talot's own thoughts. Simultaneously, Celery and Bulma looked intently at the dragon, awaiting an explanation. King Kai and Bubbles shared their surprise as well. If the dragon could locate targets, it should logically be able to transport individuals. I apologize. It is indeed my lack of ability that prevents this, although that Saiyan named Raditz is only 6 years old. His strength far surpasses my own. The powers bestowed upon me by Lord Keo restrict me from transferring beings more powerful than myself. Furthermore, the planet where Raditz resides is far too distant from Earth. If it were closer, I might have been able to inquire whether that Raditz would be willing to be transported to Earth. Therefore, please choose another wish. The dragon's response clarified the situation for everyone. Disappointment was inevitable. Talot understood the reason and began to formulate his own plans. The most feasible wish had instead gone unfulfilled, meaning none of the wishes he intended to make had been realized. This left everyone at a loss for words. Even Talot found himself unsure of what to say. In fact, he had anticipated such a scenario might occur, and he had prepared his own wish to be fulfilled. However, he was not a selfish person, and he would not focus solely on himself. The atmosphere grew quiet, and the scene felt particularly desolate, until the dragon inquired once more about their wishes. Kind suddenly turned to Talot and said, "Talot, you should make a wish. You must have something you want to achieve, right?" Hearing Kind's words, Talot felt a stir within him. She had directly given him the opportunity. Talot glanced at Celery, then at Bulma, who were both looking at him expectantly. A unique feeling began to blossom within his heart, rapidly growing. Now that the moment had come, Talot felt emboldened. "Well then, I shall make my wish." After responding, Talot received their eager gazes, clearly wanting to know what he would wish for. "Given that the previous wishes had all proven unattainable, I do not hold high hopes. Yet, since I have the chance to make a wish, what I currently need most is the ability to survive in the cosmos. Dragon, can you grant me this ability?" Talot declared, articulating his wish, having arrived in the Dragon Ball world and summoned the Dragon of Earth. The foremost wish must pertain to survival in the universe. Without this ability, he would be at a severe disadvantage in the future. Should a planet explode, even the strongest individual would be rendered powerless. Even if one could briefly survive in the vastness of the universe, enduring for an extended period remains impossible. Secondly, the ability of instantaneous transportation. This would eliminate the burdens of learning, negating the need to travel to Yardrat for education. Mastering this skill would render future endeavors significantly more convenient, alleviating any concerns about time constraints. Thirdly, acquiring an ample supply of senza beans. As long as these beans are available, one can continuously revive oneself in both cultivation and battle, provided one does not perish. Of course, this desire has become somewhat trivial for Talot, as he has reached an agreement with the deity that all future senza beans shall be reserved for him, and the deity is now fully committed to cultivating them. In exchange, Talot must periodically deliver a batch of fish from Earth, and if he ever visits other planets, he is to bring back fish for the deity to savor. After all, even a deity has certain desires. Additionally, abilities such as self-healing, cellular regeneration, and the capacity to resurrect infinitely as long as a single cell remains, akin to Majin Buu. Frankly, Talot believes that the Earth's dragon might fulfill his wish for self-healing. However, the kind of cellular regeneration he seeks would likely be challenging to achieve, even for Namekians. That it is wise to first articulate one's most cherished wish. If that proves unattainable, one can always seek a lesser alternative. There will inevitably be a wish that can be realized. Under Talot's gaze, the dragon responded, "Understood. This wish can be granted, and in the process of fulfilling it, your physical strength will be enhanced. In truth, with your current strength and physical condition, you are already capable of withstanding most adverse factors in the universe." Upon hearing the dragon's words, Talot felt a surge of joy, relieved that he would not need to alter his wish. The first desire he wished to fulfill would indeed come to fruition. Meanwhile, Janae, Sailor, and Bulma looked on in wide-eyed astonishment. They were unaware of Talot's reasons for making this wish, yet they were eager to witness how the dragon would bring it to life. As a crimson light flickered in the dragon's eyes, an invisible force enveloped Talot in an instant. With this newfound power, Talot distinctly felt changes occurring within his body. Not only did his physical strength increase, but it also seemed as if he awakened some unique skill, resulting in a significant boost in his capabilities. Most crucially, he acquired the ability to exist without relying on the air for sustenance. As long as he possessed sufficient energy, he could achieve feats previously deemed impossible. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, the dragon did not linger, transforming into a golden light before vanishing amidst the astonished gazes of all present, ultimately returning to the 7 Dragon Balls. "Oh no!" Talot exclaimed. Springing into action with remarkable speed, in less than a fraction of a second, he leaped to the height where the 7 Dragon Balls hovered, locking onto 2 of them. With both hands, he grasped the rapidly departing 4-star and 2-star balls. Regrettably, with only 2 hands, he could not seize the 3-star ball to return to Master Rashi. According to their agreement, the 2-star ball was to be returned to Bulma, while the 4-star ball was borrowed from the old man who adopted Kakarot. Talot explained. Upon hearing this, Janae felt a pang of emotion. Kakarot had been taken in by an old man. "Talot, brother, has the wish truly been fulfilled?" Can you now survive in space without a spaceship? Sailor asked anxiously, focusing solely on whether the wish had been realized, noting the seriousness etched on her young face. Talot nodded slightly. Indeed, it has been fulfilled. That IT is quite extraordinary. Though nothing visibly changed, I can feel the difference. So, does this mean that you can exist without any equipment, without the need to breathe, and without fear of severe conditions like vacuum or extreme temperatures? Bulma inquired with further detail. If it were not for the vast knowledge contained within her young mind, one might find it hard to imagine a child of 5 or 6 asking such intricate questions. Theoretically, yes, but I must ascertain the limits of this ability myself. I have an inkling that the power granted to me by the dragon will evolve as my strength increases. Talot responded to Bulma's inquiries. This answer plunged the genius that was Bulma into her own imaginative world. For her, the limited experiences she had encountered thus far were rapidly expanding her worldview and intellect. The dragon's fulfillment of such a wish had a profound impact on her, utterly overturning the notion that humans could not survive in space. Talot, you must have chosen this wish after experiencing the destruction of Planet Vegeta, correct? Janae asked, believing she had deduced the truth. Others may not have guessed, but she felt confident in her assumption. Talot, not wishing to elaborate further, decided to let her believe as she wished. After all, he could not disclose that it was a precaution against future adversaries like Frieza and King Cold, who could thrive in the vacuum of space. Now that the wish had been granted, what plans did they have for the future? The Supreme Kai, Piccolo, was quite tactless in his inquiry, fully aware that Talot and his companions had made Earth their home. Yet he still posed the question. Perhaps he believed that their departure would alleviate Earth from cosmic threats. After all, Talot had mentioned finding the child of Kakarot, which was a primary reason for their arrival on Earth. Clearly, the Supreme Kai Piccolo was thinking too simplistically. For the foreseeable future, I believe we will remain on Earth, Talot stated candidly. The Earth as Supreme Kai. You're already aware that our home planet, Planet Vegeta, has been destroyed, and we are among the few surviving Saiyans. We need to recuperate on Earth. Having been on Earth for 3 months, it would be disingenuous to continue hiding the truth. Janae had no objections, nor did Sailor. Upon hearing this, Supreme Kai Piccolo felt a heavy weight upon his shoulders, yet he was powerless to prevent their presence on Earth. The arrival of Talot and his companions conveyed a stark reality to him. Without strength, even high status holds no significance. That IT was precisely because he, as Earth as Supreme Kai, was too weak that he could no longer maintain control over the situation. The atmosphere grew tense, but Supreme Kai Piccolo, having lived for many years, was not easily rattled. After exchanging a glance with Bubbles, he formally welcomed Talot, Janae, and Sailor to Earth. IT felt insincere, but Talot was indifferent, as Janae and Sailor held no affection for Supreme Kai Piccolo. Choosing to ignore him, leaving the Supreme Kai's temple, Talot, Janae, and Sailor departed with Bulma. This chapter had come to a close. However, both Supreme Kai Piccolo and Bubbles understood that this was merely the beginning. The future of Earth would become increasingly tumultuous, particularly now that only 4 Saiyans remained. One could only speculate how many more might arrive with the passage of time. That, of course, their imaginations could not yet grasp the transformations that would occur on Earth due to Talot and his companions' arrival, which might even surpass the developments of the original story. Meanwhile, atop Corinne Tower, sensing the departure of Talot and his companions, the deity murmured, "Has the wish finally concluded? I wonder what it could be that took so long." Aware that this was Talot's gathering of the Dragon Balls to make a wish, he was filled with curiosity. After all, the process of wishing should have been swift, yet so much time had elapsed, indicating that many details remained unknown to him. After pondering for a moment, the deity could only resign himself to wait, as many matters cannot be accurately discerned without first-hand experience. Mere conjecture often proves unreliable. Upon returning to West City, the clock struck 5 in the evening. Due to the geographical hemisphere they occupied, there was a slight temporal discrepancy compared to the moment when Talot had last sought the final Dragon Ball. After escorting Bulma home, Talot refrained from taking Kain and Cellari directly to find Kakarot. Instead, he informed Kain and Cellari of Kakarot's current circumstances, ensuring they understood the present situation to prevent any irreparable incidents upon their eventual meeting. Kain, fiercely protective of her children, especially of her youngest son whom she deemed most vulnerable, felt a surge of concern. Thus, after Kakarot had fallen to Earth 6 months ago, he was rescued and adopted by an elderly gentleman named Sun Wukong, a martial artist of considerable prowess, boasting a power level of around 100, who cared for Kakarot attentively. Kain sought reassurance from Talot, particularly upon learning that Kakarot had lost his memories due to a fall. A revelation that tightened her heart, that it was Talot's comforting words that steadied her emotions. Otherwise, Kain would have undoubtedly rushed to find Kakarot. Ultimately, while Talot would not hinder Kain's desire to reunite, he insisted she make a well-considered decision before approaching Kakarot. This approach would mitigate any unforeseen consequences, especially the potential emotional turmoil stemming from Kakarot's inability to recognize her. After all, Kakarot now identified as Sun Wukong. In his current memories, he might only acknowledge Sun Wukong. Although he might feel a sense of familiarity towards them, it could pale in comparison to the deep-seated reliance he had on Sun Wukong. Fortunately, the passage of time had allowed for a gradual adjustment. Otherwise, how could Kain, as a mother, maintain her composure in such a tumultuous situation? After a prolonged period of careful dialogue, Talot finally inquired, "Aunt Kain, have you made your decision? Will you acknowledge him or not? Will you intervene or allow Kakarot to forge his own path?" Kain found herself at a loss, unable to make a choice. Abandonment was certainly not an option, yet after absorbing Talot's myriad suggestions and analyses, she began to believe that allowing Kakarot to grow and develop alongside Sun Wukong might be more beneficial than keeping him sheltered under her wing. Their Saiyan lineage was steeped in brutality. The phrase survival of the fittest was not merely a platitude. "Aunt Kain, have you resolved whether to respect Kakarot's life and protect him from the shadows?" Talot reiterated, observing Kain's demeanor upon hearing his words. Kain nodded slightly, her silence speaking volumes through her expression and gaze. Merely 2 days had passed, and Talot was unsure how Kain had come to terms with her thoughts. Yet the unfolding events had exceeded his expectations. Knowing Kain could accept the situation was one thing, but he had not anticipated her swift acceptance. After relaying all the details about Kakarot, Kain had surprisingly grown calm, seemingly reassured that Kakarot was alive and thriving. The weight on her heart finally lifted. Reflecting on that moment, when Kain had sought his counsel, Talot had responded, "If it were me, I would meet him and acknowledge him. However, I would not impose my views to forcibly alter the course of events that have already transpired. Each individual must walk their own path." Perhaps it was this subtle influence that had gradually reshaped Kain's mindset. Having endured much and with the passage of time, Kain had transformed significantly. Now, with her husband missing and Raditz irretrievable, she felt an overwhelming willingness to sacrifice everything for her youngest SONAS for Kakarot's future. She did not harbor expectations for remarkable achievements. Her only desire was for him to live safely and peacefully. At Bowsy Mountain, Talot, accompanied by Kain and Cellari, finally arrived. With a prior decision made, both Kain and Cellari maintained a remarkable composure. Even though Kakarot no longer recognized them, their feelings for him remained unchanged. Fortunately, while memories were lost, the instinctual bond of their bloodline endured. Time passed serenely at Bowsy Mountain for several days, until Talot received a message from Brief, prompting his departure back to West City. Meanwhile, Kain and Cellari had settled into their new home at Bowsy Mountain. The reunion of mother and son was complicated by the fact that Sun Wukong currently had no concept of this relationship. Initially, Kain intended to refrain from recognition, but upon seeing her son, her resolve shifted. Of course, this was after considerable restraint. The rapid acknowledgement was influenced by Sun Wukong's words, which imparted a valuable lesson to Kain and Talot. Henceforth, she resolved not to interfere with Kakarot's development, choosing instead to silently accompany him. Kain could remain as a modest presence beside her child, perhaps even facilitating Sun Wukong's growth in ways she could not foresee. Kain had embraced this lifestyle. After all, she was a person of considerable understanding. How else could she reconcile her son being named Sun Wukong by Sun Wukong? Ultimately, it was due to Sun Wukong's involvement that Kakarot had fallen and lost his memories. Yet, in a sense, Sun Wukong had saved her son, and for that, Kain felt a certain gratitude towards him. Moreover, seeing Kakarot so close to Sun Wukong, accepting the name Sun Wukong solidified this bond. Thus, the reality emerged that Sun Wukong was Kakarot, and Kakarot was also Sun Wukong. Upon arriving at Bulma's research facility in the backyard of her home in West City, Talot promptly sought out Brief. After some time apart, Brief had made significant strides in his research. Firstly, he had finally made progress in the construction of a spacecraft, and under his best-case scenario, a new model would emerge within a few months. Secondly, while working on the spacecraft, he had a sudden flash of inspiration regarding the gravity training chamber's improvements. The gravity apparatus had been enhanced to a level capable of generating 100 times Earth's gravity. This was not the ultimate limit. Given more time, the gravity chamber could be further refined, potentially achieving a multiplier between 300 and 500 times, based on calculations provided by Bulma. Talot could not help but feel invigorated by this news. He was also astounded by the magnitude of Bulma's contributions despite her youth. A genius is indeed incomparable to the ordinary. Talot felt that 100 of himself could not match even a fraction of Bulma's ingenuity. In an effort to assist Brief, Talot could not contribute directly to the research, but offered creative ideas and innovative concepts, drawing from his experiences as a time traveler. Additionally, he brought with him Kakarot's spacecraft, which had fallen at Bowsy Mountain, for Brief to study, hoping it would expedite the development of a superior spacecraft. The spaceship used by King Piccolo during his visit to Earth was overlooked. The existing spacecraft were already quite advanced, stemming from Frieza's army. Even if they were to utilize King Piccolo's vessel, it would only marginally enhance their knowledge base by 1 to 10%. Such a minor advancement paled in comparison to allowing Brief the time and freedom to innovate on his own, which might yield unexpected breakthroughs. Over the next 2 months, Talot returned to his previous training regimen. Apart from honing his skills, he found little else to occupy his time. The only difference was that the gravity training chamber had been separated, allowing him to train alone in the 100 times gravity chamber for extended periods. Cellari, too, entered the gravity training chamber daily, albeit in the previous 50 times gravity chamber. For Talot, while he occasionally trained alongside Cellari, he was compelled to push himself harder to accelerate his progress, often neglecting Cellari's pace. In a sense, Cellari understood that she might impede Talot's training advancement. Thus, after completing her training each time, Cellari would quietly await the conclusion of Talot's arduous practice. In simpler terms, for the past 2 months, Cellari has been enhancing her own abilities while silently accompanying Talot, providing timely support and care at a battle power of 3,000 points. This is the value that Cellari has painstakingly achieved over the course of 2 months. She has adapted to 50 times the gravity, albeit not perfectly. For a 6-year-old, this is quite an accomplishment. After all, not everyone can be compared to the adult son Goku and Vegeta from the original storyline. Even Talot cannot achieve that. Over these 2 months, Talot has made gradual progress, having only adapted to 70 times the gravity as of now. In the first month, he completely broke through 60 times. And in the second month, he surpassed 70 times. Finally, he has stabilized his battle power at a remarkable 12,000 points. Within the 100-fold gravity training chamber, the space is filled with a rich crimson light. The gravity display screen shows a striking value of 75 G. On the foundation of seeking stability, Talot continues to advance step by step. Not only has he accomplished his second major goal in life over a month and a half ago, but he has also broken through to this new level. His battle power has exceeded 10,000 T. Put it simply, when watching animated series, reading comics, or fan fiction, one might think it is merely a continuous increase in numerical values. However, the actual challenges faced are immense. It is not just about enhancing strength, but also about breaking through limits in various aspects of oneself to truly overcome this hurdle. After this breakthrough, Talot distinctly senses a rise in his life level, a sensation he has never experienced before. That moment, Talot realized the realm attained by Bardock after surpassing 10,000 in battle power. It seemed as if a door had been unlocked, revealing a new world to him, and his subsequent growth would be even more rapid. One can imagine that after a month and a half of challenging 60 and 70 times gravity, he barely increased his battle power by 2,000 points to surpass 10,000 in the following half month. Even an increase of just 5 times in gravity resulted in a substantial boost of 2,000 points in battle power. This experience has granted Talot a deeper understanding of the martial arts within the Dragon Ball universe. Particularly, he has gained new insights regarding Son Goku in the original story, who achieved significant enhancements even under 100-fold gravity. Various factors can interfere with and restrict the improvement of one's strength that if training under the same conditions, Talot believes he would not lose to anyone. However, comparing his current situation with that of the original Son Goku would be an exercise in futility. At the very least, even if he completed 100-fold gravity training, Talot could not possibly reach a battle power of 90,000 points. Not to mention 90,000 points, even achieving just 50,000 points seems like an insurmountable challenge for him now. It feels akin to a fairy tale, of course. Even after completing 100-fold training and subsequently engaging in enhanced gravity training with additional weight, it would still be the same. Naturally, given more time, he could achieve it. Having concluded his training and deactivated the gravity system, Talot let out a sigh of relief and began his daily reflection. This review is something he undertakes each day. Otherwise, training would merely enhance brute force without any growth in realm, leaving him unable to fully control his power. This practice was something he learned from interacting with Son Gohan during their martial arts training. Of course, the guidance of Master Rashi has been pivotal as well in terms of elevating his martial arts realm. Master Rashi has provided substantial assistance. Therefore, Talot frequently seeks out Master Rashi for discussions. The knowledge possessed by this martial arts master far exceeds what he has encountered thus it is no wonder that he could eventually stand on the stage of the power tournament in the future. He has always been progressing. However, the initial power demands on Earth were not high, and the planet's limitations dictated that his own potential was quite modest. Later, during the Z Saga, with the advent of the Great Universe era, Master Rashi has also been secretly enhancing his power, yet he has become significantly weaker compared to the Z fighters, no longer able to stand among the elite. Times have changed. The older generation has exited the historical stage, making way for the younger generation. It was not until the era of the power tournament that the situation of Master Rashi was revealed. When Master Rashi engages in discussions with Talot, it serves both to enhance his own abilities through Talot and to express his genuine fondness for him. Were it not for Talot's overwhelming strength, he would undoubtedly have taken him as a disciple. Who does not appreciate a gifted pupil? Who does not admire a disciple who has reached such heights in the martial arts journey? Regrettably, Talot has no intention of apprenticing. He simply refers to him as Master Wutian. Having solidified his realm, Talot then exited the gravity training chamber. Upon stepping out, he immediately spotted Celery waiting for him nearby, her legs elegantly draped over a swing. Her legs are long, round, and aesthetically pleasing. Celery has maintained her figure remarkably well, and at this age, it is evident that she will undoubtedly possess an incredibly alluring physique in the future. Complemented by her striking features, her beauty requires no further elaboration. Although there is a saying that girls change significantly by the age of 18, it is highly likely that Celery will not deviate from her appealing appearance. Saiyans tend to have their looks set from birth. Barring any major upheavals, they do not undergo drastic changes. Upon seeing Talot conclude his training, Celery gracefully dismounted from the swing and approached him with a beaming smile. "Talot, brother," she exclaimed, prompting Talot to nod in habitual acknowledgement. Her voice is melodious and pleasant to the ears. "Once I freshen up and change into some clean clothes, we can set off to Bowsy Mountain to visit Aunt Jine and Kakarot." "Sure, no rush, Talot brother," she replied, leading the way as they conversed. Since Jine settled at Bowsy Mountain 2 months ago, their interactions have diminished significantly. Talot only visits Jine and Kakarot occasionally, at most once or twice a week, totaling no more than a dozen times, with the frequency steadily declining over time. Talot is aware that Celery visits frequently, nearly every day without fail. The distance is not great for them. It only takes a few minutes. Talot's absence is due to his own intentions. He occasionally goes out a sense of responsibility and familial affection for Jine. Unbeknownst to him, he returned to his room, showered, and changed into a refreshing casual outfit. After greeting Bulma and her parents, Talot and Celery departed West City, heading towards Bowsy Mountain. Unlike their previous visit, Talot has matters to discuss with Jain this time, although it is not something he will execute immediately. The time is not far off that he plans to leave Earth for Namek. The timeline coincides with when Bulma completes the construction of the spaceship and confirms that everything is in order. As for the excuse, it will certainly revolve around the Dragon Balls. The Dragon of Earth cannot fulfill their wishes, but perhaps the Dragon on Namek cannot. Bowsy Mountain, Talot, and Celery descended from the sky. Jain had already received news from Celery and prepared a lavish spread of food in advance. Thanks to Jain, Kakarot has been enveloped in maternal love, enjoying a blissful life. Additionally, even Son Gohan has benefited from Jain's care. If it were not for Son Gohan being an elderly gentleman, one might jest that Bardock would rise from his grave. Naturally, this is merely a joke. For Son Gohan, in a sense, he has indirectly acknowledged Jain as his godmother. Upon meeting Jain, Talot greeted her joyfully. Jain had not seen Talot for nearly 7 or 8 days, and after assessing him from head to toe, she teased him, Off to Namek. Are you certain about that? Talot, after dinner, as they sat around the table chatting, Talot revealed his plan, which astonished Jain. Nodding slightly, Talot did not hesitate to speak. As I mentioned, the Dragon of Earth cannot grant the wishes we seek. But perhaps the Dragon on Namek can. Hence, this journey is imperative. When might that be? I want to prepare in advance. Jain's response was remarkably direct and resolute. Perhaps it was once again tied to Bardock and Raditz, which prompted such decisiveness. As for Kakarot, she had been by his side for 2 months. Although she felt a twinge of reluctance, her immediate thought was that at least Kakarot would be safe on Earth, under the watchful eye of Son Gohan. Upon hearing Jain's words, Talot was not surprised. He had anticipated that Jain would instinctively desire to accompany them. In Jain's eyes, despite her recognition of him, all matters would ultimately rest upon his judgment. Yet, in truth, she perceived him as a child. Regardless of strength, Jain, as an adult, constantly worried that Talot was still too young to care for himself. Shaking his head slightly, Talot straightened his posture and said, This time, Aunt Jain should stay on Earth to look after Kakarot. Sealer and I will go. Besides, with my current combat strength, even if the Namekians are not friendly towards us, I can face the dangers without fear. Jain was momentarily taken aback. While Sealer displayed an expression of excitement, Talot's departure from Earth did not mean she would be left behind, although she had no intention of insisting on accompanying Aunt Jain. What mattered more to her was whether she could stay by Talot's side. But was this truly without risk? After all, both you and Sealer are merely 6.5 years old. Jain worried, yet she understood Talot's meaning. His and Sealer's prowess was indeed formidable enough to brave the dangers of Namek. However, she herself was not in the same position, even with a combat power of 1,500. After 2 months of caring for Kakarot, her strength had not advanced. Now, she might struggle to fully utilize even that 1,500-point power, even if she made an effort to catch up in the coming time. Her various concerns would hinder any significant breakthroughs. Thus, accompanying them would only serve as a burden. Looking at Talot and Sealer, Jain suddenly felt at a loss for words. Ever since the destruction of Planet Vegeta, it seemed as though everything had changed. The times were advancing. Previously, she had not felt the widening gap. But now, in comparison, Talot had attained a combat power that rivaled Bardock's, while Sealer's strength could be compared to that of elite warriors. It's all right, Aunt Jain. I will take good care of Sealer. And do you not trust me? I would never undertake anything without confidence. Furthermore, let us not forget, we Saiyans have been venturing into battle since childhood. Even when our power was low, we faced such challenges, let alone now. Facing Jain, Talot had already prepared his words. They were Saiyans, after all, a race inherently inclined towards battle. I will not hold back, my brother Talot. Sealer chimed in, affirming his statement. Seeing her earnest demeanor, a smile crept into Talot's eyes, tinged with a hint of fondness. Jain glanced left and right, finally letting out a sigh of resignation, acquiescing to Talot's decision. In truth, bringing along Sealer was a decision Talot had contemplated at length. Firstly, Sealer had always been by his side, striving to catch up to him with unwavering dedication, with a girl so wholeheartedly devoted to him. How could a man of 30, with experiences from past lives, disregard such loyalty? How could he ever find it within himself to wound her heart or cause a rift between them? Moreover, Jine might disrupt his future path. But Sealer would not need to pretend around her. Just as in the past 2 months, without Jine by his side, Talot enjoyed complete freedom, unencumbered by the weight of consideration. Of course, this was not a complaint. Talot understood he must grow up, and that there would come a time for him to take that step. In other words, Jine had her own responsibilities and her own future, just as Talot and Sealer had theirs. Secondly, it was to ensure Sealer possessed greater self-defense abilities in the future than on Namek. Beyond acquiring the Dragon Balls, they would undoubtedly require the Elder Namekian's assistance to unlock their potential. Bringing Sealer along would also aid in developing her strength. After all, it was impossible that she lacked potential. Given the extensive gravity training she had undergone, how could there have been no accumulation whatsoever? As for why they had yet to seek the ultra-divine water, that was a point of hesitation for Talot. Ultimately, he decided to reserve the ultra-divine water for later UST present. Utilizing it to unlock his abilities held little significance. Particularly, if he used the ultra-divine water to enhance himself, it would render the Elder's assistance redundant at this stage. Once arrangements were finalized, Talot and Sealer spent the night at Bowsy Mountain. The following day, they returned to West City to facilitate communication with Brief and Bulma. They stayed at Brief's residence, not in the Grand Roundhouse, but in a cozy little abode that Brief had prepared for them. For Brief, this was a simple gesture. That said, their departure would not be too soon, but also not too late. In the best-case scenario, they would leave in half a month. At worst, it could take a month. The spacecraft was already 90 complete, with the final 10 seemingly troublesome, yet consisted of merely minor issues. Most crucially, once the spacecraft was completed, it would require short-distance flight tests to ensure its safety was at 100. Notably, in the original story, Brief had constructed the spacecraft in a month, along with a gravity training chamber 100 times stronger. However, such comparisons were futile that a span of 20 years had transformed Earth's technological advancements beyond simple explanations. Furthermore, the specifications and models of the spacecraft were entirely different. Time passed day by day. Talot and Sealer waited while steadily increasing their strength through the gravity training chamber. After more than half a month, both Talot and Sealer had made noticeable gains in their abilities. However, the most significant enhancement was not merely in combat power, but rather in the innovation of techniques and battle methods. One day, the spacecraft was finally complete. Under the guidance of Brief and Bulma, Talot and Sealer conducted a thorough examination of the spacecraft. Although Talot had frequently observed and listened to Brief's explanations during the construction process, seeing the finished product was an entirely different experience. The site of the Universal Capsule's private estate housed the Research Institute, which spanned a vast area under the Universal Capsule Group's ownership. The Research Institute itself was considerable, surrounded by an expansive square that enveloped it. Situated at the center of the Research Institute and the signal transmission station was the original rocket satellite launch pad of the Universal Capsule Group. It had now been transformed by Brief into the launch base for the spacecraft. Observing it closely, the massive spacecraft was incomparably larger than Talot's original medium-sized spacecraft, indeed dwarfing even the larger models. Standing at 10 meters high, it was equivalent to a typical 3-story building. The interior of the spacecraft was divided into 2 levels, with a diameter nearing 40 meters. Put simply, this spacecraft resembled a mobile super-fortress, fully equipped with whatever one could possibly imagine. Under the collaborative vision of Brief and Bulma, although the spacecraft served primarily as a means of interstellar travel, space travel was not akin to earthly journeys, devoid of scenic views. Additionally, the travel time would increase with the distance to the destination. Therefore, to alleviate the tedium during their cosmic voyage, they conceived the idea of constructing various facilities for entertainment. The basic layout featured a second-floor lounge area, which included 10 comfortable restrooms and various recreational activity zones. The first floor, aside from the cockpit and equipment control center, was entirely designated for 3 gravity training rooms. This was also a request from Talot, who preferred having 2 gravity training rooms, each spacious enough to accommodate nearly 10 meters. Otherwise, a cramped space would significantly diminish the effectiveness of training. Another noteworthy point was that these 3 gravity training rooms, under the joint modification of Brief and Bulma, could now operate at an extreme gravity of 300 times 0.300 times. Under the immense pressure of 100 times Earth's gravity, Talot might barely endure. Yet adapting to such conditions cannot be achieved in a mere moment. The challenge of 100 times gravity is by no means trivial, and the thought of 300 times gravity daunts him to even contemplate. I recall a scene from the original animation where Yamcha, during the period when his battle power ranged from tens of thousands to over 100,000, post the Frieza saga, attempted a 300 times gravity challenge while Vegeta rested, and nearly lost his life in the process. Indeed, Yamcha's strength at that time was not particularly formidable. However, he was undoubtedly far stronger than Talot is now. Prepare yourselves, we shall commence our initial test. Our first target planet is the relatively nearby Mars, followed by Venus and Mercury, until we survey the Sun's close vicinity and assess the spacecraft's heat resistance, culminating with the gravity escape test. Upon completing this series of operations, we shall return to Earth. Briefs urging Talot, Cellari, and Bulma secured their safety belts in their respective seats. Once the spaceship systems were activated, it began to levitate gently. The pace was leisurely, a prelude to the ensuing journey. After several self-checks of the spacecraft's equipment, within mere seconds, the colossal vessel shot upward, piercing the clouds. In a brief moment, it broke through Earth's atmosphere, reaching the near-Earth space beyond. This velocity was astonishingly swifter than the spaceships of Frieza's army, albeit lacking their stability. However, since this was merely the first testing phase, I trust Brief will promptly resolve any minor issues that arise. The journey through space commenced, from Earth to Mars, then on to Jupiter. Jupiter? Precisely. Bulma was eager to see what Jupiter truly looked like. Thus, she hastily added this destination, conveniently testing whether the spacecraft system could seamlessly adapt to a sudden change in target. It turned out there were no issues. The intelligence system proved more adept than Talot's previous spaceship. From Jupiter to Venus, then to Mercury, they finally arrived at a location not too distant from the Sun. Testing the spacecraft's heat resistance and its ability to withstand gravitational forces. With the tests concluded and Brief acquiring the desired data, the group returned to Earth and landed successfully in a single phrase. One could describe this spacecraft, a creation that transcends time, as possessing an unparalleled technological level for the current era. While certain aspects may still seem tenuous, Brief and Bulma were already engaged in discussions. It was anticipated that with Talot's cooperation in conducting 2 more space voyages for various tests, they would resolve the remaining issues. Time flew by, and another fortnight passed. In total, it had been over a month, and the spacecraft was finally perfected. Talot and Cellari were thoroughly prepared to journey to Namek.as for determining the coordinates of Namek. Talot's spaceship from Frieza's army contained a star map, aptly compensating for humanity's lack of cosmic knowledge. According to calculations, barring unforeseen circumstances, it would take no more than a week to reach Namek. I shall not elaborate further. The spacecraft is equipped with real-time communication capabilities, and your power level detectors have been modified and enhanced by me. We can maintain contact at all times, ensuring your safety, Brief stated. His words resonated with Talot and Cellari, prompting them to nod in agreement. After residing here for such an extended period, it was impossible not to form bonds. Honestly, why can't I go? Bulma fumed slightly from the side. She had hoped that since her sister was embarking on a cosmic journey, her assistance in constructing the new spaceship would allow her to join. Yet it felt akin to having crafted a Dragon Ball radar without taking her along to find the Dragon Balls. Bulma, you need to stay home. Talot, Cellari, and the others are on an important mission, and bringing you along would be impractical. Jine consoled gently. In her eyes, it was only natural to send off 2 children who had grown up together. Please ensure your safety, if it becomes necessary. Return to Earth promptly. Jine does not wish for you to engage in any reckless endeavors. After bidding farewell to Talot and Cellari, Jine embraced them both. That moment of parting, myriad thoughts swirled within, as everyone had much to express. Yet in the end, it all distilled into a singular sentiment of genuine concern. Upon boarding the spaceship, Talot and Cellari entered the cockpit to initiate the systems. Talot felt a wave of nostalgia. Previously, on Planet Vegeta, he had constantly pondered how to leave for Earth. After arriving on Earth, his thoughts shifted to swiftly enhancing his strength to reach Namek, departing from Earth. Only when the spaceship attained a stable state of superluminal travel did Talot and Cellari breathe a sigh of relief, unfastening their safety belts. The journey to Namek would span 7 days. 1 day longer than Son Goku's voyage in the original story. Of course, the exact duration would depend on the condition of the spaceship and the circumstances encountered in space. For instance, when Talot and his companions initially departed from planet Aian for Earth, their anticipated slower arrival was mitigated by a favorable journey. The navigation system automatically switched to the fastest route, thus reducing travel time. "Talot, are you really going to start training so soon?" Cellari inquired as the spacecraft stabilized. And Talot had changed into more comfortable attire for movement. Gaining strength through training is not an overnight endeavor. Our continuous improvement stemmed from our relentless dedication to training. Moreover, we halted our training for the sake of testing the spaceship. If we squander the next 7 days merely resting, upon reaching Namek, we may barely access 70 to 80% of our potential. Talot responded to Cellari. He aimed to set an example. If he succumbed to laziness, their aspirations of becoming stronger would fade, leading to a lack of direction and a descent into a life of complacency. Since arriving in this world and living for so many years, Talot had never envisioned returning to an ordinary existence. His path was undoubtedly toward greater strength. Very well, I shall train as well, striving to adapt to the 50 times gravity as swiftly as possible. Cellari replied, her determination ignited by Talot's motivation. Observing her eagerness, Talot couldn't help but draw a parallel between her and the female Saiyan from Universe 6, Caulifla. While it was crucial not to waste all time on rest, training should also follow a gradual approach. If all else fails, then time could be utilized for gradual accumulation. Besides physical training, cultivating one's ki should not be neglected. Talot thought for a moment and cautioned Cellari. To be honest, Cellari, you can be quite reckless. I fear you might attempt to withstand excessive gravity, jeopardizing your life. Such incidents were not unheard of. He had once sent Cellari's ki plummeting and rushed to deactivate the gravity device. Or else she would have perished. 100 times gravity would be fatal for Cellari. With her power level of 3,000, how could she endure such forces? Talot had only managed to increase the gravity to 80 times after nearly a month of training. This was only feasible because his own power had exceeded 12,000. Currently, the gravity device could be set to a maximum of 300 times. If Cellari acted recklessly, even if she were merely injured, she could heal with a senza bean. Yet, if she were to lose her life, even the Dragon Balls could not trivialize the gravity of such an event. I understand, Talot, she replied. The response from Cellari was rather perfunctory. Yet it was simply her nature. Talot believed she would not act recklessly. In summary, while trust is essential, it is prudent to establish some ground rules. Thus, the journey from Earth to Namek officially commenced. For Talot and Cellari, it was merely a period spent in cultivation. Even during moments of rest, they refrained from indulging excessively in the entertainment facilities of Earth, despite the assistance of the magical beings. Human energy is inherently limited. The exhaustion of the mind cannot be replenished by beans alone. Apart from sleep, there is no other means to restore one's vigor in the blink of an eye. Nearly 7 days had passed. Within the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation, a spaceship trailed a long tail as it navigated through the cosmos. Upon entering the target star domain, the vessel gradually reduced its speed until it finally came to a halt at the 4th planet of the star system. This spaceship was undoubtedly the one carrying Talot and Cellari. After their arrival, Talot and Cellari stood in the holographic projection area, gazing down at the vast emerald green planet below. Surrounding this planet were 3 magnificent stars radiating dazzling light. The presence of these 3 massive suns ensured that the enormous jade planet was perpetually bathed in brilliance. With no night to be found, only eternal daylight. This Namek is several times larger than Earth, Cellari exclaimed first, her eagerness to explore the planet evident in her expression. Clearly, even within such a vast spaceship, the tedium was unavoidable. According to the data, Namek has been illuminated by the 3 glowing stars for so long that it not only lacks night, but is entirely unlike ordinary planets. What we observe from space is merely the surface color. The interior of the planet may not reflect what our eyes perceive now, Talot explained. This was part of the star map data, describing Namek. Complemented by Talot's own knowledge from a previous life that, in a certain sense, the existence of the three suns led to the starkly different life forms on this planet compared to those on ordinary worlds. The survival of the Namekians is entirely attributable to their unique biological characteristics. The original text states that Namekians can thrive merely through photosynthesis. Elaborate. They need only drink water to utilize photosynthesis to generate starch, fulfilling their physiological needs. They are akin to plant beings, yet the Namekians are oviparous. As Talot beheld the Namekian planet, memories surged within him. Arriving 20 years prior to the original narrative, he pondered what the Namekians of this era might be like. He recalled that the Namekians had endured several generations of prosperity and decline. The technologies of the Namekians from the past were extraordinarily advanced. However, this technological prosperity led to severe pollution, and once the carbon dioxide protective layer was compromised, cosmic radiation rendered Namek a dead planet. During that time, the Namekians faced near extinction. Fortunately, their spacefaring technology was sufficiently advanced, allowing a handful of Namekians to survive on other planets for a time. The surviving Namekians eventually returned to their home world, vowing to amend their ways by abandoning technological advancement and cultivating vast amounts of greenery to restore the carbon dioxide barrier. Talot, brother. Are you all right? You seem troubled, Sailari remarked, redirecting her attention to him. Upon hearing her inquiry, Talot momentarily paused, realizing he had drifted into thoughts of the original narrative. It's nothing, merely reflecting on the existence of a planet like this, which, by rights, should not harbor life, he replied, shaking his head slightly as he turned toward the cockpit. Sailari, upon hearing this, did not dwell on it further and accompanied Talot to their seats. Buckle up. We are about to descend onto Namek. Talot reminded her, and Sailari promptly secured her seatbelt, nodding to indicate her readiness. Meanwhile, on Namek, within the dwelling of the planet's greatest elder, the aged elder awoke from his slumber. Sensing something amiss, his expression grave. Raga, as he called out. Ragger, who had been stationed at the entrance, hurried into the inner chamber, standing before the elder. Great elder, how may I serve you? Ragger inquired respectfully, bowing, though there appeared to be a significant disparity between them. He was the elder's child and the most distinguished warrior among the Namekians of this era. Ragger, there is a matter that requires your attention. Point 2 extraterrestrial visitors have arrived on our Namek, and I need you to bring them here, the elder stated, his voice imbued with a profound seriousness. Unlike the elder in the original narrative, this elder, while still appearing aged, did not exhibit the frailty described previously. His speech was robust. 20 years is not an extensive period for a Namekian. Yet, for a life nearing its end, it is considerable. Extraterrestrial visitors? Aliens? Ragger expressed astonishment. He wished to inquire further, but noted the elder's solemn demeanor. Do not worry. They are not foes. Go and bring them here. Very well. I shall comply, Ragger affirmed, intending to ask more, but refrained upon observing the elder's expression. Upon exiting the inner chamber, he soared into the sky, propelled by an overwhelming force, racing thousands of miles away at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Talot and Sailari's spaceship successfully traversed Namek's atmosphere and pinpointed a clear, flat island for landing. As the vessel touched down, the hatch swiftly opened. Talot and Sailari emerged, inhaling the air of Namek. This is the true landscape of Namek. The air is quite refreshing, Sailari remarked, from the exterior of the planet. It appeared emerald in hue, yet the land itself was not genuinely green. Rather, the sky seemed enveloped in a veil of green light. It is not much different from what I had envisioned. Talot added, surveying the surroundings. They found themselves amidst circular islands, the land fragmented and disconnected. It resembled a scene where chasms have been filled with water after a great fracture. Admittedly, despite the lack of flora and fauna, the scenery was still quite pleasant. The current state of Namek mirrored the imagery Talot recalled from the original text. It was evident that, despite the passage of 20 years, Namek's environment had not significantly improved. Indeed, 20 years may seem lengthy for ordinary life forms, but is a mere blink in the grand tapestry of nature. Suddenly, an immensely powerful aura emerged in their perception, drawing the attention and vigilance of both. There is a formidable presence approaching. It has detected our energy. Talot's expression shifted as he gazed toward the distant sky. The overwhelming aura enveloped them, causing Talot to draw a sharp breath. Based on his assessment of its intensity, he estimated its combat power to exceed 40,000 points. To his knowledge, such a formidable Namekian had only been Nelu, the guardian of the Elder, as depicted in the original narrative. However, was Nelu even born yet? It was still the year 738 of the Ike era. Although 739 was imminent, Nelu was supposedly created by the Elder in the year 744. Talot brother, is a Namekian's aura really that strong? As Sailari perceived the approaching aura drawing ever closer, her complexion turned pale. The shock was inevitable. The disparity was simply too vast. This was the first time she had encountered such a formidable presence. A combat power exceeding 10,000 left her utterly unable to fathom its implications. Not be afraid. Remain calm. Talot reassured her. He had initially believed that with his current combat power of 14,000, he would be unperturbed by the warriors from Namek. However, his plans were now thoroughly upended. It was evident he had underestimated the Namekians, revealing a significant gap in his understanding. Before their eyes, a streak of light appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching until a robust Namekian landed before them. An overwhelming aura of terror washed over them, rendering not only Sailari immobile, but also causing Talot to furrow his brow, his scalp prickling with unease. The difference in strength was staggering. The combat power detector before them emitted a series of alarming warnings, swiftly calculating and displaying the combat power index. 55,000. This combat power was a staggering 13,000 points higher than the 4,200 of the future Nalu from the original story. Who is he? His existence was never mentioned in the original narrative. Is it you? Visitors from another planet. Raggar's gaze swept over Talot and Sailari, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the newcomers to Namek would be two children. Brother Talot, the combat power is 55,000. Sailari's fear expanded exponentially, reaching heights she had never encountered before. Talot was acutely aware of Sailari's psychological turmoil, for he too harbored a sense of dread. If this Namekian chose to attack, he and Sailari would perish instantly, utterly powerless to resist. Grasping Sailari's hand firmly, Talot forced himself to maintain his composure and steady his breathing. The Namekians were a friendly race. At least in the era of the original tale, there was no possibility of error in his understanding. Coupled with the visitor's words, Talot believed that this individual would not harm them. Otherwise, he would not have referred to them as guests from another world. Talot found it surprising that, even without concealing his energy, sensing the arrival of extraterrestrial visitors globally was evidently an impossible feat. Yet, the Namekian's words indicated he had been aware of their arrival long before. Could it be that the Grand Elder of Namek had foreseen their coming and arranged for him to welcome them? Such a notion was absurd. Talot mused internally. Without receiving a response, Raggar clearly sensed the tension and caution emanating from Talot and Sailari. Realizing that he was merely confronting two extraterrestrial children, whose powers were far inferior to his own, Raggar ceased to exude the same intimidating presence he had moments before. After tempering his aura, he spoke again. I sincerely apologize for startling you. Esteemed guests from another world, I am a Namekian. You may call me Raggar. Welcome to Planet Namek. With these words, Raggar unveiled a friendly smile, his demeanor no longer as grave and fearsome. Exchanging glances, Talot and Sailari spoke in unison. How did you know we had arrived on Planet Namek? Upon hearing their inquiry, Raggar replied without hesitation. When you approach Planet Namek, our Grand Elder sensed your arrival and instructed me to guide you. Internally, Talot thought it absurd. At least it was certain that they were not in danger. With the removal of this trepidation, the panic that had gripped Talot and Sailari began to dissipate. Even if a shred of vigilance remained, it was ultimately meaningless. The strength of their adversary was so overwhelming that there was no need for pretense. Even if the Namekian did intend to act. Given the immense disparity in power, being overly cautious was futile. However, such a powerful Namekian had not existed in the original narrative, an unexpected twist indeed. Greetings, Ragger. My name is Talot, and this is my companion. Sailari, he introduced himself, and Sailari. Hoping sincerity would facilitate smoother communication, we have come to Planet Namek to utilize your Dragon Balls for a wish and seek your assistance. Ragger nodded, unsurprised. After all, the sole allure of Planet Namek for outsiders was indeed the Dragon Balls. IT remained a mystery who had spread this information over the years. Even after so long, some still knew of it. As you have arrived on Planet Namek, as long as you do not harbor malevolent intentions, you are guests of the Namekians. However, I cannot make decisions regarding the use of the Dragon Balls. That will be determined by the Grand Elder when you meet him. While speaking, Ragger took to the sky once more, signaling for Talot and Sailari to follow. Under Talot's guidance, Sailari swiftly transformed their spacecraft into a universal capsule, and together they followed Ragger toward the Grand Elder's location, as Ragger mentioned. Only the Grand Elder possessed the authority to grant the use of the Dragon Balls to outsiders. In fact, even they themselves had not utilized them in many years. Under Ragger's leadership, Talot and Sailari navigated smoothly. Of course, even without Ragger's guidance, they likely would not have encountered conflict with the Namekians. However, they would have needed to explain their origins and intentions. With Ragger present, all troubles evaporated. Through Ragger's communication with other Namekians, Talot gleaned that he was likely a prominent figure among the Namekians of this era, akin to Nalu in later tales, serving as the Grand Elder's personal guard. With Ragger's assistance, Talot and Sailari soon arrived at the Grand Elder's abode, where they beheld the Grand Elder himself. Gazing at the Grand Elder, who resembled a small mountain, Sailari's mouth hung agape in astonishment. He was evidently much larger than the other Namekians, leaving her bewildered. Talot, however, was not surprised, as this aligned closely with his recollections. The only difference from the original narrative lay in the Grand Elder's demeanor. What astounded Talot was that, upon using his energy perception to probe, the Grand Elder's aura was exceptionally profound. While it was impossible to estimate the Grand Elder's strength at his peak, judging by the intensity of the aura he sensed now, it must be at least in the tens of thousands. If one considered various possibilities and allowed their imagination to speculate, it was likely that the Grand Elder's strongest period boasted a power level of no less than 1 million. Or even 10 million. Welcome to Planet Namek. Dear little friends from another world, the Grand Elder greeted Talot and Sailari warmly. Upon hearing this, both Talot and Sailari's faces shifted slightly. Being referred to as children was undoubtedly displeasing. Yet they were indeed children. Moreover, in terms of age, even if they were 100 years old, they still fell into the category of children by the Grand Elder's standards. His age could easily be counted in the thousands. Greetings, Grand Elder of Namek. Talot interjected to curb any potential outburst from Sailari. Since you are aware of our arrival, you must have inferred our purpose for coming. I do have a general understanding of your intentions. However, my ability to foresee the future does not allow me to grasp everything completely. Therefore, may I inquire if you could elucidate your purpose further? Additionally, I have detected traces of wish energy on you, indicating that you have utilized the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder expressed all his queries in one breath, revealing the depth of his insight. The ability to discern that Talot had made a wish, especially one affecting him, underscored the Grand Elder's profound mastery. I have indeed made a wish using the Dragon Balls. During my time on Earth, I encountered Namekian and discovered the Dragon Balls located there. At his behest, I traveled to Planet Namek, promising to assist him in meeting his compatriots from his homeland. With eloquence, Talot swiftly retrieved a box of universal capsules from his backpack, extracting the first capsule containing the virtual video communicator. The Elder, in serene silence, observed without interruption. Meanwhile, Legel felt a flicker of anxiety, but stilled himself after the Elder's admonition, maintaining his quiet vigil. As a guardian, his mission was to safeguard the Elder's safety. While operating the device, Talot reflected upon the events that had transpired. It was only through personal experience that he had contemplated the notion of interstellar communication. Over a month prior, the deity Bick had reached out to him, seeking assistance from both him and Brive, which led to the current situation. Talot was not devoid of compassion. Although Bick had not extensively aided him, his efforts were indeed noteworthy. Therefore, he was willing to assist with this minor endeavor. Placing the interstellar video communicator on the ground, Talot activated it with haste. Recalling the operational procedures, after a flurry of activity, Bick, situated far away in the divine realm on Earth, hurried to the communicator at Bobo's urging. For the past few days, he and Bobo had been anticipating news from Talot. Now that the moment had arrived, Bobo felt a surge of joy for Bick, who was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Although he could not return to his homeland, this moment had finally come. He could see the people and the world of his origin. Through the advanced technology of virtual video communication, the appearances and postures of the Elder and Bick were captured and projected onto one another's devices. Thus, these two Namekians, separated by countless light years, found themselves face to face, as if they were in the same space. Albeit unable to physically touch, the atmosphere grew delicate. Talot and Celery remained silent, while Legel, though astonished, kept his lips sealed. Gazing at Bick, he experienced a blend of familiarity and strangeness that was difficult to articulate. Oh, it is. You are the child sent to Earth during that great disaster. Your father must be Kadaz. Even aged, he bears an uncanny resemblance to you. I am the Elder of Namek, my child. Although we are separated by vast distances, I have always felt that there are still kin surviving on the other side. The Elder spoke in a gentle tone. It seemed that upon encountering Bick, he had untangled a knot within his heart, rejuvenating him in spirit. Elder, you may call me Bick. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. Bick, from afar on Earth, bowed respectfully to the Elder. That moment, he no longer identified solely as a deity, but as Bick, a Namekian. The two then engaged in conversation, reminiscing about the past. Bick sought to learn more about the history and current circumstances of the Namekian people, while the Elder was equally eager to understand Bick's situation on Earth. Upon learning that Bick had become a deity there, the Elder felt a swell of pride, urging him to remain safely on Earth. Despite the considerable distance, a profound telepathic connection began to form between them, showcasing the remarkable strength of the Namekian race. This interstellar dialogue continued for nearly 15 minutes. During their exchange, the Elder gleaned from Bick the purpose of Talot and Celery's arrival, to search for family, hoping to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek to wish for the return of their lost kin. Once the video communicator was deactivated, the atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence before the Elder's gaze returned to Talot and Celery. Regarding the Dragon Balls, I shall now contact the Elders of each village to gather the Dragon Balls they safeguard. However, I cannot guarantee that your wish will be fulfilled, the Elder stated. Offering the Dragon Balls was likely a gesture of gratitude for Talot's role in alleviating his burdens and allowing him to see Bick. Although Talot had anticipated this smooth acquisition of the Dragon Balls, he was still taken aback. Thank you, Elder, he expressed, shifting his thoughts to be by the way. With your myriad of extraordinary abilities, I wonder if there exists one that could assist me? Talot inquired politely. Do not feel constrained. Should I be able to assist you, I will not decline, the Elder replied with a smile. Then I shall speak candidly. May I inquire if you possess the ability to unlock human potential? If so, could you assist Celery and me in enhancing our abilities? Talot probed in a tone of tentative inquiry, refraining from revealing his prior knowledge, as such abilities had only appeared in the original narrative. Upon hearing Talot's words, a flicker of surprise crossed the Elder's eyes. He had not anticipated the keen intellect of this Saiyan child. His thoughts were astute, and his approach balanced. There was no hint of coercion, yet it compelled the Elder to refrain from deceit or rejection. Such communicative prowess was hardly characteristic of a mere child. Perhaps this child could one day become the savior of our Namek. For the Elder, forging benevolent connections during his lifetime was paramount. Should Namek face an insurmountable crisis, external aid might prove invaluable. Gazing into the future, the Elder perceived the potential tribulations awaiting the Namekian people. Though he understood that calamity would not remain distant, I can see that within you both lies immense potential, and I indeed possess an ability to unlock such potential. Regrettably, in my current state, I can only exert about 20 to 30% of my power, which may not yield significant enhancement for you, the Elder disclosed. Upon hearing this, Talot responded nonchalantly. That is of no concern, as long as it does not affect your lifespan. A slight enhancement to our potential would suffice. If that is the case, I shall endeavor to assist you, the elder replied, raising his hand and beckoning Talot to approach him. Celery observed with trepidation. Uncertain of Talot's intentions, Legel, with a heavy heart, understood the elder's condition. Exerting his abilities, even without impacting his lifespan, would still worsen the elder's state. Yet before he could intervene, the elder's telepathic communication silenced him. As the elder's hand rested upon Talot's head, a wondrous sensation surged through him. It was cool and soothing, as if his entire being were being liberated. Talot felt as though a shackle within him had been released. The constraints that had limited him vanishing, and an invigorating energy coursing through him, transforming into a tangible flame that blazed brightly. Moments later, Talot sensed an overwhelmingly formidable power surging within him, uncontrollably erupting and continuously intensifying. His body was metamorphosing, and his spirit was being nourished. This sensation was indescribably exquisite. Battle power. 22,000 points, 0.45,000 points, Celery exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the data on the battle power detector. This is simply astounding. No Saiyan has ever achieved a battle power of 45,000 points. With an explosive force emanating from Talot, a powerful energy storm erupted, sending Celery, the weakest among them, crashing against the wall, her enchanting eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. This energy was overwhelming. Yes, he was now comparable to Legel. The Guardian Legel, too, was taken aback by the intensity of Talot's unleashed power. The disparity between them had narrowed significantly. Talot's energy continued to escalate, seemingly boundless, until the elder finally released his grip, halting the surge. Is this the power I now possess? Incredible. With this feeling, I could take on 100 of my former selves. Talot felt an unceasing surge of power flowing through his body, a remarkable enhancement compared to before, having increased severalfold. During the nearly 7 days of cosmic travel, he had adapted to 100-fold gravity through intensive training, which had only augmented his combat power to just over 14,000 points. However, after the profound potential development by the Elder, his strength had now escalated beyond threefold. Such an augmentation was truly terrifying. Just as Talot was swept away by the exhilarating surge of power, the voice of the Elder interrupted his thoughts. Your potential is unfathomable, that if fully awakened, your strength would be multiplied manifold. However, I am limited in my abilities to continue this process. And considering your tender age, excessive development of your potential could significantly impact your future, possibly leading to your body being unable to withstand such power. Upon hearing the Elder's admonition, Talot's thoughts returned to clarity. He understood the Elder's intentions and surmised that the Elder had deliberately refrained from further development. Nevertheless, Talot respectfully bowed to the Elder in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder." The Elder calmly nodded, shifting his gaze to Celery, and continued, "It is your turn now, child. Come forth." Celery hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Talot nod, she trotted over obediently, her worries dissipating. After all, Talot had already set a precedent, and his combat power had surged to 45,000 points. Buzz. As the potential development commenced, excitement radiated from Celery's face. An indescribable sensation coursed from the crown of her head throughout her entire being, and she could distinctly feel her body undergoing continuous transformation. An unrelenting wave of energy surged forth from within her, akin to a volcano erupting, seemingly originating from nowhere, yet undeniably her own power. This explosive growth of strength evoked in her the same thrill Talot had experienced during his own ascent. As the potential development reached a certain point, the Elder halted the process. Similar to Talot's potential awakening, he considered Celery's future and various factors, opting to only partially unlock her potential. "This is the extent of my current strength. It's unbelievable that I can become so formidable," Celery exclaimed, her mouth agape, feeling the torrent of energy within her, now possessing the sensation of being capable of obliterating a planet with a mere strike. This feeling was unprecedented, leaving her astonished and questioning if she were dreaming. "Talot, dear brother, please help me check how much combat power I have now," Celery eagerly inquired. In truth, she could easily measure herself. But her enthusiasm to showcase her newfound abilities spurred her to seek assistance. Talot donned the combat power detector and activated it to assess Solari's strength. Beep, 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 beep. After a series of crisp sounds, the screen displayed Solari's current combat power. IT had escalated from 3,800 points to 10,500 points. That you surpassed 10,000. That's impressive, Solari. Your combat power has reached 10,500 points. I recall Bardock returning from his mission with a similar value. Talot congratulated. The sensation from then and now was entirely different. However, it must be noted that despite meeting the numerical standard, Solari's actual prowess would not reflect a power level exceeding 10,000. She would require rigorous training to adapt and solidify her newfound strength. Otherwise, it would quickly diminish. Talot was in the same boat, and what they truly needed at this moment was combat. Really? My combat power has also broken the 10,000 mark. Solari's heart soared with joy, her words tumbling over one another in her excitement. She now understood why Talot had consistently emphasized the importance of training and encouraged her to do the same. It was all for this moment. Observing her exhilaration, the elder refrained from interrupting, waiting until Talot and Solari had fully composed themselves before speaking again. After such an elevation in strength, the ability to maintain your composure is a sign of your future achievements. Talot expressed his gratitude once more to the elder. However, his gaze soon fell upon Legel, whose combat power had reached 45,000 points following potential development. For Talot, Legel, with a combat power of 55,000 points, represented an excellent adversary. Despite the disparity of 10,000 points, it was possible Legel was concealing his true strength. Yet, the Saiyan's innate combative nature stirred within him a desire to spar with Legel. Not only to familiarize himself with his current power, but also to gauge his abilities against a formidable opponent. At that moment, Legel noticed the eager gleam in Talot's eyes, brimming with a desire for battle. However, he could not reciprocate nor act impulsively if a duel were to occur. It would require the Elder's permission. There is still some time before the Dragon Balls arrive, so during this interval, you may engage in a sparring match. But do so with restraint. The Elder suddenly declared he was well aware of the prevailing atmosphere. Since Talot wished to challenge Legel, and Legel was also inclined, it would be appropriate to facilitate their encounter. Yes, Elder, Legel replied, his excitement evident. Though he refrained from expressing it outwardly, Talot's face lit up with joy at the prospect of a match. As the two prepared to spar, Solari's earlier exuberance was replaced by concern. After all, despite their enhanced potential, Talot's combat power still lagged behind Legel's by 10,000 points. Yet, she could not intervene and could only follow the two. That the Elder also rose, ready to join them outside. His immense figure moving was akin to a small mountain in motion, creating a striking visual impact. Compared to the Elder in the original tale, this Elder showed no signs of frailty that would hinder his mobility. Once outside, Talot instructed Solari to stay close to the Elder for his safety. After all, in the heat of battle, without anyone guarding the Elder, it would be all too easy for him to be inadvertently harmed. Such an incident was one no one wished to witness. With Talot's arrangement in place, Legel felt reassured. The two made their way to a distant island, maintaining a safe distance apart as they entered the preparatory phase. Talot warmed up, stretching his limbs. Legel found this rather peculiar, but chose not to comment, understanding that each species had its own customs. "Please teach me," Talot said, assuming a combat stance as all preparations were complete. This battle held profound significance for him, marking his first confrontation with an outsider since his arrival in this realm, and his opponent was none other than the Namekian Legel, boasting a combat power of 55,000 points. "Now that you are ready, come at me. Your strength has indeed increased after your potential development, but compared to me, you still have a long way to go," Legel declared, adopting a battle stance. His expression serene, granting Talot the opportunity to strike first. He had not engaged in serious combat for a considerable time. Although this match was meant to be restrained, he was eager to discover just how strong Talot had become after the Elder's intervention. What disappointed him was that Talot was still merely a child. Should he truly unleash his power, he would be burdened with concerns for safety. At this moment, Legel was completely unaware that he had underestimated Talot. "Very well. I shall not hold back. In the face of Legal's disdain, Talot remained unfazed, for the disparity in strength was indeed considerable that a fleeting change flickered in his gaze, a sharp glint flashing within his eyes as he gathered his power. Shattering the ground beneath him, in an instant, he lunged forward, directing his assault at Legal. Within the blink of an eye, he surged to Legal's front, his fist, infused with every ounce of his strength, swung forth. Aimed directly at Legal's face. Legal discerned Talot's trajectory and technique with clarity, raising his hand to block this astonishingly destructive blow. With a resounding bang, the tremendous force reverberated, shaking the very island, sending waves crashing across the nearby waters. Yet, such a strike was insufficient to rattle Legal. Sensing the eruption of Talot's power, a flicker of astonishment crossed Legal's eyes. Even after the Elder's enhancement of Talot's potential, it was indeed remarkable that such a diminutive form could unleash such formidable strength. Undeterred by the failure of his initial strike, Talot chuckled softly and renewed his effort. A swirling white aura enveloped him as he launched another assault on Legal. Bang, bang. Talot pressed forward repeatedly, his powerful punches and kicks delivered with ferocity and no restraint, showing no signs of holding back. Given the existing difference in strength and size, any attempt to show mercy would be a folly. This unique fighting style sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Legal. To put it simply, it was astonishing that such a method of combat could be executed by a child. That Talot's onslaught was fierce, yet Legal's defense was equally impenetrable, and no matter the angle or technique Talot employed in his attacks. Legal was always able to respond with timely blocks, effectively countering Talot's maneuvers. Truly, as the Elder had stated, Legal was the only warrior among the Namekians. His prowess was indeed formidable. Talot felt a surge of shock within, his blood boiling with excitement. Such a sensation was rare. Previously, it had taken considerable time to evoke such feelings. Yet now, it merely stemmed from a warm-up bout. Talot shifted his approach, realizing that close combat would not penetrate Legal's defenses. He would need to adopt a different offensive strategy. Suddenly, he leapt, gathering strength in his legs before launching himself. With a thunderous bang, this strike, while powerful, was predictably thwarted by Legal. However, this time, the force was doubled, causing Legal to stumble back a step. Seizing the opportunity, Talot clenched his right hand, energy swirling within his palm like a cyclone, coalescing into a spiraling energy orb, spiraling energy blast. Talot hurled it with one hand. The moment it was released, it erupted forth with terrifying speed, hurtling towards Legal. As Legal observed the approaching spiraling orb, his keen combat instincts detected an unusual trajectory. He quickly formed an energy blast of equal mass and swiftly launched it. Boom! Exclamation point. The moment the two energy blasts collided, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. That Legal's energy orb was utterly shattered by Talot's spiraling projectile. Oh, it is such a remarkable technique, Legal mused, gaining insight into Talot's formidable move in just a single exchange. In the next moment, he unleashed a portion of his power, his right hand enveloped in energy, morphing into a blade that cleaved downwards, severing the approaching spiraling orb in two. The orb split apart. Not an explosion, but rather, it emitted a dazzling and peculiar light, disintegrating into starlit fragments. While Talot stood astonished, his mind raced to comprehend the phenomenon. It was clear that Legal's force had directly neutralized the spiraling energy orb at the moment of its division. As the strongest Namekian of this era, such a display was indeed extraordinary. How powerful, how formidable. Not just Talot, but Legal was truly impressive. Beside the Elder, Sealer, witnessing this caliber of combat, was left speechless in awe. The Elder nodded slightly, remarking, "This is merely the beginning. They are each only employing a tenth of their strength in this exchange, a mere tenth, and yet so formidable." Sealer was even more astonished. Upon the island, the atmospheric pressure intensified with the fluctuations of both combatants' auras. Neither Legal nor Talot made a move. Instead, they faced each other, their sharp eyes scrutinizing one another, reassessing their opponent. To possess such a unique fighting style and special techniques at this age. You are indeed a prodigy in battle. After a prolonged silence, Legal finally spoke to Talot. Such praise was rare from Legal's lips, and he genuinely admired Talot. although Talot's rise in strength stemmed from the Elder's potential enhancement. Disregarding the aspect of power, Talot's combat methods and techniques were truly impressive. Legel could sense that Talot had undoubtedly devoted years to training. Otherwise, such prowess would be unattainable. You flatter me. In comparison to you. Legel, I still have much to learn, Talot humbly replied. Hearing this response, Legel smiled. Though he appeared relaxed, he was anything but. As Legel revealed his true self, his aura surged dramatically. The powerful energy erupted unabashedly, signaling to Talot that he was now earnest in his intentions. Is the warm-up over? Excellent. What I crave is a genuine battle. Talot's expression turned serious, excitement flickering in his eyes, yet well concealed. The previous skirmish had merely been a playful exchange of probing attacks, with Legel maintaining a defensive posture, scarcely countering. Now that Legel was taking the initiative, the nature of the encounter shifted entirely. Little one, you must be cautious. I will not hold back simply because you are a child. At the instant Legel's words fell, he launched himself, unleashing an unimaginable speed as he hurtled towards Talot. I will not be so easily cornered. Talot focused intently, retreating swiftly, while simultaneously gathering energy in his right hand. In a fleeting moment, a golden spiraling energy orb coalesced, its size tenfold compared to the previous spiraling orb. Spiraling split blast. Raising his hand, he tossed it. The massive golden spiraling energy orb instantly fractured into numerous smaller, spiraling energy blasts. Like a dense web, they bombarded towards the advancing Legel. Faced with this onslaught of concentrated energy blasts, Legel showcased his unparalleled speed. His physical coordination was truly beyond Talot's capabilities, as the strongest Namekian warrior of the present. His agility was honed to perfection. Even under such an attack, he was able to react in the blink of an eye. Like a phantom, Legel weaved through the dense barrage of spiraling energy blasts, evading all projectiles before closing the distance to Talot. This time, Legel did not hold back. Despite employing a comparable measure of strength to Talot, he was now attacking head-on. His colossal right hand transformed into a razor-sharp blade, cleaving downward towards Talot. Swoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed. Legel's blade appeared to strike Talot directly, yet no tangible sensation followed. It was only when Talot's figure entirely vanished before him that Legel grasped the situation. A mere afterimage? As his speed increased 2- or 3-fold, Legel's heart raced with sudden realization. In the next instant, sensing something, he abruptly looked up. There was Talot, now airborne, both hands gathering a sphere of terrifyingly destructive golden energy. Explosive impact. With a thunderous roar, Talot thrust his hands forward, unleashing a golden energy cannon that struck down with unparalleled might. For a formidable warrior like Rhaegar, giving his all was the greatest form of respect. In this strike, Talot spared no effort, channeling all his energy to maximize his current strength. Rhaegar felt the overwhelming force of Talot's full-powered attack. His expression turned grave, not out of fear of injury or inability to withstand it, but out of concern for the planet Namek beneath his feet. However, he soon broke into an excited smile. The unique thrill of battle, along with the hesitation and anxiety abroad, was a sensation he had not felt in ages. The pressure that Talot exerted ignited within him a genuine desire to engage in a serious fight. Such opportunities were rare. After all, with his strength, he had no equal on Namek. His existence had always been solitary. What an extraordinary attack! You shall receive my counter, Rhaegar murmured to himself. In the next moment, his right arm swelled with muscle, and a tremendous energy surged forth from his palm, colliding with Talot's explosive strike. Boom! Exclamation point. In an instant, winds roared and darkness enveloped the sky. The shockwaves generated by their energies clashing swept across the land like a tempest of unimaginable ferocity. The powerful impact caused the entire island to tremble. Even shaking the surrounding isles, countless rocks and trees were hurled into the air, while the water churned violently, creating whirlpools and monstrous waves that crashed down with increasing terror. This scene resembled an apocalyptic vision. In the air, Talot shouted fervently, releasing his emotions and power, further intensifying his energy output. With each explosive release, Rhaegar also felt the mounting pressure. his smile growing ever more pronounced as the energy within his palm surged with strength. Crackle! Exclamation point! In midair, energy collisions sparked countless electric whips that lashed out through space. With battle powers exceeding 10,000, they had already reached the threshold of star destruction. Now, combined, their energies not only approached 100,000, but at the very least reached the standards of 60 to 70,000. The residual waves rippled outward, expanding relentlessly, and the storm's reach grew ever wider. Beside the Grand Elder, Cellari struggled to maintain her energy barrier, shielding herself from the expanding storm of energy. Following Talot's instructions, she had to ensure the Grand Elder's safety at that moment. Her worldview had been entirely transformed. The ferocity of a battle with power levels soaring to 40 or 50,000 was far more intense than she had ever imagined. Her own battle power had surpassed 10,000, yet the gap remained vast. A powerful yearning arose within Cellari's heart. Her next goal was to reach the same heights as Talot, a fiercely competitive girl. Cellari was no less formidable than anyone else. Brave, diligent, bold. She had not anticipated her brother's mastery over power to be so adept. She had underestimated him. The Grand Elder remarked to Cellari, "Of course. Brother Talot has always trained diligently without respite." "This is merely the tip of the iceberg," Cellari replied with pride. The Grand Elder smiled silently, his gaze drifting into the distance. He had sensed that, miles away, his 4 children were approaching with the Dragon Balls from 2 villages. The ongoing battle had caused them to halt their advance, evidently frightened. What kind of battle is Rhaegar engaged in? It is certainly not against our kin. The Namekian leader, Aian, marveled. He was a Namekian of notable strength. Though nowhere near Rhaegar's super warrior caliber, he understood the terror of such energy. What an overwhelming presence. Could it be the new offspring of the Grand Elder? One of the 2 elder Namekians mused after sensing the energy. As soon as he finished speaking, another wave of powerful residual energy struck, catching them off guard. "The impact is too intense. We should retreat," Elder suggested another younger Namekian. "Ellie, if this energy storm continued to escalate, it would be beyond their capacity to withstand." Agreed with Ellie. "We shall wait for the energy shockwave to dissipate before approaching the Grand Elder." The other elder concurred. Soon, the 2 young Namekian guards landed on the backside of an island peak. Shielded from the storm's reach on the island, the 2 elders exchanged glances, having received a warning from the Grand Elder, their conversation ongoing. Aika and Ellie had not received the message, leaving them curious about the situation. After the elders explained, they learned that the battle had escalated to this level due to an extraterrestrial visitor. The clash between Talot and Rhaegar continued unabated. The energies of both parties remained locked in a delicate balance, neither gaining the upper hand. That if this stalemate persisted, one side would either exhaust itself or the energy would reach a state of saturation and explode. Neither outcome was desirable, hence both sides needed to devise a way to break the deadlock. "It seems I have no other choice. If this stalemate continues, I shall be out of strength," Talot murmured. Having made up his mind, in the next moment, he decisively detonated the energy cannon he had unleashed. Boom! Exclamation point. The sudden, massive explosion interrupted Rhaegar's energy output as well. The flames of the explosion engulfed the heavens and earth, thick smoke rising like a colossal wall that obscured Rhaegar's view. "What is happening?" Rhaegar exclaimed in surprise, momentarily taken aback, as he could not fathom Talot's reckless decision to forcibly detonate the energy. After all, such a method was self-destructive. The energy clash had abruptly been cut off, and Talot, high in the air, felt a trickle of blood escape his lips from the impact. However, this injury was inconsequential. Even at the tender age of 6.5, his physique, having undergone rigorous gravity training and further enhancement from the Earth's dragon, far surpassed that of an ordinary warrior. With a glint of sharpness in his eyes, Talot wiped the blood from his mouth with his thumb and charged forward once more. His hands moved rapidly, raining energy blasts down upon Rhaegar. This assault was indeed unexpected and could catch anyone off guard. Yet after enduring a barrage of attacks, Rhaegar quickly regained his composure and began to counterattack, despite suffering a few scrapes. He was still able to adeptly evade the onslaught. "Trying to outsmart me will not yield you any advantage," Rhaegar bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura. As his power surged, A storm erupted alongside his energy. Not only did it block the rain of energy blasts, but it also swiftly dispersed the smoke from the explosions. With the smoke barrier lifted, Rhaegar quickly locked onto Talot's position, propelling himself forward to launch an attack. So fast, upon facing Rhaegar's aggressive advance, Talot sensed the gravity of the situation and assumed a defensive stance. The thrilling battle reignited as Rhaegar pressed the attack, unleashing powerful strikes that relentlessly battered Talot's form. In the face of Rhaegar's onslaught, Talot exhibited remarkable combat instincts. Fortunate for him, his physical resilience was sufficient. Otherwise, he would not have withstood even 3 blows under Rhaegar's immense pressure. As the fierce battle raged on, Talot was evolving, using the insights gained from Rhaegar to refine his grasp of power while simultaneously honing his combat techniques, transitioning from passive defense to gradually launching counterattacks and ultimately achieving a state of parity. Talot's growth was astonishing. His movements have changed again. This boy is a true prodigy. Laga keenly sensed the transformation in Talot. He was aware of Talot's extraordinary talents, yet he had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of this young one's combat prowess. While Laga himself was indeed a genius, Talot's rate of growth under immense pressure left him in the dust. Not only had Talot upgraded his own fighting techniques, but he had also discerned Laga's various offensive maneuvers. Having suffered a setback once, he would not fall prey to the same tactic again. Gradually, this kindled a deeper intrigue within Laga. He was eager to discover just how far Talot could grow under the pressure he exerted. Laga identified Talot's flaw and summoned his strength, delivering a powerful punch with his right hand. The force he unleashed surpassed his previous capabilities. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through rang out as Laga's serious strike was narrowly evaded by Talot. Was it merely a dodge? No. Seizing the opportunity, Talot utilized his long train tail to ensnare Laga's wrist. What? Your tail can attack too? Laga was taken aback. Caught off guard by this strike, he attempted to break free. But the constricting power of Talot's tail was immense, rendering him unable to fully control his right hand. Time was too short. Even as Laga sought to counter with his other hand, he could only use it to block Talot's retaliatory strike. Boom! Exclamation point. With a concentrated blow, Talot struck Laga's arm with all his might. A deafening explosion ensued as Laga managed to block Talot's powerful kick. Yet he lost control of his body and plummeted to the island below. The island itself shattered under the force of impact, fracturing and sinking beneath the waves. But it was not over yet. In mid-air, Talot took a deep breath, rapidly extending his arms as formidable energy coalesced in his hands. When the energy reached its zenith, Talot swung his arms with vigor, unleashing a crescent-shaped energy wave that carried an unstoppable cutting force, slicing through the air. The potency of this attack was no less than that of the previous energy wave. The difference in attack form merely led to a different kind of devastation. Amidst the ruins of the island, Laga erupted with energy, breaking free from the debris. He sensed the threat posed by Talot's maneuver. Making a swift decision, he thrust his hands forward, conjuring an energy barrier to shield himself. Boom! In an instant, the already devastated island was once again cleaved into fragments by the crescent cross slash, effortlessly slicing through Laga's energy barrier without a hint of hesitation. Feeling pain radiate from his body and face, Laga instinctively glanced down and wiped at the injury. The purple blood that stained him was as conspicuous to Namekians as crimson blood was to Earthlings and Scions. He was wounded. Laga was utterly astonished. Despite having evaded the previous strike, he had still been harmed by the residual force that a gash marred his cheek, while a long wound adorned his arm. Though such injuries could heal rapidly for Namekians, Laga's strength far surpassed Talot's. At that moment, even the Grand Elder, who was merely a spectator, was taken aback, along with the other Namekian elders and warriors who had escorted the Dragon Balls to the Elder's location. The strongest warrior of Namek, Laga, had been injured by an extraterrestrial child. How utterly incredible! Among the crowd, the only one who cheered with excitement was Celeriti Oher. Talot's advantage made him all the more impressive. After all, there was a staggering 10,000-point disparity in combat power. Cellari remained oblivious to the fact that this skirmish was merely a spar. If it were a true battle, Laga would not have shown such vulnerability. In the air, Talot slowly descended, ultimately standing upon the shattered remnants of the island, locking eyes with Laga. After a brief moment of astonishment, Laga began to reassess Talot. The injuries he had sustained rapidly healed under the influence of his energy, showcasing the Namekian regenerative ability. Impressive. You have once again astonished me. Truth be told, I have not experienced such joy in combat for quite some time. You have also made me realize that my previous confidence was blind. I possess ample room for improvement. Let us continue. I wish to see your limits, and I shall unleash even greater power. A fierce determination ignited in Laga's eyes, and he developed a profound interest in Talot. This was an emotional height he had never reached before. Very well. I am now fully unrestrained. Talot smiled calmly. As the first truly formidable opponent he had encountered in a certain sense, Talot would not decline Laga's invitation for further combat. Both Laga and Talot assumed battle stances, simultaneously unleashing their energy in an instant. Their auras converged, unleashing a powerful impact akin to a tornado. The mingling energies wreaked havoc, transforming into a devastating storm that swept in all directions. Laga and Talot's momentum surged back, and at the same time, they launched themselves forward, charging at one another with full force. Everything beneath them was utterly obliterated. The island had ceased to exist. The fierce battle erupted anew as Laga and Talot engaged in close combat once more. This time, Laga held nothing back, pouring his heart and soul into the assault. Unbeknownst to him, he had unleashed 50,000 points of combat power, nearly 90% of his total strength, relentlessly pressuring Talot. In response to Laga's overwhelming onslaught, Talot countered with agility and versatility, skillfully blocking Laga's attacks while delivering his own retaliatory strikes. As the battle raged on, Talot's potential automatically surged forth, momentarily elevating his strength. Bang! Bang! The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of their clashes. Utilizing his small stature to his advantage, Talot matched Laga blow for blow, neither able to truly dominate the other. Their speed continued to escalate, and with each collision, their power intensified. The battlefield shifted continuously as Talot and Laga became mere afterimages, soaring between the sky and earth, engaging in one fierce clash after another to the naked eye. This contest of pure strength and speed was unfathomable, shattering everyone's understanding of combat, particularly for Cellari and the recently arrived elders from the 6 villages, as well as the Namekian warriors who had escorted the Dragon Balls and elders. They could hardly glimpse the spectacle unfolding. The disparity in power was simply too great for Cellari to comprehend. Focus your mind, control your energy, and use your spirit to perceive, the elder instructed Cellari. This was his guidance to her. Upon hearing his words, Cellari paused for a moment. The next second, she recalled Talot's earlier advice, took a deep breath, and swiftly calmed herself. In moments of haste, she often overlooked critical details, a flaw stemming from her youth. However, as she matured, this would undoubtedly change. With her focus sharpened and her emotions settled, her awareness of energy began to return, replacing her reliance on sight. Soon enough, she captured the essence and silhouettes of Talot and Laga. Your potential is remarkable, just like your brother's. The Grand Elder's face radiated a benevolent smile in midair. The fierce battle between Talot and Laga raged on, their contest having persisted for an extended duration. The clash of their powers had unfolded over countless exchanges, yet no definitive victor had emerged as Talot's strength surged progressively throughout the skirmish, fully embodying the fighting spirit that thrives in adversity. Laga ignited his fighting intent. He unknowingly slipped into a state of total immersion, from initially showing restraint to gradually becoming more earnest, and finally exerting himself to the utmost. After engaging in thousands of encounters, Laga and Talot harbored the same thought. They concentrated their powers to the utmost and unleashed a powerful strike simultaneously. With a resounding boom, the moment their fists collided, a terrifying force erupted, propelling both warriors backward. Laga stumbled 10 meters before regaining his balance, while Talot was sent flying 20 meters before stabilizing himself. Once both had steadied themselves, neither initiated further attacks. They exchanged glances, smiles gracing their faces, and then descended to another relatively intact island. Thus, their sparring match concluded. This exhilarating battle reminds me of the past. When I was your age, my strength barely matched even a tenth of yours, so you have undoubtedly won this contest, Legel conceded unexpectedly. This admission reached the ears of the Namekian spectators. Both the young warriors and the elders, who displayed expressions of shock. Legel, the mightiest warrior of Namek, had voluntarily acknowledged his defeat. Such an act was simply inconceivable. Even Talot was taken aback by Legel's concession. You are far too humble. Not only did you allow me to gradually acclimate to this power, but you also facilitated my growth during our battle. Had you truly fought with all your might, I fear I would have lost long ago. Talot remarked, why not accepting Legel's defeat and instead elucidating the reasons behind it. He garnered the goodwill and recognition of all the Namekians in attendance. Legel no longer viewed Talot as merely a child. This battle and Talot's performance earned his respect. Thus, the encounter between Legel and Talot concluded in a draw, with the battle ending in a stalemate. Talot and Legel swiftly returned to the Grand Elder's side. That moment. The Dragon Balls have been escorted by 6 Namekian warriors and 6 elders, alongside the 1-star Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder's residence. The 7 Dragon Balls were now gathered. Despite knowing the significance of the Dragon Balls on Namek, Talot could not help but express his astonishment. Celery was equally taken aback, having failed to grasp the enormity before. She now realized the stark contrast compared to the Dragon Balls on Earth. The 7 Dragon Balls, arranged neatly, resonated with one another, their orange pentagrams occasionally flickering with golden light, dazzling and captivating. This spectacle invigorated all the Namekians present. For them, the Dragon Balls were sacred, and the ritual to summon the dragon was not to be desecrated. Even among them, not everyone had witnessed the summoning of the dragon. The elders who had seen had nearly forgotten how many years had passed since their last wish. With the Grand Elder uttering the summoning incantation in the Namekian language, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated in unison. In an instant, an invisible force expanded, dark clouds billowing forth, shrouding Namek's sky in darkness. Crackle! At the center of the 7 Dragon Balls, an astonishing flash of lightning erupted, followed by an immense pillar of energy surging into the heavens, becoming the most resplendent light amidst the encroaching darkness. As the golden radiance gradually faded, a fearsome, imposing figure materialized. The dragon, Purunga, had made his entrance. How extraordinarily massive! In comparison, the dragon on Earth is as small as a worm. Celery exclaimed in astonishment, having speculated on the appearance of the dragon on Namek prior to her arrival. Witnessing it firsthand completely overturned her understanding of dragons. The Earth dragon resembled a mere worm. This description was indeed apt, for the size disparity was astonishing. Previously, she had no concept from watching animated series or comics. But seeing it in person provided a stark comparison. The dragon on Namek far surpassed the Earth dragon in both size and majesty. The overwhelming pressure it exuded was incomprehensibly greater than that of the Earth dragon. It was hard to fathom, and Talot even contemplated how awe-inspiring the super dragon might be. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish, whatever it may be. This dragon can grant you 3. Purunga's formidable voice echoed, instilling a profound sense of awe within every soul present. 3 wishes. Not just one. Celery perked up at this revelation. The dragon of Namek, Purunga, could fulfill 3 wishes. This was the authentic dragon. She grew increasingly disdainful of the small green worm on Earth. Purunga has appeared. Now, state your wish, and I will convey it to Purunga in the Namekian language, the Grand Elder inquired of Talot. I see. Talot pretended to be unaware, then gazed up at the colossal Purunga in the sky. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, when Planet Vegeta exploded, a Saiyan named Bardock was seemingly transported to another world by some mysterious power. My first wish is to bring Bardock back. As the wish was articulated, Celery's expression grew serious, her tension palpable. The Grand Elder and the others nodded in response, and promptly, the Grand Elder translated Talot's words verbatim into the Namekian language for Purunga. Upon hearing the content of the first wish, Purunga fell into a state of silence. Regrettably, this wish is beyond my capability to fulfill. Purunga's response left everyone stunned. The inability to grant a wish was an unprecedented encounter for the Namekians. Leaving even the Grand Elder astonished, Talot inhaled sharply, silently acknowledging. Indeed, even Purunga cannot accomplish this. While he had entertained this thought, the failure after attempting it still brought disappointment. Please tell me the specific reason. Talot inquired, quickly adding, "This is not a wish," as the explanation of being beyond capability seems rather dismissive. With Talot's question posed, it required no translation. The dragon, Purunga, directly responded. The Saiyan known as Bardock was transported to the distant past during the planet's explosion. To bring him back involves numerous regulations, and regrettably, my abilities are limited, making this wish unfeasible. However, should he wish to return, I do possess a method. Purunga provided Talot with an alternative solution. What method? Talot asked. Intrigued, the Saiyan known as Bardock currently resides in the distant past. If he can gather the Dragon Balls of that era and utilize my power from that time, perhaps he may return. Purunga's words left Talot in shock. However, this solution was akin to saying nothing at all. Setting aside whether Bardock could gather the Dragon Balls of that time, reaching Namek in that era posed a significant challenge. Even if they obtained a viable plan to bring Bardock back, he would be unaware of it. Talot fell into silence, and Celery wore a dejected expression. They had initially believed the wish could be fulfilled, only to face disappointment once again. If that is the case, then there is no other option. Please state your other wishes, Baranja inquired openly, and once again, all eyes turned towards Talot, awaiting his response. After considerable contemplation, Talot altered his original intentions and, at this pivotal moment, revised the content of his wish. Initially, his first wish was to either bring back Bardock or to transfer Raditz. He had anticipated that Bardock might be beyond even Baranja's reach. Thus, the first wish ought to have been to utilize Baranja's power to relocate Raditz. However, this notion has since evolved. Talot has only just realized that his previous wishes made on Earth were significantly influenced by Jain, compelling him to act in a manner that considered her. Now, armed with newfound strength and an improved spacecraft, he is fully capable of proactively investigating the movements of Frieza's army, pinpointing the Saiyan squad, and seeking them out himself. In simpler terms, there is no longer a necessity to use a wish to transfer Raditz.